Chapter 851. Dwayne Dantès' new business. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Leonard stared intently at the portrait of Sherlock Moriarty. His brain had just imagined what the latter would look like without glasses or a beard. Although this could be quite different from the actual situation and was more of a product of imagination, Leonard increasingly found Sherlock Moriarty very familiar, as though he had known him before. How is that possible? He's long dead. And I buried him with my own hands. Leonard couldn't help but shake his head as he muttered with a scoff. Just as he said that, his expression froze because the person in his memories held a huge secret. This person had strangely escaped the influence of 2-049 without the help of others. This person used 2-049's uniqueness to finish off a Sequence 7 Beyonder, and back then, he was only a seer who isn't good at combat. This person had managed to summarize the acting method within a very short amount of time, and he had advanced to Sequence 8 at an extraordinary pace. This person possessed a high-sequence Sun Domain charm and had used it with Captain Dunn Smith, who wielded a Saint's Ashes, successfully finishing off Megos, who was pregnant with an evil god spawn. This person's Sequence 8 Beyonder characteristic had been taken away by Int Zangwill, but Captain Dunn Smith's Sequence 7 Beyonder characteristic was left behind. Perhaps it wasn't because Int Zangwill had taken away the Beyonder characteristic which had appeared, causing it to be missing from the scene, but that it had never formed to begin with. Leonard Moriarty suddenly jolted to his senses as he observed Sherlock Moriarty's portrait again. 10 seconds later, he squeezed the words through his clenched teeth, Klein Moretti. He found that the mysterious detective, Sherlock Moriarty, looked more and more like his former teammate, the hero who saved Tingen, Klein Moretti. And this was under the scenario of him being without the clear discrepancies of glasses and a beard. Leonard's had fingers clenched tightly at some point in time as his joints suffused with a whiteness. After a moment, he let out a clear pant as he picked up Sherlock Moriarty's dossier again. This time, he flipped with a target in mind, roughly to the time when Sherlock first appeared in Backland, early September. And this wasn't long after Klein Moretti had been buried. Leonard Mitchell's green eyes turned dark as he instinctively flipped through the dossier. Then, he saw a name, Lenivus. This was one of the masterminds behind the evil god's descent in Tingen City. He was one of the main murderers who led to the death of Dunn Smith and Klein Moretti and the other Nighthawks. And Sherlock Moriarty's second record in Backland was his investigations at the dock for a serial murder, thus bumping into the disguised Lenivus. After this, the true creator's plan of descending was foiled, and Lenivus died in the sewers. His body was scattered with tarot cards, making it identical in style to the subsequent hero bandit Black Emperor. He didn't forget the harm that Swindler brought. Leonard whispered silently, his expression softening. He quickly flipped through the documents and sat in his chair, motionless for an extended period of time. It was as though he had fallen asleep from the shadows brought about by the light. After a few minutes, Leonard finally moved. He leaned into the chair and said in a deep voice, "Old man, do you think this detective, Sherlock Moriarty, resembles my teammate back in Tingen City, Klein Moretti?" In his mind, the aged voice said after some hesitation, "The one who joined the Nighthawks because of the Antigonus family's notebook." "Yes," Leonard answered in a heavy voice. In his body, the parasite said after 2 seconds, "There's some resemblance." After receiving the reply, Leonard once again fell silent. After a long while, he took out a gold pocket watch and snapped it open to determine that it was still morning. Leonard snapped the pocket watch closed and stood up, nearly overturning the stack of documents. He hurriedly reached out his hand and held onto the documents. Then, he left behind a note, saying that he had found certain clues and planned to head out to do some investigations, thus making it possible that he would return very late. Let me see if someone is pretending to be Tingen City's hero, or if you've always been wearing masks, a secret organization member who sneaked into the Nighthawks. Your true motives aren't much loftier than in Zangwill. You were also targeting something behind Channy's gate. Leonard no longer had that aloof attitude as his eyes narrowed as he quickly left St. Samuel Cathedral's basement. In Hillston Borough, outside a building with quite a unique architecture. Dwayne Dantès got off his carriage and saw the building that was built in the style of the late 4th epoch. The building was mostly comprised of huge stone slabs, creating a total of 4 stories. The windows on each level were like a door, and it was matched with a tiny balcony. Its entire facade had been weathered by the elements, revealing a sandy yellow color. The stone columns and arches held up a refined porch that made it seem rather magnificent. This was the East Balam Military Veterans Mess. Klein waved his cane and pointed at the building before him and said with a smile, "It has quite a historic feel." Member of Parliament Mark nodded in reply. "It's actually a building built in an ancient style, but it has more than 100 years of history." As he spoke, he led Dwayne Dantès into the club and said to the lady at the reception, "Dwayne Dantès, unofficial member. I'll be his recommender." With that said, he turned to the tycoon and explained, "Not only have you not served in East Balam, but you have never participated in the wars that happened there. You don't even have a military background, so there's no way for you to be an official member. However, even being an unofficial member will allow you free entry and the use of the various facilities. You will be able to enjoy the delicious food and alcohol, and get to know different friends." "That's exactly what I was hoping for." Klein nodded with a smile. After the beautiful lady who was of Southern Continent descent finished the registration, Mark added, "There's no admission fee. It's £60 a year for the membership." With that said, he chuckled and said, "It's not expensive, even more so for you. Here, you will get to come into contact with all kinds of weapons. There are enough shooting ranges to provide you with shooting practice. You can even learn horse riding. At a club of this level, £60 really isn't expensive. After all, generals often appear here, and they have many famous chefs." Klein didn't speak further as he took out his wallet. He counted £60 and gave it to the receptionist, obtaining a badge with the logo of a forest, ocean, and blades. "This is a place filled with glory. I'm deeply impressed with your contributions in East Balam." As Klein wore the badge with a number on its back, he said to Mark, "If I wish to contribute to the cause, who should I look for?" Mark pointed at the receptionist. "Just give it to her. She will jot it down and announce it on the notice board over there." Klein nodded slightly and said, "All right." He then turned his head and made Richardson take out the £500 he had already prepared. After giving the donation, Klein passed through the beautifully decorated foyer with Mark, arriving at a room that resembled an activity room. As for his valet, Richardson remained outside in the break room. There were snacks, tea, and coffee there. In the small room, through Mark's introductions, Klein got to know 5 officers who were either still in service or were retired. Apart from a particular House of Commons Member of Parliament, the highest-ranking epaulet was Colonel Calvin. He was presently working at the Lun Kingdom's Ministry of Defence. However, his actual position was unknown. According to what Klein knew, for quasi-high-ranking members of the military at the rank of colonel, they were mostly beyondus, mid-sequence beyondus. Mark, Calvin, and company quickly began chatting. Klein didn't interject as he seriously listened to their conversations, occasionally echoing a sentence or two. In this relaxed atmosphere, Calvin suddenly turned his head and said to Dwayne Dantès, "I heard you were often active in West Balam." The colonel had a long face like a donkey's, but it didn't look comical at all. His gaze was rather deep. Klein smiled and replied, "Yes, that place is more chaotic than East Balam." Calvin laughed when he heard that. "Of course. Inti's made too many mistakes over there." He paused and continued asking, "How is your relationship with the people from Inti's over there?" Klein didn't understand the colonel's motive as he bit the bullet and said, "It's all right. They're all very greedy." In fact, he didn't know a single one. He had only heard Anderson mention a few names and their corresponding matters. Calvin nodded and raised another question. "Are you familiar with the tribes over there, as well as the resistance?" "I know some," Klein answered vaguely. He only knew one Inti's military leader of the resistance. It was the former Inti's princess, Queen Mystic Bernadette. Calvin laughed as he took a sip from his cup of red wine. During this process, no one spoke, including Mark. After putting down his cup, Calvin looked at Dwayne Dantès again and said, "This is the thing, every year, we would obsolete many rifles and cannons. And directly destroying them or processing them is too much of a waste or costs too much. It's not a good solution. I'm not sure if you're interested in buying a batch and selling it to West Balaam. You can sell it to the regions ruled by Intis, selling them to the tribes and resistance. Trust me. This is definitely a very lucrative business. Of course, it's also very dangerous. If you're caught by Intis in West Balaam, we will disavow you. This is making me an arms dealer? This is one of the most lucrative businesses. Although I'm not familiar with West Balaam at all and lack any connections, I can sell it to Queen Mystic or the Resistance at the Roasted Archipelago." Klein was tempted as he deliberately wore a mixed and hesitant expression. "I've never done such things before, but it's definitely attractive enough." Calvin laughed and said, "There's no need to rush to a decision. This is a very important matter that requires serious thought. Just give your answer to Mark before the end of the week." Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. "All right. Tingen City. Raphael Cemetery." Although the afternoon sun was rather strong, this place remained gloomy and cold. Leonard was standing in front of a grave, staring silently at the tombstone. Chapter 852. Straight to the point. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. The sun hung brightly in midair. In a dark, silent corner of the cemetery, Leonard Mitchell suddenly raised the shovel beside him. The two mounds of soil at the side gradually raised in height as the coffin pit became obvious. From time to time, there would be passers-by, but they didn't notice anything, as though a dream was happening over there. Finally, Leonard threw the shovel and bent down. He reached out and grabbed the ends of the coffin lid with both hands. Using immense strength, he pulled open the heavy wooden lid and discovered that the thick, long nails had fallen off at some point in time. There was nothing inside the pitch-black coffin. Nothing. Leonard continued keeping his body hunched as he silently watched this scene without any further movement. He stood there like a petrified statue for a very long time. In his hazy dream, Klein saw a tombstone with an epitaph. It stood silently among many other tombstones as it was dyed in crimson moonlight. This scene shattered immediately as Klein snapped awake. He confirmed that he was still Dwayne Dantès and that he was still inside 160 Beauclun Street's master bedroom. The dream seems to be telling me something. As a seer, Klein treated every dream seriously. This was no exception. He focused and shook himself out of his state of drowsiness before attempting to make an interpretation. That's likely a tomb. This represents a particular deceased or something related to resurrection. The crimson moonlight represents the goddess, corresponding to the Church of Evernite and the Nighthawks. If I were to directly see the moon, it might involve the primordial moon, vampire ancestor Lilith, and the mother tree of desire. The tomb was dyed with a color almost resembling blood. This symbolizes something bad. As Klein did an interpretation of the dream, he gathered all the content and attempted to make an effective, meaningful conclusion. After some serious thought, he began to believe that the dream's revelation was referring to the past him and the Church of Evernite. After making the connections with what had happened the past few days, Klein slowly came to an answer. As Dwayne Dantès has repeated headed for St. Samuel Cathedral, he must have been added to a list of suspects. If Leonard hasn't left Backland, this must have garnered his attention. After all, he knows that Dwayne Dantès isn't a simple person and has mysterious origins. As an angel from the Marauder pathway, Leonard's grandpa probably discovered that the Grey Fog and the Seer pathway has intricate ties, and knows that the corresponding sequence 0 is called the Fool. This way, they will naturally be able to make connections with the honorific name of the Fool that was previously spread, and they would believe that I'm a member of a secret organization that worships the Fool. And developing on this clue, it can also involve the person who killed Lenivus and hero bandit Black Emperor who used tarot cards. Along with the German Sparrow clues I deliberately left behind, as well as Leonard's previous investigations into Sherlock Moriarty, it's not impossible for him to put things together and find what's highly dubious. And in the beginning, Sherlock Moriarty's disguise wasn't too good. As long as Leonard investigates seriously, it wouldn't be difficult to discover that the great detective resembled his former colleague. So, he went to Tingen to dig up the grave for confirmation? As he thought about the matter, Klein pulled a back cushion over and sat up. He felt that he had already found the answer to his dream. He began seriously analyzing what could happen afterwards, considering if he should abandon the identity of Dwayne Dantès. Leonard has no way of conveying his theories and conclusion to the other Nighthawks because he won't be able to explain the key points for his inference. This will expose his own secret. Based on my experience and my understanding of him, he will steer the matter via different means. This will be more complicated and troublesome, wasting even more time. Before that happens, I should find him and give him another warning. It should snuff out whatever is on his mind. After all, the church didn't suffer any material loss, nor did anyone die. Yes, for Dwayne Dantès, I have taken note of the time. I specially created tracks of my activity in the southern continent over the past few months, staggering it with the decline of German Sparrow sightings. And this involves the Intis colony, so it will be rather difficult to verify the matter. That also means that Leonard has, at best, figured out that German Sparrow equals Sherlock Moriarty equals Klein Moretti. He will just believe that I'm in cahoots with them, part of a secret organization that believes in the fool. To him, Dwayne Dantès is a powerful, mysterious beyonder who can sense the grandpa in him, a demigod. This is an obvious discrepancy with the other identities. Klein soon came up with countermeasures as he turned his attention to the matter he encountered at East Balam Military Veterans Mess in the afternoon. Why would they directly seek me out for such a private arms deal? I just established a friendship with Marked and hadn't experienced any tests. I don't deserve such trust. Perhaps it's a test? In the beginning, it will just be rifles and cannons. The quantity would probably be limited. Nor will it involve high-quality items. Furthermore, I'll need to come up with the cash before receiving the goods. If I have any real problems, they wouldn't suffer any losses. They will only suffer the repercussions of a small batch of weapons falling into hands within their own domain of control. Yes, to them, a tycoon like me, with a complicated background and a deep understanding of West Balam, really is an excellent candidate. First, I have the money. Second, I have the guts. Third, I have the resources and social connections, allowing the arms to be sold to suitable factions. Fourth, I have no background in the upper echelons of the kingdom. I can always be made the scapegoat and be abandoned. They must have sent people to monitor me in secret. As long as this business is smoothly completed, I'll be a close partner with the military. This will aid in my investigations of the truth behind the Great Smog of Backland. The problem I have now is that I have zero actual knowledge of West Balam's resistance and various tribes. I've no idea where that fellow, Anderson, is. I don't have his method of contact either. Dantès might be aware of the situation in West Balam. Same from Hermit. Likewise for Queen Mystic who's backing her. I'll first gather intelligence from these channels. Having made up his mind, Klein's working brain slowed down as a sense of drowsiness washed over him again. He let his body slide down bit by bit as he got under the blankets. In the basement of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard, who had returned from Tingen, managed to be in time for the team's internal meeting. Soist first briefed them on the conclusion of the Archbishop and what the other local Nighthawk teams had obtained. With the help from the Holy Cathedral, St. Anthony has confirmed that the infiltrator is German Sparrow. The conclusion is that this crazy criminal is still alive but doesn't exist in this world. This is truly a contradictory statement. I don't understand it as well. His Grace didn't explain anything either. In short, our focus will be on the investigation of German Sparrow. According to the information provided by MI9, German Sparrow is a fake identity. He originally came from Backland. After Soist finished the briefing, he asked, "Do you have anything to add?" Leonard opened his mouth and was just about to say something, but his eyes shimmered twice before he fell silent again. Soist turned his head and glanced at him, calling him out by name. "Leonard, did you discover any clues?" Leonard remained silent for a second before shrugging. "That clue has been eliminated." Sophist didn't ask further as he looked at the other teammates. After a series of supplementary information and analysis, he began assigning missions to his Red Gloves team. After everything was assigned, Leonard Mitchell held a name list that required him to enter their dreams for a cross-check. He returned to the break room above and threw his body into bed. He sat there silently as he raised his hand to comb his hair, preparing to begin taking action. However, the first dream he entered wasn't anyone in the name list. His target was Dwayne Dantès. After repeated considerations, he decided to speak to this secret organization member, an undying monster from the Fourth Epoch, face to face. He wanted to see what information he could sound out. This looked somewhat rash, but with both parties knowing each other's secrets, it was still a good choice. 160 Beauclund Street. Klein's drowsy mind suddenly became clear as he knew that someone had entered his dream. He pondered silently, sitting in a reclining chair and turning his head to look at the balcony. He saw a black-haired, green-eyed man wearing a white shirt and black vest nimbly leap inside. He was none other than Leonard Mitchell. "I haven't gone looking for you, and here you are coming to my doorstep." The other Nighthawks would politely knock on the door before entering. "Only you would jump into balconies," Klein lampooned as he looked at the poet approach him. At this moment, in Leonard's eyes, Dwayne Dantès was still wearing a formal suit in the dream. His sideburns were grey, and he had an angular face with an immense amount of charm. At this moment, the tycoon wore a smile, as though he wasn't hiding the fact that he remained lucid and that he wasn't affected by a nightmare. "Didn't Palace Zoroast teach you some manners?" Klein said with a tone he believed matched Leonard's impression of him. "Palace Zoroast? He's warning me again." Leonard was taken aback as he remembered the name. He quickly reined in his thoughts and bowed in a manner that lacked standards. "Please pardon me for the intrusion. You are on our investigation list. Was the infiltration done by you guys? Is that your goal for coming to Backland?" No. Klein in his Dwayne Dantès guise raised the cup of red wine and sipped it. "It's not us, but just him alone." He put on an act that he wasn't afraid of Leonard knowing. "German Sparrow?" Leonard asked in a deep tone. Klein glanced at him with his deep blue eyes that seemed to have seen the vicissitudes of life. "Isn't that obvious? What does he actually want to do?" He didn't take anything away. Leonard took the opportunity to ask. Klein raised his hand to stroke his white sideburns and chuckled. "What do you think is the answer?" Chapter 853. Comparison of experience in Sophistry. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. What do I think? If I were to know the answer, why would I be here? I'd have long handed this information to my superiors. Leonard silently mumbled as he deliberated over his words. During this process, he discovered that, although he was standing straight and looking down on Dwayne Dantès, the tycoon who was sitting leisurely in the reclining chair held the aura of having the advantage. It was like a high-ranking personage casually listening to his subordinates' reports. This made Leonard feel a little uneasy. He subconsciously surveyed the area and pulled a chair over as he leaned back into it, half out of habit and half as a deliberate action. "I believe he, or all of you are searching for something." Back in Tingen, he infiltrated the Nighthawks to search for something. In Backland, he also infiltrated Channy's Gate to search for that item. His search was fruitless the first time, so he escaped by feigning death by using Zangwill's assault. He still failed to find it the second time. Hence, he didn't take anything and directly left Channy's Gate. While speaking, Leonard used a very certain tone to divulge that he had figured out that German Sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty and also Klein Moretti. He wished to use the effect of pressure to make Dwayne Dantès not appear that calm or have any thoughts of resorting to sophistry. Indeed, he went to dig my grave. Klein sighed inwardly as he chuckled. He picked up the glass of red wine and gently swirled it. "Do you think that we would consecutively make 2 rash attempts before having any confirmed intelligence? You should know that such matters can only be done once. Once there's a failure, there's no way it can succeed again. Therefore, who would use an operation to verify one's guess when the target isn't clear?" He has tacitly confirmed my explanation. Klein Moretti is German Sparrow, hero bandit Black Emperor, a member of the secret organization who believes in the Fool. Leonard tried hard not to frown as he crossed his right leg and said, "So, it's not that nothing was found, but that there was a failure due to other factors?" During these two attempts, Tingen City St. Selena Cathedral and Backlund St. Samuel Cathedral only shared two common items, sealed artifact 2-049 and the Antigonus family's notebook. Antigonus family's notebook? That's it? Klein Moretti joined the Nighthawks because of it. Although the process of inference is wrong, the answer is actually correct. Klein chuckled and said, "Our brains aren't there just for show." If his goal was the Antigonus family's notebook, there was no need for him to join the Nighthawks. Before you obtained it, he had plenty of opportunities. And even after you obtained it, he had no lack of opportunities to obtain it. You should understand the situation back then better than I do. Also, since the target was the Antigonus family's notebook, why didn't he take it away? Upon being mocked by Dwayne Dantès, Leonard Mitchell realized that the theory he came up with on the spot was filled with logical contradictions. He felt ashamed as he showed some anger. He slowly took a deep breath and said, then why would he infiltrate Channy's gate using two different methods? And not only didn't he take something away, but he didn't even leave anything behind. He even entered a strange state. Just as Leonard said that, he saw Dwayne Dantès with his grey sideburns produce a deep, profound smile. I'm not sure of the reason for the latter matters. Perhaps you should ask the Evernite goddess. Goddess? What does he mean? Leonard instantly felt alarmed and puzzled. He found it unimaginable as to what had happened behind St. Samuel Cathedral's Channy's gate. Right on the heels of that, he heard Dwayne Dantès say with a deep laugh, "As for your first question, I believe you are mistaken about something. Our organization's members come from different places and join for different reasons, choosing to change their own faith in the process. As for what happened before that, their lives remain their own. Just like me. I had a past and have a present as well. The reason why I came here is because of the last name I gave myself. Dantès. The return of the Count. He joined the secret organization that worships the Fool for revenge, and came to Backlund?" Leonard nodded in thought. Klein paused for a few seconds as he casually sipped the red wine and wore a smile. He continued, "Similarly, he, who was resurrected because of the Antigonus family's notebook's curse, does it for vengeance as well." Klein had deliberately mentioned his present last name, Dantès, and mentioned revenge. It was to preemptively distinguish himself from German Sparrow and Klein Moretti. It was to prevent Leonard from later finding similar objectives between the two and begin making a deeper connection from the similarities. By personally mentioning it, it framed the listener's thought processes and made them subconsciously follow the logic of the content, thus treating Dwayne Dantès and Klein Moretti as two completely different people. The only similarity was their thoughts of revenge. And in this world, there weren't only two Avengers. Leonard lowered his crossed right leg unknowingly as he leaned forward. Vengeance? Who does he wish to seek revenge on? After asking the question, the elegant and handsome middle-aged gentleman curled the corners of his lips. Lenivus and Int Zangwill. Int Zangwill, Leonard blurted out as he couldn't help but have his expression repeatedly change. Finally, he fell silent. His green eyes looked ahead, unfocused, his thoughts a mystery. Phew. After a long silence, Leonard exhaled and released his originally clenched hands. He asked with his voice a little hoarse, Lenivus was really killed by him. Of course, Klein secretly sighed as he replied calmly. Leonard's mouth gaped open as though he wished to say something, but he didn't. He tightly pursed his lips. Realizing that his goals had been met, he immediately changed topics and chuckled. If you have a similar goal or require help, you can also chant his honorific name. Perhaps you will receive a response. He? That secret existence, the Fool? Leonard imagined that Dwayne Dantès was habitually proselytizing and attempting to develop the secret organization. Therefore, he didn't think further and replied with silence. Klein then laughed. By the way, help me pass a message to Pallas Zoroast. One of our organization's members encountered Blasphemer Amorn in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. This piece of information contained massive amounts of information, so much that Leonard was temporarily at a loss for a response. His mind kept reverberating with the relevant information. The Forsaken Land of the Gods? The Forsaken Land of the Gods that even the 7 churches are unable to find? Their secret organization actually has members who can enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Blasphemer Amorn. Old man told me that he's hiding from a high-sequence beyonder with the last name Amorn. He was heavily injured by Amorn and had no choice but to parasitize me. Dwayne Dantès' tone and attitude really is like an undying monster who lived from the 4th epoch. He's also at the same or a similar level as Old Man. In front of him, I really don't feel any sense of superiority. I even feel like I'm lacking confidence. As his thoughts ran through his head, Leonard forced himself to focus. I'll pass on the message to him. Based on the circumstances after Leonard enters the dreams of others, it can be determined that the grandpa doesn't completely control his senses. Otherwise, he would definitely have an abnormal reaction when he hears the name Blasphemer Amorn. Previously, Will Orseptin's words also corroborates this point. Only when my dear poet encounters true danger would the grandpa sense it and take action. Very good. He isn't a full parasite. As Klein interpreted the unspoken information, he smiled. You may leave. You can also relax. My goal isn't the Church of Evernight. My coming goals, not the ones of the past. Klein silently added inwardly. Leonard had already received enough information, thus, he didn't dare overstay his welcome. He got up and bowed. Then, he left Dwayne Dantès' dream. In a room on the back streets of St. Samuel Cathedral, Leonard woke up and heard the aged voice from the parasite in him echo in his mind. What did he say? Leonard deliberated over his words and said, he directly admitted to being a member of that secret organization that believes in the Fool. Likewise for Klein Moretti, whose alias is German Sparrow. Their goal is for vengeance, their own vengeance. Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a second before saying, did he say how Klein Moretti could be resurrected? Or how did he fake his death to such an extent? Leonard recalled and said, the explanation he gave was a curse from the Antigonus family's notebook. Curse. At this point, Leonard discovered that Dwayne Dantès' choice of words was rather strange. He had described the power of resurrecting the dead as a curse. Pallas Zoroast didn't seem to have any questions about that. After a few seconds of silence, he said, what else did he say? Leonard didn't hide it from him and said frankly, he mentioned Blasphemer Amorn, saying that a member of their organization met him in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Old man, is that the Amorn you mentioned? The aged voice replied after a while. Probably. He paused for a moment before saying, I believe that Dwayne Dantès, no, the fool that's backing him, might be some old friend of mine. Old man believes that he's at a higher level than Dwayne Dantès, or even higher. He's a grounded angel? Leonard thought and asked, which old friend? Pallas Zoroast didn't answer as he asked, are you going to find an opportunity to reveal the situation about Dwayne Dantès and Klein Moretti? Leonard suddenly fell silent and only heavily said more than 10 seconds later, not for now. Perhaps he and I, and them, have the chance of working together. And the church didn't suffer any material loss this time. The parasite inside him didn't say a word, as though he had fallen asleep. Leonard slowly looked up and read the information in front of him. His eyes turned dark as he muttered, he's overtaken me by leaps and bounds. Chapter 854. Confession. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Early morning, 160 Beauclun Street. After Klein got out of bed and washed up, he didn't rush to leave the bathroom. He took 4 steps counterclockwise and headed above the grey fog. He then conjured the world German Sparrow and made the fake person pray piously. Honorable Mr. Fool, please pass on the message to Dantès. I need him to provide me information on West Balam. It's best if he includes his social connections. Also, get him to be careful of the Church of Evernight for the time being. Above the Golden Dream, Dantès, who saw the sun earlier than Backlund, was holding a cup of malt beer as he sat in the shadows, hiding away from the vile sunlight. Lessons will begin in another 15 minutes. Captain said that a treasure hunter must have a sufficiently good grasp of mathematics. Sigh, this is really such a headache, but it's also something to look forward to. T. Dantès placed one hand on his knee as he downed a mouthful of beer. At this moment, the grey fog emanated in front of him. The blurry figure that looked down from above appeared as Dantès' ears resounded with German Sparrow's voice. Information on West Balam? Although we've been there to search for lost ancient treasure and got to know a few tribal natives, that is pretty much it. There won't be much that I can tell him about. This is so troublesome. I'll have to do all sorts of work again. Why does German Sparrow get involved in so many things? Dantès silently grumbled as he vigilantly glanced to his sides, afraid that the madman would suddenly appear. He drew a breath upon considering how he wanted to become stronger. He didn't wish to be of no help when his captain met with danger, having to shamefully hide at the back. Dantès slapped his face a few times with his free hand before standing up. He immediately left the shadows and found Ironskin and Bucket. He asked them in detail about West Balam's situation and who he should ask for the various matters, only to obtain a unanimous answer: Captain Edwina Edwards, or Anderson Hood, who previously joined our bonfire on the ship. Will she be suspicious if I directly ask Captain, making her believe that I have a secret and am secretly working for someone else? But I've no idea where that fellow, Anderson, has gone to. T. Dantès fell into a dilemma as he couldn't help but think about something else, recalling German Sparrow's last words. Be careful of the Church of Evernight. Dantès wasn't a fool. He knew that a matter that the crazy adventurer emphasized was something important. It also meant that he believed that he had a high chance of being an important target of the Church of Evernight. He would be wildly pursued by the Red Gloves. Apart from the Church of Evernight, the Church of Storms, and the military are targeting me as well. It's said that they have each sent a squad. Dantès thought as his heart palpitated. He soon revealed a puzzled and bitter look as he muttered to himself, but I haven't done anything. After passing the message about gathering information on West Balam to Admiral of Stars Catlear, Klein left the area above the grey fog and returned to the real world. Like every other day, he had his breakfast and had lessons. After he woke up from his afternoon nap, with Richardson's help, he changed into a formal suit for an excursion. He got into the carriage that had already been waiting for him at the door. Head to St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein leaned on the carriage wall as he instructed the carriage driver. He had decided to continue maintaining his identity as Dwayne Dantès. He believed that it was best if he didn't change his former persona. Therefore, he couldn't change the frequency of his trips to St. Samuel Cathedral. Nor could he donate less. Besides, this can effectively wipe away any suspicion they have of me. After all, it's hard to imagine that the criminal who infiltrated Channy's Gate hadn't stayed behind but would saunter into the cathedral as though nothing had happened. I'll have to thank Emperor Rozelle for not plagiarizing criminal psychology. He didn't point out that intelligent criminals often return to their crime scene to admire their work and the helpless response of others. Klein mumbled inwardly as he took a sip of the black tea that Richardson had brewed. After moistening his throat, he glanced at his valet and asked, seemingly casually, "What is your deepest impression of East and West Balam?" Sitting beside him, Richardson didn't ask why. After some thought, he said, "East Balam is safer. West Balam is more chaotic." After giving a simple answer, Richardson turned to look at his employer, only to see Dwayne Dantès with his eyes half closed as though he wanted him to continue. Richardson scratched his ear and deliberated over his words. "There's also poverty, hunger, and whip abuse. People from East and West Balam originally worshipped death. Later, due to the perks of believing in the deities like the goddess, Lord of Storms, and the eternal blazing sun, allowing them to boost their statuses and receive protection from the cathedral, there was a large-scale change of faith. However, as the number of believers increased, that special status was quickly removed. The people of the lower class began worshipping death again in secret. It's more obvious for the more messy West Balam in regards to this point. The descendants of death often receive a great deal of support. This is what my father of mine occasionally mentions after he's drunk. Klein listened in silence and didn't stop his valet's recount, nor did he probe deeper. Soon, the carriage arrived outside St. Samuel Cathedral. Klein first took in the sight of the white flying pigeons before entering the prayer hall. He took off his hat and handed it together with his cane to Richardson. He randomly found a seat and looked at the altar in the darkness. He watched the stars and the dark sacred emblem as unease, embarrassment, and a lack of confidence arose in him. If he had guessed correctly, ever since he made contact with the holy sword and made a vow, the goddess had likely taken notice of him. Every time he entered the cathedral to pretend like he was praying, it had the feeling like the emperor's new clothes. I wonder what the goddess's opinion on this is. And what position is the church taking? I'll probe first. Klein clasped his hands and held it to his nose, looking as though he was praying seriously. After about 8 minutes, he slowly got up, walked to the donation box, took out £50, and piously threw it in. After doing that, Klein turned to the confessional along the sides of the hall and entered. Unlike most ancient confessionals, which were big wooden crates with 2 doors, the modern confessional was an independent, spacious compartment. The confessor and the listening bishop were separated by a wooden partition, with each one of them having their seats. Using the dim light, Klein sat on the chair and listened to the bishop say with his mellow voice, "Do you have something you would like to say? The goddess cares about all her believers." Klein raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "Praise the Lady. I wish to confess that 2 days ago, the military came to me, wishing that I can sell a batch of firearms and cannons to West Balaam, to add coal to the chaos there." After he said that, the bishop on the other side didn't immediately give him an answer, as though he was alarmed by the arms dealing. He was momentarily unsure as to how to organize his words. The confessional instantly ended up being wrapped in an awkward silence. "You became frightened just from that? Have you never encountered a confessor as frank as me? If I were to say that I'm currently plotting the murder of a demigod while hiding from the mother tree of desire and the true creator, wouldn't you be jumping up?" Klein lampooned as he continued, "I did enjoy the adventurer's life when I was young. I obtained my wealth through metal, blood, and fire. But I'm already sick of that life. I only wish for a peaceful future. I originally wanted to decline the offer, but I'm unable to overcome the greed in my heart. This is a sufficiently enticing business, and it helps me in obtaining a firm footing in Backland's high society. I confess that I ultimately chose the bustle and chaos." The bishop on the other side finally had a response as he said with a gentle voice, "Don't be afraid. Don't waver. You don't have to feel guilt for a certain level of greed. As long as you don't harm the innocent or commit any of the crimes as written in the Bible. Go, follow your inner heart and make the choice you wish to make the most. Only this way can you truly understand the teachings and understand the truth of those words. There's no need to be put in a difficult position. Remember this. No matter what you do, sincerely being contrite and penitent is worthy of praise and forgiveness. May the goddess bless you. Praise the Lady." Klein drew the crimson moon once again on his chest. His visit to St. Samuel Cathedral was to use the opportunity of a confession to inform the church of his intentions of engaging in arms dealing. He wanted to know their reaction, so as to pry into the goddess's attitude towards him. Without saying anything extra, Klein slowly got up and left the confessional. He walked down the aisle and went towards his valet, Richardson. At this moment, he saw a lady sitting in the corner of the prayer hall. She was wearing a hooded black robe with blue eyeshadow and blush. She had quite an uncanny sense of beauty. She was none other than spirit medium Daly Simone. Daly looked up and similarly noticed Dwayne Dantès. Her expression momentarily turned adrift as though she had fallen asleep while praying and had entered a dream. Klein nodded at her indiscernibly as a polite gesture. Then, he took his hat and cane from Richardson as he unhurriedly walked out of the hall. Daly retracted her gaze as she looked down at the pew in front of her before slowly closing her eyes. Walking out St. Samuel Cathedral, Klein stood by the side of the staircase and paused for 2 seconds. The white pigeon suddenly flew up in the square up ahead, blocking the sights of all who were taking in the scene. Less than 30 minutes later, in the basement, Leonard heard that Dwayne Dantès, who had previously been investigated, was about to cooperate with the officials. He was going to be a merchant who would sell arms to West Balam. What is he trying to do? Leonard frowned, little by little, completely at a loss as to what the undying monster's thoughts were. Chapter 855. New Visitor. New Visitor. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. As he returned from St. Samuel Cathedral to 160 Beauclun Street, Klein saw his white-gloved butler, Walter, walk up to him. "Sir, someone delivered a name card. He said that his employer wishes to visit you from 4 to 5, Walter said with a staid expression. Klein tried figuring out who the visitor was, but he had no clue. He nodded gently and said, "Who's his employer?" Walter darted his gaze around and saw that the other servants were rather far away. He then replied, "Baron Sindras." Baron Sindras. That millionaire tycoon who obtained his aristocratic title with the help of the Conservative Party and Duke Negan, and is also one of the most famous bankers and entrepreneurs in the kingdom? I previously helped Mary purchase the Coin Company shares. The competitor happens to be him and his friends. His visiting me personally for that matter? It's only a transaction worth about £13,000. It shouldn't be something that requires him to go this far. As Klein's mind raced, he walked to the staircase that led to the second floor. Walter walked half a step behind him as he said, "Sir, if you don't wish to meet Baron Sindras, I'll inform him that you got caught up at St. Samuel Cathedral, listening to the bishop's preachings, and might return very late." In between the lines, the butler was saying that Baron Sindras was a believer of the Lord of Storms. It was impossible for him to head directly to St. Samuel Cathedral to seek him out. Klein thought and smiled before gently saying, "This is a noble who has immense influence in the banking industry. I'll definitely come across him in the future, so I have to meet him." Arrange the meeting to be at the small living room on the second floor where there's the most sunlight. According to what Klein knew, Baron Sindras was the third largest shareholder of Backland Bank and the largest shareholder of Southville People's Bank. In Lund Kingdom's banking industry, he was definitely one of the few people with the greatest influence. "Yes, sir." Walter didn't nag on. At 4:10, Klein met the visitor who often appeared on the papers, in the predetermined living room. The only thing that was different and deviated from his expectations was that Backland turned cloudy after 3. The weather had turned dark and began drizzling. It didn't bring in the bright and warm sunshine. Baron Sindras was identical to how he looked on the papers. He had black hair mixed with some white hair that was neatly combed backward, revealing his broad forehead and receding hairline. His face was rather round, but it lacked the flesh needed to support it. His cheekbones were rather high, and his wrinkles were obvious. Unlike most loanies his age, Baron Sindras didn't have any facial hair. He was clean-shaven, and his light blue eyes were nearly colorless. Beside him were a valet and bodyguard. They were the kind of people that didn't attract much attention. The former's greatest characteristic was his thin hair, while the latter had short hair if you didn't count the thick beard that reached down from his ears. "Good afternoon, Lord Sindras. It's my honor to have you here as my guest." Klein held his hand to his chest as he bowed. Usually, a host would mostly lean their bodies forward and reach out their right hand for a handshake when greeting a guest, but at this moment, he was in front of a noble, thus, requiring him to be more courteous. Baron Sindras nodded gently as he smiled in response. "You're being polite. I should have visited you a long time ago, Dwayne Dantès, an experienced gentleman who knows much about the southern continent." After exchanging some pleasantries, the two took their seats while the valets and bodyguards settled by the side. Klein was just about to say something when Baron Sindras said with a genial tone, "Dantès, I'm really impressed with people like you. Not everyone can obtain riches from the chaos in the southern continent. This requires plenty of guts and the courage to face adversity, as well as stunning judgment. Back when I was facing bankruptcy, I had entertained the idea of starting anew in the southern continent, but unfortunately, I'm not a brave man." Although Baron Sindras later became a noble, he wasn't a commoner in the true sense of the word. His great-grandfather and grandfather had benefited from the development of the colonies, earning them plenty of money from the sea trade. They were rather successful merchants. As for his father, he had invested in industries, building up his reputation and acquiring several factories. When it came to his generation, he blitzed into the developing banking industry with his sizable wealth, becoming one of the earliest millionaires in London. During this process, Baron Sindras had suffered 3 failures, but he overcame them, one after another. The most harrowing incident was when the Southville People's Bank he founded suffered from a reputation crisis. A bank run happened, nearly bankrupting him. He keeps chatting about my experiences in the southern continent. Is he hinting to me that he has already discovered the problems with my background, and is using it as a warning? He probably never expected that the southern continent experience he keeps repeating is all fake. Klein scoffed inwardly, but he replied while looking absolutely normal, that isn't courage but rashness. Most people who head to the southern continent do have the spirit of adventure, but that's all they have. Without waiting for Baron Sindras to continue, he smiled and said, I nearly hired Mr. Rebark some time ago as my butler. He said that you were an excellent employer. Baron Sindras listened in silence before sighing. That is something that fills me with regret. Back then, I was very sincere in hoping that Rebark could continue being my butler, but he couldn't overcome the conflict within our positions. Upon saying that, Sindras looked at the handsome and elegant Dwayne Dantès, picked up the black tea that had been served by a servant, and took a sip. I also sincerely hope that we can be friends. I hope you can transfer the coin company's 3% to me. I will give you an offer you can't resist. Here it comes. But I have a contract with Mary. Klein fell silent for 2 seconds and said with a smiling sigh, I deeply value my trustworthiness. Upon hearing such an answer, Sindras didn't show any obvious anger. He smiled, curious and surprised, aren't you going to listen to my offer? Klein deliberately spread out his hands with a wry smile. I'm afraid I will find it irresistible. Ha ha. Sindras immediately laughed and slowly stood up. You're as humorous as they say. At the same time, you have a firm will that the rumors fail to mention. He looked at his bodyguard and valet before saying to Dwayne Dantès with a smile, being a partner with you is definitely better than being a competitor. All right, it's time that I leave. There are many things that require my attention. Is this sincere praise, or a veiled threat? Klein wasn't a spectator, so he wasn't able to interpret the subtleties. All he could do was shamelessly reply, likewise. I look forward to having the opportunity to cooperate with you in other domains, Lord Sindras. Dressed in a formal suit and a tie, Baron Sindras smiled and nodded. Without saying another word, he was led out of the main door by Dwayne Dantès and his butler and valet. As he watched the luxurious carriage disappear into the distance, Butler Walter suddenly said, Sir, should I hire some temporary bodyguards? Ah? Klein nearly failed to understand his butler. Seeing his employer's expression remain unperturbed, Walter added, at times, competition in business can endanger one's personal safety. Mr. Butler also noticed the veiled threats by Baron Sindras. Klein curled the corners of his lips and said, I'm not too worried because this is Backland. Because my name is known at the Church of Evernight. Because I'm about to cooperate with the military. Therefore, I'm not afraid of suffering any form of retaliation in the Beyonder domain, and I'm not afraid that matters will develop like with the Inti's ambassador. Besides, Baron Sindras is a successful man with status and power. He won't be that rash. Klein thought inwardly. When Walter attempted to continue, Klein chuckled and said, however, being careful is forever a good habit. You can hire 2 bodyguards. Let them secretly provide me with protection. Try to not have them be discovered by the servants at home. Yes, sir, Walter immediately replied. Klein thought for a moment and said, make a trip to Member of Parliament Mark's place. Invite him to dinner at the Inti Srenzo restaurant tomorrow along with his wife and daughter. If they have a prior commitment, we can postpone it to another day. He planned on informing Mark that he planned on taking the military's test and completing the small arms deal. The most convenient method was to visit Marked at his residence and mention it in passing, but considering how there might be a demigod of the marauder pathway around Hazel, any close contact might result in the aura of the grey fog on him being detected. Therefore, Klein changed his plans and decided to have the venue to be at a restaurant. This way, based on his judgment, the demigod which had failed to parasitize Hazel was unlikely to accompany her. Zio hid in the shadows of the woods as she watched a brown carriage slowly drive past and turn into a particular street in Empress Borough. There was an obvious coat of arms on the carriage. It was mainly a flower and 2 rings. They belonged to the captain of the Lund Kingdom's Royal Guards, Viscount Stratford. Realizing that she had made 0 discoveries, she gloomily left her hiding spot and took a nearby public carriage. She returned straight to the Backlund Bridge area and walked into East Borough. Upon coming to the Duravi Street's bar, Zio easily walked to the bar counter as the drunkards avoided her. She directly asked the bartender who was wiping a cup, any new jobs. The bartender immediately smiled. Yes. Butler Walter, who previously offered a £200 bounty for a few cheats, has offered a new job. It's very simple. Secretly protect his employer for a few days. The payment will be discussed face to face. It will definitely be a handsome reward. He was very pleased with your efficiency during the last mission. He requested that we give you priority. How about it? Are you interested? Zio had a rather deep impression of the butler and his employer because they had spent £200 to seek out cheats who had only scammed £1,000 of cloth. Very generous, and he's quick to pay. Zio did a slight recall before nodding and saying, all right. Chapter 856. Bodyguards arrive. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough. Just as Zio entered, she caught the scent of fried food. She couldn't help but twitch her nose and look towards the kitchen. Force. Would there be anyone else? Force peeked her head out from the kitchen and asked with a smile. Zio put down the papers in her hand, half surprised and half grumbling. Do you still remember how long it's been since you stepped into a kitchen? Making toast in the morning doesn't count. Force returned to the kitchen, leaving only her voice behind. I choose the food outside because they're better. And now, the surrounding streets don't have any good fried chicken. I suddenly had cravings for it. When it comes to Inti's cuisine, I like it the most. Zio walked to the kitchen and leaned against the doorframe as she watched Force busily prepare dinner. She deliberated and said, I received a job. £100 a day. Ranging from 3 to 5 days, but I need another helper. Weren't you previously lacking in money? Why don't we do it together? Actually, my financial situation has improved. However, a mission that pays £50 a day isn't bad. I'll save up as much as I can. There will be plenty of places that require me to spend money in the future. As Force watched her oil-filled pot, she asked, what kind of job is it? She had already calculated how much she could receive. Zio combed her slightly coarse blonde hair and said, secretly protect a tycoon named Dwayne Dantès. What did he encounter? Will it be very dangerous? Force asked cautiously. Zio recalled and said, apparently there was some kind of business conflict, and his competitor has threatened him. This isn't anything dangerous. As you are aware, the powerful beyond us in Backlund wouldn't dare to take any risks, as it's easy to expose themselves, causing them to be targeted by the Nighthawks and mandated punishers. Perhaps the other party is a lunatic? You can't rule that out. While retorting, Force naturally thought of the world German Sparrow. This gentleman was a lunatic who dared to pull off major upsets in Backlund. She paused and scooped up the pieces of fried chicken. Since you've already accepted the mission and I have nothing coming up recently, let's do it together. It's good too. We will be protecting him in secret, so no one will discover that I'm a bodyguard. Otherwise, I'll have no way of participating in those literature saloons. Actually, I can tell them that I'm experiencing life and gathering material. My next novel will be about a female bodyguard and her male employer. Zia was already used to force Pengshang for letting her thoughts wander. She scrunched up her nose and said, "Let's head over after dinner." 160 Beauclund Street. Klein had set up a ritual in the master bedroom's bathroom and headed above the grey fog. He planned on handling some random matters before the bodyguards hired by Butler Walter came. It wouldn't be convenient for him to do them in the coming days. And among these random matters, the most important task was to confirm the situation with the creeping hunger. Sitting behind the seat belonging to the fool, Klein made the human-skinned glove fly out from the junk pile. After a series of divinations, he discovered that the creeping hunger was rather stubborn this time. None of the negative side effects had changed. It's a result of Mr. A's corruption, so it's absolutely not giving up its praise of the true creator? The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he seriously considered the solution to this matter. Find another way to threaten it? No, how can I call it threatening? Under the premise of being proactive, I will be engaging in friendly communication with it. Klein rapped the corner of the long mottled table and muttered silently. I'll be writing to Mr. Azik later anyway. I can also mention in passing that the creeping hunger seal is no longer effective. I can also bring some mushrooms along with me. No, that wouldn't work. Although it will stop the creeping hunger from praising the true creator, it will make it unusable. I'll get a few of the original mutated mushrooms from Frank to see if there are other effects. After determining his thought process, Klein threw Azik's copper whistle and the adventurer's harmonica through the door of sacrifice and bestowment before returning to the real world. He packed up the ritual items and wiped away any traces of the ritual. After leaving the bathroom, Klein walked to his study desk, taking out a fountain pen and paper as he deliberated over the things to say. Dear Mr. Azik, it's been a while since I've written to you. I wonder how you've been recently. Due to certain unforeseen circumstances, your seal on the creeping hunger is no longer effective. Can you give me the corresponding method? I wish to apply the seal on it again. Have you heard of creatures known as spirit world plunderers? What level are they, and what kinds of characteristics do they have? Where are they usually active in? I might be heading to the southern continent in the near future. If I obtain any new information on death, I'll write to you as soon as possible. Putting down the fountain pen and reading it twice, Klein folded the letter and blew the copper whistle. Silently, white bone spewed out from the floor, gushing out like a fountain into mid-air, forming a giant skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. The skeleton lowered its head to glance at Dwayne Dantès before bending its back, bending its right arm and spreading open its palm. This messenger is becoming more polite. Klein nodded in satisfaction, handing it the letter. The skeleton messenger didn't stay, and it immediately disintegrated, pouring down like a waterfall before rapidly vanishing. Klein silently heaved a sigh of relief as he retracted his gaze and continued writing a letter to Frank. The dried mushrooms you provided were pretty good. Do you still have more? Do you find the idea I previously mentioned viable? If you encounter any difficulties during the research process, you can write to me. After folding the letter, Klein blew into the adventurer's harmonica. He saw Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker appear by his side. She still lacked a head as she wore a complicated black dress while holding 4 beautiful blonde, red-eyed heads. Can you lock onto Frank Lee? Klein asked rather confidently. After all, Miss Messenger was unlike ordinary messengers. She was a spirit world creature at the demigod level. Under normal circumstances, a messenger could only locate the contractor or the person who held the summoning ritual. As for the latter, there was a limitation. Once the ritual was too far away, the messenger wouldn't be able to find them. Rionette Tinker's foreheads turned in unison and looked at Klein. Yes, it's that man. Who wants to plant everything, right? What did Frank do to leave such a deep impression on Miss Messenger? Back when I replied, she even said that she hoped that he wasn't dead. Klein nodded seriously. Yes. Rionette Tinker's forehead spoke one after another. Can locate, I labeled him. Ah? Klein turned agape, nearly forgetting his motives. Poor Frank, no, the great and powerful Frank. He actually got Miss Messenger to specially label him. May the goddess watch over him. Klein silently exhaled and handed the letter to Runaway. Please hand it to Frank. He will pay you the gold coin. One of the heads in Runaway's hand opened its mouth and bit down on the letter. Then, it directly entered the spirit world, unable to be sensed again. After dealing with these matters, Klein left the copper whistle and harmonica on him. He went downstairs to have dinner. Midway, Walter entered and whispered into Dwayne Dantès' ear, "The bodyguards have arrived. It's that Miss Zio and her friend from before. I will arrange for them to secretly provide you protection." Miss Zio and her friend? Don't tell me it's Miss Magician. Klein was momentarily at a loss for words as all he could do was gently nod, acknowledging the new tidbit of information. His spirituality actually didn't sense that someone had infiltrated his house. However, this was very normal since it wasn't time for most people to sleep for the night. When it was that period of time, any abnormalities became rather obvious. Therefore, unless Klein specially used his spirituality to leave undetectable marks at key spots, or if the intruder had plenty of ill intentions towards him, he would find it difficult to notice them. In a bedroom on the 3rd floor, Zio and Force each took a window. Through the glass, they looked down at the garden. This is my dream house. When I have enough money, I'll buy a house just like this in a scenic area. No, I'll still choose Backland. There are more delicacies here, and it's more convenient, Force said sincerely. With that said, she sighed inwardly. Unfortunately, I have the curse of the full moon. I can only continue improving myself. Otherwise, I'd have kept a house instead of selling it for cash. Zio traced her friend's gaze and looked outside, whispering, "I lived in such a residence when I was little." Force stole a glance at Zio. As she had no idea what to say, she changed topics. "How should we provide him with protection?" Zio retracted her gaze. "When Mr. Dwayne Dantès is home and without guests, we'll just hide in the room and watch the surroundings to prevent anyone from infiltrating. When there are guests, we'll head to the adjacent room and keep close attention to any developments. We'll open the door at any moment to save him. If Mr. Dwayne Dantès were to head out, the butler will inform us ahead of time. I'll hide underneath the carriage to protect him while you'll follow on another carriage." "Zio, you're becoming more and more professional." Force seriously praised her before chuckling. "I saw Mr. Dwayne Dantès' portrait just now. If you hadn't told me that the danger arose because of a business conflict, I would have suspected that the problem arose because of love." Before Force finished her sentence, she suddenly saw a carriage stop outside the compound. Following that, a few policemen in black and white checkered uniforms got out of the carriage. "What's happening?" She looked at her friend and found Zio looking equally puzzled. Inside the living room on the 2nd floor, Klein met the 4 officers. "Mr. Dwayne Dantès, do you know Mr. Cuaron?" "Cuaron?" Klein tried recalling and remembered that it was the gentleman who had sold him the coin company shares. "Yes, what happened to him?" Klein asked calmly. The officer that led the team replied in a rather polite manner, "He committed suicide. In addition, he left behind a will, accusing you of forcing him to sell his shares and torturing him using all kinds of underhanded means, causing him to suffer from severe depression. And his family has provided proof regarding the contents of his will." Chapter 857. Poignant. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Cuaron committed suicide? His will accused me of forcing him to sell his shares? His family can even provide evidence? As Klein listened to the officer's description, he digested the relevant information and produced questions in his mind. After he understood the situation, his first reaction was, "Baron Sindras has taken action." This powerful banker didn't hesitate to carry out his follow-up action against me after failing to cooperate with me, treating me as an enemy. He didn't hold back. Furthermore, he has clearly gathered enough information to know that Dwayne Dantès is involved with the Church of Evernight and Member of Parliament marked and the faction backing him. If he were to directly deal with me, it would easily attract unwanted trouble. Therefore, he chose to strike at the other end of the transaction, Cuaron. This will be more indirect and safer, but it would be equally treacherous and ruthless. This is an utter disregard of an ordinary person's life. Klein suddenly recalled the innocent people who collapsed during the Great Smog of Backland. He couldn't help but feel a sense of rage surge within him as it bubbled to the surface but was ice cold. Klein used his clown powers to control his facial expression, making him look even more surprised as he asked, seemingly finding the situation incomprehensible, "Are you certain you aren't joking?" The leading officer nodded solemnly. "If we didn't have sufficient clues to support it, we wouldn't disturb a gentleman like you. Mr. Dwayne Dantès, I'll have to trouble you to follow us to the station for further investigations." Despite looking unperturbed, Klein's mind was racing. Just as he was about to say something, he suddenly noticed something illogical. Regardless, murder is a serious crime in the current Lun Kingdom. With Baron Syndra's identity, status, and social connections, he will have at least a few dozen effective means to deal with a foreign tycoon that just came to Backland 2 months ago. There's no need to go this far. After all, as a member of high society, he will more or less understand or be in contact with beyonder powers. He knows that there are all kinds of incredible means to pursue the true murderer. Unless he's completely confident, taking the risk to frame someone for murder is definitely the worst choice. If Syndras were to use his authority to suppress the investigations of the official beyonders, it will definitely be more effective and simpler to employ other means. Even if he temporarily isn't aware that I'm about to work with the military, he's definitely aware of my connection with the Church of Evernite and Member of Parliament marked. He wouldn't do things in such a simple and brazen manner. Most importantly, even if he's the kind of murderer who would kill for 3% shares, why didn't he do it earlier? He could have held Cuaron at gunpoint early on, resolving the matter without causing any fuss. Klein glanced at the officers in front of him while in thought without immediately giving an answer. And in an adjacent room, Zio and Force were leaning against the wall. Using the latter's ability to open a small door, they didn't miss any parts of the entire conversation. "What do we do? If the police want to arrest him, do we still provide protection?" Force, who lacked the experience of a bounty hunter, hurriedly suppressed her voice as she asked her friend. She never expected that the business conflict would result in a case of murder and suspicion of framing. The enemy she had imagined had transformed from an infiltrating murderous bandit into a police officer. She was momentarily unsure of what to do. Zio was also in a dilemma. Usually, a bodyguard will only deal with illegal encroachers. But they have given a sufficiently sizable remuneration. Force was surprised and amused by the response as she asked, "If he really is imprisoned, are you thinking of breaking him out of jail? Let's put aside the problem of danger. That way, you too would be wanted, and you won't be able to be a bounty hunter again. When the time comes, do you plan on fleeing elsewhere with this gentleman?" As she spoke, Force, who had already come up with a story, discovered that Dwayne Dantès had a response. This elegant gentleman with white sideburns turned to look at Walter and said with a calm and gentle voice, "Two matters. First, visit Baron Syndras and tell him that someone is trying to frame him." Walter revealed a rare look of surprise and confusion, finding his employer's instructions incomprehensible. From his point of view, this matter was highly likely to be machinated by Baron Syndras. It was pointless visiting him, as it would only result in mockery. Klein smiled. "He was a guest recently, and he had threatened me for the shares. Following that, Mr. Cuaron met with his demise. I find it hard to believe that he wouldn't be under suspicion. Therefore, I believe that it's necessary to warn him. This is what a gentleman should do." The officers were slightly perturbed by what was said. They had the inexplicable feeling that the matter was more complicated than they had imagined. As for Walter, he was somewhat enlightened as he replied, "Yes, sir. I'll immediately visit Baron Syndras and inform your friends and his of this matter. This way, if this wasn't done by Baron Syndras, all subsequent trouble would be dealt with by him. If he were the mastermind behind this, by involving him in the name of kindly warning him and spreading the news, it could create sufficient pressure from public opinion. It would make it easier for Member of Parliament Marked and Company to rescue him. Smart. A good butler really helps." Klein silently praised him as he continued, "Second, please call for my lawyer to handle this tiny inconvenience." After instructing his butler and valet, Klein looked at the few officers in front of him. "All right, I'll follow you back to the station. I won't make things difficult for you. However, I wouldn't answer any of your questions before my lawyer arrives." The leading officer heaved a sigh of relief as he said with a nod, "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Dantès." At this moment, in the adjacent room, Force hurriedly said, "Are we following?" "Yes." "I'll hide underneath the carriage now and follow it to the station." "We can't be certain that those police officers are real ones," Zio replied rather cautiously. She paused, seizing the moment to ask, "What else do you wish to say?" Force thought for a moment and poignantly said, "Nobles and tycoons are truly terrifying." Zio was taken aback. She didn't speak further as she walked to the window. Supporting herself with one hand, she nimbly jumped down, landing in the shadows of the building. A few minutes later, Klein and two officers boarded a carriage belonging to Dwayne Dantès. When he sat down, he looked at the thick carpet, his expression the same as before. At the police station, Klein was directly brought to an interrogation room. However, he didn't give a response, regardless of what the officer asked. Only when his lawyer arrived did he give an account. He said that he had only met Couron once. He also mentioned that the negotiation of the share purchase was completely handled by a professional team, hence, he didn't personally involve himself in it. He repeated his statements, saying that he was unaware of anything else. This left the interrogator at a loss until he was called out of the room. After a while, the officer responsible for recording the statement walked in and said, "All right, you may leave. A gentleman with an honorable status has vouched for you and paid for your bail." Klein didn't immediately stand up as he continued sitting in the chair. He looked up and asked, "Who is it?" The officer said with a respectful tone, "Baron Sindras." Klein immediately revealed a smile as he slowly got up. He left the interrogation room with his lawyer before meeting up with his butler and valet. At the entrance to the police station, he met Baron Sindras once again. This powerful banker's hair was still neatly combed back, with silver and black interweaving with each other. Beside him was a valet and his bearded bodyguard. "Thank you for your warning, Dantès." Few people would be so calm and sharp when they encounter such a sudden turn of events. Sindras smiled as he took 2 steps forward, reached out his palm, and shook Klein's hand. Klein replied with a smile, "I was simply trusting your character." Sindras obviously didn't believe such lip service. He found an excuse and, with his bodyguard, boarded Dwayne Dantès' carriage. As for his valet, he sent him off to his luxurious carriage to instruct the carriage driver to follow behind. As parasol trees flew past outside the carriage window, Sindras spoke first. "Dantès, how did you come to such a judgment?" Klein glanced at his butler and valet beside him and chuckled. 2 points. First, I believe that you will have a better solution. You wouldn't do something this violent. Sindras drank a mouthful of white wine on the carriage as he chuckled. Indeed. The corners of Klein's mouth twitched as he said, "I'm very curious as to what kind of methods you would employ." He had only asked in passing, without the extravagant hopes of obtaining an answer. However, Sindras chuckled and said, "With matters developing this far, it doesn't matter if I tell you. It's very simple. Isn't your goal to enter high society? I plan to hire women of different ages. They will accuse you on different social occasions that you toyed with their feelings and bodies, but you refuse to be responsible for your actions. If necessary, I'll find a few toddling children to clasp you around the legs, calling you PA. 1. Perhaps I might get some civilians to accuse you of seducing their wives and destroying their marriage. This is Lun, a rather conservative place. No one would wish to have such a person as a friend. Likewise, the Church of Evernight, who values a marriage and family, will also distance itself from you. It will be difficult to clear the air on such matters, yet, it wouldn't be a big deal. They wouldn't use their resources to help do an investigation for you. By the time you eventually find a loophole, your image would be hardened and known by all. How many people do you think will believe your explanations? You are just a newcomer and have yet to build a reputation. You aren't that trustworthy. Of course, if you were willing to accept my conditions, I'd stake my reputation for you. That will be the first step. Now, it wouldn't happen. Klein was almost stunned by what he heard. He found himself too inexperienced compared to a seasoned banker who had established a commercial empire for himself. I believe I should thank you, he replied with an unfazed smile. Second, if you really wanted the 3% shares, I wouldn't be your match when it comes to wealth. It would ultimately be better to force Mr. Cuaron rather than killing him after the sale is completed. Syndras raised his right hand and pressed his fingers to the corner of his forehead as he chuckled. No, you're mistaken. I was bent on obtaining the 3% share. However, you're right about one thing. I did prepare an irresistible offer for Cuaron, but he suddenly made a decision and completed the deal with you at an extremely fast speed. It caught me by surprise. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly as he suddenly fell silent. Returning to 160 Beauclund Street, Zio circled the area and entered the third floor again, seeing Force, who had easily entered by using door opening. How is it? Nothing happened, right? Force, who had only followed from a distance away, asked curiously. Zio shook her head in a slightly wooden manner. No. She then revealed a poignant expression. Nobles and tycoons are truly terrifying. Chapter 858. Generous. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. On the tiny balcony of the master bedroom, Klein stood behind a railing in the form of Dwayne Dantès. He silently watched Baron Syndras's luxurious carriage depart. His mind was still resonating with the conversation he just had. He believed that there had been a secret plot behind the acquiring of the Coim Company's shares from the very beginning. According to Syndras, although the Coim Company has great potential and bright prospects, its current value is only limited to Backland. It's constrained by many conditions, making it not worthy for a powerful banker to place such great importance on it that he had to take on a stance of being hell-bent on acquiring it. After all, even if he didn't succeed, it would only be a difference in monetary profit. It wouldn't result in any losses. For the seller, Cuaron, it's very normal to be under external stress to sell his shares for cash. It's also very normal for him to be unwilling to cede moneybags, Baron Syndras from the Conservative Party. But herein lies the problem. As a businessman, faced with a deal that isn't considered important, the political inclinations are something to be considered when prices are similar. There's no reason to reject the possibility of receiving an extremely high premium. Yet, he had deliberately rushed to close the deal with Dwayne Dantès before Syndras could make his final offer. It's as if he has a grudge with money or views the Conservative Party with extreme prejudice. And this doesn't match the current political climate. The Lund Kingdom's internal politics hasn't reached such a splintered state. From the looks of it, someone is forcing Syndras to do this, and someone had designed a trap, using Cuaron's 3% shares as the bait and me as the cover to lure Syndras into the trap, wishing to achieve a certain goal. Klein looked at the street lamps under the night sky as he sighed poignantly. Based on my assumption, if I hadn't discovered the problem tonight and hadn't sent someone to Syndras, the subsequent developments would definitely have me crushed by all kinds of seemingly incriminating evidence. And when the military or the Church of Evernite intervenes, there will undoubtedly be a twist in the evidence, incriminating Syndras. During this process, just a tiny misjudgment on Syndras's part will result in him treating Dwayne Dantès as an accomplice of the mastermind behind this ploy. He would use a rather intense method in response, hammering the final nail in my coffin. As for who the mastermind was and their true goals, Klein had no idea. All he could do was confirm that Mary likely wasn't aware of the truth. She was only used due to her anxiousness to preserve her control over the Coim Company. In short, she wasn't qualified to be deeply involved in the mastermind's ploy. Environment protection. New party. Conservative Party. Bankers. Acquisition. Framing. One word after another surfaced in Klein's mind, seemingly allowing him to see through the present calm in Backland. He saw the dangerous stirrings that were hidden beneath the surface. They existed for a long time and hadn't been quelled because of the Great Smog. It was even possible that it was just an extension of the tragedy. When all of these meshed together, mixed with the tense international environment, Klein suddenly thought of a word: revolution. In that second, Klein seemed to catch a whiff of the impending storm. Together with the prophecy of the apocalypse, I wonder how much chaos and madness are brewing in secret. Currently, my main goal is to start from the military and investigate the truth behind the great smog of Backland. If I were to get caught up in this maelstrom, there's a high chance I'll get involved in unnecessary trouble. Perhaps it might expose my sequence powers, preventing me from continuing my act as Dwayne Dantès. Klein retracted his gaze, having made up his decision. It was to quickly extricate himself from the matter. As for Syndra's safety, he wasn't too worried. First, the former had the Conservative Party backing him, and he had his own faction. With him on alert, it would be difficult for him to suffer any further harm. Second, Klein didn't have any deep ties with him, thus, providing a warning had already spoken volumes of his character. As for the truth behind Cuaron's death, he had no right to carry out any investigations. All he could do was trust in the Nighthawk's rich experience and the myriad of means to have a chance of finding the real clues. How should I extricate myself? As long as the shares are with me, it implies that I'll ultimately remain center stage. Get Mary to acquire it ahead of time? That will be very difficult. She likely doesn't have the funds. Sell it to Syndra's? That will be in violation of the contract. Amidst Klein's flurry of thoughts, he gradually had an idea. His facial muscles twitched a little for some baffling reason before they relaxed. This was because what he wanted to do was something he had planned on doing but lacked the ability to do so. Furthermore, it would also benefit him by establishing an image, bettering his chances of entering high society. In the room adjacent to the balcony, Zio and Force were observing the streets and garden. One of them was looking at the crimson moon that was half hidden behind the thick clouds. There was a prolonged silence. Only when Dwayne Dantès' lights were extinguished did Force turn to look at her friend. She said in excitement and clear poignancy, "Being a tycoon sure isn't easy. If you were him, you might have gone bankrupt in 3 days and be sent to jail." Zio shot her a glance and said, "I can hire a powerful butler, a professional lawyer, and a capable business secretary to help me." Force didn't continue putting her down as she said with a smile, "If I were you, I would change all of it to cash, bonds, and property. I'll use the annual income they bring about to maintain a decent life." Just as she said that, she saw Zio frown slightly. She cast her gaze towards the first floor. What happened? Force tensed up. Zio observed for a few seconds before saying, "My spiritual perception tells me that an item or matter related to black magic has appeared." One of the biggest advantages of a sheriff was that when they were close enough, they could sense matters related to evil, chaos, and madness that weren't screened. Black magic? Force was considered a senior beyonder, so she wasn't unfamiliar with that. Strictly speaking, anything that didn't pass through the 7 orthodox deities was considered as black magic. It included ritualistic magic that prayed to secret existences. In the typical sense, black magic referred to the use of flesh and blood, hair, and all kinds of strange items to cast strange spells. It partially involved evil gods, one's beyonder powers, the spirituality of the materials used, and the correct symbols and magic labels. Zio nodded heavily and said, "Yes, it's on the first floor. I plan on taking a look. Stay here to protect Mr. Dantès." Force kept silent for 2 seconds and nodded without wasting any time. "Okay." After Zio left the balcony's half-open room, Force took out Leymano's travels from a hidden pouch, prepared to immediately take action if anything amiss happened. Elsewhere, Zio nimbly and briskly arrived at the first floor. Following her senses, she arrived outside a room. After confirming that the target was inside, Zio was surprised as her expression gradually darkened. If she didn't remember wrongly, this room likely belonged to Butler Walter, who had hired her. During her momentary daze, the black magic item or matter which triggered her spiritual perception vanished. Calm returned to the room as though nothing abnormal had happened. Zio hurriedly pressed her ear to the door and carefully listened, confirming that there was the breathing of a human inside. After waiting for a while and seeing that Walter wasn't doing anything else, she returned to the third floor with a look of suspicion. She recounted her findings to her friend and finally said, "Do we feign ignorance, or think of a way to remind Mr. Dantès?" Force thought and said, "Perhaps the butler doesn't have any ill intentions? Let's keep observing." After deciding on their stance, she tiskered in wonder. "I have to say that Mr. Dwayne Dantès is a really pitiful person. Not only was he used by others to harm Baron Cindras and get framed, nearly throwing him into jail and losing his reputation, but he also has a butler who researches black magic with an unknown motive. Sigh, I hope he doesn't lose his life because of that. On this front, he's only a helpless commoner." Zio nodded in agreement. "If we're unable to determine the butler's intentions after 3 days are over, we can leave a slip for him to warn him." The next morning, Klein glanced at Walter in a normal fashion after having breakfast before leaving home with Richardson. He rode a cathedral to St. Samuel Cathedral. After the preaching and prayers, Klein didn't make any donations. Instead, he directly came to Bishop Electra. "Is there something?" Although this bishop was under immense stress due to the infiltration of Channy's Gate, he was still rather friendly when dealing with the faithful. Klein smiled and replied, "I've recently been involved in certain matters and have come to recognize my true self." Without waiting for Electra to inquire, he continued, "I wish to establish a foundation that targets the poor. I hope that they can receive help from the church. I will place the coin company's shares I have on hand into this foundation, so as to kickstart this initiative using all the funds obtainable from the contract." Electra was nearly stupefied by what he heard because it was definitely a sizable sum. Although it wasn't public knowledge how much Dwayne Dantès spent on acquiring the 3% shares, just from the relevant sources of information, it was estimated to be over £10,000. Furthermore, the future returns were nothing to scoff at. And back then, Mary had been pursued by many men of status who had wealth in the range of tens of thousands of pounds. Therefore, for Dwayne Dantès to suddenly donate more than £10,000 was definitely considered a generous move. In the whole of the Church of Evernite, apart from donations from a deceased's will, there were only a handful of one-time donations that exceeded this amount. "This is an act that deserves all kinds of praise," Electra said from the bottom of his heart. "However, I have the obligation to remind you that you shouldn't do something that exceeds your reach." Klein smiled and replied, "This isn't a small sum for me as well, but it's still acceptable. It wouldn't affect my life and business." Electra's smile gradually turned warm as he said with a nod, "The goddess will definitely watch you." Upon hearing this blessing, Klein's expression nearly froze. Electra continued, "I will report the matter to His Grace and try to organize a charity party for this foundation. When the time comes, I'll invite the goddess's faithful from different domains. They will include powerful aristocrats and their families. Let's see if there are more people who are willing to participate." He knew very well that Dwayne Dantès was attempting to enter high society, therefore, he had deliberately made mention of powerful aristocrats. Chapter 859. New Mushrooms. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. In the bottom cabin of the future where it was pitch black, Frank Lee lit a candle which illuminated a table covered with flesh, mushrooms, wheat, and fish. He casually pushed the items away and cleared out a space that was just enough to accommodate a piece of paper. Right on the heels of that, he spread out a piece of paper, picked up a fountain pen, and wrote with an excited expression. "My dear friend, German Sparrow, I'm delighted to know that you found the dry mushrooms to be pretty good. Perhaps it's more useful than I imagined it to be. When I'm free, I'll take another look at them. As I've been fully focused, in both body and mind, in the experiment you mentioned, I've already stopped all other creations. Most of the mushrooms have been burned away by Nina, leaving me with the last 3. I hope it will be of help to you. Placed together with them are my latest products. One of them is a type of mushroom that grows by feeding on flesh and blood. They have 3 breeds. The first is crossbred with wheat and can be ground into a mushroom powder that can be used to make bread. Another has the characteristic of being mixed with milk, allowing milk to be drawn from them. The last has been crossbred with fish. They come with a refreshing taste and it has a thick meaty texture. The things to take note of is that they are absolutely not to be eaten raw. They need to be cooked in 90 degrees Celsius hot water for at least 5 minutes so as to kill any living characteristics, otherwise, regardless of what it turns into, it will absorb the flesh and blood around it, including human organs. Another point. It's unable to distinguish between normal flesh and monster flesh, nor can they deal with the latter properly. They will accumulate with the corresponding toxicity and madness. I think they will experience different mutations because of the different types of monster flesh, producing different kinds of danger. However, I wasn't able to verify that because I lack a sufficient number of monster corpses. If you were to obtain one while adventuring, please mail me one. I only need a tiny amount. As for any other problems that might exist, I'm not sure either. It's still a prototype, preventing further attempts and observation. I wish you all the best and to have a bountiful time adventuring. Sincerely, your friend, Frank Lee. After putting down the fountain pen, Frank read his reply in its entirety before folding in satisfaction. He found a gold coin and placed it over the letter. He quickly set up the messenger summoning ritual in preparation to chant the incantation. At this moment, he subconsciously surveyed his surroundings and was stunned. Then, Frank moved the nearby pile of soil out the door. In Empress Borough, the opulent villa of Earl Hall, Audrey was hiding in her room, observing the glass bottle in her hand. In the bottle was a translucent, colorless, sticky liquid. It was like a mirror when still, completely reflecting everything within its vicinity. When undulations happened, a very tiny whirlpool would silently spin beneath the surface. This was none other than the hypnotist potion which she had just successfully concocted. Audrey had already digested her psychiatrist potion and planned on advancing to sequence 6 before Backlund psychology alchemists contacted her. After using placate to quell her mental state, Audrey gently bit down on her lip, raised the glass bottle, and downed the potion. After a brief chill, she suddenly felt her mind seem to explode. Her body also seemed to be contaminated as it turned somewhat incorporeal. At that moment, her soul body, astral projection, and ether body were being absorbed and assimilated by her body of heart and mind. Her entire person was like an amalgamation of pure thoughts that began churning. She felt the boundless sea of collective subconscious which connected all living creatures, and she sensed the spirituality sky that stood in contrast. Having experienced the sense of alarm she received during her psychiatrist advancement, Audrey didn't panic. She ultimately maintained a sliver of lucidity and curbed her instinctive urge to fuse into the sea. She allowed her consciousness to spread out in all directions before contracting like a rubber band. After an unknown period of time, she finally found her inner self. She saw the back of her hand covered in dense, firm golden scales and saw that the hair on her shoulders turned luxuriant and heavy, as though they were really made of gold. After these anomalies receded, Audrey quickly recovered. However, when she looked into the mirror, she found her green eyes appear clear, but deep down was a strange bottomless whirlpool. It made it difficult for others to shift their gaze away from them, easily drowning within them. This is a sign of the dispersing spirituality that has yet to have been fully converged. Audrey slowly eased her brows as her smile turned bright. She looked at herself in the mirror and nodded gently, finding it hard to hide her smile. Audrey, you are already a sequence 6. After she calmed her emotions, she seriously introspected herself to determine her new beyonder powers and the qualitative changes. After some work, Audrey came to a rough understanding of the situation. First, her constitution had received a significant enhancement. Be it her strength or agility, it had exceeded an ordinary person's. She could also form a layer of scales over her skin, largely resisting and reducing any damage. Second was a qualitative change in psychological cue. It became a form of hypnosis within the non-combat domain. As long as she made the target focus on something, Audrey could open the door to their body of heart and mind and directly alter their conscious and affect their subconscious. This way, the target wouldn't notice that they were abiding by her arrangements, taking actions that didn't match their true intentions. Of course, if Audrey's arrangement directly harmed the target's life or something he subconsciously placed great importance to, then the target would produce an intense resistance, causing the hypnosis to fail. In addition, if the target had a strong soul and firm body and mind, they would be able to resist the hypnosis to a certain extent. Third, battle hypnotism. Audrey could forcefully hypnotize an enemy, making them do something abnormal, such as attacking their companions or avoid her, the hypnotist. However, such hypnosis only lasted for short periods of time. The target would quickly snap awake and sense the problem. Similarly, it was unable to harm the target's life and make the enemy commit suicide. Fourth was psychological invisibility. With one's control of the target's body of heart and mind, allowing oneself to remain in the blind spot of one's consciousness, she could achieve the effect of invisibility despite someone standing in front of her without being able to sense her. Very impressive. My only regret is that I still lack beyonder powers that can launch direct attacks. Audrey puffed her cheeks in an indiscernible manner as she tried hard to converge her spirituality and make her eyes less intoxicating. After mostly eliminating her abnormalities, she opened the door and let Susie in. With the help of her golden retriever, she began familiarizing herself with her new beyonder powers. Before long, her lady's maid, Annie, knocked on the door and entered with an invitation letter in hand. "My lady, the church will be organizing a charity party on Saturday night for a newly established bursary foundation that's targeted at the poor. They have invited you." Audrey didn't directly agree as she asked, "Did they invite my parents?" "Yes, they were also invited, as well as Lord Hebert," Annie replied honestly. Audrey nodded and said with a smile, "Tell the church that I'll be participating. Also, figure out the exact situation with the charity foundation so that I can better decide on the amount to donate." In the evening at the Inti Srenzo restaurant. This place is truly dazzling. It's much prettier than the living rooms and activity rooms of many nobles. Force looked around as though she was here to gather material. Although she had participated in many noble organized literature saloons, she had always visited them at their residences and not at such top-end restaurants. Zio grabbed at her coarse blonde hair. "This is the style of Intis. It's different from us. It might look pretty, but it lacks substance." "How does it lack substance?" "Look, those are all famous oil paintings and sculptures," Force deliberately retorted. During this process, she suppressed her voice, as they hadn't entered by the main door. As she spoke, she found the private room mentioned by Walter. Force directly used door opening and pulled Zio in. They hid inside a pantry cupboard and waited for their target of protection, Dwayne Dantès, and his guests to arrive. "How much do you think the 3% shares of Coin Company is worth?" Bored, Force casually asked. In the morning, she had entered St. Samuel Cathedral with Zio to provide protection while feigning prayer. Zio hesitated and said, "At least several £1,000s." The bishop seemed to place a great deal of importance on the matter. How rich. Donating thousands of pounds just like that. Why doesn't he save poor people like us? Force said poignantly in a joking manner. At this moment, the door to the room opened. Dwayne Dantès and Mark's family walked in and took their seats. The waiters also started rushing around. Zio and Force didn't speak further as they eavesdropped on the chit-chat outside as they observed the surrounding situation. From time to time, their noses would twitch because of the food's fragrance. Suddenly, Zio frowned as though she had sensed something before quickly easing her brows as though nothing had happened. "What's wrong?" Force leaned in towards her friend's ear and whispered. Zio shook her head. "Nothing. I was uptight, causing me to overreact." At that moment, Klein put down his fork and knife, glancing to the side with a normal expression. In his eyes, which had his spirit vision activated, a blonde, red-eyed head had appeared out of the void. In its mouth was a thick letter. Klein faintly caught the scent of milk, wheat, and fish. The corners of his mouth twitched as he secretly reached out his left hand to grab the letter. And sitting in the other 3 seats, marked, Rihanna, and Hazel didn't notice anything. Klein stuffed the letter into his pocket without anyone noticing as a waiter walked out of the pantry, serving a new dish to the 4 customers. Among the dishes, 2 of them were butter-fried mushrooms. Upon seeing this scene, Klein suddenly felt disgusted. His expression turned odd as his left palm that remained in his pocket trembled. Chapter 860. Runaway Horse. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Thankfully, it's not a mushroom dish I ordered, or else it would have been a waste of a dish. Despite believing that he no longer affected by the trauma inflicted upon him by mushrooms, the smell that came with the letter successfully made him suffer a relapse. Klein's expression rapidly restored itself as he retracted his left hand and placed it on the cup to his side, drinking the ice water inside. "Please give me another cup." As though nothing had happened, he turned his head and instructed the waiter who was at the door. At the same time, he pressed down his clothes and slowly got up while expressing his apologies before heading for a bathroom attached to the private room. It was opposite the pantry, placed on either side of the main door. Hiding in a cupboard, Force heard footsteps approach as the bathroom's door opened and closed. She couldn't help but lean into Zio's ear and whisper in amusement, "It's the second time. They've been here for slightly more than 30 minutes, and Dwayne Dantès has already gone to the washroom twice. The first time was clearly to pee. If it's for the same reason, it means that this gentleman's kidneys, bladder, or prostate is problematic. He's coming out. He's coming out. He's really only peeing. TSK, he seems to drink plenty of water usually and often heads to the bathroom. Sigh, it's difficult being a tycoon, but it's even more difficult being a good-looking tycoon in particular." Zio rolled her eyes. "What has that got to do with you? Focus and be serious. We're on a mission." Also, that bodyguard of the Member of Parliament named Mark seemed pretty strong. He's probably a Beyonder. We need to be careful. Force had no choice but to suppress her desire to chat as she shrank back. They're guarding the area outside without being wary of others passing through the walls. How unprofessional. All right, we'll chat when we're back. At that moment, Klein had returned to the table and sat back in his seat. He drank a mouthful of ice water, sipped on some white wine, and said to Mark with a smile, "Having been here in Backland for nearly 2 months, I've been busy getting used to the environment and hadn't found the time to start a new business. Every day I wake up seeing money flowing out without any coming in. Hen, it's about time I do something." He indicated his willingness to participate in the arms dealing by cracking a joke. Mark stroked his cup and said with a warm smile, "I can empathize with that. In the beginning, I was in such a stage as well. How much money do you have to spare? I can introduce you to some friends for a partnership." Klein replied in a calm tone, "I'll be able to spare a maximum of £20,000 at present." "You're richer than I imagined," Mark said with a heartfelt sigh. Under normal circumstances, a tycoon who had a liquidity of £20,000 was definitely someone whose overall wealth was on the order of £100,000. Not giving Dwayne Dantès a chance to be humble, he casually said, "Didn't you buy 3% of the coin company's shares before? You can pledge it for at least £10,000. That will give you some liquidity." Klein immediately smiled and sighed. "I have already donated those shares to the church. I plan to establish a bursary foundation that's targeted at the poor." "You donated it to the church?" Mark had yet to meet the priests or bishops of St. Samuel Cathedral today. Furthermore, he had been out and had yet to receive the invitation, therefore, he wasn't aware of the new development. Rihanna and Hazel, who were enjoying the delicious food, looked up as well, subconsciously casting their gazes at Dwayne Dantès. At their level, it wasn't uncommon to have friends they knew that could donate £10,000, but very few could donate that much in one go. And among these few people, there might not even be one who was willing to donate such amounts. No, there was one now, Dwayne Dantès. Yes. Klein nodded with his usual expression. "If not for the goddess's blessings, I would have long died in the chaotic southern continent. And when I was young, if I had the chance to attend school and study, perhaps my life would have been completely different. Thus, I wish to give those children who desire to change their fate some hope. Your character is as amazing as your generosity." Rihanna lowered her cutlery and praised sincerely. Hazel also nodded indiscernibly. The way she looked at Dwayne Dantès turned significantly gentler. Seeing her parents begin an idle conversation over the charity, she excused herself and walked to the bathroom, seemingly pressing her right hand onto her abdomen. When she arrived at the door, she was just about to turn right when she suddenly turned her head and looked at the cupboard beside the pantry. She frowned slightly and revealed a look of confusion before retracting her gaze and opening the washroom's wooden door. When Hazel came out after washing her hands, she had apparently forgotten the abnormality that had happened. She touched the necklace at her chest and returned to the dining table. Dinner came to an end after the dishes and dessert were served. The four left the private room and met the two bodyguards outside with their servants. They were preparing to return home. At this moment, Hazel suddenly paused and said, "I think I dropped my ear studs inside. Sorry about that. Please wait a moment." Without waiting for Mariana to instruct a waitress to do the search, Hazel turned around and circled around the bend, returning to the room she had been in. Hazel lowered her hand that held her left ear and directly entered the connected pantry until she was in front of the cupboard. She then placed her hand on it. She had planned on opening the door to the cupboard at an extremely fast speed, but after some thought, she decided to be cautious by holding onto her necklace with one hand and turning her body sideways to prevent any sudden attacks from whatever was inside. As she held her breath, Hazel took the chance when the waiter was clearing the table inside to suddenly pull the door open, exposing whatever was inside. However, apart from some spare cutlery and tablecloth, there was nothing. Hazel once again wore a look of puzzlement, as though she couldn't believe the scene before her eyes. "I clearly sensed something very valuable inside," she muttered under her breath and quickly closed the door before her maidservant chased up to her and walked out of the pantry. Outside the Inti Srenzo restaurant, Force and Zio turned their heads simultaneously and looked inside. "That girl actually noticed us," Force whispered in disbelief and amazement. If she hadn't used door opening and sneaked out from the back of the cupboard, she and Zio would have been discovered, having no choice but to admit that they were secretly protecting Dwayne Dantès. Zio wore a confounded look as well. "I remember that you didn't speak or move about when she was heading to the washroom. Perhaps she's a Beyonder as well, and has a certain type of spiritual intuition," Force made an uncertain guess. "Mr. Dwayne Dantès sure leads a difficult life. He often encounters the power struggles between tycoons and nobles while having a butler that secretly studies black magic at home. Furthermore, there are Beyonders with mysterious powers living nearby. By the way, what's her name?" "Hazel." Zio was looking for Dwayne Dantès' carriage, preparing to hide underneath when her gaze suddenly froze. "Force, look! That person is acting oddly." Force traced her gaze and saw a middle-aged man in a black formal suit. He was pacing along the sides of the street, looking very anxious and frustrated. "How is he acting oddly?" Force didn't have the time to observe him carefully as she directly asked. Zio answered simply, "He's dressed as a decent gentleman, but his shoes are very dirty. It's as though he hasn't shined them in a while. As you know, Backland is covered in dust. Also, he would touch the area underneath his armpit. I dare bet that there's an underarm holster hidden there. Apart from that, his expression and attitude imply that he isn't normal." They're coming out soon. I'll head to the carriage first. Watch that person and ensure that Mr. Dantès is protected." "All right." As Force found it troublesome, she also found it rather interesting. Hence, she retreated to an area that concealed her as she observed the entrance of the Inti Srenzo restaurant. Nearly 30 seconds later, Dwayne Dantès and the Marked family walked out. After bidding each other farewell, they headed for their respective carriages. At this moment, a two-wheeled carriage charged out from the end of the street at an extremely fast speed, as though it would topple at any moment. The horse that pulled the carriage wore a rabid look in its eyes, as though it had been alarmed. It charged for the Inti Srenzo restaurant's entrance in its panic. Of Marked's two bodyguards, one went forward in a bid to subdue the runaway horse, while the other protected the Member of Parliament and family. At this moment, the middle-aged man who had been loitering around had approached from the back and drew a revolver. With a warped expression, he aimed at Mark's head. Klein's right hand was raised indiscernibly before he retracted it without doing anything. He nimbly performed a jump, dodging the runaway horse. At the same time, Force, who was hiding elsewhere, clenched her palm gently and pulled to the side. The assailant's leg suddenly went limp, as though he had stumbled over something, as he fell to the ground, failing to pull the trigger. In his haste, he pressed down with one hand and immediately leaped up, planning to shoot wildly without aiming. However, when he squeezed his finger, he didn't feel any tactile feedback. The revolver had already dropped by Hazel's feet. Following that, he and the runaway horse was subdued by the bodyguards. "Why did you attempt to assault me?" Mark held back his churning emotions as he took a step forward and asked with a deep voice. The middle-aged man immediately laughed as he shouted with a hysterical expression, "It's you! It's all because of you and the others. You talk about atmospheric pollution, wanting things like anthracite. My factory is going bankrupt, my child is dying from an illness, and my wife has committed suicide." Chapter 861. False Dream. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Upon hearing the middle-aged man shout and seeing his warped expression, Hazel's eyes, which were filled with rage and hatred, gradually froze before melting into a confused and lost look. It wasn't only her. Mark and Rihanna, as well as Dwayne Dantès, fell silent. No one spoke for a moment. Even Force, who had concealed herself, also lost the sense of excitement she originally had, no longer having that strong sense of justice. After more than 10 seconds, Mark stopped looking at his assailant and turned his head to say to his bodyguards, "One of you stay here. Watch the scene and the suspect. Wait for the police." Having said that, he paused and said to his valet, "Get a few reporters to cover this matter." After preliminarily dealing with the matter, this House of Commons Member of Parliament surveyed the area and discovered that several passers-by were attempting to gather over to check on what was happening. He then looked at Dwayne Dantès and apologized with a smile, "My apologies for putting you in such danger. I never expected the matter to develop this way. We did consider the actual situation of similar factory owners and coal suppliers, and we had provided them some assistance and interim measures. Who knew? Coming up with a bill is something, but the actual implementation is an entirely different matter. When atmospheric pollution becomes abnormally pressing and the various parties exert immense stress, it's no surprise that a cookie-cutter solution is employed." Klein sighed and said with a self-deprecating laugh, "There's no need to keep my feelings into consideration. I've been in even more dangerous situations in the past." On the surface, it appeared as though he was referring to his encounters when doing business in the southern continent's West Balam. In fact, he had recalled Megos, who was pregnant with an evil god spawn, the terrifying meteor that had crashed down from the sky, Cynthia, who wanted to bear a child for Admiral Amirius, and the Rose School of Thought Angel and Numinous Episcopate monster who had collapsed the mountain outside by him. Compared to these, what had happened here was like a drizzle. He didn't even need to consider his own safety since there was Zio, Miss Magician, and Hazel. He didn't even take action besides dodging normally like any experienced adventurer would do. His focus was on whether this would result in a storm. Mark sighed and nodded. "I can tell that you're very calm. I once doubted your experiences, but now I'm convinced. All right, Dwayne. Let's return home separately. Leave the rest to the police. If there's a need to take a statement, they will do it at your residence." Klein nodded and said to Mark and family, "Be safe." Mark nodded seriously and sighed once again. Backland social season has just begun, and this happened? Cherish the peace we have now. Backland social season is marked by the return of the House of Lords members of Parliament. It seems to have begun since last weekend. And this week, 2 cases have happened consecutively. The harm dealt to Baron Sindras and the assault on Member of Parliament Marked. As he thought, Klein didn't stay put. He brought Richardson, who clearly looked a little shaken, and walked towards his carriage. When he got into it, he watched the scenery fly backward as he sighed and half-closed his eyes. He was presently unable to determine if the assault had an involved beyonder powers, as everything that had happened could be done by ordinary people. As for the middle-aged man, he had sufficient reason to do so. This didn't need deliberate fabricating, as Klein believed that in Backland, at present, there were more than one former factory owner or employer that had lost their livelihood because of similar developments. The only thing that felt questionable was that marked was the target. Although the House of Commons were the supporters, advocates of the environmental measures, often making relevant speeches and are interviewed by the papers, he wasn't the most obvious target during the passing of the bill. In comparison, there was a higher chance that members of the National Atmospheric Pollution Council were picked as targets for revenge. Klein leaned on the carriage wall as he slowly opened his eyes, seeing that it was already dark and cloudy with rain already pattering down. Once again, he realized how the maelstrom hidden beneath the seemingly calm backland surface was intensifying. Reining in his thoughts, Klein raised his left palm and tapped his pocket. In it was what he believed to be Frank Lee's reply and some unknown mushrooms. Klein really yearned to return home to head above the grey fog and use the newly received mushrooms to communicate with creeping hunger, doing so to regain the use of the sealed artifact. With the storm already brewing, he believed that there was a need for him to quickly be returned back to his optimal combat strength. And in this aspect, creeping hunger was essential. Unfortunately, he had 2 Beyonder bodyguards following him, so it was best if he didn't head above the grey fog for the time being. I clearly don't need any protection, but I spent a few £100 to hire 2 people to restrict my actions. How helpless I am as a tycoon. Klein finally sighed inwardly as he raised the cup of black tea that had just been prepared by Richardson. He took a sip as his facial muscles tensed up before relaxing. Klein looked down and discovered that there had been twice the number of lemon slices in his black tea than usual. He glanced at Richardson in an unnoticeable manner, and he saw that his valet was in a daze, as though he was still lost in the horror of the assault. As cowardly as usual. Klein commented inwardly as he placed the porcelain cup on the table. Late at night. 39 Beauclun Street, Member of Parliament Mark's house. Hazel sat before her dressing table, looking at the grey rat sitting on a powder box. After a long silence, she said, "Was my father wrong? The matter he pushed for is clearly a good thing. There is nothing that is beneficial to everyone. There will always be those who benefit and those who suffer from it. At such times, a relevant bill or plan requires thought, compensation, and aid. If your father had done them, the problem isn't his. Conversely, it also means he's cold and ruthless," the rat said perfunctorily. Hazel recalled for a few seconds and relaxed her expression. "During dinner, I sensed that there was something very valuable hidden inside the cupboard in the pantry, but when I later got an opportunity to open it, there was nothing." The rat was taken aback as it said in thought, "Perhaps that was Dwayne Dantès' bodyguard. He was recently embroiled in a suicide case, and it said that it involves Baron Syndra's. Hiring a bodyguard to protect him in secret is normal." The bodyguard inside the cupboard might also possess supernatural powers, carrying mystical items with them. That's why you were able to sense it. Hazel nodded gently and accepted the explanation before subconsciously muttering to herself, "I wonder what kinds of supernatural powers those bodyguards have." After saying that, she swept the grey rat with a puzzled look. "How do you know Dwayne Dantès was embroiled in a troublesome case?" The rat squeaked. "My present state is very suitable for me to eavesdrop into the conversations of others." As it spoke, it looked in the direction of 160 Beauclun Street, the glint in its eyes shimmering. Based on the sleeping rotation, Force was asleep as she felt herself float to an ancient and majestic castle. In it were all kinds of Beyonder ingredients and mystical items. There were even 2 blurry tarot cards. However, she didn't take any of them away, as they were sealed by an invisible force field. Force looked around in an attempt to find the means to remove the seal. Finally, she saw a complicated symbol drawn at the top of the dome. It was a symbol formed from fate and concealment. "If I find an item engraved with this symbol, I'll be able to unseal some treasure." Force immediately came to a realization when she snapped awake. She discovered that she had curled into a ball on the carpet in the room. She had a thin silk blanket covering her. She and Zio didn't dare sleep in the reclining chair, afraid that Dwayne Dantès, who often sat in it, would notice something different. Rubbing the edges of her brows, Force sat up and saw Zio having her back to the wall of the master bedroom. She was seriously listening for any stirrings. As Force walked to Zio, she said with a frown, "I feel that there is some secret hidden here. I had a strange dream, dreaming of an exaggerated treasure trove and a complicated symbol. As an astrologer, she instinctively believed that there was a problem with her dream. Noticing the serious look on Force's face, Zio suppressed her words of doubt and said after some thought, perhaps there really is some sort of secret. I once heard a proverb regarding the mysterious world. It goes, when a Beyonder element is discovered somewhere, there must be a second one. Ignoring the butler who we can't tell if he possesses Beyonder powers or not, that Miss Hazel is someone with a Beyonder element around her, or should I say, that this street likely has a second one. Force nodded gently before laughing. However, it has nothing to do with us. We will receive our remuneration tomorrow evening and terminate this bodyguard mission. We will leave this place. The most pitiful of all is Dwayne Dantès. He's innocent and ordinary, but he ends up involved with troublesome matters and Beyonder elements. Having said that, Force looked at Zio and joked, quickly wish him that the goddess would watch over him. I'm a believer of the god of steam and machinery. I won't be able to do so. Zio seriously considered for 2 seconds before drawing a crimson moon on her chest, piously muttering, "May the goddess bless Mr. Dwayne Dantès." Force was snapped out of her reverie as she covered her mouth and yawned. I'll head out to patrol the building. It's your turn to sleep after another 15 minutes. All right. Zio was clearly more awake than Force. Force immediately headed for the door and pressed on the wall with her outstretched hand, arriving at the corridor. She was just about to walk to the staircase when she sensed that there was a slight stir coming from the room of Dwayne Dantès' valet. Force's eyes darted slightly as she cautiously headed over. She opened a tiny door in the wall and peeped in. She then saw Richardson jumping a crazy dance that had a tinge of mystery. A spirit dance? Doesn't this valet believe in the Evernight goddess? He's secretly worshipping death? Force frowned as she watched Richardson finish his spirit dance, softly praying for death's protection to help him avoid all kinds of danger. After everything came to an end, Force teascaed and shook her head. She silently said to herself, "What a pitiful man, Mr. Dantès." Chapter 862. Kind warning. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. After returning to the room with the balcony, Force looked at Zio, who had her back against the wall, and whispered, "Guess what I saw? That male servant, Dantès' valet, is actually a believer of death. He was dancing a spirit dance and praying." Zio widened her eyes before relaxing her expression. When it comes to Mr. Dantès, that's the least of his concerns. Yeah, that valet named Richardson is clearly of Southern Continent heritage. Perhaps he was born there, so it's not surprising that he worships death. Force replied with a smile, "I know. I just find it interesting. Aren't there a little too many people with secrets around Dwayne Dantès? I won't be surprised if I were to discover one day that all the living beings in this building except him, including the housekeeper, maids, gardeners, carriage drivers, earthworms, bugs, and rats, are related to mystery and beyond us. I would be able to easily accept that reality." Zio rolled her eyes. If that were the case, Mr. Dwayne Dantès definitely wouldn't be a simple person. Having beyond us and supernatural creatures around him means that he might be the spawn of an evil god or a grounded angel. Without waiting for Force to expand the scope of the conversation, Zio asked, "Didn't you say that you had a strange dream involving treasure? Why aren't you curious or considering what it symbolizes? That perhaps it might actually exist?" Force chuckled. "Such a dream often implies trouble and danger. I'll consider it again if I have a chance of encountering that symbol." Although she said that, her true thoughts were, "There's quite a bit of a problem with that dream. Who knows if there's a ploy behind it? I'll consult Mr. Hanged Man, Hermit, and Mr. World at the tarot gathering next week before deciding what to do. They are experienced and powerful beyond us. Perhaps they have had similar experiences." "You've matured." Zio nodded, and exerting strength in her back, she bounced off the wall and walked to the spot where Force had been sleeping before. "Mature?" Force scoffed and leaned in towards her friend. She straightened her back and looked down at her friend's hair. Without waiting for Zio to become enraged, she sighed. You're the one who matured. I still remember this time last year. You did things based on instinct, arbitrating with your fist. From time to time, you would commit mistakes without realizing it and become lost. You're much better now. Zio was stunned as she lay down and covered herself with the thin silk blanket. With her back facing Force, she grumbled, the main reason why I got lost was because of you being a burden by my side. Force chortled and nodded in thought. That's a characteristic of an apprentice. It has nothing to do with me. Get it? Seeing Zio on the floor, she walked to the wall adjacent to the master bedroom and seriously started being a bodyguard. As the night slowly passed, the sky gradually lit up. Klein got up to have breakfast and received visits from 2 batches of policemen and a batch of reporters. They were here for further investigations regarding Couron's suicide case, while another was to obtain more details regarding Member of Parliament Mark's assault. With Walter's help, Dwayne Dantès met them and quickly handled the matters. In the afternoon, Mark suddenly visited and urged Klein, join me at the club for a game of tennis. He was a member of a few clubs, but there was only one club that overlapped with Dwayne Dantès' East Balam Military Veterans Mess. This is to confirm the arms deal? Klein managed to read between the lines and immediately got Richardson to get his coat, top hat, and cane. He rode on his carriage and headed to the sandy yellow unique building at Hillston Borough with the Member of Parliament. They entered the club and used the same room as before. Klein once again met the long-faced army colonel from the Ministry of Defense, Calvin. After habitually exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes, Calvin finally focused on the main topic at hand. He looked at Dwayne Dantès and said with a chuckle, I heard from Mark that you can have £20,000 available. Although it will make me tight on funds, it's true that I can, Klein replied with a smile. Calvin nodded in satisfaction and said after some pondering, there won't be any need for £20,000 for now. The batch of firearms, explosives, and small number of cannons reserved for you is in a particular warehouse in East Balam. There's not that much, enough to equip about 3,000 to 4,000 people. Based on the price of decommissioning them, it will cost £10,000 at most. Of course, you will have to give me £15,000. He didn't mince his words in any way, as though this was common in the Lun military. No problem, Klein said and nodded calmly. Calvin immediately chuckled. Excellent. Mark has a keen eye for people. A person who wants to do such business absolutely mustn't be stingy. That batch of firearms is worth at least £20,000 in West Balam. If you can find a suitable buyer and fully showcase your experience in the area, it's entirely possible to sell them for £30,000 or even more. By the way, the transportation fees and escort fees will be borne by you. We will only send 2 or 3 personnel to assist you. As expected, there will be monitors. Klein listened in silence, believing that it was time that he urged Admiral of Stars and Danitz to quickly provide him with information on West Balam. He pondered for a moment and said, roughly when will it begin? That batch of firearms will take another 2 weeks before being placed in the corresponding warehouse. When it happens after that period is up to you. You don't have to pay it in full at once. You can first pay £8,000 to £10,000 and pay the rest when everything is settled. Calvin wore an expression as though things were highly negotiable. 2 weeks later. That will be closer to the end of the month. I'll definitely have to wait until the party of the Snake of Fate's birth before leaving. I'm still waiting for his placenta blood. Klein's thoughts raced as he said, I'll need to carry out some preparatory work. I'll probably head to the southern continent in early July. Calvin exchanged looks with Mark and gently rubbed his palms. No problem. Outside the East Balam Military Veterans Mess, Zio and Force hid themselves on the roof of a nearby building, monitoring the people that were coming and going. Zio knew that there were many beyond us in the club, so she didn't dare get Force to sneak her in to provide protection to Dwayne Dantès at a close distance. All they did was wait outside. Thankfully, this is Backland. Even though there's no smog this season, there will be no lack of clouds. The sun wouldn't be too strong, otherwise, my skin would definitely turn red, Force mumbled as she hid herself in the shadows. Zia was about to say something when she saw a carriage drive into the back door of the club. It was entirely brown in color and had a trademark coat of arms. It was made of flowers and rings. Viscount Stratford's carriage. Zio silently mumbled as she hurriedly widened her eyes and focused. She then saw a familiar figure who was a stranger to her get off the carriage. Surrounded by bodyguards, the figure entered the East Balam military veterans' mess. What's wrong? Force noticed her friend's abnormality. Zio didn't conceal the matter as she frankly said, I saw Viscount Stratford. He also came to this club. That captain of the Royal Guards? Force asked in surprise. Yeah. Zio nodded heavily. Force turned agape, hoping to say something, but she was at a loss as to what to say. All she could do was look around, pretending to monitor for anything that was amiss. After a while, she saw Dwayne Dantès walk out. 160 Beauclun Street received another guest in the afternoon. This time, it was the largest shareholder of the coin company, Mary. I'm very sorry that my request embroiled you in such trouble. I never expected Baron Sindras to do something like that. Poor Cuaron. He was planning on bringing his family to Winter County for the summer. Mary Shot apologized with hints of anger. Klein replied calmly, I agree with your views on Cuaron. He was really unfortunate. However, this matter probably wasn't done by Baron Sindras. It might be a trap that's targeting him. Mary nodded heavily. I've heard of the theory. It said that the police department is planning to hire a skilled forensic pathologist to dissect the corpse to search for any missing clues. Her final sentence was automatically replaced by Klein as the police department is planning to hire a skilled spirit medium from the Church of Evernight to examine the corpse to search for any missing clues. I wonder what will be discovered. Klein raised his right hand and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. May the goddess give Cuaron peace and that the true murderer behind his death will suffer punishment. Mary responded in the same way before saying, in order to prevent you from being affected by this matter, I plan on purchasing the shares from you ahead of time. I'll add an additional £1,000 above the highest price to date. You don't have to worry about my funds. I've recently been busy borrowing money from the banks. Klein sighed and replied, I'm very grateful for your kind intentions, but any advance transferring of the shares will need to be done with the church. I've already donated it to them. I plan on using the income one received to establish a bursary foundation that targets the poor. This was the first time Mary was hearing of such news. She was momentarily stunned and speechless. After 10 seconds, she exhaled and said, your character, generosity, and wisdom truly impresses me. As she said that, she looked at Dwayne Dantès with an additional look of admiration. Klein humbly diverted the compliment to the goddess before pausing. He then asked with a stern expression, Mary, I have a question that I hope you can answer. When you decided to clash with Baron Sindras to protect your control over the coin company, was it purely by your own will, or a result of persuasion by others? Mary frowned and frankly replied, all the persuasion that was directed at me was to ask me to give up. Klein immediately fell silent as he didn't discuss the matter further. He casually mentioned Member of Parliament Mark's assault before sending the lady out of 160 Beauclun Street. After dinner, Walter came to the half-opened room with the balcony and said to his employer on the reclining chair, Sir, the 2 bounty hunters have been dismissed. It cost a total of £300 for 3 days, excluding the food provided. They're finally gone. Klein immediately relaxed as he nodded, acknowledging his butler's reply. Following that, he eagerly entered the master bedroom, planning on taking out the mushrooms sent to him from Frank Lee and bringing them up above the grey fog to communicate with creeping hunger. When he came to the desk with the hidden mushrooms, he saw a letter held down by an ink bottle. Klein picked it up in puzzlement and tore it open. He quickly scanned it as his expression turned odd. Dear Mr. Dantès, we are the bodyguards you hired. In the past few days, we discovered certain matters that we feel obligated to inform you. Therefore, we entered your bedroom to leave this letter while you were having dinner. Chapter 863. Charity party. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Your butler might be researching black magic. Your valet is secretly worshipping death. Someone among your neighbors has supernatural powers. The street where you live might have certain secrets that cause people to have strange dreams. You should understand some of the terms mentioned. We won't provide a further explanation. May the goddess bless you. Klein looked at the letter in his hand as he was momentarily unsure whether to laugh or cry. After a few seconds, he couldn't help but give a self-deprecating laugh. Just from the contents of this letter, I'm really quite pitiful. And the matters described don't seem to be problematic in any way. As he shook his head with a smile, Klein held a letter in one hand and suddenly shook it to the side. Scarlet flames surged and devoured the piece of paper. Regardless, Miss Zio and Miss Magician are rather kind people. The only problem is that what they mentioned are things I already know. In fact, I'm more aware of the reasons than they are. As Klein mumbled, he found the mushrooms he had hidden. There were a total of 4 breeds of mushrooms. One was 3 dried products that could react with water and fish. The second was a new breed with golden caps as they emitted the smell of flour. The third was white with specks of black spots. They were swollen and puffy, as though a liquid was flowing within them as they exuded the smell of milk. The fourth had strange gills running down its 2 sides. Their surface was filled with dense and soft scales. Klein swept his gaze at these mushrooms and took out a gold coin. He caught it after flicking it. After confirming the results, he took off the ordinary glove he previously wore. With his bare skin, he grabbed the 3 new mushrooms to test various scenarios that frankly hadn't mentioned. They felt normal to the touch, and there weren't any changes to the mushrooms. Klein heaved a sigh of relief, no longer afraid that the level of danger they possessed had exceeded his capability. He was previously afraid that these mushrooms would immediately produce roots upon contact with items of flesh and blood, devouring whatever was in its path to grow before dispersing its spores. Perhaps it's the relatively strong light from the gas wall lamps, or it might be as a result of plucking them which causes these mushrooms to lose most of their living characteristics. They will be revived only under special conditions, such as being in the stomach of a living creature. With the intention to figure out the truth, he drew all the curtains to the master bedroom and extinguished all the wall lamps. Then, he picked up the new mushrooms with his bare hand and determined that there wasn't anything abnormal about them as they hadn't fed on his body. After doing this, Klein lit the wall lamps again and set up a ritual, sacrificing the mushrooms above the grey fog. Sitting in the fool's seat, he wasn't in a rush to summon creeping hunger. He first summoned a metal bottle that had his blood inside to the long bronze table. Right on the heels of that, he poured a drop of blood on the table and piled the 3 new breeds of mushrooms onto it. In just a second, the mushrooms suddenly softened at the parts where they made contact with the blood. They squirmed as they enveloped the blood. Whatever they made contact with grew a dense array of needle-like hair. The corners of Klein's lips twitched when he saw that. He directly adjusted some of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog, suppressing all the mushrooms. Then, he sent the drop of blood back into the metal bottle and closed the lid. He had roughly understood the characteristics of the mushrooms. Without wasting any time, he summoned creeping hunger from the junk pile. Holding the thin human-skinned glove, Klein placed it on the table and removed the seal around the mushrooms. Then, he saw the creeping hunger support itself with its 5 fingers before standing up with great difficulty. It began retreating rapidly like it was playing a piano. "So you do know fear?" Klein revealed a genial smile. He pressed the glove down and gifted it with some of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. Then, he grabbed a mushroom with his other hand and brought it close to creeping hunger. The human-skinned glove struggled with all its might but ultimately failed to escape his grasp as it clearly began trembling. Klein stopped moving the hand with the mushroom and chuckled. "Are you still going to randomly praise the true creator?" Creeping hunger continued struggling without giving a reply. Klein thought for a moment before he compromised. "I'll allow you to praise once a day. In the day or in the evening." Creeping hunger's struggling weakened, but it didn't stop. "TSK?" Klein continued negotiating with an unperturbed expression, "thrice a day." during breakfast, lunch, and dinner time. However, you will need to warn me ahead of time." Creeping Hunger struggled twice before sprawling onto the desk, motionless. After another round of negotiations, Klein successfully reached an agreement with Creeping Hunger. However, eating Daly was instinctual to the item. It was unable to be weakened much as a result of the negotiations. Therefore, he needed to wait for the sealing method provided by Azek. At present, what Klein could do was bring Creeping Hunger around without it eating. However, he needed to come up with a meal within 24 hours. How troublesome. Thankfully, after Creeping Hunger fused with Mr. A and the mushroom, its living characteristic has strengthened, otherwise, there would be no way to make any negotiations with it. Klein commented wistfully. Finally, he did a divination regarding the recent matters, and he received a conclusion that there wasn't too much danger. He also got confirmation that Kuaron's suicide was a result of the influence of a Beyonder. After busying himself with all of that, he left the grey fog and returned to the real world and continued waiting for Mr. Azek's reply. On Saturday evening, Klein, who wore a formal suit, arrived at St. Samuel Cathedral with Richardson on a carriage to participate in the charity party. After passing through the main entrance, he was led by a priest to a huge adjacent hall. There was a baldachin with the sacred emblem representing the Evernite goddess placed inside. High above were a few miniature crystal chandeliers that hung down. In front of it were thin and long candles as well as overturned round metal lids used to store wax. At this moment, all of them had been lit, illuminating the hall with brightness. It had quite a holy feeling to it. Klein glanced over and saw a series of neatly arranged seats and guests who wore out of the ordinary attire. Among them, the women mainly wore two types of clothing. One was dresses that were either bright or dark colors, and they were bold and liberal in their dressing, allowing one to see the fair flesh at their bosoms or their shoulders. The other type wore pure and fresh colors in relatively conservative dressing. Even their collarbones could hardly be seen. Some of them even had theirs concealed. Based on what Klein knew, this was the difference between married and unmarried women in the Lun Kingdom. As for widows and divorced, they could choose between the two. However, the former tended to choose darker colors. Aside from those, Klein also saw shimmering necklaces and exquisite earrings, as well as all kinds of valuable accessories. They were a lot more impressive than what the guests that attended the ball or banquet which Markton himself had hosted. After walking into the hall, Klein greeted the bishops, Marked, and others he knew and exchanged pleasantries. At this moment, there was a sound from the door as many guests turned to look back, revealing their smiles as they walked over. When Klein looked over, his gaze first lit up before it froze. At the entrance to the hall, the most attractive one, there was a girl with lustrous blonde hair that softly cascaded down her shoulders. Her beautiful eyes were green like emeralds. They appeared like the sea which hid a maelstrom within, making anyone who looked at her unable to move their gaze away. Her facial features were pretty, and she had an outstanding bearing. Her looks were nearly flawless, making the men and women present find it difficult to notice what kind of dress she was wearing or the designer of her jewelry. However, Klein had swept his gaze to the necklace at her collarbone. A lustrous and perfect pearl was being embedded within the crevice between the intersection of her collarbone. It softened the lines at her neck, making her accentuate a clean and mesmerizing feel. Klein had met her before and he knew her. She was none other than the Tarot Club's Miss Justice. Back when she used magic mirror divination, Klein had seen her before. Immediately, Klein moved his gaze away, without daring to take another look. This was an instinctive reaction of his, as he knew that Miss Justice was a Beyonder of the Spectator pathway. If he garnered her attention, it was very easy for her to read his true thoughts and secrets based on the changes in his expressions and body language. But his racing mind quickly forced him to turn his head back as he continued casting his gaze at Miss Justice. He discovered that him avoiding her had made it worse and more obvious. How could a gentleman who liked all kinds of women not take a few more glances when encountering such an abnormally beautiful lady? At the same time, Audrey sensed the abnormality of a particular man. His sideburns are a little white. His looks and bearing aren't bad, making him appear profound. This is likely Mr. Dwayne Dantès, who donated more than £10,000 in an attempt to establish a bursary foundation for the poor. His reaction was a little odd, as though he was trying to hide something. To Audrey, Dwayne Dantès' act of moving his gaze away was actually very normal. She had encountered many similar situations in the past. Some men would indeed subconsciously turn their heads away after seeing her, as though afraid that she would notice it, or that they would make eye contact, exposing their moment of being mesmerized. Therefore, what was odd wasn't that Dwayne Dantès had moved his gaze away. Instead, he had turned his gaze back again. In addition, Audrey felt that the greatest problem was that the gentleman's emotions were more of shock instead of amazement. What's he shocked about? What is he trying to hide? With her questions, Audrey greeted her parents and brother and the people that gathered over with a faint smile. Seeing Miss Justice no longer paying attention to him, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief as he began thinking. I need to be careful later and play the role of Dwayne Dantès well. I mustn't let a spectator notice any problems. Regardless of whether Miss Justice noticed it or not, I've already thought of the excuse for my abnormal reaction. Miss Justice is indeed a lady from a powerful aristocratic family. I wonder what her last name is exactly. I'll ask Marked or Bishop Electra later. Amidst his thoughts, Klein frowned slightly, having a nagging feeling that he was being watched. Following his spiritual intuition, he swept his gaze towards the door. Outside the door in the shadows, there was a golden retriever sitting there silently. Chapter 864. Actor and Spectator. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. When the ghostly gaze of the golden retriever pierced through the curtains from the shadows, Klein's brows indiscernibly twitched as he failed to hide his alarm. He then naturally shifted his gaze away and looked towards Miss Justice and company. How terrifying. Why is that dog sitting in the corner, hiding in the shadows for no good reason? It was silently looking at everyone in the hall. Miss Justice seems to have fed a spectator potion to an animal and had once asked Mr. Hangman for advice. Don't tell me it's that golden retriever? 2 spectators, one out in the open, and one in the dark. Which actor can handle that? In high society, Miss Justice and the dog are unlikely to be the only spectators. Her joining the psychology alchemists was a result of other nobles as well. It seems like it was done by Duchess Negan's sister? As Klein lampooned and analyzed, he walked to Mark's family and asked in a seemingly casual manner, the ones who just entered seemed to be very noble people. Mark glanced Dwayne Dantès and chuckled. Eastchester Earl's family. You can directly call him Earl Hall. You should have heard of him. That's his wife, Caitlin. That's his eldest son, Lord Hibbert. You should have already met him. Upon hearing Mark's introduction, Klein suddenly broke out into a cold sweat. This was because he had indeed met Hibbert Hall at the ball Mark had hosted. However, he had failed to notice the Lord, or he wouldn't have raised the question. I was shocked by Miss Justice's sudden appearance. Klein maintained his smile and listening stance. Mark continued, that's his daughter, Miss Audrey Hall. In the social scene over the past 2 years, she has the title of being the most stunning gem in Backland. It's very apt, isn't it? Without waiting for Dwayne Dantès' reply, he minced his words by saying, she is courted by princes, duke heirs, and many honorable excellences and gentlemen. Mark's concealed meaning was clear. He was saying to this man, one who liked all kinds of women, not to place his sights on the lady. She was a target he had no thoughts of making contact with. As for Klein, he was having other thoughts. So Miss Justice is Earl Hall's daughter. It's no wonder she's so rich. It's no wonder she's never bargained. Earl Hall is one of the top bankers in the kingdom. He's the most influential member of Parliament of the House of Lords, and one of the hereditary peerage. His wealth is much more than Baron Syndra's. Even if Miss Justice is unable to inherit the aristocratic title and family estate, the wealth she will inherit will be at least £100,000. With her looks, birth, and character, she is indeed the best choice for a marriage partner with the royal family or powerful nobles. However, the way she has been repeatedly buying mystical items doesn't look like she's someone with a wealth of only a few £100,000. She's able to claim it from her father? I also wish to have one like that. Amidst his racing thoughts, Klein replied to Mark's warning with a smile. I've heard of the various rumors about Miss Audrey. It's only today that I have realized that they aren't that exaggerated. Unfortunately, I'm not a prince or the heir to a duke, marquis, viscount, or earl. Otherwise, I would also be one of her pursuers. He was implying that he knew his status and standing. Mark didn't continue the topic and began introducing the various guests he knew to Dwayne Dantès. He had truly led him into high society. Of course, the greatest supporter involved in this was the Church of Evernight. Without the charity party they held for the foundation, Mark wouldn't have the chance to bring Dwayne Dantès to meet so many honorable people. Marquis Losant, Earl Gross, Viscount Loveland. The aristocratic believers of the goddess separately exchanged pleasantries with Dwayne Dantès with a rather genial attitude. Before Mark was done with the introductions, an elder walked into the hall. He was wearing a black clergyman robe with red accents. By his chest hung 5 dark sacred emblems. He was clean-shaven, and his eyes were deep, dark, and tranquil. Including Earl Hall, everyone turned to face the elder and respectfully bowed. Good evening, Your Grace. This elder was none other than St. Anthony Stevenson, one of the 13 archbishops of the Church of Evernight. He was the person in charge of the Backland diocese, and he was part of the upper echelons of the church in the true sense of the word. When Klein saw the archbishop, his body and mind involuntarily trembled as he found it difficult to hide it. It was as though he stumbled upon a grave on an unlit village trail back when he was young. He swept his gaze and saw that the other guests didn't have any strong reactions. He immediately realized that the horror which St. Anthony carried with him was more clearly felt by people with stronger spirituality. He hurriedly entered cogitation in an attempt to calm himself down. When he managed to control his trembling, St. Anthony had already smiled. He surveyed the area and tapped his chest 4 times in a clockwise fashion. Praise the Lady. Praise the Lady, the guests at the charity party replied one after another. With the Archbishop's arrival, Mark stopped introducing Klein to the other guests because the party had officially begun. According to convention, everyone would take their seats and piously pray to the goddess for 3 minutes. Following that, the cathedral would begin singing and walk to the baldachin and use their ethereal, uniform, and seemingly cathartic voices to praise the goddess. After the religious ritual ended, Electra received St. Anthony's instructions to stand to the side of the choir. There was a podium there with all kinds of books placed on it. Everyone, I'd like to thank you all for coming. Your character is a resplendent star in the serene night. Electra first said a few words of pleasantries before saying, our establishment of a bursary foundation that targets the poor stems from Mr. Dwayne Dantès' suggestion. He is truly an honorable gentleman. His piousness and character are impeccable and a definite role model to others. Next, I'd like to invite Mr. Dwayne Dantès to give everyone a brief speech. Although Klein was already prepared, he drew a gasp inwardly when he heard the last sentence. This was different from usual. There were 2 or even more spectators around. It wasn't something that he could *T through if he wanted to. The content of his speech needed to be sufficiently realistic without them being able to see through his lies or fake examples. Pressing down his clothes at his abdomen, he quickly stood up and walked to the podium as he buttoned his suit. Coming behind the podium and steadying himself, he surveyed the nobles, members of parliament, clergymen, and high-ranking civil servants. He said with a smile, I'm a little nervous. This is my first time being stared at by so many people of such honorable standing. I was once active in a region where the poor gathered. I was active in the chaotic southern continent and, thus, saw many things. There was a young lady who helped her mother make pasted matchboxes from the age of 6. If she didn't do that, they wouldn't even have the money to buy rye bread after paying rent. The rye bread they eat is filled with mill feed, and occasionally, they will bite into gravel or rocks. The hardness make it usable as a rod to attack others. When this girl gradually grew up, although she led a laborious daily life, and her family lacked any additional funds, she still looked forward to the night schools run by the church. She wished to study how to read in order to grasp knowledge. This is because she knew that only by doing so could she stop living the way she did. Only by doing so would she not starve and be able to wear clothes that could really protect her from the cold. She wouldn't need to work at factories with harsh conditions and end up dying in her 20s. Klein had selected a portion of the experiences of the poor kids he had met before, merging them together as he conveyed them with his true feelings. He could clearly see many ladies more or less reveal looks of empathy. A number of girls even had their eyes flicker, such as Audrey Hall. She really is an easily moved child. I've acted from the bottom of my heart. I've even moved myself, much less a spectator. However, most gentlemen aren't moved. Some of them seem to already be aware of the situations of the poor. Some do not mind those of the lower class. Klein swept his gaze as he continued, our industry has been developing. In the future, we will definitely need more literate workers. Our election criteria has been relaxed. In the future, the ones who are eligible to vote will definitely include most of the educated. With the empathy towards these poor children and my expectations of the kingdom's future, I've decided to donate all my coin company shares that I have on hand to establish a bursary foundation that targets the poor. It lets them have the opportunity to enter official institutes of higher learning after attending the free night classes. Earl Hall, who had a beautiful mustache, nodded when he heard that. He was the first to raise his hands to gently clap. Amidst the vigorous applause, Klein returned to the seat belonging to him. Bishop Electra headed up and announced, the shares that Mr. Dwayne Dantès donated are valued at £15,000. We would use it to establish a Lund charity bursary foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, if you agree with him and pity those children who thirst for knowledge, you can contribute to this foundation. As he spoke, he pointed at the donation box beside him. Audrey retracted her gaze and pressed the corner of her eye and said to her father, "Father, I plan on donating £1,000. What about you?" As she spoke, her mind quickly summarized what she had observed. Dwayne Dantès has likely lived a lower-class life. His pity, empathy, and speech were all very realistic. Those poor children are truly pitiful. Just now, when the bishop mentioned that the shares were valued at £15,000, the corners of his lips twitched unnaturally. From the looks of it, he likely feels the pinch over donating the money. However, the sincerity of him donating it doesn't seem fake. This means that he's a gentleman who loves money, but he'd love kindness even more. Why was he shocked when he saw me, and what is he hiding? He has seen me somewhere before but doesn't know my identity. But there's no need to hide that. He identified my necklace as a mystical item, so he was shocked before trying to attempt to hide this matter? If that's the case, it means that he's definitely a beyonder, one that isn't a low-sequence beyonder. I'll ask Susie later when I'm back. Perhaps she noticed other details. She was hiding in the darkness, so he wouldn't be on his guard against her, allowing her to discover more. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey saw her father smile as he took out a checkbook and fountain pen. The value he wrote down was £10,000. Chapter 865. Earl Hall's suggestion. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. £10,000. Audrey blinked as she used a very slight change in expression to express her surprise. Without needing her to voice out her question, Earl Hall had noticed her puzzlement. He chuckled and said, "This is an insightful man. His ideas have inspired me and resonated with me. Besides, we can't ignore the misery that objectively exists just because it cannot be resolved anytime soon." Audrey vaguely understood her father, but she felt that she didn't fully understand him. She nodded slightly and took out her checkbook from her purse that matched her dress and wrote down the £1,000 value. This was a charity ball. Furthermore, it was held in a side hall of the cathedral, so there weren't any dances or extravagant arrangements. There weren't any valets or ladies' maids following by their sides. It was simply a charity event that had some degree of donations involved. The ladies undoubtedly brought their bags on them. The guests subsequently threw their checks into the donation box and headed for the two long tables for some beverages or simple food. After which, they walked around the hall socializing instead of sitting. This was closer to that of a buffet party. Klein also accompanied Electra and came to St. Anthony's side and was introduced to him. St. Anthony smiled in response to Dwayne Dantès' greeting. He sized him up and said, "Very good. We are proud to have a believer like you. It's the goddess that has taught us that character is more important than status. Therefore, you are an extremely honorable gentleman." To be frank, faced with this scent, Klein's heart was drumming because deities or beyonders related to the fate domain was able to see the grey fog's aura on him. For example, everyone from the monster pathway or the Evernight goddess who wielded the authority of misfortune. As for St. Anthony, if he was a high-sequence beyonder of the sleepless pathway and grasped beyonder powers involving misfortune, then there was a chance that he could see that there was a problem with Dwayne Dantès. As such, Klein had headed above the grey fog to divine so before attending the charity party. He received the answer that there wasn't any danger. Since the goddess didn't say anything, even if her archbishop were to discover some problems, he will probably feign ignorance. Klein replied with a warm smile, "I've been to the cathedral frequently to pray and listen to Bishop Electra's preachings in recent times. Even my soul seems to have been cleansed. Therefore, I abided by the goddess's teachings to pass such beauty and hope to others." St. Anthony nodded and said, "In front of the goddess, all believers are differentiated by their character, regardless if they are nobles or commoners, male or female. They are all the same. I hope those people who live in poor environments will liberate themselves of fear and receive serenity. Praise the Lady." Klein and Electra tapped their chests 4 times in a clockwise fashion. "Praise the Lady." Seeing St. Anthony turn towards the other believers, Klein planned on heading over to the table to get a glass of champagne to quench his thirst. At this moment, he saw a gentleman approach him. This man had somewhat loose skin with an obvious pot belly. However, it could be seen that he was rather handsome in his youth. Even now, his blue eyes that had a smile on them and his beautiful mustache made him appear good-looking. Klein had previously learned from Mark's introduction and knew he was the House of Lords Member of Parliament and powerful banker Earl Hall. Of course, to him, the most important identity of this noble was that he was Miss Justice's father. And Audrey happened to be by his side. She was observing Dwayne Dantès with her bright eyes, awaiting her conversation with the gentleman later. This made Klein immediately feel a little uncomfortable. I need to present the persona that matches Dwayne Dantès. A person of ordinary birth who's working hard to get himself into high society. At this moment, he's bound to be a little nervous and restrained. Likewise, a gentleman who loves beautiful women will feel the same feelings when faced with the most stunning gem in Backlund's eyes. But he will also unknowingly showcase his own breadth of knowledge and show his charms to express his desire. Yes, an experienced tycoon who survived the chaos must be someone who has pride and confidence hidden in him. No matter what he faces, he will try his best to appear calm, respectful but not sycophantic. Klein's thoughts raced as he smiled and politely said to the approaching Earl Hall, "Honorable Earl, I happened to see the check you donated. Your kindness and generosity truly impresses me. Yet, you've never flaunted that or informed others how much you've donated." Earl Hall chuckled. "No, compared to you, the price I pay is far inferior to what you made." Between the lines, he meant that £15,000 might be a tenth of Dwayne Dantès' overall wealth or even a fifth, but £10,000 to him was just a thousandth or even lesser. Clearly, the former paid a greater price, and his willingness to do was even more pure. From my point of view, as long as the poor who yearn to use knowledge to change their fates can be helped, all donations are kind and sufficiently benevolent. From this angle, the only difference between £10,000 and £15,000 is just £5,000. Klein tried hard to express his sincerity as he deliberately glanced at the listening blonde girl without leaving a trace. He knew that an ordinary without a trace was obvious in the eyes of a spectator. Audrey wore a faint smile as she silently listened to her father's and Dwayne Dantès' conversation, as though she hadn't noticed the gentleman peek at her. This made Klein lack confidence from his failure at receiving any feedback in his performance. Earl Hall laughed and said, "Then we shall agree to disagree. This isn't anything bad. At the very least, we are praising one another." I can tell that you once had a difficult period and had once led the life of the poor. Klein nodded and said, I do not avoid such a past. They are my valuable riches. And this is something me and my friends lack, Earl Hall commented with a smile. And it's because of this that you possess a unique and wise point of view. I hope there will be opportunities in the future to work with you. That is also something I look forward to, Klein replied with a suitable level of sincerity. Earl Hall pointed to the side and said, a couple of friends are waiting for me. I hope that your charitable ways and wealth keep increasing. Klein didn't drag on the conversation as he drew the crimson moon on his chest. Praise the lady. Praise the lady. Earl Hall and Audrey tapped their chests in a clockwise fashion in unison. Watching them walk past him and in another direction, Klein secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he tensed up as he naturally looked around the hall and noticed the shadow at the door. Silently sitting there was the golden retriever. On the carriage back to Emperor's Borough, Earl Hall, who looked like he was resting with his eyes closed, looked at his daughter and said, Audrey, didn't you mention that you wish to join one of the church's charitable organizations? Are you interested in joining this bursary foundation? Ah. Audrey had already sensed that her father might have such thoughts back in the cathedral, so she expressed the appropriate level of surprise and confusion. It's only a small charity foundation. Audrey's brother, Hibbert Hall, argued for his sister. Earl Hall shook his head and laughed. I've asked a few bishops. The total amount of donations tonight has already reached £100,000. Why do you think there's so much? Hibbert frowned slightly as he said in thought, they were bribed. At the same time, Audrey gave her own point of view. Knowledge and the relaxing of the electoral qualifications. Earl Hall nodded and sighed. Nothing is an essential existence, including humans themselves as well as the nobility. He then looked at Audrey and said with a smile, there's no need to force yourself. I can get others to join the Bursary Foundation. I just wish that you will gain more knowledge because of this and now view certain matters as definite and immutable. Even if you miss this, there will be other charity organizations. Father, I'll consider it, Audrey replied seriously. After hearing Dwayne Dantès' recount of the stories of the poor, she had already decided on joining to gather more donations, to contact the government, and organize events to contribute her efforts to the cause. She was hesitant because she felt that the middle-aged man was a little problematic. After returning home, Audrey immediately brought Susie to her room and closed the door. What's your take on that, Mr. Dwayne Dantès? Audrey asked directly. The golden retriever sat opposite her and thought. He seems to know you or something on you. Also, a lot of the time, he's acting and leaving a certain degree of clues. He seemed to be guarded against me. He's extremely sharp. Yes, I noticed it too. He might be a beyonder. He acted very well, but it's still an act. However, this is also very ordinary. At a social event, and faced with different people, we would all play different roles and engage in a corresponding act, Audrey said in thought. The biggest problem stems from his shock when he saw me. He was almost horrified. Also, he was embroiled in 2 cases, one after another, especially with that case regarding Baron Syndras. It seems to have some beyonder elements involved in it, with signs of someone being cued to do so. Susie gaped her mouth, unable to give a definitive explanation. All she could do was woof. Audrey began another train of thought. I'll get someone to investigate Dwayne Dantès, and after confirming that there aren't any major problems, I'll join the Bursary Foundation. Alright, it's almost Monday. I can request Force and Mr. Moon. They're both in Backland. Monday afternoon at 3. Dark red beams shot up in the Grand Palace, materializing into blurry figures. Audrey quickly surveyed the area and looked to the seat of honor at the bronze, long table and bowed with a smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Fultilda? Chapter 866. Home. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Upon hearing Miss Justice's greeting, the Fool Klein suddenly had a strong wistful feeling. After knowing her identity, status, looks, and situation, he had a deeper understanding as to why Audrey's tone had a happy and radiant air. He understood where they essentially came from, but he didn't end up envious or jealous because of that, nor did he believe that she lacked the toughness that was brought about by misery. Instead, he felt that in this world that had chaos, warped, and madness underlying it, having such a lady exist was really nice. A smile surfaced on his face as he gently nodded as an acknowledgement of Miss Justice's greeting. After the Tarot Club members exchanged greetings, Katlia nudged her glasses and turned her body sideways. She bowed in the direction of the blurry figure that was enveloped by grey fog at the end of the long bronze table. "Honourable Mr. Fool, there are 3 diary pages this time. Queen Mystic has finally come online again." Klein lampooned and said with a smile, "Very good." A few seconds later, Katlia conjured the diary pages after receiving approval before seeing them leap into Mr. Fool's hands. Klein glanced at it casually when his heart skipped a beat. He realized that the diary pages provided by Queen Mystic depicted Emperor Rozel's early days. It didn't seem to contain anything important. Logically speaking, when being unable to distinguish the importance of entries, one will definitely prioritize the later diary entries. This would best restore the mystery as to why Emperor Rozel was agitated. "I believe Queen Mystic is sufficiently clever." As Klein wondered to himself inwardly, he began seriously reading the first page. The 21st of September. Arrived at St. Millum. I've officially begun my first state visit. Faysac's weather is really a little cold. It's not even October and it looks like it's about to snow. It's no wonder it's famous for its various coats and winter wear. As well as its liquor. F*CK, the people here are ridiculously tall. As expected of a country that descended from giants. However, I have to say that I hate it when people look down on me. Tonight, I'll be going to a bar to find a Faysac beauty to share some drinks. Upon reading this, Klein suddenly suspected if Queen Mystic Bernadette's question was if she had a brother of Faysac descent. Holding back his sking inwardly, Klein swept his gaze to the second diary entry. The 22nd of September. I think I blacked out. What happened last night? What happened to my Faysac beauty? I actually lost out to her in drinking. The embassy staff told me that the women here are often better at drinking than men. I should show some temperance when I head to bars in the future. I sure don't want some ugly, middle-aged woman to do unspeakable things to me when I black out. The alcohol here sure is strong. My headache has lasted an entire day. Thankfully, my stomach doesn't hurt. I should sleep early. I'll be visiting the Great Twilight Hall tomorrow. The 23rd of September. The Great Twilight Hall is indeed grand. It's like a myth materializing into reality. That building seems to be completely prepared for giants. Since I don't share their faith, I could only circle the perimeter. The square at the bottom of the Great Twilight Hall is also filled with the fragrance of alcohol. There were plenty of people there, some kneeling, some sitting, others playing musical instruments. They exude a rather relaxed and open feeling. I got to know a Faysatian who blows a bone flute. Compared to his kinsman, he's ridiculously tall. He's roughly 3 meters tall. His name is Hunniger, and he claims to be from one of the clans in Faysac that have the purest giant bloodline. The way he plays the bone flute looks very sorrowful, as though he doesn't belong here but has no idea where to go to. Compared to the skirt chasers at Intis, he's a lot more like a poet. Now that I mention it, I really can't help but give some criticism. Those guys seem to wear any sexual diseases as a badge of honor. It just messes up the entire social market. I had a chat with Hunniger for a while and raised my question from before. He said that he's only homesick. But the problem lies in the fact that he's a true blue native from St. Millum. He has never left this place before. Hunniger didn't immediately reply to me as he played the bone flute for a few more minutes. He later told me that he misses the origins of the giant bloodline, the giant king's court mentioned in myths. He told me that he and his clan of Faysatians often dream of tall mountains that are used as giant city walls. It's a palace forever bathed in twilight's glow, with tall towers and other kinds of buildings. It resembles the Great Twilight Hall, but it's even more fascinating, epic, and miraculous. Without anyone needing to tell them, Hunniger and his clansmen believe that it's the Giant King's court. Towards the end of our conversation, Hunniger slowly stood up and thanked me for listening. He was going to leave Faceac to seek out the Giant King's court, to find the home of his soul. He believed that in the zone at the easternmost front of the Sonya Sea, there might be a path that leads to the Giant King's court. He said that a millennia has passed, but the giants have never forgotten their home. Now, it's his turn to follow the footsteps of his ancestors. This path would never stop until the destination is reached. He played the bone flute again and gradually left amidst that ethereal and sorrowful tune. Home. Home. Upon reading this, Klein felt for the first time that his feelings resonated with the Emperor. Although Roselle only wrote the word that seemed to repeat without describing his feelings, Klein could understand the undulating feelings within the Emperor. This was because he and Roselle were like Hunniger. They had a home they belonged to spiritually. Sighing inwardly, Klein flipped to the second diary page. The 10th of January. Visited Sonya Island. This place is also called Ancient Elf Island. It has plenty of elvish ruins and customs left over. I was surprised on the first day. The elves actually make blood cake, and they enjoy eating animal organs and are good at using spices. They even invented chopsticks. Thinking about the elvish depictions on the murals, apart from their blue hair, their facial contours and eyes are similar to Asians on Earth. Could they be my fellow countrymen? Yes, back then, I had such suspicions as well. However, it's impossible for so many people to transmigrate at once since it's almost an entire race. I felt that I was overthinking matters. But it doesn't make sense that the customs and cutlery that appears on Earth won't appear here. Klein thought in interest as he quickly continued reading. He wanted to know if Roselle had gotten to the bottom of it. The 13th of January. I've been so busy searching for writings, relics, and folktales that I forgot to write my diary for a few days. Although many objects have been taken away by the various churches, I've still obtained something of value. Various legends have it that Elf King Saniathrim created chopsticks. There are records of him using animal organs and blood to cook delicacies. There are stories of this ancient god being good at identifying and using spices. It's acknowledged that he is their founding ancestor, the first elf. Due to certain reasons, he led the race and left the western continent that only existed in legends, bringing them to the northern continent. Could it be that this is a fellow countryman of mine, a transmigrator? He later produced an entire race? There's nothing ancient gods can't do, including having children. He'd apparently had a wife who was also an elf. I'll need to think this through. The 16th of January. After further investigation, elves might really have nothing to do with transmigrators. At the very least, they didn't leave behind any Chinese, English, or other symbols. They have likely been using Elvish all the time. Nothing of it gives me a sense of familiarity. Furthermore, the inventions we have in common didn't appear before I came. Likewise for famous quotes. There are only proverbs and idioms with similar meanings but with a completely different choice of words. From all the items and legends I have now, none of them support my theory. This is a little disappointing, but it also makes me relieved. If I were to encounter another transmigrator or other transmigrators, I really have no idea how to face them. The 17th of January. I dreamed of the home I've nearly forgotten. Indeed, the Emperor more or less gave up on that theory. Klein flipped to the next page and saw the final diary entry. The 2nd of April. My daughter is smart. She can speak before the age of 1. Although she has only learned a few words, I believe that her subsequent development can't be slow. She must have inherited this from me. No matter how I look, she looks a little like how I looked like on Earth. Could it be that a soul will also bring about some level of inheritance? I'll just treat it as so. Bernadette, this name is quite good. It sounds beautiful, but deep in my heart, I keep having the urge to give her a Chinese nickname. Sigh, she won't get to see her real grandmother and grandfather. The 3rd of April. I suffered from insomnia last night because of the wistful thoughts I suddenly had yesterday. Thankfully, I know cogitation. However, this also made me consider a problem. That is whether I should secretly teach Bernadette Chinese. No, I can't. If she were to understand the diary entries her father had previously written, I'd rather kill myself. In my daughter's heart, her father is filled with honor. However, using Chinese to write my diary is my final tether to Earth and my past. My daughter should inherit this tether to a certain extent. The 6th of April. After a few days of consideration, I've decided to teach Bernadette 2 Chinese characters as though they are special symbols. I'll tell her that this is a protective incantation that her father is giving her and that she is to remember it forever. She doesn't need to know the corresponding meaning. All she needs to do is to remember it. The word in Chinese is home. Home. Klein repeated this word again as he felt his eyes redden a little. He finally understood why Queen Mystic had chosen these 3 diary pages. This was because it was the protective symbol her father had left her. Home. At this moment, Klein seemed to see a river of emotions. Its surface was flowing silently, but there were infinite eddies flowing underneath, churning without end. Klein retracted his gaze and made the diary pages disappear. Looking up at Catlear, he asked, "What's your question?" Chapter 867. Investigation Mission. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. When looking at Catlear, Klein had actually guessed what her request would be as he sighed and felt confident. How did Mr. Fool know that I'll be asking a question and not making a request? As expected of Mr. Fool. Catlear thought before politely asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, I would like to know the meaning of these 2 symbols." After receiving permission, she conjured the Chinese characters. They were Gu and Srong. As expected. Klein sighed silently. When combined together, they mean home, the homeland for one soul. When combined together, the homeland for one soul. Catlear placed the emphasis on the second sentence because she knew very well where home was for Queen Mystic, nor did she believe that it was anything special. Audrey, Alger, and the other Tarot Club members took the opportunity to learn the new Roselle text and tried hard to memorize the symbols and their combined meaning, except Derek. Klein didn't speak further as he leaned back into his chair. "You may begin." Alger immediately turned his head and looked at the world. "Your mystical item is ready. I'll give it to you this week." He was referring to the mystical item made from an ocean songster's beyond a characteristic. The artisan had first rushed to finish Miss Justice's glove. As for the world's request, it had been delayed until this week. With Mr. Azek not replying yet, and with me unable to restore the seal on Creeping Hunger, this mystical item's arrival is timely. Klein controlled the world and made him nod. That's still an acceptable speed. An acceptable speed. If I had delayed it for another 2 to 3 weeks or even a year, would you be teleporting to me? Alger thought with a baffling sense of wariness. As his original plan was to obtain the cataclysmic inter potion from the church, and with him just beginning to digest the ocean songster potion, he wasn't looking to purchase any corresponding Beyonder ingredients. He fell silent again and began watching the other members begin their transactions. To Alger, the most important thing now was to obtain 1 or 2 mystical items to match with Whip of Mind. After all, although mystical items were more about quality than quantity, with the need to avoid having the negative effects stacking with each other, to only have 1 mystical item for a Sequence 5 Beyonder was quite an embarrassment. Under normal circumstances, Sequence 5 Beyonders would have 2 or 3 mystical items whose negative effects didn't overlap, making them the best combination. Of course, Alger had already reserved 1. Once the artisan finished the world's item, it would be his 6-winged gargoyle's core crystal. For that, he needed to pay £1,000. Together with the fee he needed to pay for the world, the little amount of money he had was reduced by £2,000, leaving him with £1,800. Out of that, £500 was a commission he had earned from Miss Justice's glove. With no one speaking, Emlyn looked at the sun and asked after some deliberation, "I need a Sequence 5's artificial vampires beyond a characteristic." What do you wish to get in exchange? In recent times, he had learned that the Sanguine had the means to eliminate the mental corruption of a Beyonder characteristic, but he needed to make sufficient contributions to make an application. Therefore, Emlyn wished to first obtain the main ingredient needed for advancement before considering the other problems. Based on his observations, such a Sequence 5 artificial vampire Beyonder characteristic roughly cost £8,000 based on Mr. World's pricing. As for himself, he only had £5,400 and was still a little short. Based on Emlyn's original thoughts and habits, he needed to save up £8,000 before requesting a trade with the Sun. He wasn't a Sanguine who liked to buy things on credit, even for the newest and best doll. Nor could he thicken his skin to borrow from others. All he would do is be more frugal, work harder, and save up more. However, he quickly realized something. The Sun didn't accept cash. To the residents of the City of Silver, Lund's cash was no different from scrap paper. Therefore, Emlyn believed that the Sun would make a request for an item, so it was better to learn of it to prepare it ahead of time. Furthermore, the Sun doesn't understand the market prices. Perhaps the thing he wants only costs £5,000. In the hopes of being pleasantly surprised, Emlyn lifted his chin slightly and looked at the Sun beside him. Derek thought seriously and said, Sun Pathway Sequence 5 Potion Formula. He originally wished to request him to repay his debt with Mr. World, but he realized that Mr. World hadn't raised any requests at all. Hence, he didn't find it appropriate to relegate it to someone else. In addition, having participated in so many tarot gatherings, Derek was no longer the newcomer who knew nothing. With the City of Silver having an exchange standard, he knew the difference between a Sequence 6 Notary Potion Formula and a Sequence 5 Beyonder characteristic very well. Using the former to cover the debt of the latter would be a terrible deal, therefore, he changed his request to the Sequence 5 Potion Formula. Sequence 5 Potion Formula. That's very difficult to purchase. It will cost between £4,500 to £7,000. It will mainly depend on how urgent both parties are. Also, there's a cost to verifying its authenticity too. Emlyn was just about to answer when he heard Mr. World's hoarse voice sound. I have it! Instantly, the palace that looked like a giant's residence fell silent. All the Tarot Club members appeared a little wooden. Is Sequence 5 that common? Emlyn felt down when he realized that he still wasn't at Sequence 5 yet. After calming down, he asked, how much will it cost? Considering Emlyn White's financial situation, Klein made the world chortle deeply. £5,000. Priest of Light Potion Formula. £5,000? Emlyn was first taken aback before he said without hesitation, deal. It was like he was facing a discount for a doll he had been longing for. All right. The world nodded as though it wasn't a major transaction. Then, he saw Miss Justice look around and hear her say, I'd like to commission an investigation mission. Investigation mission. The fool Klein's heart skipped a beat as the world's expression turned somewhat sluggish. What is it? Force asked proactively. Her impression of Miss Justice's commissions was that they were relatively simple while paying handsomely. She definitely needed to take it. Audrey organized her words and said, there have been two matters that happened in Backland recently. One is Baron Syndra's. He was suspected to have been framed. The other is Member of Parliament Mark being assaulted because of the environmental measures. Force found Miss Justice's description especially familiar because she had been present for the two matters. She had witnessed them and was involved in them. She unknowingly straightened her back, waiting for Miss Justice to continue. And in these two matters, there is a tycoon named Dwayne Dantès involved. He came to Backland 2 months ago, and he had donated more than £10,000 of shares to the Church of Evernight in an attempt to establish a bursary foundation that targets the poor, Audrey described using a tone as though she had never directly interacted with him and was simply suspecting something about him from the data and rumors she had received. I wish to hire someone to investigate the actual situation with that gentleman. I know this too well. He's rather rich and he looks pretty good. He handles matters with experience and in a mature manner. He's someone with kidney or bladder problems. Force nearly raised her hand to shout out her thoughts. If Miss Justice wasn't pleased with that, she had even more information, such as Dwayne Dantès was in a rather pitiful state. His butler studied black magic, his servant worshipped death, and one of his neighbors was a beyonder. There was a secret to his street, and that he had donated the shares to extricate himself from trouble. In short, he perfectly fits the image of a foreigner who is being bullied. I nearly recommended him a medicine that treats kidney and bladder problems. After all, Mr. Moon is skilled in such matters. I can still earn a commission through this. Yes, there's no rush. Let's hear what Miss Justice has to offer. Force curbed her heart, which was awash with excitement as she patiently looked at the girl beside her. However, her body language and emotional upheavals had betrayed her in front of a spectator. Audrey was rather surprised and puzzled by this. She never expected Force to know Dwayne Dantès and seemed to know quite a lot about him. This made her have a new guess as to why Dwayne Dantès was shocked when he saw her. She suspected if Force had once said or shown something to the man. Meanwhile, Emlyn was a blank. He knew nothing about what Miss Justice had mentioned. All he could do was confirm that these happened in Backland. As for the fool Klein, who was leaning back in his chair, leisurely looking at the members, he nearly twitched the corners of his mouth. Miss Justice's commissioning of others to investigate Dwayne Dantès had exceeded his expectations. This was because they had only met once at the charity party. They didn't seem to have any deeper interactions, so there was no need for any further investigations. Could it be that I exposed something about myself that garnered Miss Justice's interest? Or could it be that by donating £10,000, it shows how much importance Earl Hall places on this? Hence, Miss Justice decided to secretly carry out investigations because she's worried for her father. Klein's mind raced as he hurriedly thought of a solution. At this moment, Audrey deliberated for a moment and looked at Miss Magician and said, "An initial investigation for £500. If you encounter danger, causing the difficulty to rise, I'll compensate you with more." "No problem." Force hurriedly organized her words inwardly. Just as she was about to say something, she saw the World German Sparrow raise his hand. He had raised his hand. Chapter 868. Shared Identity. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Force was taken aback, suspecting that she had seen wrong. Following that, she couldn't help but have thoughts surface in her mind. Mr. World wishes to take this mission? That's right. He's in Backland. But this is an investigation, not a murder. Dwayne Dantès is already pitiful enough. Leave Dwayne alone. Eliminating the investigation target implies completing the investigation. Because there will be no need to make another investigation. What do I do? Do I still take the mission? It's a full £500. I just need to recount what I previously discovered to receive £200, but the competitor is Mr. World. Perhaps we can cooperate and not compete? Why would Mr. World be interested in this mission? His focus is actually on the framing of Baron Syndra's or the assault on Member of Parliament marked. Force finally grasped the problem at its core. As for Alger and Catlear, they had already cast their gaze at the world. To them, be it the framing of Baron Syndra's, the assault on Member of Parliament marked, or Dwayne Dantés's donation of more than £10,000, they weren't something that needed special notice. However, to have Mr. Fool's Blessed choose to accept the investigation mission meant that the problem was bound to be extremely complicated. It made them feel that there were important secrets underlying the matter. Emlyn didn't think too much about it, but he had also sensed that the seemingly ordinary investigation mission wasn't that simple. His plans on earning some pocket money to make up for the £5,000 that he had just lost were overturned as he suddenly didn't want to say a word. Dwayne Dantès is really something. There must be a big problem with him that makes Mr. World choose to investigate him? Or are those two cases more important and more critical than I imagined? Audrey's mind stirred as she turned her eyes, and she used the advantage of her seating position to take in all the reactions of the Tarot Club members. Among them, Derek was the only exception. To him, wasn't it normal for the Tarot Club to help each other? If someone gave a mission and one was capable of completing it, wasn't it normal to take it? Audrey moved her gaze to the world and asked with hidden anticipation, Mr. World, you wish to receive this mission? After returning to Backland, she had gathered up the news at sea over the past few months, roughly confirming that Mr. World was the crazy adventurer, German Sparrow. While she was deeply impressed by this seemingly polite but dangerous gentleman who had accomplished many great deeds, she felt that her feelings to adventure out at sea had waned. Klein had already thought of a response. He had controlled the world to lower his hand and wait for Miss Justice to ask. At this moment, he made German Sparrow's expression turn solemn and reply with a deep voice, Dwayne Dantès is an identity. After a period of brief but repeated considerations, Klein decided to expose some information. He made Dwayne Dantès be one of his public facades as a blessed. He believed if he chose to conceal the matter, there was a chance of being exposed in the future. This was because Dwayne Dantès was about to enter Backland's high society. He could find clues to the Great Smog of Backland or other cases. This way, he might very well need Miss Justice to provide him with assistance. When that happens, the Spectator would probably sense something and discover that the world was previously hiding something and that Mr. Fool had never mentioned it. This would lower her sense of belonging and make her even begin suspecting even more matters, causing her faith in the Fool to be borderline dangerous. With two members not knowing each other or knowing of the other's existence, to tacitly work together to complete a specified mission together to accomplish a complete goal sounded perfect, but in reality, its success was very difficult. Even more so, there was no way he could fool her. Therefore, most of the time, honesty was more effective and less worrisome than lying. As for why he didn't directly say that Dantès was German Sparrow, it was because Klein didn't wish to leave the Tarot Club members the impression as to why it was the same person again. He didn't want them to have the impression that he was the only blessed of Mr. Fool that appeared. Dwayne Dantès is only an identity? Audrey sharply read between the lines and had a theory. Then, she heard the world simply say, a common identity that me and my companions share. I will occasionally disguise myself as him. Upon saying that, he emotionlessly swept his gaze across the magician. A common identity. Occasionally disguise as him. That very pitiful Dwayne Dantès is Mr. World? That tycoon with kidney or bladder problems is Mr. German Sparrow. Force felt as though she was struck by lightning as she froze up. Her brain turned numb as she felt struck with fear, subconsciously feeling that Zio's unintentional comment made a lot of sense. When a butler, valet, neighbor, and surroundings had problems, the person that seemed ordinary definitely wouldn't be ordinary. No, it's not the street where Dwayne Dantès stays at, or that he happened to hire a butler with a secret, it's because of that secret that he was selected by Dwayne Dantès, selected by German Sparrow. The pitiful one isn't Dwayne Dantès but the Beyonders and Beyonder items around him. I was wrong. I shouldn't have gotten Zio to ask the goddess to bless him. It's more of a curse for Mr. World. Force suddenly trembled, thankful that she hadn't left a comment in her note that Dwayne Dantès should check on his kidneys or bladder. Otherwise, she suspected that she wouldn't be able to participate in the next tarot gathering. Or perhaps, she would appear in the form of a Beyonder characteristic, sold to the other members by the world. Logically speaking, Mr. World shouldn't know that I'm the magician, but I was carrying Leymano's travels with me. He had used the spellbook before and had added demigod-level Beyonder powers to it. He had definitely observed me in secret, remembering my appearance and evaluating my value. The fear in Force was surging like a tumultuous sea as her expression was filled with misery. At this moment, she saw Mr. World sweep his cold glance at her, her feelings of regret instantly becoming that of extreme regret. Thankfully, I didn't rush to answer and mention my impression of Dwayne Dantès. When Force gradually calmed down from her horror, she couldn't help but think of another problem. During the bodyguard mission, were we the ones protecting Dwayne Dantès, or was Dwayne Dantès protecting us? Should I refund Mr. German Sparrow his money? At times, Dwayne Dantès is equivalent to Mr. World. Audrey was first stunned before finding all her questions answered. Force does know Dwayne Dantès, but she didn't know that he's Mr. World. It can be proven from her shocked reaction just now. The reason that Dwayne Dantès was shocked when he saw me was because he recognized Lie. Although this mystical item has changed, it comes from a beyond a characteristic that Mr. World provided. Perhaps this crazy adventurer can sense it somehow. After all, German Sparrow can transform into anyone with the powers of shape-shifting. Although I only asked Mr. Hanged Man what will happen when an animal consumes a potion, the potion ingredients I gathered later were always in pairs. Mr. World might very well have guessed that I have a spectator beside me based on that, hence, he became wary against Susie, who was secretly observing everyone in the hall. Others might not doubt an animal, but Mr. World is experienced. He must have interacted with beyonder creatures, so it's very normal for him to be wary against such things. Which is to say, Dwayne Dantès, no, a Mr. World German Sparrow knew that I was Justice, but he didn't choose to make contact or communicate with me. There's nothing wrong with his choice of actions. Under those circumstances, unless he directly says it, it will be difficult for me to guess or believe it. Furthermore, talking about the Tarot Club in St. Samuel Cathedral is just too crazy. After a brief moment of surprise, Audrey's emotions calmed down, leaving her only with excitement. Apart from the magician force who she introduced, this was her first meeting with another member of the Tarot Club. It feels like a historic moment. Yes, Mr. World as well as Mr. Fools are the blessed. They should also be considered the world. But why was the identity of Dwayne Dantès made? What are they up to? The matter of Baron Syndra's being framed, Member of Parliament marked being assaulted, and their donation to establish a bursary foundation really are more complicated and important than I originally imagined. Why do I feel that the kingdom's upper echelons are beginning to stir in a state of unrest? I had this feeling back when Prince Edisac died during the Great Smog of Backland. Today, it's even more intense. Now that I know the identity of Dwayne Dantès, I might be able to participate and cooperate indirectly, reducing the risk my parents might suffer, reducing the risk of the innocent. Amidst her thoughts, Audrey quickly made up her mind. She would accept her father's choice to join the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation, then she inwardly quipped. Wouldn't it be very logical to have Justice from the Tarot Club join the charity foundation established by Mr. World from the Tarot Club? Alger and Catlear weren't too surprised that Dwayne Dantès was the world, that he was the amalgamation of Mr. Fool's blessed. In their minds, another thought flashed through their minds. Something major is about to happen in Backland. Chapter 869. Report him. Is something brewing in Backland again? An extension of the Great Smog of Backland? As Alger and Catlear wondered about the framing of Baron Syndra's and the assault on Member of Parliament marked, they planned on using their own respective channels to obtain more detailed information to see if they could discover anything abnormal. They weren't in a rush. They had no intention to directly ask the world what his motives or exact plans were. They felt that he wouldn't answer in detail. At best, he would just make a comment, therefore, they planned to gather more information first to do some preliminary investigations. They would then decide on their subsequent course of action depending on the exact situation. At the same time, they suddenly realized that the public announcement of the identity of Dwayne Dantès seemed to be a boon for them. As long as they paid attention to news of the tycoon, they could roughly grasp the actions of Mr. Fool's blessed, and from there, they could provide tacit cooperation or help. And since this was just a fake identity, it could be disposed of the moment any problems were exposed. Similarly, they could be a witness for this identity, making Dwayne Dantès appear more realistic. The simplest example was that if this tycoon had a background at sea, Catlear could provide her crew, friends, and partners the relevant information, making them believe that such a man existed. By the time the official organizations attempted to investigate Dwayne Dantès' origins, they would discover that he did exist and that those matters did happen. After a brief silence, Audrey was just about to answer Mr. World's question when she saw Mr. Moon sit up straight and look to the end of the long bronze table, taking the initiative to ask, "What is this public identity used for? Are there deeper problems present in the cases mentioned by Miss Justice?" As a citizen of Backland, Emlyn was quite concerned about his living environment. "Why don't you investigate all these questions yourself? To not be swept into the vortex, I have already exposed myself." Klein lampooned Emlyn and made the world give a deep chuckle. "Of course. It's awaiting further investigation. His succinct answer could be translated in detail to, the two cases definitely have deeper problems, but that's a secret. I don't plan on telling you. Likewise, don't ask about the purpose of the identity of Dwayne Dantès. Although Emlyn was quite bad at reading people, he could still understand what the world was getting at. He chuckled dryly and leaned back, pretending as though he was very pleased with the answer. When Audrey saw this, she used a second to stop the corners of her mouth from curling up. Then, she said to the world, "All right, I understand. Thank you for the information." At this moment, she was further convinced that joining the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation was a good thing for her. In the future, if she were to face any danger or had any matters she couldn't handle herself, she could inform Mr. World ahead of time. Then, she could head to the foundation as per normal, busying herself in the office adjacent to Dwayne Dantès'. If the psychology alchemists have their suspicions about me, or if they use a mission to test me, I'll get them to meet me at the foundation. Dwayne Dantès' image is completely different from the way he acts as the world above the grey fog. Yes, Mr. World is an experienced actor. Also, Dwayne Dantès is a public identity. He won't always be synonymous to German Sparrow. It's no wonder there are rumors of him liking a wide range of women. A crazy murderer and adventurer like German Sparrow definitely is a good match with a pure and innocent girl. As a spectator, Audrey couldn't help but imagine that. As for Klein, he couldn't help but lampoon when he heard her reply. "What do you mean thank you for the information? Shouldn't you be paying £500 in investigation fees? Are you treating it as something shared among members?" He made the world nod without further mentioning the matter of Dwayne Dantès. He then turned to look at Little Son. "Do you have Bizarro Banes over there?" The world paused and added, "Perhaps you use a different name to refer to it. In short, it's good at disguising itself, and it has bizarre powers. It's nearly at the demigod level and has a main eye gathered from its characteristic." He deliberately mentioned that it was nearly at the demigod level, not to flaunt the fact to him, but to warn Little Son that this was a very dangerous monster. However, Alger and Catlear didn't pay attention to this point. As a representative of Mr. Fool's Blessed, it was very understandable for the world to purchase demigod-level materials on behalf of his peers. Besides, even if he was preparing it for himself, it wasn't anything astonishing. German Sparrow was already a Sequence 5. It was very common for one to gather the ingredients ahead of time. Without realizing it, they felt that Mr. World's advancement from Sequence 5 was seemingly a good thing. Derek thought and said, "It's not among the commonly seen monsters, but perhaps someone might have encountered it before. I will search through the books or help you ask." The world tersely answered and fell silent. After Force made her request, to buy an ancient wraith's cursed artifact and remnant spirituality, to no avail, the transactions came to an end. Before Mr. Hanged Man could ask the Sun, Force stole a glance at the world and said, "I recently had a strange dream. In it was an almost genuine treasure trove, including..." She described, in detail, the scene she had seen, and towards the end, she said, "That is the complicated symbol formed from fate and a concealment." Force was just about to look towards Mr. Fool to request permission to conjure it when she heard the world say, "Are you talking about this symbol?" The world first made a request before conjuring the symbol. The badge was only the size of an eyeball. On the surface, there were symbols that symbolized fate and concealment. It came from Lenivus, and it was the proof of admission to the Hermits of Fate's gathering. However, Klein had never made any attempts to participate in it before. "Ah." Force glanced at it and stammered a reply. Yes, that's it." After she answered it, she realized that Mr. World hadn't only produced the symbol, but he had also produced an item. Suddenly, she came to a realization. Dwayne Dantès had chosen Beauclun Street for a reason. Just as she had the thought, she saw the world say with a hoarse voice, that treasure is a trap. He does know. Thankfully, I was wise to seek the advice of the experienced. Force heaved a sigh of relief as she smiled. Thank you for your reminder. Audrey asked out of curiosity, Mr. World, what does that symbol represent? Why do you call it a trap? Klein controlled the world and answered simply, it represents a bunch of thieves that called themselves Hermits of Fate. Hermits of Fate. Thieves? Alger and Catlia thought as they memorized the two names. Based on their own knowledge, they had a certain guess. The former suspected that it was an organization established by a bunch of marauders. The latter believed that an ancient family from the Fourth Epoch was involved. After some careful recalling, Emlyn White confirmed that he had never heard of such an organization, and he planned on learning more from the upper echelons of the Sanguine. As for Klein, he thought of another problem. That demigod from the Marauder pathway who was sealed deep in the sewers hasn't left Beauclun Street as expected. He might be hiding at Hazel's place. Furthermore, this demigod isn't staying put. He actually tried to influence Miss Magician via a dream. This won't do. I can't give him free rein to do as he wishes. I have to eliminate this latent risk as soon as possible. I'll find my dear poet later and warn him. The grandpa inside his body wouldn't be uninterested in a demigod of the same pathway. With this in mind, Mr. Fool, who was leisurely looking at the members, curled his mouth into a smile. Audrey vaguely sensed the emotional changes of Mr. Fool as she mumbled inwardly. That bunch of thieves who call themselves Hermits of Fate are friends related to Mr. Fool. The talk about the treasure in the dream quickly came to an end. Catlia thought of something and said to the world, I'll give you the intelligence you want this week. At this moment, she was a little curious as to why he needed information on West Balam. However, she wasn't the sun or the moon who would ask the moment they didn't know something. She was more accustomed to do a search for clues first. All right. The world nodded. Klein sighed inwardly. With this secret organization, many things were indeed much simpler. Seeing that he had nothing else to say, Alger turned to look at the sun. Have you figured out the matter regarding your former chief's mausoleum? Derek said, somewhat ashamed, I just made 2 friends. As a Beyonder from the Sun pathway, he won less than 1 in 10 matches when in combat at the training field. After suffering plenty of beatings, he finally established a relationship with his former acquaintances. However, the ones he could call friends only numbered 2. Without waiting for the hanged man to answer him, he hurriedly added, however, I heard that the 6-member council wishes to open the mausoleum. Regardless, they wish to retrieve a characteristic at the very least. In the City of Silver, no one felt that such an operation was problematic. To them, being wasteful was a sin. Alger nodded gently as he changed his admonishing words he was about to say. Not bad. They don't necessarily have to be friends in order to provide you with help. When you establish a bigger network, you will naturally obtain more intel. Chapter 870. A question that strikes the heart. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Upon gaining recognition, Derek was taken aback for 2 seconds. His shame lessened as he said, somewhat embarrassed, I will take further steps to understand this matter. I will work hard to make 2 sources of information, a friend before the next tarot gathering. Derek quickly made a target for himself. Upon seeing this, Klein made the world hoarsely say, if it involves the domain of death, you can seek my advice. And I can seek Mr. Azek's advice? He silently added. As for Frank Lee's new mushrooms, he had no plans on transferring them to Little Sun, as they were still incomplete. The fruits that were eventually produced were filled with poison and madness. Thank you, Mr. World, Derek answered gratefully. After a short exchange regarding other matters, the Tarot Club entered the learning segment until it ended. Returning to the real world, Klein immediately wanted to resolve the problem of the Marauder demigod, but the plan he conceived of was met with an obstacle at the first step. He had no idea where to find Leonard Mitchell and the grandpa inside his body. St. Samuel Cathedral? Leonard is most probably underground, but I have no way of entering. He only prays in the cathedral once or twice a week, and he doesn't do it at a fixed time. I can't be heading there thrice a day all week just to meet him, right? What kind of crappy plot is this? Is this what's called the stakeout? Even if I really did it, it might not be effective. As a red glove, he might have left Backland. As Klein lampooned, he felt a deep sense of regret. He regretted being too focused on the sophistry and in fooling Leonard Mitchell, thus forgetting to ask for his contact method. I should have said to Leonard, I will inform Klein Moretti about his identity being exposed. If he has anything he wishes to say, I will pass it on for him. That way, I'll be able to establish a private method of contact. Klein exhaled slowly. All he could do was use his final solution. That was to ask the magic mirror. Drawing the symbols that implied concealment and mystery prying, Klein cast his gaze at the full-body mirror. He saw aqueous light ripple, producing White Loney's text. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal and humble, terrified servant, Arrodes, is here to answer your summoning. Before answering any questions, I want to say, I was wrong. I was wrong. Klein pricked up his brows and asked, why are you suddenly admitting to a mistake? On the mirror, the White Loney's words warped and turned into new words. In short, I was wrong. After a series of ellipses, the white words trembled into shape. Recently, there have been many people trying to find out about you, and they have learned of the reputation of your present identity. So, Dwayne Dantès' amorous preference of liking anyone beautiful has spread, so much so that even Miss Justice knows of it. Well, that's good. I used the explanation that it's a shared identity. More than one blessed plays as Dwayne Dantès, so having a myriad of preferences can be explained. Look at this mirror. It scared White. Klein was somewhat enlightened as he secretly laughed before saying, it's your turn to ask. The full-body mirror's words remained white as it formed new words. Will you forgive me? No, I mean, are you willing to watch my subsequent performance? This attitude. Klein T-scared inwardly and said with a sullen expression, work hard. Yes, great master. The mirror surface's ghastly white words bloomed with silver light. Since you have summoned me, do you have a question to ask me? Klein nodded. Yes. Where will Leonard Mitchell be living in the next few days? The silver marks distorted quickly, forming new words. 7. Pinster Street. Beneath the words, the aqueous light rippled, forming a scene. It was a terrace house numbered Unit 7. There was a black-haired, green-eyed youth just about to get his keys. It's the same old place. There hasn't been any change. If I were to pay a visit directly, it will sully Leonard's impression of Dwayne Dantès. It will be quite a step down. Get Emmeline White to go? Leonard has probably figured out that the vampire and Sherlock Moriarty, who is also Klein Moretti, have ties. The current problem is that it's hard to determine that Grandpa's stance. I have no way of confirming his true motives. Giving him a big gift based on his present state might not be appropriate. Perhaps it will bring extreme danger to Leonard. As it doesn't involve myself, doing a divination above the grey fog won't be effective. Thoughts arose in Klein's mind as he changed his plans. Compared to directly informing the Grandpa in Leonard's body about the marauder Demigod, using Palais Zoroast's or Amorn's name to warn the target to force him to leave the area was a milder method that led to fewer repercussions. Of course, the premise is that I don't expose myself. Klein pondered for a few seconds and asked again, where is the Demigod beside Hazel marked hiding? The mirror's surface had aqueous light ripple out as the scene changed. On a thick carpet with beautiful embroidery, there was a small leather sofa. On the surface of the single-seater was a white, furry cushion. In the middle of it was a grey rat. Compared to its kind, its eyes were closer to dark red. Rat! That marauder Demigod has parasitized a rat? And he's sleeping inside Hazel's room in broad daylight? He got himself what looks like a very expensive cushion. He had to transform into this because I foiled his plans? Klein was surprised before he felt a little amused. The scene fixed as silver lines surfaced. Great Master, what other instructions do you have for me? Very sharp. Klein tersely answered and said, use the mirror in the room to warn the Demigod. Tell him that all around this street there is an angel from the marauder pathway with ill intentions plying it. Furthermore, Blasphemer Amorn might come at any time. All right, Master. I'll do it immediately. The words on the mirror sparkled. In Hazel's room, the grey rat felt his spiritual perception stirred as he hurriedly stood up and cast his gaze on the full-body mirror in the room. On the surface of the mirror, words that seemed to be written with fresh blood that had yet to coagulate appeared. "Leave this area." The grey rat's gaze froze for a second as it fell silent for a moment. "Why?" The blood seemed to flow as the words spread out and formed new words. "The surrounding area has an angel from the Marauder pathway in urgent need of replenishment plying it. This pathway is the nemesis of all high sequence beyond us. Blasphemer Amorn is rushing over. I'm warning you because I do not wish for them to benefit." The grey rat squeaked softly before asking in a deep voice, "Who are you?" It was extremely frustrated that the strength it accumulated would often be forced to be drained. Otherwise, it could use astromancy to confirm the situation. The full-body mirror, which had dimmed at some point in time, suddenly had bloody words appear again, presenting new information. "I've already answered one question of yours. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask." Following that, a new line of blood-red text appeared underneath. "After you hurriedly parasitized a rat, you should be influenced by the body's construct and hormones. Now, which entity will make you have the desire to mate? Female human, female rat, male rat, or all of the above? Please answer." At this moment, Hazel cracked open the door. And for some reason, the grey rat inside didn't notice it, seemingly affected by something. The door opened slightly again as Hazel discovered that the entity who claimed to be a demigod that existed in legends was staring at the mirror in a daze. It seemed infatuated with its present appearance, a grey rat. "Ah?" Hazel's brows twitched slightly as she subconsciously paused her action of opening the door. Then, she saw the grey rat's body tremble, its red eyes effusing a clear murderous look. "Stop fooling around with me," the grey rat growled. It turned its head to leave the room, but invisible chains suddenly bound its rat's body. This strength wasn't anything for it to fear when it was in its optimal state, but now, everything it had accumulated had been drained. The latest action was to infuse a dream to the Beyonder bodyguard whom Dwayne Dantès had hired. Boom! A thick, silver bolt of lightning descended down from the sky, smiting the grey rat. The scene before Hazel's eyes turned blinding white as she couldn't see anything. Immediately, her vision recovered as she found the grey rat on the ground, charred black. Its limbs were twitching. Chapter 871. Director. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. What happened? The sudden change made the inexperienced Hazel momentarily lost as to how to react. She stood there in dazed silence for a few seconds before pushing open the door and rushing in. When she arrived beside the charred rat, the existence that claimed to be a demigod rolled in a fit, speaking with a calm tone, "You forgot to close the door." Hazel first wore a blank look before realizing that she had failed to close the door like she usually did because of her eagerness to access the situation. Doing so prevented the maids from peeping in. With the rat appearing fine, Hazel pursed her lips and turned around, walking back to the door. During this process, she didn't forget to glance at the full-body mirror. She saw that everything in it looked normal without any problems. It clearly reflected everything in the room. There weren't any additional people or objects. As the door clicked shut, Hazel asked, "Teacher, what happened just now?" The charred rat looked at her sideways as it cast its gaze beyond the window. In the world of mysticism, anything that involves supernatural power is filled with danger. You can't be too careless. I had tried to use the mirror to do a divination, but I ended up garnering the attention of an unknown existence. After an intense struggle, I finally resolved the problem and prevented the danger from spreading across the street. The rat spoke fluently without any stammering or hesitation, as though being struck by lightning was something trivial. "Is that so? Why didn't you warn me of such matters in the past?" Hazel couldn't help but frown, as she could smell the mixed smell of charred fur and disintegrated fat. Without waiting for her reply, the rat turned to face the balcony and said to her with its back towards her, "My physical condition has deteriorated as a result. I'm no longer suited to staying here, or else I might be discovered by the Church of Evernight. Yes, find an opportunity to send me to your manor in the countryside. Looking at the rat's charred fur, and smelling the fragrance of roasted meat, Hazel fell silent for a few seconds. Suppressing her doubt, she nodded and said, "All right." 160 Beauclund Street. Sitting in the reclining chair, Klein saw the full-body mirror ripple with aqueous light again as silver light arose. The silver words formed into a sentence. "Great Master, your puny servant, Arrodes, has followed your instructions to warn that Demigod from the marauder pathway. I have also given her a tiny punishment." Just as Klein was ruminating over the pronoun Arrodes had used, light from the mirror's surface turned clear as it presented a scene. A silver bolt of lightning smote down, causing the grey rat to collapse while convulsing. "This is way too weak." Klein suddenly understood why this demigod's condition was weaker than he expected. "Are you satisfied with the way I handled it?" The silver lines quickly warped into a question. "Not bad." Klein nodded. Considering the demigod's condition, he paused for a second and probingly asked, "Why didn't you directly kill her?" Arrodes's mirror outlined silver words. "If one can't be certain in killing a demigod target, it's best not to force them into a corner. Once they aren't repressed, they will completely let themselves go. That would result in them mutating into an incomplete and irrational mythical creature. Most of the time, to have a problematic condition and to having trouble fully expressing their powers is because they are resisting their inclination of losing control. I am not here in my actual form, so all I can do is deal a small punishment." When the final line appeared, the full-body mirror's aqueous light shimmered. Klein suddenly had the feeling that a creature was looking at him with widened, watery eyes. He didn't respond towards that and instead nodded. "That's it for today. I'll summon you again if there's anything else." "All right, Master Tilda." The mirror immediately produced a hand-waving emoticon. After cleaning up the room, Klein finished his afternoon nap and left the master bedroom. Before long, the white-gloved Walter came to the third floor and entered the half-opened room with the balcony. He said to his employer, "Sir, the church has sent a letter. They've invited you to be a director in the board of directors for the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation. You can choose to directly take up a post there to receive a sizable salary. Or you can choose to take on a symbolic role. You will only participate in the discussion and vote when handling major matters. The church sure is efficient. It has already set up the framework." Klein thought and felt that since he had already donated more than £10,000, there was no need for him to claim a salary. It was better to not expect anything in return as he deliberated. "I'll take on a symbolic role. However, I wish to participate in some of the actual operations of the foundation in the future. I wish to contribute further to spread aid to help more people." "I will inform the church of your thoughts," Walter seriously replied. "If you have nothing else, it's best you head over on Wednesday morning to witness the official establishment of the foundation." Dwayne raised his porcelain cup and drank a mouthful of black tea. "Okay." On the Golden Dream, Dantès sat in front of the deck, worriedly looking at the azure blue sea that was churning with waves. After being urged once by German Sparrow, he felt that he couldn't delay any further. Otherwise, he might become a bounty at any time. "I don't want to become a pile of cash while I'm sleeping. So what if I'm suspected?" Dantès gritted his teeth and mustered his courage. He passed through the cabin door and headed straight for the captain's cabin. Being unable to find Anderson Hood in a short span of time, he could only ask Vice Admiral Iceberg Edwina Edwards. After reaching his destination, Dantès took 3 deep breaths and raised his right hand, prepared to knock on the door. At this moment, Vice Admiral Iceberg's voice sounded from inside. "Please come in." Dantès' right hand paused in midair as he forced a smile and entered. He saw that his captain was sitting behind a desk, holding a dark red fountain pen. He had no idea what she was writing. "Captain, I have something I'd like to consult you about." Dantès came over and bent his back slightly as he said with a smile. Edwina put down her fountain pen and pulled at her sleeves that were laced with flowers. She glanced at Dantès and said, "You wish to ask about West Balam." "Ah." Dantès' expression froze. "The captain already knows?" It must be those B*ST*RDS and dog*T like barrel and iron skin. They told Captain about it. I know that no secret can be kept on this ship. And it's even more so for Captain. After cursing inwardly, Dantès forced a smile again. Yes, as you know, I'm very interested in history and geography. Edwina's limpid eyes moved slightly as she looked out the window. This is international politics. Without waiting for the stiff Dantès to find another excuse, she continued on. In West Balam, there are cities managed by the Loanese, valleys belonging to Intis, native generals who are supported by Lun, and tribes who follow Inti's orders. There are also powerful independent states who rely on the requirement that both nations are balanced. They are secretly connected to the different factions of the Numinous Episcopate and are in a rivalry with those who claim to be the descendants of Death. In addition, the Rose School of Thought and Faysac Empire have a deep influence on West Balam. On the surface, none of the factions belong to them, but in fact, many of the generals and tribal chiefs have submitted to them. Among them. Dantès listened in surprise before he lowered his hand suddenly with a dry chuckle. Captain, I need to take notes. Or else there's no way to memorize this. Edwina, who had been interrupted, wasn't mad. She pointed at the fountain pen and paper on the table. That's a good habit. I believe German Sparrow doesn't wish to receive erroneous information. Ah. Dantès was stunned once again. West Balam sure is chaotic. It's difficult to even tell which backing faction that a medium-sized warlord belongs to, or who he's supported by. The Rose School of Thought has a very strong influence there. That means a sharp rise in risk for me. Klein had quickly scanned through Dantès' letter after receiving it from Miss Messenger Rionette Tynke. It made him believe that he shouldn't head to West Balam alone unless Mr. Azik accompanied him. Chapter 872. Results of Mediumship. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Watching Miss Messenger leave, Klein glanced at the letter in his hand and considered the problem of West Balam again. He believed that he needed to make preparations in case that Mr. Azik wouldn't reply to him in the next month. That also meant that when July came, he might very well have to head to West Balam with a few military personnel, without the Death Consul's protection. If that happened, the shadow of the Rose School of Thought would ultimately hang over him. Two choices. If I confirm that it's extremely dangerous, I'll directly abandon my identity as Dwayne Dantès. On the contrary, I should seriously consider a customer list. I will not have myself involved in any faction that's suspected to have ties with the Rose School of Thought. I might as well set a target first to make any unexpected developments be controllable. The information provided by Dantès likely comes from Vice Admiral Iceberg. The two native generals mentioned seem rather special. The other factions, regardless of the reason, will have a note of their ties with Lun, Intis, Faysac, and Fainapota, or the various inclinations of internal factions that form a counterbalance. Only, for them, there is no mention of foreign countries other than the point about receiving support from the Numinous Episcopate. Klein read the content from beginning to end as he vaguely figured something out. He had his initial suspicions that the two native generals were related to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The reason why Edwina didn't make any note was to deliberately point out their uniqueness, telling German Sparrow that they were targets to cooperate with. This way, she didn't need to worry that there would be a leak from Dantès, as there was no information to leak other than a hint. Messengers, Katamia. The former receives the support from the royal faction of the Numinous Episcopate. The latter secretly claims to be a descendant of Death. Even if it's real, who knows how many generations separated he is. If he were to meet Mr. Azik, how should he refer to him? Klein chuckled and shook his wrist, burning up the letter. Following that, he began enjoying an exquisite afternoon tea in the half-opened room with the balcony until Walter entered and whispered, "Sir, the police are here again. It's regarding Cuaron's suicide." The matter's clues superficially pointed to Dwayne Dantès, so even though Baron Sindras had handled the matters, the police would visit him from time to time. Otherwise, the reporters would claim that it was a dereliction of duty by the police. As for the assault on Member of Parliament marked as Dwayne Dantès was only a relatively important eyewitness, they didn't disturb him further after taking his statement. Invite them to the activity room on the second floor with the garden. Klein placed the butter sponge cake he had taken a few bites from onto the plate and drank a mouthful of tea. As the master, he didn't need to worry that his food would go to waste. This was because the leftovers would be given to the servants. If he were to eat them clean all the time, or request them to prepare the perfect proportions, then his reputation as a stingy master would spread across the servants on the street before reaching the ears of the ladies and gentlemen. Walter replied with an unperturbed expression, "They wish for you to head to the police station. Today is the day the Cuaron family will be identifying the suspect in a police lineup. They say that they are very sorry, but this is a necessary process that cannot be skipped." Klein slowly got up as he said, "Understandable. Richardson, get me my coat, hat, and cane." Since he was already no longer involved in the matter, he was rather willing to figure out what Cuaron and his family had encountered from a bystander's perspective, and also how the matter had been directed towards Baron Syndra's. Inside a spacious room in the police station at North Borough, Klein stood behind a glass wall and saw Cuaron's family. It was an elderly man and woman, a woman in her late 30s, a teenager who was around the age of 15, and a girl who wasn't older than 10. Their gaze swept the suspects behind the glass wall before landing on Dwayne Dantès at the same moment. "It's him! It's him!" the teenager yelled as his eyes turned red. He clenched his hands into a fist in an attempt to rush towards the glass wall. "It's him, officer! It's him!" The lady in her late 30s suddenly wept as she looked at Dwayne Dantès with eyes filled with hatred and animosity. The little girl who was holding her hand wailed, "Daddy! Return Daddy to me!" The two elders were wiping their tears. One of them was trying hard to keep calm, while the other was nearly fainting from her sobbing. The sorrowful mood instantly spread out. However, Klein had never even met them before today. Implanted memories? He frowned slightly. As he sighed, he began wondering what the Cuaron family had encountered. Meanwhile, in the mortuary beneath the station, Daly Simone held a pencil and began sketching as her body shook slightly. As she was here to help at the police station, with the possibility of her encountering reporters when entering or exiting, she didn't wear her usual spirit medium robes. She changed into a female black and white police uniform set. She had a blouse and skirt on with matching leather boots. At this moment, her palm was moving uncontrollably, and soon, there was a desk, oriel window, ink bottle, revolver, and other items appearing on the piece of paper. On the oriel window, there was a figure reflected there. This figure's hair was neatly combed back, a mix of silver and raven black. The wrinkled figure had a broad forehead and high cheekbones. He was none other than Baron Syndra's Pa. The pencil in Daly's hand dropped onto the piece of paper. She then looked up and said to Leonard, who offered to help, and the two police inspectors who were in charge of the liaison, "In the second that Cuaron committed suicide, he struggled deeply in his heart. That is to say that his suicide is a result of cueing and guidance. This isn't a simple psychological problem. It must have involved beyond powers at a rather high level. And this contradictory struggle resulted in his emotions breaking down, suffering an explosion from his spirituality. Before his death, he would restore the truth to a certain degree. This is the scene that's fixed in his eyes." The high-ranking inspector beside her furrowed his brows. "Simone, are you implying that the last person Cuaron saw is the real murderer? Baron Syndra's is actually the real murderer?" Leonard Mitchell immediately scoffed. "What you see might not be equivalent to the truth. You might not understand it if I call it an illusion, but if I'm a murderer, I can find a person that looks like Baron Syndra so as to make him appear inside the room before Cuaron committed suicide." The two inspectors were very pleased with the explanation as they heaved a sigh of relief. "We've already arranged for Cuaron's family to pay a visit. I'll have to trouble the two of you to obtain more clues that point towards the truth with non-intrusive means." "All right." Daly rubbed the corner of her eyes. "I'll use the washroom first." She hadn't put on her strange eyeshadow or blush. Apart from her skin appearing rather pale, she didn't have that uncanny look to her. Furthermore, she seemed younger, looking more like a woman in her 20s than 30s. Her eyes were bright, and she had beautiful facial features. Believing that they were in for plenty of work, Leonard Mitchell also left the mortuary and walked towards the washroom above them. Just as they finished climbing the staircase and turned a bend, they suddenly saw a gentleman with white sideburns appear on the other end of the corridor. He was walking out of the police station with his valet. This gentleman was mature and elegant, with eyes that were like a lake under the moon. He was none other than Dwayne Dantès. Daly Simone's mind went adrift for a moment as she turned her head in thought. She looked at Leonard Mitchell and discovered this black-haired, green-eyed poet was looking at Dwayne Dantès. "Why did you suddenly file for permission to help me? That member of the numinous episcopate will soon be found. You have no lack of tasks to do." Daly didn't give Leonard a chance to find an excuse. After pausing for a second, she directly asked, "You believe that gentleman from before is problematic?" Leonard retracted his gaze and fell silent for 2 seconds. Dwayne Dantès has met His Grace before. He deliberately didn't provide any sort of confirmation or denial, as though the question she had should be posed to St. Anthony. In between the lines, he was saying that His Grace didn't mention if there was any problem with Dwayne Dantès. Whether it was a lack of any detection or simply because he didn't say, that was up in the air. Daly nodded gently as she turned her gaze towards the washroom. On Wednesday morning, Audrey Hall, who had received an invitation, rode on a carriage to arrive at the St. Samuel Cathedral on Felt Street. The Lund Charity Bursary Foundation, which was about to be established, was situated on 22 Felt Street. The building belonged to the Church of Evernight, so there was no need to pay any rent. Before getting off the carriage, Audrey held the invitation and looked out at the scenery. She was filled with anticipation for the future. She was to become a director and would work on raising funds and with external liaisons. Chapter 873. Undetectable Communication. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. After entering 22 Felt Street, Audrey instantly saw Dwayne Dantès walk out from the side corridor. This good-looking and gentlemanly gentleman was wearing a black formal suit and holding a gold-inlaid cane. He was communicating with the Foundation staff beside him. As though sensing Audrey's gaze, Dwayne Dantès naturally turned his head and looked at the door. Then, his eyes lit up in amazement like he had seen a treasure. Following that, he smiled and gently nodded as a greeting. Audrey returned with a smile and nod that wasn't a breach of etiquette in any way. She then followed the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation staff that came to escort her and walked up to the second floor. During this process, although she didn't look in any other direction, but be it the talent of a woman or her instincts as a spectator, they told her that Dwayne Dantès' gaze kept following her figure in secret until the wall beside the staircase blocked his view. Impeccable acting! He perfectly played out the reaction of what a gentleman who has zero resistance against beauties but remains sufficiently reserved and cultured would do when meeting me for the second time. It's as though we have only met once at the charity party the last time. It's exactly as I imagined. He was even able to light up his eyes. This is a technique that's part of his beyond a pathway, or is it an ability that he possesses to begin with? I have to say that German Sparrow, I think it's better to use Mr. German Sparrow, is a professional, no, an excellent actor. Furthermore, he doesn't act in an exaggerated manner like those play actors. Audrey complimented in thought before seeing a few reporters waiting to interview her about the establishment of the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation on the second floor. She wasn't a noble lady who enjoyed having her photo plastered on the papers. As she exchanged a few words with her valet that had accompanied her to inform the reporters that pictures were forbidden by Earl Hall's authority, she went into the VIP lounge with her lady's maid, Annie. Earl Hall was friends with the owners of a few publishing houses and had made the corresponding investments to acquire quite a bit of their shares. If Audrey so wished, she could exchange some of the estate she received in order to create a sizable publishing house. In the VIP lounge, Audrey, who didn't find it appropriate to bring her dog, greeted the children of the rich and aristocracy, as well as the church's clergymen. She habitually found a seat where she could see everyone, and she waited until the opening ceremony began and for the first board of directors meeting to begin. she surveyed the area and said to the female staff that was in charge of escorting her, "Lovesa, this is my first time joining in the actual operations of a charity organization. I wish to know what we should do." The lady named Lovesa was still in her 20s. She also had blonde hair with somewhat rough skin and tanned freckles. However, her smile was brilliant, making her rather affectionate. Upon hearing Audrey's question, Lovesa introduced without holding anything back, "The current plan is to not be too eager in widening the scale. We will start mainly with Backland and reach deep into the public primary schools, weekday schools, and night schools, promoting the bursary to all the students and let those in need to apply to us. After the application, we will organize a committee to do the exact audit. This will not only require us to make some verifications with the government, but we would also walk across the grounds to understand the candidate's actual situation. Once the examination is over, we will disperse the bursary and help the poor who yearn for knowledge to change their fates." Just as Lovesa said that, a male voice filled with magnetism interjected, "I have 2 suggestions. The first suggestion is that staff are to be gathered today to head to the different weekday schools, night schools, and public primary schools to promote the bursary. June is the examination period, and it's a critical period for them to enter institutes of higher learning. If we aren't efficient enough, there will be many students from poor families that will give up taking the examination because of the lack of funds. Even if they later learn of the existence of the Bursary Foundation, they won't be able to withstand the loss of wasting a year. As such, they will lose the chance at changing their fate. What we are doing might seem simple, but it completely affects each and every child's life. Therefore, we need to begin quickly and not waste any time." The person who was speaking was none other than Dwayne Dantès, who had just entered the lounge. He expressed his thoughts with a warm but serious expression. "All right, June is the examination period. Be it entering grammar school or the preparations to enter university, as well as the various technical schools to gain experience in their profession, this is a critical period. Once they give up the entry examinations this time, they will have to wait till next June. I actually forgot this. Lovesa and the Foundation staff seems to have missed this problem." Mr. Dwayne Dantès actually noticed such a detail and had considered those children who are so close to giving up their dreams. He's actually a person with a gentle heart? Audrey suddenly felt that she had a new take on Dwayne Dantès, on German Sparrow. This was what a Spectator had just obtained. A cold assassin, adventurer on the surface but has a warm heart deep down? Unfortunately, I've only been able to obtain descriptions regarding German Sparrow's crazy side. I'm unable to find any concrete proof. Audrey blinked as she carefully listened to Dwayne Dantès' suggestions. Second suggestion. In regards to the bursaries that are to be disbursed, it's best if it's put in the corresponding bank account. When school fees need to be paid, they can bring their documents to us to apply for a withdrawal. For relatively cheaper board and lodging, things don't have to be that troublesome. They can obtain a fixed sum of money every month or week. This is to prevent the applicant's parents and siblings from spending the money. To a poor family, this is an irresistible temptation. Similarly, an account corresponds to one person. No matter who is withdrawing it, the person has to be present. This can effectively prevent people from suffering from the trial of greed. Having said that, Klein pressed his palm to his chest and said to Audrey and Lovesa, "Sorry, pardon me for barging into your conversation." Audrey smiled and said, "Mr. Dantès, your suggestions are excellent. You have opened my eyes to matters that I never considered before. The only problem is that what you say to us is meaningless. I'm only listening to Lovesa's introduction." Lovesa smiled and said, "Yes, you should mention all of these at the first board of directors meeting. Don't you see me deliberately coming over to convince Miss Audrey first? With Justice's part in this, I can ensure that there will be no objections from the board of directors. Otherwise, it might easily be tabled or altered by someone using some excuse such as lacking manpower." Klein made an enlightened and regretful expression as he rubbed his palms slightly. "Look at me. Being all anxious about these matters and forgetting my place. Ha ha ha. Sometimes, I just wish that things will be made into reality once I'm given the chance." Mr. Dwayne Dantès' acting is a little exaggerated. He should know that he can't fool me. Oh, he's doing it deliberately to communicate with me ahead of time without leaving behind any traces. He wants me to support him? Audrey instantly read his thoughts as her smile turned clearer. Although she hadn't communicated with the world ahead of time, she believed that she would support this tarot club member of hers. However, being able to exchange some ideas ahead of time left her rather happy. This was because she felt that he was treating her as an equal. After forgiving Dwayne Dantès' recklessness and watching the man walk to the table with beverages and pastries in the lounge, Audrey looked away and said to Loveser, "What I'm responsible for is to raise funds at different occasions, and to communicate with the government and parliament." "That should be a simple matter for you," Loveser answered frankly. This was also why the church's charity department didn't object to Audrey Hall's participation. In fact, they were very supportive of it. Audrey nodded in thought and said, "If I have the time to spare, can I join you in visiting the different schools for the promotions, as well as the examination of the candidates?" Loveser was originally unwilling to agree, worried that the environment wasn't suitable for Miss Audrey. But when she saw her clear green eyes and took in her request that she couldn't resist, her heart softened. She felt that such kindness shouldn't be stopped. It wasn't to be isolated from the reality of the lower class. If Miss Audrey sees true misery and ugliness and is still willing to help the pitiful people, she will definitely be able to be of greater use. It will prevent the higher-ups from always formulating unrealistic measures. Loveser quickly found a convincing reason as she sighed and smiled. "No problem. However, you won't be able to wear such a dress or wear any jewelry." "What do I do with lie?" "Turn it into a bracelet and hide it under my sleeves." Audrey thought as she replied with a smile, "All right." With Miss Audrey Hall's support, the Lund Charity Bursary Foundation's first board of directors meeting ended perfectly after its establishment. Klein returned to 160 Beauclun Street in a good mood. Following his usual habits, he entered his master bedroom at around 2 to have an afternoon nap. In his hazy dream, Klein suddenly jolted awake and sensed something. Someone was attempting to infiltrate his dream. Who is it now? I'm even getting disturbed in my afternoon naps? As Klein mumbled, he made the dream transform into the half-open room with the balcony. Then, he saw the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard with his unkempt clothes somersault through the window. Does this fellow not know how to use the main door? Why is he suddenly here? I should remember to get his contact method. Klein sat in his reclining chair, feeling peeved and amused. He looked at the poet with a leisurely expression and said, "This is an impolite way of visiting me." When Leonard heard that, he bowed in a manner that lacked standards. "Mr. Dantès, I have something I would like to consult you on." "Consult?" "That's a nice attitude. Also, it doesn't seem to be anything major." Klein secretly tea-scared as he said, "What's the matter?" Leonard grabbed a seat and deliberated before asking, "You were embroiled in Cuaron's suicide. Who do you think the real murderer is?" "If I wanted to know, I would have thrown out Frank's mushrooms. However, I can't say that I've no idea at all. That just lowers the impression he has on me." Klein was very accustomed to such situations, so he expertly laughed and, instead of answering, asked, "How were your investigations?" Chapter 874. I didn't say anything. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Leonard Mitchell clasped his hands together and leaned in slightly. "We have restored the scene Cuaron saw before his death." This didn't directly show the murderer, but the glass on the oriel window happened to reflect Baron Syndra's figure. After a pause, Leonard added, "This is too simple and unconvincing. A powerful banker and noble at Baron Syndra's level wouldn't need to personally take action or be present to watch if he wants someone dead, unless he has some special fetishes. And as you know, there are many ways to replicate such scenes, be it via an illusion or disguise." When he mentioned disguise, he looked up slightly and glanced at Dwayne Dantès. It was as though he was implying that the latter's present appearance was unlikely his true appearance, just like German Sparrow and Sherlock Moriarty. What a simple and direct way of framing someone. It's really suspect if the murderer behind the scenes really wants to frame Baron Syndra's. I should process everything from the beginning. First, assuming that I, in other words, Dwayne Dantès, act like an ordinary person. Anyway, I won't mention the conclusion and only raise questions to guide his train of thought. If the final answer isn't right, that must be because my dear poet misinterpreted it and was unable to figure out what I was getting at. Klein smiled as he raised his porcelain cup and took a sip of black tea. Let's not consider this problem first. If the person who wasn't embroiled in this matter wasn't me, how would the case have developed? Leonard raised his clasped hand slightly as he tapped his index finger. As a suspect, Dwayne Dantès would be remanded at the police station, but his butler, servants, neighbors, and friends will be able to testify that he has never made contact with Cuaron's family. Hence, the testimonies from both sides will contradict strongly. The police will be unable to handle it and request the Nighthawks to intervene. Using mediumship means, we will see the scene Cuaron had before committing suicide, thus, obtaining Baron Syndra's figure. As he spoke, Leonard suddenly fell silent. After a few minutes, he continued speaking under Dwayne Dantès' smiling gaze. Regardless of the unconvincing, odd, and simplistic nature of the clue involving Baron Syndra's, we will follow protocol and make contact with him and begin the relevant investigations. And this will lead to certain problems related to him being noticed by us. Baron Syndra's is involved in matters involving the Beyonder domain, so he can't stand up to further scrutiny from the Nighthawks. The more Leonard spoke, the more certain he became. It was as though he had figured out the mastermind's line of thought. He, or they, might not care if their trap is seen through. As long as they get the Nighthawks to do a routine investigation on him, their goal will be achieved. This is because Baron Syndra's hides a rather serious and easily discoverable problem. Yes, that's the same conclusion I have. This is actually closer to sounding the alarms by providing a tip-off, but it's more mild. It looks like a trap that will make the Nighthawks definitely investigate things while hiding their existence. Of course, I won't directly acknowledge your guess. Wouldn't it be awkward if I was actually wrong? Klein crossed his right leg over his left and laughed. Baron Syndra's, who has been alerted, definitely won't show any problems now. Leonard slowly nodded and said as though explaining to himself, this Baron's experiences are rather legendary. He has been pushed to the brink of bankruptcy a few times, but he managed to turn the tide and ended up reaching a new height. Perhaps, in one of these instances, he had sold his soul to the devil, an evil god, or some other secret existence out of desperation. This story is quite reasonably crafted. Klein didn't comment on the accuracy of Leonard's guess before asking, on the other hand, how would the Nighthawks treat the real murderer that led to Cuaron's suicide? Leonard temporarily put aside all his previous thoughts, and he began following the train of thought based on an ordinary development. The design trap is too crude. The cueing, guidance, and memory implants were done in an insufficiently concealed and mild manner. It's easy for people to discover problems. Therefore, it's unlikely to be done by mid- or high-sequence Beyonders from the Spectator pathway. It looks more like it was done by a Beyonder from another pathway who relied on a mystical item to pose as a spectator. Before he finished his sentence, Leonard fell into silence again, his thoughts a mystery. Klein maintained his faint smile as he calmly looked at the poet. It was as though he had everything under control, but he wasn't going to say a thing. Everything depended on what Leonard figured out. This is very similar to what Old Man said from before. Is it really done by some mid- or high-sequence Beyonder from the Spectator pathway? His seemingly crude and flawed setup was actually a precise consideration of everyone's reaction. Everyone's response at every step of the way was taken into consideration, with the only mistake stemming from Dwayne Dantès' experience and wisdom. Leonard felt that he had already figured out the truth as he got up and coughed gently. "Thank you for your advice." Klein immediately chortled and said, "I didn't say anything." Without waiting for Leonard's response, he said, "Your former colleague got me to ask you how he should inform you if he were to discover traces of Insangwell." Leonard, who had planned on getting up to bid farewell, sat back down. Colored with a complicated expression, he said after more than 10 seconds of silence, "Pass the information in the form of a letter to 7, Pinster Street. This means that he won't be leaving Backlund anytime soon?" Or is it that no matter how far he goes to carry out missions, he will have the means to monitor 7 Pinster Street and read the letter remotely? It might be the latter assumption. A Marauder Pathways angel definitely has many magical secret techniques. Leonard can definitely use one of them. I can't ask, or else it will lower Dwayne Dantès' level and destroy my setting. Klein wore an unperturbed expression as he said with a smile, "I'll inform him." Leonard didn't immediately leave as he opened his mouth, paused, and asked, "If I wish to contact him, how should I do it?" His green eyes were deep as they spoke volumes when he asked. Klein was already prepared, so he said with a smile, "The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to German Sparrow. You can ask Pallas about the exact ritual if you aren't too sure." Leonard knew that German Sparrow was Sherlock Moriarty, who was also Klein Moretti. He nodded indiscernibly and stood up. "Thank you for informing me. Please pardon me for my intrusion." With that said, he retreated to the door, opened it, and left the dream. "Hey, you left just like that? As a nightmare, or as a former nightmare, shouldn't you consider how there might be problems with your memory? You remembered it just from hearing it once? You aren't putting enough weight on this matter." Klein couldn't help but lampoon when he saw Leonard's figure disappear. He shook his head in exasperation, ended his afternoon nap, and began busying himself over the matter regarding West Balam. On the Golden Dream, Dantès, who had finally finished his mission, drank some iced light beer because of the recent hot weather. If it wasn't because the creation of ice needed beyonder powers, and that there wasn't much to go around, he felt that he could finish half a bucket of ice in one go. "That's what I call life." Dantès guzzled the remaining liquid in his cup. At this moment, he saw greyish-white fog appear before him as German Sparrow's voice began echoing in his ears. "Please inform Dantès that he is to immediately head to West Balam. Figure out the situation of the areas under the control of the 2 native generals, May Sanchez and Katamia. He should take special note of any signs of Rose School of Thought activity." Head to West Balam? With a cup in hand, Dantès stammered German Sparrow's request repeatedly. He had once headed there with the Golden Dream crew to seek out treasure. He had also obtained rather detailed intel from his captain, therefore, he knew how chaotic and dangerous West Balam was. "Furthermore, I have to go alone." Dantès uttered a sound as he found his future bleak. Primitive forests with all kinds of hidden and terrifying creatures, native tribes who believed in death and had all sorts of peculiarities, paths filled with bandits and rebel armies, villages with wraiths and shadows haunting them, and cities that had gunfights or even beyonder battles surfaced in his mind. "No, I have to say no to German Sparrow." "Say no. He should at least send me a helper." "Eh? Ordinary people can survive in West Balam and become rich, having their own manners. This means that it's not as horrifying as I imagine it to be. I'm just frightening myself. Besides, German Sparrow just requested me to figure out the situation, not to contact anyone." Dantès quickly forced a smile and requested Mr. Fool to inform German Sparrow that he would immediately take action. Then, following German Sparrow's instructions, he set up a bestowment ritual to pray to Mr. Fool. When the ritual came to an end, he saw an illusory door open. A dark golden sunbird-shaped brooch flew out, landing on the altar. Sun brooch. In the southern continent, in a kingdom once ruled by death, the sun pathway was one of the most effective beyonder pathways. Directly giving me such a precious item. It's not bad working for German Sparrow. However, he said something about it being borrowed? Dantès picked up the brooch and felt his surroundings turn hot and humid. After handing out a mission to Dantès, Klein was just about to open the door to instruct Richardson to get him a cup of iced water when he felt his spiritual perception trigger. Immediately, he activated his spirit vision and saw Rionette Tinker walk out of the void. She held the 4 blonde, red-eyed heads in her hand, with one of them having a letter in its mouth. "Who's it from? Leonard?" Klein reached out his right hand in suspicion. Chapter 875. Mummy. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. 7 Pinster Street. Leonard Mitchell came to his desk and unfolded a piece of paper. He then picked up a fountain pen and lowered his wrist in preparation to write. However, just as he dipped a dark blue spot onto the paper, his fountain pen paused. He attempted to move his wrist in order to write a few times, but all his attempts ended up stopping due to hesitation. He raised his wrist, lowered the fountain pen, and repeated this action again and again. Finally, he froze his wrist in midair. Pa! Leonard threw down his fountain pen, crumpled the piece of paper, and accurately threw it into the trash can. At 160 Beauclun Street, Klein received a thin letter from one of Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker's heads. He felt the weight in his hands, and only when his spiritual intuition didn't send him any warnings did he tear it open and retrieve the letter inside. There was only one page, and on it were 2 lines of text written in neat, beautiful handwriting. I have something that will require your help. Let's discuss it in detail, face to face. Sharon. So it's Miss Sharon. Klein had his questions answered as he took out a gold coin and did a simple divination in front of Rionette Tinker. Then, he took out another piece of paper and wrote one word. Tonight. After he folded the letter, he asked Miss Messenger as he handed it to her, "Can you still locate her?" If it wasn't possible, he planned on giving her Sharon's mailing address. Hillston Borough, 126, Guard Street, Mariam. Yes, one of Rionette Tinker's blonde, red-eyed heads gave an answer. The head then opened its mouth and bit down on the letter. After Miss Messenger vanished from the room, Klein immediately held a ritual, planning to bring Creeping Hunger back to the real world from above the grey fog. He then planned on traveling to the various archipelagos in search of a lucky pirate. Creeping Hunger hadn't been sealed yet, so it still required feeding once a day. All Klein could do was barely use it, feeding it whenever he needed to use it. He would then throw it back above the grey fog when the next feeding time was at hand. He wasn't planning on making up for the difference. If Creeping Hunger dares to make a fuss about it, I'll feed it mushrooms. After ending the ritual and clearing up the scene, Klein wore the thin human-skinned glove, turning his body translucent until he vanished from his spot. He had his dinner, and after waiting for Creeping Hunger to finish its howling above the grey fog, Klein went to retrieve it by using the excuse of having an upset stomach to enter the bathroom. He then used this opportunity to teleport to the area outside the Bravehearts bar in the Backlund Bridge area. During this process, he had already changed his appearance, turning into the black-haired, mustached, and bespectacled detective, Sherlock Moriarty. Bending his back and rolling up his pant legs, Klein gave a self-deprecating laugh. He lowered his hat and nudged open the heavy wooden door to step into the bar. After asking the bartender, he held a cup of Southville beer and went to billiard room 3 where he knocked on the locked door. Knock! 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 Amidst the rhythmic knock, the door creaked open a tiny gap. The red-eyed Ian peeped his head out before breaking out into a smile. "Sir, please come on in." As the weather was turning warm, he no longer wore his old coat. Instead, he wore a simple linen shirt. Klein nodded with a smile and quickly entered the billiard room where he took in the surroundings almost instantly. Marek, with his hair a little messy, was wearing a white shirt, black vest, and black pants. He was holding onto a cue stick and had his back bent to play billiards. Perhaps having a deep impression of causing chaos for Sherlock Moriarty, he didn't summon his zombies to play cards with him. "Long time no see," Klein greeted first. Meanwhile, Sharon, with her small black bonnet and black, regal gown, appeared beside the billiard table, sitting on a high stool. "Good evening, Klein moved his gaze over and bowed with a smile. Sharon seemed to float up as she stood up before raising the hem of her skirt to do a slight bow as a polite response. As for Marek, he lowered his cue stick and said in a gruff voice, "From the looks of it, you're still in Backlund." His face was as pale as ever, but the evil look in his brown eyes had lessened significantly. It seemed to be evidence of the effective temperance he had in recent times. It was apparent that his acquisition of the Scarlet Lunar Corona prevented him from almost breaking down on every full moon, so much so that he didn't need to frequently switch to new types of sedatives. Klein didn't directly answer Marek. Instead, he walked to the billiard table and put down his beer. Smiling, he said, "I'm very sorry. I was planning to sell a Wraith Beyonder characteristic to you, but unfortunately it was lost. Sharon's blue eyes didn't move, nor did she probe for a reason. All she asked was a simple, "Are you all right?" She knew that the Wraith Beyonder characteristic Sherlock Moriarty mentioned belonged to Admiral of Blood Seigneur. And he was also Sherlock Moriarty's marionette. By losing the Wraith Beyonder characteristic, it also meant the loss or destruction of his marionette. This was a significant loss for such a Beyonder. "I'm still all right. At least I didn't suffer any harm," Klein said with a sighing smile. "No wonder I didn't see Seigneur this time," Marek muttered in enlightenment. Marek and Miss Sharon don't seem too bothered about the lack of that Wraith Beyonder characteristic. They have other means or methods to acquire one. Klein sharply grasped this point and switched to asking, "Is there something this time?" Marek immediately glanced at Ian. The staid teenager didn't ask further as he quickly left the billiard room and closed the door. Sharon's doll-like face didn't show any emotion as she allowed Marek to speak. "Tomorrow, there will be a ship from the southern continent arriving in Pritz Harbor. It is intimately tied to the Lun army. This ship carries with it treasure and relics plundered from the Star Highlands, Paz Valley, and Hargenti Plains. Among them is a mummy. It's the 19th king of the ancient Hargenti Plains, Dantès II. The southern continent's original language didn't stem from ancient Phaeacian. It had its own structure. In the ancient Highlander language, king also has the special term, Kar Diev. It was translated by Emperor Rizal as Pharaoh. It's a mystery what he was thinking. Also, mummy was named by him too. In short, the meaning of Pharaoh is the son of God, king of humans. Dantès II was once a high-sequence Beyonder. However, after his death, the corresponding characteristic was taken away, leaving only his corpse behind to be made into a mummy. To other Beyonders, this is a material filled with spirituality, an excellent choice for creating a zombie. But to us, it has another meaning, a very important meaning. Our goal this time is to obtain that Dantès II mummy. Another meaning? The corpse of a high-sequence Beyonder without any Beyonder characteristic. Apart from using it as a material, there's another meaning to it. Klein's heart stirred as he suddenly thought of Hermit's request to purchase a drop of mythical creature blood. Could it be the ritual requirement to go from sequence 5 Wraith to sequence for puppet? Miss Sharon already has the formula and has digested the Wraith potion. From the way she acts, she's practically acting as a Wraith all the time. Who knows, she might have digested it a long time ago. However, when we were in the underground ruin talking to the evil spirit, it was evident that she didn't possess the puppet potion formula. Yes, everyone has their own circles. It's not strange for her to be able to obtain it. Klein swept his gaze at Sharon while in thought, but he failed to discover any obvious changes from before. She was still more like a doll than a living person. However, she didn't show any signs of being even darker and creepier. Sharon silently sat there and watched Sherlock Moriarty and Marek intently, listening into their conversation. If it's just a high-sequence mummy without a Beyonder characteristic, the level of protection can't be too high. Just the two of you shouldn't find it difficult to snatch it away. Klein raised a suspicion. From his point of view, a sequence 5 Beyonder could be considered quite a powerhouse. Unless the ship had a demigod escorting it, it was very difficult for Beyonders at the same level to put up any effective resistance if her target was solely a mummy. After all, there were too many items the Beyonder guards had to look out for. Furthermore, they might be scattered in different cabins due to the different means of storage. This time, it was Sharon's turn to provide the explanation. She used her succinct manner of speech as usual. We're worried that it's a trap the Rose School of Thought is using to target us. If there's nothing, £1,000. If there's something, we will be in charge of drawing attention while you take away the mummy. Depending on the level of danger, it will range from £5,000 to £10,000. I see. Klein didn't immediately reply as he thought and asked, "Do you know of spirit world plunderers?" A wraith was also a type of Beyonder who could effectively move through the spirit world. Sharon nodded slightly and said, "I can use the cash and the relevant information about spirit world plunderers as payment." Klein tersely acknowledged. I'll consider it. I'll write to you before midnight. As an excellent seer, he would head above the grey fog to confirm the level of danger regardless of what it was. However, he could confirm that this was definitely not a trap targeted at him since he had no need for a mummy. All right, Sharon replied with a deadpan expression. Klein didn't immediately bid them farewell as he walked to the door and informed Ian to enter. He then asked, "Are there any news worth taking note of recently?" Ian thought for a moment and mentioned pieces of information that were relatively important. Someone is trying to find out about the organization that believes in the Fool. Klein was somewhat surprised as he asked with a smile, a young man with black hair and green eyes. He suspected that it was Leonard Mitchell. Ian shook his head. No, black hair and black eyes. Some mister from the Aurora Order? Klein considered for a moment before asking, "Can you draw who it is?" Ian was taken aback before he said in a self-deprecating manner, "You might never be able to recognize him if that's the case." At this moment, Sharon said, "I can help you." All right. Ian first heaved a sigh of relief before following the instructions to prepare a rather simple ritual. Then, his body trembled as he drew a sketch while being possessed by a wraith. It was a young man with curly black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face while wearing a monocle. Amorn. Blasphemer Amorn. Chapter 876. Art of Diverting Trouble. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Amorn. Klein's pupils constricted, and although he looked normal on the surface, he tensed up significantly with his heart churning with waves of alarm. Although he had kept using Amorn to scare the grandpa in Leonard's body, as well as the Marauder Pathway Demigod beside Hazel, he was only using the name. He never expected that this blasphemer, a king of angels, would arrive in Backland so quickly. He was even looking for the organization that believed in the Fool. In fact, although it's surprising, it's understandable. With Backland having an angel and demigod of the Marauder Pathway, it's only a matter of time before Amorn arrives based on the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. The only problem is that he has been searching for something in the forsaken land of the gods for so many years, so it's unlikely he would suddenly abandon his search. Besides, his mausoleum in the outskirts of Backland has been destroyed by the machinery hive mind, making it difficult for him to come and go as he pleases. Therefore, this isn't his main body, but an avatar? An avatar that exists in the northern continent? An angel of the Marauder Pathway should be good at using worms of time to create avatars. Amorn must be stronger than them. Klein's thoughts raced as fast as lightning as he gradually came to a certain conclusion. At times, he even suspected that the mythical creature of the Marauder Pathway was a bunch of worms of time that combined together via a certain method. As a Marauder Pathway's king of angels before the cataclysm, Amorn definitely knows what the name the Fool means and can detect the corresponding aura. He might even wish to steal control over the grey fog. He came here for the Fool this time. This is really going to be a headache. After his initial shock, Klein gradually composed himself. What he was most afraid of now was that he would end up encountering Blasphemer Amorn because of the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence. And Amorn was clearly able to detect his uniqueness. When that happens, it might not even cause a stir before the so-called the Fool had to consider if he could be resurrected. After all, this was a king of angels, an existence just second to a true god. Furthermore, the Marauder Pathway was always known for their deceit and concealment. Amorn wasn't necessarily afraid to take action, even in Backland. Perhaps stealing the fate of others was a strength of his. From the looks of it, temporarily leaving Backland to head for West Balam might not be a bad choice. Anyway, the biggest problem stems from myself. If I had already advanced and become a Bizarro sorcerer, I'll be able to hide the grey fog's aura. Even if I encounter Amorn, I won't have to be afraid of exposing anything. Klein drew a silent breath as he once again felt a sense of urgency. He needed to quickly push open the door to Sequence 4, change his existence, and become a demigod. For this, he needed to work harder, be it making another marionette, acting at a deeper level to speed up his digestion, or gathering the corresponding ingredients. Phew! Backland really is a terrifying place. If Ouroboros hasn't left, or if he has already returned, just the ones I know would number 4, no, 5 angels, including 2 kings of angels. I haven't included the royal family and military who use Backland as their base. I haven't included the underground evil spirit whose whereabouts are unknown. A former king of angels that fused with the wills of 2 other angels. If the Rose School of Thought's abomination Soir comes in pursuit of German Sparrow, that would really be a bustle. This would be nothing compared to the demigod-level battle outside Bayam City. Klein looked at the sketch drawn by Ian as he vaguely shook his head. Okay, got it. He shook his head. To Ian and Marek, he had said so because he didn't know the monocled man, but in fact, he was expressing his exasperation. I'll have to leave. I'll reply to you before midnight. Klein took off his hat and bowed, slowly walking out of the billiard room. He then teleported back to 160 Beauclund Street from a secluded alley outside the Bravehearts bar. Inside his master bedroom, the first thing he considered wasn't Miss Sharon's and Marek's request, but on how he was to deal with the problems that Amon brought with him. In such aspects, being rather experienced, he quickly came up with an idea. It was to find something for Amon to do to draw his attention away. As for what that was, it was definitely something he'd found irresistible, something that he would definitely be interested in, for example, an angel from the Marauder pathway, Pallas Zoroast. Perhaps this was key to Amon's ability to become a Sequence 0 true god. It would be something far more important than finding the organization that believed in the fool. Of course, Klein definitely wouldn't directly sell out Leonard's grandpa, because he had yet to show any ill intent to date. His thoughts were simple. It was to inform this matter to Pallas Zoroast that Amon was already in Backland. He wanted to see the reaction of the angel who had survived since the 4th epoch, then, he would follow up based on the situation. If that grandpa is helpless against Amon who's likely only an avatar, he can only get Leonard to use the excuse of a mission to leave Backland to hide from Amon. As for me, I'll have to bring forward my trip to West Balam. I'll just say that it has something important to do with my network. I'll secretly teleport back for the placenta blood when Snake of Fate will Orseptin is born. Klein arrived at a decision as he took out a piece of paper and wrote. Amon has arrived. Folding the letter and putting it into an envelope, Klein took out the adventurer's harmonica and blew hard. When Rionette Tinker appeared, he took out a gold coin from his pocket and pressed it on the envelope. This was one of the 10 gold coins that he had gotten Richardson to exchange for him in the afternoon. It was to maintain his image of Dwayne Dantès to being equal to someone at the level of Pallas Zoroast. Even when Klein informed Leonard Mitchell of the method of contact, he didn't inform him that the payment of a gold coin was needed. This shows that face is something you buy with money. As Klein sighed, he said to Miss Messenger, who was wearing a dark, complicated dress, "Send the letter to 7, Pinster Street. Oh, just throw it into the mailbox. There's no need to send it to the addressee." As he wasn't certain of Pallas Zoroast's true intentions and character, Klein wished to hide more of his trump cards in front of him, therefore, before Leonard wrote to Klein Moretti, he had no plans on letting the poet see Miss Messenger. The blonde, red-eyed head in Rionette Tinker's left hand was raised up as it sucked the letter and gold coin into its mouth. However, she didn't immediately disappear. Instead, she floated at her spot, looking at Klein silently with all 8 eyes. What's wrong? Klein was taken aback before coming up with a guess. He asked with an odd expression, "You don't know where 7, Pinster Street is?" Only then did he recall that a messenger's delivery of letters depended on their mysticism-based location. It was based on the person they contracted with and people they had formerly delivered letters to. Therefore, once the latter left a detectable range, the messenger would not be able to find them. Upon hearing Klein's question, 2 of Rionette Tinker's heads nodded in unison, indicating that she didn't know. Klein immediately coughed lightly, pulled out the drawer, and took out a map of Backland. He then used a fountain pen to circle out North Borough. Following that, he circled Pinster Street. When you're here, you will see the unit number on the buildings. Klein folded the map and handed it over. The head in Rionette Tinker's right hand immediately opened its mouth and bit down on the map. Then, her figure phased away and entered the spirit world. Upon seeing this, Klein heaved a sigh of relief. He turned and walked out of his master bedroom and headed for the half-open room with the balcony to read the papers and magazines. Late into the night, he took 4 steps counterclockwise before soaking into the bathtub and entering the mysterious space above the grey fog. Helping Sharon and Marek obtain the Teutonsis 2 mummy is dangerous. Klein took off the topaz pendant on his left wrist and let it hang to perform a divination. This time, the spirit pendulum rotated clockwise with a weak amplitude and relatively slow frequency. This means that the danger isn't too great. Furthermore, even if it's a trap targeted at Miss Sharon and Marek, there's no need for the present me to be too afraid. Klein beckoned with his hand as he made a translucent miniature black crystal card fly to him. This was the Fate Siphon charm. Klein had used a worm of time to create a demigod-level high-level charm. Right on the heels of that, he summoned Creeping Hunger and the Sea God Scepter. Wearing the former, he picked up the latter and recorded Lightning Storm and Hurricane. The mutated and upgraded Creeping Hunger could use Mr. X's soul and characteristic to record 2 demigod-level Beyonder powers that didn't exceed sequence 3. With this, Klein no longer needed to borrow Leymano's travels anymore. Furthermore, it was more convenient. After all, flipping a spellbook affected his use of Death Knell and the Fate Siphon charm, unless he grew another 2 hands. After making his preparations, Klein returned to the real world, pulled out a piece of paper and wrote simply. Exact time, location, and plan. At 1 a.m., Leonard, who had slept 2 hours, woke up energetically. He prepared to leave 7 Pinster Street and head for the St. Samuel Cathedral's basement. Just as he stepped out the door, he suddenly had his spiritual intuition trigger before he subconsciously cast his gaze to the side. A look of puzzlement flashed in his eyes as he walked over and opened the mailbox. During dinner, he had cleared the newspapers, bills, and letters inside. Typically, there wouldn't be any items in the mailbox until daybreak. After all, the mailman would have clocked off work and returned home. However, at this moment, there was a thin letter waiting silently at the bottom of the mailbox. "Old man, you didn't inform me of a new letter," Leonard said softly as he picked up the letter. The slightly aged voice in his mind replied, "The person didn't enter." Leonard knew that Old Man's senses were limited to his body, hence, he didn't speak further. He tore open the envelope and took out the letter, flicking it flat. The letter was mostly empty with just one short line. "Amorn has arrived. Amorn has arrived." Leonard's pupils dilated immediately. At the same time, he heard the parasite in him gasp for the first time. Chapter 877. Whose Trap? Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Towards Amorn, Leonard didn't have a strong, direct impression of him. All he knew was that it was the most feared enemy of the parasite in his body. He was the culprit that left this mysterious and powerful old man injured to this day. Therefore, he quickly calmed down and asked with a suppressed voice, "What do we do now?" In his mind, the slightly aged voice sounded after 3 seconds. The one that came probably isn't Amorn's actual body but one of his avatars. He? Indeed, Blasphemer Amorn is an angel, and probably a Sequence 1 angel. After all, Old Man is suspected to be a grounded angel. As Leonard absorbed the information to verify his theories, he listened to Pallas Zoroast continue. If Amorn's actual body appears in Backland, it might very well cause a deity's descent. A deity's descent? How many years has it been since something like this happened? Since the 5th epoch, occurrences like these were legends that were recorded in the internal canon. They had never publicly happened before. Could this mean that, even among Sequence 1s, Amorn is one of the most powerful existences? It's no wonder he is called a blasphemer. In just a few words, Leonard came to realize how terrifying the angel named Amorn was. Standing in front of the mailbox, his thoughts wandered when he suddenly had an idea. He hurriedly suppressed his voice and said, "Since Amorn has such importance placed on him by the deities, shouldn't we try to find a way to inform the Church of the news of his appearance in Backland?" From Leonard's point of view, the Church of Evernight and Storm, which was born in an earlier epoch and existed through the entire 4th epoch, had rich experience in resisting angels. They were the best choice at dealing with Amon. In his mind, Pallas Zoroast chortled. It's useless. It might even be something Amon wishes to accomplish. To him, it's just a loss of an avatar. It will just waste a bit of his strength but not deal him any actual harm. And he can use the death of his avatar to see the corresponding changes in fate. From that, he will be able to see the source of the stir or the creation of the waves. Although this doesn't allow him to directly lock onto you and me, he will be able to greatly reduce the circle, creating the conditions for his actual body to deal a lethal blow. Besides, do you think there will only be one avatar of Amon in Backland? Based on his habits and style, he might only have one avatar that he doesn't hide, but in fact, surrounding this beacon are several, dozens, or even more than 100 avatars. When we attempt to eliminate the one that's out in the open, it might very well be the case that a few, dozens, or more than 100 Amons will appear from every spot. He could be a passerby, a bird on the roof, an ant on the ground, and he could also be an insect in wooden logs, microbes in the air. One who isn't a demigod wouldn't notice it even if his avatar invades their bodies. As he listened to Old Man's detailed description, Leonard felt a chill run through his back. He suddenly had a feeling that the surrounding air was filled with countless Amons. You're afraid now? Pallas Zoroast chuckled. If you understand how Amon can steal away your fate without showing any anomalies, you will be even more terrified. What do you mean by stealing away my fate? Leonard asked, feeling wary and puzzled. Pallas' old voice sighed. He will follow you back. Then you'll discover that your parents will be making him their son. Your wife will view him as her husband. Your child will treat him as their father. Your friends, everyone you know, will treat him as you. And you will be the unlucky one. You will lose all connection with the real world and slowly die. Would such a theft be permanent? Leonard couldn't help but draw a gasp. Pallas Zoroast sniggered. Before a thief is caught, will he volunteer to return what he stole? Unless he has had enough fun with it. Leonard instantly fell silent. He felt that an enemy at Amon's level was no longer someone one could defend themselves against but was completely unfathomable. After a few seconds, he asked, hardly being able to hide his hoarse voice, then what do we do? He didn't share his own thoughts because they were most likely unpragmatic. Pallas Zoroast fell silent for a moment before saying, Let's watch and see. Inside the Bravehearts bar. Marek was waiting at Billiard Room 3 according to the agreement. Since Sherlock Moriarty had agreed to provide help, discussing the operation's details face-to-face was necessary. It wasn't something that could be figured out via an exchange of letters. Guzzling down a mouthful of beer, Marek raised his hand to comb his hair. His pale face was drained of the color of blood. The demented look on his face was a lot less than before. At this moment, his heart stirred. He looked up to the side and saw a figure in a top hat and formal suit outlined quickly. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Teleport? Marek's heart palpitated as his pupils constricted. He instinctively raised his level of wariness. This wasn't because he didn't trust Sherlock Moriarty, but a natural reaction for a creature when facing a higher existence on the food chain. At the same time, he noticed through the corner of his eye that Sharon's doll-like figure had appeared on the high stool. Klein pressed down his hat and bowed at the two. He said with a smile, "What I'm most concerned about is the amount of intel you have. If there's sufficient intel, the chances of success will be higher and the risks lower. Let me raise a simple example. Do you believe that Tutansis mummy doesn't have any problems? Can you confirm which coffin it is in? If you can, I can teleport over before the guards react, traveling with it through the spirit world. That way, the problem will be resolved." Just as Marek tried recalling, he heard Sharon say in a calm tone, "It can be confirmed which coffin it is, but we cannot confirm if there are any problems with it." Klein nodded and pulled a chair over to sit. "Apart from that, what else do you know?" Sharon's blue eyes moved slightly. "It might be a trap by the Rose School of Thought, or it might be a trap by the Lun military. You didn't mention the second guess previously." That's right, before obtaining any confirmation of cooperating together, even I wouldn't divulge too much. Klein thought as he questioned, targeting the latter point. A trap meant for the Rose school of thought. Marek answered this time. He said in detail, in the ancient Highlands kingdom, creating a mummy was the tradition for an esteemed person. It's considered sacred, and the pharaoh's mummy is not something to be blasphemed against. Back then, before the Lun, Intis, and Phaenopotter allied forces attacked this kingdom, the pharaoh's descendants had moved the most important batch of mummies, including the remains of the pharaohs of past dynasties. This time, one of the Highlands rebel armies had their secret base stormed. The Lun army found the Tutansis II mummy at the lowest level and plan on delivering it to Baklan to hand it to an unknown military organization for research. To the pharaoh's descendants, this is an insult of the greatest order. They have a sufficient motive to snatch Tutansis II's mummy back. And among these descendants, there's a demigod named Mimosi. He's both one of the main leaders of the rebel army and is also an important member of the Rose school of thought. He's the student of abomination Soir. Klein nodded slightly and answered, that is to say that Tutansis II's mummy might be bait for the Lun army to fish out Mimosi. Of course, this doesn't exclude the possibility that the Rose school of thought is deliberately sacrificing a pharaoh's remains to eliminate you. He originally wanted to say that as a sequence 6 and 5, there was no need for the Rose school of thought to go to such an extent. But when he recalled that the present main faction of the Rose school of thought was at indulgence, with them not holding back when it came to their desire for revenge, he believed that he couldn't make a decision using an ordinary person's point of view. Furthermore, Miss Sharon and Marek were able to escape the Mother Tree of Desire's restrictions and successfully escape from the Rose school of thought. Apart from luck, they might have someone supporting them in secret. If there is such a person, that person is definitely a target the Rose school of thought wants to be uprooted. Klein's mind naturally formulated these thoughts, but he didn't say it out loud. Yes, Marek said as he rubbed the corners of his eyes. The large amount of words he said had made him feel perturbed both in mind and desire. Klein thought for a moment before saying, if it's the former, the situation might be more troublesome than I imagined. To deal with a demigod with companions, the Lun army will have at least 2 beyond us at the same combat level as Mimosi lying in ambush. Apart from that, they will definitely have some redundancies to prevent any accidents. For example, they will prepare a Grade 0 sealed artifact. In short, if this isn't near Bakland or made into a joint operation with the 3 churches, it might not be possible to so easily set up such a trap. Sharon's chin moved slightly as she nodded in agreement with Sherlock Moriarty's judgment. Klein didn't emphasize the difficulty as he said, therefore, we have to obtain more accurate and detailed intel. From that, we can make more targeted preparations. This will allow us to achieve our goals. Without waiting for Sharon and Marek to say a word, he added, I know of a secret existence for magic mirror divination. It strictly adheres to a principle of reciprocity. If you do not mind your privacy or actions that will bring about intense humiliation, you can obtain answers to many questions from Jim. Are you willing to try? I'll perform the summoning. In dark divination, whoever did the summoning typically suffered the greatest risk. What happens if I refuse to divulge my private matters or reject doing such actions? Marek asked with narrowed eyes. Klein sincerely replied, you'll suffer a lightning strike, causing quite significant damage. Lightning strike. Marek originally believed that with a zombie's toughness, it wasn't too big a problem to suffer any direct damage, but he had never expected it to be lightning, which was relatively strong against the dead. He hesitated for a moment and glanced at Sharon. After receiving an affirmative nod, he exhaled and said, okay. Klein didn't speak further. He took out a piece of paper from his pocket as he instructed, prepare a mirror. Just as he said that, a palm-sized makeup mirror appeared on the billiard table. A regal-styled makeup mirror? Klein glanced at it and drew a symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. Chapter 878. Arrodes' question. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. With Klein finishing his final stroke, the lights in Billiard Room 3 dimmed. On the dainty makeup mirror, aqueous patterns rippled out before turning into a dark scene. Immediately, one bloody word after another appeared. Raise your questions. This scene was filled with a sense of supernatural horror. Even though standing there was a wraith and a zombie, they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed as they momentarily didn't dare say a word. Only Klein continued wearing a smile as though he was accustomed to all of this. He had previously exhorted Arrodes to not raise questions that were too difficult or private, and also to not act like a servant. If it wasn't because Sharon and Marek could ask much more targeted questions as a result of understanding the situation better, Klein was more inclined to handling it himself and not exposing the reality of having such a helper. After a few seconds of silence, Marek took 2 steps forward, came to the billiard table, and opened his mouth. At this moment, Sharon's gentle but emotionless voice sounded. I'll ask the questions. Without waiting for Marek to answer, she floated up into a standing position and looked at the mirror. Is the Teutonsis 2 mummy a trap that the Lun military set up to target the Rose school of thought? The mirror's blood-red words melted away and slid down, dragging away the stains, barely leaving 2 words behind which wriggled to form. That's right. It is indeed a trap the Lun military set up for the Rose school of thought. We can preliminarily eliminate the situation that it's a plot the Rose school of thought has to target Miss Sharon and Marek. After all, the risk involved exceeds the value of a sequence 5 and 6 combined. Even if the Rose school of thought can't curb their desire for revenge, they wouldn't be this crazy unless they were already planning on dealing with the Lun military and decided to involve this matter as well. If that's the case, the best place to have such a matter unfold would be in the southern continent or at sea, and not somewhere in the vicinity of Backland. Who knows what kind of terrifying fellows are hidden here? Amidst his thoughts, Klein saw the surface of the mirror turn dark again as new blood-colored words appeared. Based on the principle of reciprocity, it's my turn to ask a question. If you answer wrong or lie, you will be punished. Rather obedient. He didn't make the request of doing artistic actions. Looking at the billiard table, Klein nodded indiscernibly. At this moment, the words from before slowly vanished, presenting new words. You? As the bloody word froze for a full 3 seconds, it followed up. Are to answer with the relationship between the chained god and the mother tree of desire. For some reason, Klein felt that the remaining parts of the sentence had its blood-colored text darkened significantly. Thankfully, the question wasn't too out of place, and it was something he would like to know. Sharon looked at the mirror and replied in a deadpan manner, since the 5th epoch, after the perishing of death, the Eggers family gradually lost control over the Star Highlands and Paz Valley, allowing those places to have their own beyonder organization, the Rose School of Thought. In the beginning, there wasn't the Mother Tree of Desire, only the Chained God. The Rose School of Thought advocated temperance and established a religious ritual system, including laws. Formal members led ascetic lives to deal with the repercussions of receiving powers. One day, a divine revelation added terms about indulgence. Many people slowly changed and restored ancient but bloody primitive sacrificial traditions. Later, the School of Thought's upper echelons began secretly calling the Chained God the manifestation of the Mother Tree of Desire. By the sound of it, the Chained God was corrupted by the Mother Tree of Desire bit by bit or replaced. If this entity was once a sequence 0, then the Mother Tree of Desire is truly terrifying. It's no wonder it's viewed as an enemy by all the other deities. However, the Chained God might not be a sequence 0. There's a small possibility of being a uniqueness that has fully come to life, or a king of angels with 2 sequence 1 characteristics, or even someone weaker. There's currently not enough information to verify the matter. Klein frowned slightly as he began thinking about the matters regarding the Mother Tree of Desire. At this moment, Sharon had switched to asking, what problems does the Teutonsis 2 mummy possess? On the mirror's surface, the blood-red text squirmed and changed into a complete sentence. It's filled with hexes, a manifestation of hexes. It has the possibility of automatically becoming a zombie. This mummy is comprised of hexes? As expected of a corpse left behind by a high-sequence beyonder. How should this be resolved? Klein turned to look at Sharon and Marek and discovered that they were sufficiently calm without any hint of surprise, as though they already knew that. And this also meant that they had the means to resolve the matter. Of course, Sharon didn't have much of an expression regardless of the matter. She was as calm as she always was. After Arrodes answered, it followed the principle of reciprocity and raised its question. You have been trying hard to increase your sequence. Why do you do so? This time, it had used the same bloody text as the opening, but the words that followed after a few seconds didn't appear that bright. Does this mean that Arrodes is hesitating and struggling, resisting its own urges? On the one hand, it finds it difficult to curb its wishes to raise difficult-to-answer questions, but on the other hand, it's taking my instructions into considerations and thus holding back. Klein thought in amusement. Sharon stood there in silence before gently moving her lips. In the beginning, it was to not be bullied by others. Now, it's to have the strength to protect myself and my companions, and revenge, as well as spread the principle of temperance. If everyone can temper their desires, to not have wars and killing, there will be less misery. Klein was surprised by what he heard. His impression of Sharon was that she was a woman of few words. It wasn't that she couldn't say that many words, but that even if she had much to say, she held back greatly and didn't provide any additional descriptions. For example, in her answer to the first question, she had simply recounted the situation, and although she appeared to say a lot, she hadn't said one word more or anything subjective. The word she added towards the end was a relatively talkative act based on her character. This is something that's been on her mind, a point of view that she has been repressing for a very long time. Klein suddenly imagined the chaotic reality of the wars in the southern continent. They were lands with plenty of slavery. There were batches of people from the lower class who died of hunger and sickness. There were constant wars and live sacrifices. If I were born in the southern continent and could live to this point, I'll definitely wish for world peace and happiness to the people. Speaking of which, Miss Sharon and Marek do not look like they are of southern continent descent. That's right, before death perished, passage between the northern and southern continent was allowed. Also, Sharon mentioned revenge. That word was said without conviction, as though she doesn't hold out hope for it. Or does she not have that strong of a desire for it? Klein sighed silently as he watched Sharon raise detail after detail and answer question after question. After learning of the situation regarding the Tutensis II mummy, Sharon asked again, apart from Mimosi, who are the high sequence beyonders that will appear in this trap? The mirror surface's aqueous wave rippled and formed a bright light, one that enveloped everything. Nothing else could be seen. With Arrodes' powers, it likely involves an angel or Grade 0 sealed artifact. That's why it wasn't able to provide an accurate answer. Klein retracted his gaze and said to Sharon and Marek with a smile, from the looks of it, it's as I guessed. The Lun military has prepared plenty of redundancies. Sharon nodded slightly as she continued staring at the mirror, awaiting the secret existence to raise his question. The blood-colored text squirmed and no longer paused like before. Everything appeared at once. What are your thoughts regarding your teacher? Teacher? Miss Sharon has a teacher. That's right, as part of the Temperance faction, to not be influenced by the Rose school of thought which had changed internally, and to keep to her original path, someone must have provided her with help. This is also one of the reasons why she and Marek could escape. Enlightened, Klein anticipated Sharon's answer. Sharon pursed her lips. I respect her. She used her? Klein nearly couldn't maintain his smile from the shock. Including the Orthodox churches and the various major Beyonder organizations, grounded angels were very rare. There might only be one or two. He originally imagined that Sharon's teacher was a sequence for or 3 saint with a peak strength equivalent to see King John Copman. To his surprise, she had used her as a pronoun. In Lun, Ancient Faesak, and even Jotun and Elvish, this pronoun was very different from his, her, its. After his shock, Klein suddenly sighed deeply. Miss Sharon's current situation largely implies that her teacher is probably not around. She and Marek escaped perhaps due to the final struggle of the Temperance faction within the Rose school of thought. And to the Mother Tree of Desire, either its corruption or decimation to create a sealed artifact. There will not be any other choices. The mirror turned dark again as the bright red text vanished. After a while, new words appeared again. Continue. I no longer have any questions. Thank you for your help, Sharon curtsied as she said slowly. With her saying that, the mirror returned to normal. The lighting in the billiard room wasn't dim any longer. Sharon looked at Klein and said in a tone without any abnormalities, "We shall forego this matter." Clearly, she also understood the meaning behind the blast of light that appeared during the hidden existence's final answer. Klein shook his head and smiled. "There's no need to rush into a decision. Let me ask you a few more things. Perhaps there might still be a chance that doesn't require us to take too much of a risk. At least my divination results say that it's possible." He added silently. "What is it?" Marek couldn't help but ask. Chapter 879. Dual Purpose. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Upon hearing Marek's question, Klein picked up the piece of paper with the symbol that summoned Arrodes and shook it as he wiped away his smile. He said in all seriousness, "Tell me the detailed process for creating a pharaoh mummy in the ancient Highlands Kingdom." As he said that, the piece of paper was engulfed in scarlet-red flames, turning to ash. Marek glanced at Sharon and replied after some thought. "First step, lay it down for 3 to 5 days and use some auxiliary methods to make the Beyonder characteristic naturally seep out and not become a sealed artifact from fusing with any parts of the pharaoh's body. Second step, hold a cleansing ritual. Place the corpse on an altar, pray to the chained god, and hope that half the deceased spirit remains in the body. This won't affect the return of the Son of God, and it can also allow the created mummy to maintain a long period of spirituality. Third step, using Beyonder powers or actual technology, remove the corpse's brain, innards, and bodily fluids, leaving only the heart. Fourth step, stuff the corpse with perfumes and medicine that's filled with spirituality and completely dehydrate the body. Fifth step, stuff the perfumes and medicine inside again. Arrange some preparations for a ritual on the corpse's surface, then wrap it up in linen bandages before putting it into a sarcophagus. Sixth step, the organs which were handled in a similar manner as the fourth step will be used as materials for the ritual. They will be placed in the 4 corners of the sarcophagus. Likewise for the brain and bodily fluids. The former will be stirred into mush, mixing with the latter. And the sarcophagus will have some preserved circulatory tracts that mimic the deceased state before death. This can gather spirituality from the spirit world and the surroundings, making the pharaoh mummy an ingredient rich in spirituality even after more than a millennium. It can be made into a rather powerful zombie. Sounds like it has nothing to do with enhancing one's ability in that area. I wonder how apothecaries turn such rot into a miracle. Yes, there seems to be a difference in the way Egyptian mummies are made on Earth. The level of mysticism involved is a lot greater. Klein finished listening carefully and quickly analyzed if there was anything that could be used as part of the plan. Regardless, Tutansis II's mummy is something with extreme research value. Unless it's necessary, no one is willing to destroy it. Klein fell into deep thought for a moment before looking at Sharon, who had returned onto her high stool. He asked with a solemn expression, "What's the furthest distance you can travel with mirror blink?" Sharon sat there and answered without any hesitation, 300 meters. That's far enough, much better than my flaming jump. However, this is expected. After all, a wraith's main trait is to come and go without detection, while flaming jump is just part of a magic show. Not bad. This can be used. Klein couldn't help but inwardly make a poignant remark. Although he once had a wraith marionette, he didn't know the limits of mirror blink, because before it could reach its limit, it would slip out from his control radius. Once that happened, the marionette was equivalent to a dead object. The blink would fail midway. Klein asked a few more questions and formulated a general plan. After looking at Sharon and Marek separately, he said with a steady tone, "We still have a chance of snatching Tutansis II's mummy away. There is a risk, but it won't be high. Yes, that's on the condition that the two of you listen to my instructions. Let me lead this operation. Of course, if you believe it's unacceptable, you can choose to terminate the operation midway and choose to return. That's your freedom. Just remember to pay me." If this was in the past, Marek would have rejected the proposal without a thought. He and Sherlock were considered very experienced mid-sequence Beyonders, so how could he listen to a newly advanced Beyonder who had once sought their protection before? But after the previous cooperation effort, the intelligence, adaptability, and the mysterious items Sherlock Moriarty possessed had left a deep impression on Marek. He couldn't help but consider him as equals. When news of German Sparrow continuously reached Backland, he had been shocked, being even more convinced that he was one of the strongest Beyonders below that of high-sequence Beyonders. In mysticism, this was a form of authority when it came to Beyonder combat. Since he possessed authority, it meant abiding by it. He can still teleport. Marek recalled the way Sherlock Moriarty appeared, and he had a strong sense of confidence bolstered within him. Perhaps there was a chance of success. He turned his head and looked at Sharon. The two nodded in unison. "All right," Sharon responded, her blue eyes not showing any signs of hesitation. Klein immediately revealed a smile. "I'll go into the specifics when we rendezvous at the scene." Apart from defining the problems and obtaining a more accurate account of the situation, his deliberate appearance using traveling and providing a secret existence to obtain intel was also to establish his image. It boosted the way they viewed him, giving him the ability to be in charge. As a marionettist, even without a marionette for the time being, he had to control others to complete a targeted act. To Klein, this operation was partly to help Sharon and Marek, but he also had hopes of using this grand act and his directing of puppets to further accelerate the digestion of his potion. It had to be said that the immense pressure of Armand's appearance in Backland and his recent interaction with spectators had allowed the marionette-less him to greater understand the marionettist principle he had previously concluded. With his marionette as a lead, he could control his enemies to put on a puppet act in real life. His current idea was, even without a marionette, he could use his dominance, language, and the settings he designed, or a combination of these factors, to control his target, putting on a puppet act in real life. Marionettists weren't only controlling spirit-body threads. And what he did previously was merely a small attempt. Just like Amorn, a simple appearance is enough to put many matters into motion. It makes me and Pallas Zoroast appear to be waiting for him to signal with a wave of the conductor's baton. Klein silently sighed as he heard Sharon and Marek answer in unison, "Okay." In the evening at Pritz Harbor, there were elegant gas street lamps made of black metal. They illuminated the various streets with the light they emitted. At this moment, most of the ships had moored. Silence was the main tune of the area. At the top of a warehouse, there were many wooden crates circling an area. 3 figures suddenly appeared from the void. They were none other than Sherlock Moriarty in his formal suit and top hat, Marek in his white shirt and black vest, and Sharon who always wore a black bonnet and regal dress. With the help of teleport, they directly traveled from Backland all the way here. There was quite a distance between them and the dock where the ship that carried the Teutonsis II mummy was moored at. Klein pressed down with his right hand as the bottom of his feet stepped on the wood. He nimbly leaped above the crossbar and, like walking on flat ground, quickly arrived by the wall. There was a tiny air vent here. He then took out the telescope provided by Sharon, and he looked at the dock based on the intel. All the building roofs were occupied by soldiers with steam backpacks and thick-barreled rifles. They patrolled the area and were alert of their surroundings, prepared to shoot at any trespassers who dared come near. Only one warning was to be given. Apart from them, there were a few exaggerated robot monsters parked around the dock. They were entirely metal, and their height had exceeded that of giants. At the top of them, cold machine guns could rotate, and a steam chimney stood erect. The bottoms were grayish-white in color, with many parts exposing rivets, nuts, and gears. They looked rather crude. In addition, in front of the robots was a very thick cannon. Situated underneath it were 2 rows of metal wheels with rubber treads. They were obviously manned, but Klein couldn't see who they were, making it impossible to determine if they were Beyonders or not. Close to these steel monsters, above the dock was a dark black metal tower standing at a height of more than 10 meters. It had a complicated pulley system that seemed to lack any sophistication. Drooping down were steel cables and a hook. On the surface, it doesn't seem too simple, but it can't be considered a high-level military operation. Klein retracted his gaze and threw the telescope to the approaching Marek so that he could observe the situation. Before they started taking action, they had come to an agreement. It was to not use beyonder powers, relying on non-mysticism methods to spy on their target to avoid sounding off any alarms. After all, it was very likely that a demigod was lurking in the dock district. Of course, Klein had adjusted the powers recorded inside Creeping Hunger. He had matched Paper Angel with Hurricane instead of Lightning Storm. After Sharon was kept up to date with the situation, Klein, who was standing by a wooden frame, revealed a seemingly relaxed smile. "We only have one purpose today. It is to make an attempt if there's a chance. If there isn't, we'd rather observe by the side and even evacuate ahead of time. Any questions?" "No," Sharon calmly replied. Marek shook his head, expressing the same intent. Klein nodded and looked at Marek. "How many mirrors have you brought?" 9. Marek showed his preparations as he pointed to his eyes. "These also count." "All right." Klein pointed in a direction. "When I leave, you are to head for Pritz Harbor. Along the way, throw these mirrors." Marek gaped as though he wanted to ask why. But soon, he understood Sherlock Moriarty's intentions and nodded seriously. "I'll follow your instructions." Klein smiled as he extended his hand in midair. "I hope for a pleasant partnership." Marek hesitated for a second before extending his right hand to struck palms with him. After doing this, the tense feelings in him felt relieved for some reason. Klein turned to Sharon, took out an iron cigar case, and passed it to her. "Take this. After receiving my cue, fly towards the lighthouse. Following that, silently count down from 3 before removing the wall of spirituality. During this process, as well as after it's completed, you must not stop flying. Try to fly as irregularly as possible, regardless of the methods employed. When you see me create fireworks, immediately isolate the cigar case with a wall of spirituality, and do a mirror blink in Marek's direction. Use everything you have. After you meet up, flee all the way without waiting for me. I'll teleport to you." One of the core items in the operation tonight was Azic's copper whistle. Stealing the Tutance's 2 mummy is difficult, but I can get it to run towards me. Chapter 880. The Silent One. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. After hearing Sherlock Moriarty's plan, Sharon didn't say anything apart from nod her head once in agreement. Klein immediately took out a steel grey metal mask and wore it, only revealing his eyes and nostrils. Similarly, Sharon and Marek wore similar masks as well. However, they had different reasons for the disguise. For the Wraith and Zombie, it was solely to prevent themselves from being recognized by the Lun military, thus curtailing their ability to be active in Backland. As for a Faceless, the act of wearing a mask hid his pathway's trait of being able to change appearances. It was a form of misdirection for the Lun militaries and Rose School of Thought's subsequent investigations. After all, they would follow normal logic. Since your face was fake to begin with, why would you do the unnecessary act of wearing a mask? After waiting for a while, a dull whistle sounded as a ship cruised into the port in the darkness. Klein returned to the vent, raised the telescope, and cast his gaze at the heavily guarded harbor. He soon saw a hybrid sailboat with a chimney slowing down as it docked. Meanwhile, 2 squads of soldiers in red tops and white pants ran over in an orderly fashion with rifles in hand before standing on 2 sides of a path. Before long, a gangway was lowered, and people from the ship began alighting. First were sailors carrying wooden crates. Following that, it was a young man dressed in a major's uniform. He held a small casket made of crystal with a heavy expression. Surrounding him were several members of the ship's crew. The crew were holding lanterns, illuminating the casket from various angles, thus accentuating what was inside. In it was a human skull without any flesh and blood left. It had a strange luster swirling under the light. The group of people moved at a rather slow speed, as though they were constantly taking note of the angles of illumination to not leave any dark spots. After they got off the ship, they followed the path to the nearest cargo rail where a steam locomotive was waiting there like a giant serpent. In the cabin behind, a man in a black formal suit walked out. He was carrying a huge iron bucket, and diagonally above, one could see that it contained layers of ice blocks. For a second, Klein nearly imagined that there was a bottle of wine inside the ice blocks, just like how alcohol was presented amongst high society and high-end restaurants. However, he soon saw what was embedded in the ice. It was a hand made purely out of gold. Unlike the group of people, the man carrying the bucket moved very quickly. Beads of perspiration kept dripping from his forehead as the contact between his palms and the metal surface produced mist. He seemed to be worried that the ice would completely melt before he arrived at his destination. The military managed to plunder quite a number of sealed artifacts at the Star Highlands, Paz Valley, and Hargenti Plains. Klein sighed poignantly as he patiently waited for Tutance's 2 sarcophagus to appear. Another 10+ minutes passed when, situated in the distance, Klein, Sharon, and Marek heard heavy footsteps. It was like a giant walking over a hollow deck. Right on the heels of that, the cabin side door opened. For knights in black full-body armor carried a golden sarcophagus as they slowly walked out. Their footsteps clinked and clanked, reverberating. The sarcophagus's surface was engraved with symbols like strange birds, serpents, feathers, and masks. It appeared ancient and mysterious, with the rich flair of an ancient Highlands kingdom. It was none other than the Tutance's 2 mummies' resting bed. Sounds of metallic chains grinding against each other sounded as a pitch-black metal capstan slowly rotated, lowering the steel cables and hooked down. People began securing them against the corners of Tutance's 2 sarcophagus. Then, a complicated gear system began operating as the heavy sarcophagus was hung up, moving towards a topless carriage outside the harbor. The 4 black, full-bodied armored knights had the pressure on them relieved as they sat on the deck, letting out heavy panting. Amidst the panting, one of the knights suddenly grunted. In a crevice of his armor, dark red blood streamed out in increasing amounts. Towards the end, tiny black armored worms began crawling out of it. Thud! The knight fell backward, his helmet falling off, revealing mangled flesh and a head whose eye sockets were empty. Countless black armored worms crawled out. A hex? Tutance's 2 mummy is a manifestation of hexes itself. Even when wearing armor with augmented blessings, it's unable to completely avoid being cursed. Klein sighed silently as he cast his gaze to the golden sarcophagus which was being slowly lowered onto the carriage. The carriage outside the harbor didn't have any horses. Standing around the carriage were 4 knights in the same outfits as the ones before. With the sarcophagus landing, they approached the carriage in preparation to pull it. At this moment, the wheels of the carriage suddenly began spinning as it maintained its balance and began moving towards the side. At that moment, it seemed to come to life. Klein's mind tensed up as his gaze turned intense. Pa! 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 The wheel spun rapidly, slamming into the rocks, logs, and steps on an irregular path. The carriage without any horses dragged the golden sarcophagus as it moved towards an empty spot of the harbor. This scene looked like a scene as described in a horror story. Close to the harbor, a steel monster with a chimney, cannon, and machine gun turned around as a deep voice was heard from the inside without any obstacles. Possession is prohibited here. Just as this was said, the carriage which was moving by itself lost its drive. After drawing out 2 long tracks, it steadily came to a halt. At the same time, a figure wearing a white robe with golden threads was outlined in midair. He had pale yellow curled hair, with his eye sockets clearly recessed. His face was thin to the bone. This was a middle-aged man with mixed heritage from the southern and northern continent. His brown eyes had irrepressible maleficence and madness. His rather thick lips were pierced with dense, patterned golden nails that sealed his mouth. He exuded a sinister and terrifying feeling. According to Sharon's and Marek's description of the characteristics and portrait, Klein instantly recognized him to be an important member of the Rose School of Thought, one of the leaders of the Highlands rebel army, Mimosi, who had the nickname, the Silent One. Just as Mimosi appeared, he cast his gaze to the steel monster that had issued the command. He completely ignored the Tutance's 2 sarcophagus that was staying put diagonally beneath him. His previous attempt was apparently to determine the location of the Lun military's Demigod. In a snap, Mimosi raised his right hand and pulled at the corner of his mouth. The golden nails that pierced through his lips shot out like bullets as they no longer sealed his mouth. Following that, Mimosi opened his mouth. Klein didn't hear any sound, nor did he see any light. He discovered the gigantic steam chariot seemed to warp like it was melting. In a blink of an eye, it had transformed into a goat. A goat with glazed eyes and messy wool. With a spurting sound, blood spewed out of the goat's abdomen as a blob of flesh rolled out. Embedded in it was a white glove and a golden mask. A beam suddenly shot out from the flesh, cleaving through all the chaos and evilness. The squirming flesh and blood began forming a humanoid figure, returning to its original appearance. It was a black-haired, golden-eyed man with a mask. At this moment, Mimosi raised his palm, causing all the guns and cannons that were aiming at him to rise into the sky as they shot into the air. Then, he took out a cloth doll. The doll seemed to be made of old cloth. There were obvious stains and specks of blood. Its eyes had been dug out, leaving 2 empty holes. The moment it saw light, its face began transforming. Its target of reference was none other than the demigod from the Lun military. Its eye sockets were aimed straight at the man in the golden mask. When the Lun military's demigod saw this, he immediately made the ring on his right hand emit a crystalline beam of light as he vanished from his spot, phasing to the back of Mimosi. However, the doll's transformation didn't stop at all. Meanwhile, to the side of Dantès' 2 sarcophagus, the space around it warped as a translucent mouth spanning more than 10 meters was outlined. The mouth suddenly opened and sucked in, creating a terrifying gale that swept up the sarcophagus and the carriage together. It was suspected to be a spirit world creature. It was about to devour the Dantès' 2 mummies' sarcophagus. Suddenly, the bullets and cannonballs that shot into the air turned brilliant as they gathered together, transforming into a grand sea of light that inundated everything. Klein felt a stabbing pain in his eyes, and even though he closed them in time, tears still flowed down. 2 seconds later, he opened his eyes again and saw the spirit world creature that was only a gigantic mouth had disappeared. Dantès' 2 golden sarcophagus remained sitting silently on the other carriage. Mimosi's figure had blinked away to the other end of the harbor thanks to a metallic surface. The dirty doll in his hand had been restored to its original form while the masked golden-eyed man did a short-distance teleport as he engaged in tight pursuit. And the spot where the 2 were originally standing, a female figure in a black evening gown appeared. She too was wearing a golden mask, and on her head was a crown folded from thorns. On the crown, pure light quickly swirled, amassing an ocean. However, it was in a dim state. At this moment, Klein saw a hand wearing a black glove. It was hidden in the shadows, reaching out as it grabbed at the sarcophagus where Dantès' 2's mummy was stored. The sarcophagus suddenly vanished, appearing right in front of the palm. The Rose School of Thought hadn't sent 1 demigod, but 2. Furthermore, they brought with them a sealed artifact from the Marauder pathway. Upon seeing this, Klein immediately turned his head and shouted to Marek, "Run!" Marek had been awaiting his orders, so he leaped up the moment he heard that, rushing out of the warehouse as he dashed fervently out of the harbor. Klein immediately turned around and yelled out to Sharon, "Begin!" Sharon didn't hesitate as well. Holding the iron cigar case, she flew towards the lighthouse. As a wraith, the walls and obstacles along the way were non-existent. The commotion she and Marek created had probably been detected, but as it was far from the harbor and far from the battlefield, no one paid attention or bothered. Klein quickly retracted his gaze, extended his left hand, and aimed his palm at the ventilation hole right where Dantès' 2's golden sarcophagus was. In less than a second, a blurry book materialized before him as an ethereal, distant chant sounded in his ears. "I came, I saw, I record." The pages flipped before landing on one page. Hurricane. This was a demigod level beyond a power that had a wide area of effect. Chapter 881. A Play. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. The Rose School of Thought demigod, who was hiding in the shadows, wore a hooded black robe and a golden mask with red and black patterns smeared across it. His figure couldn't be made out, but he was definitely not short, standing at a height of 1.8 meters. He used the Marauder Pathway's sealed artifact to steal Dantès' 2 sarcophagus, placing it before him. Immediately, his body phased away and drew out an extended form as though he had turned into a thick, long, and soft rope. This transparent and nearly ethereal rope quickly bound the heavy sarcophagus in a bid to bring it into the spirit world. At this moment, a strong gust of wind sounded in the Rose School of Thought demigod's ears. They clashed in the air, forming an explosive-like stir. Boom! Dantès' 2 golden sarcophagus was sent flying as the transparent rope around it unfurled, shrinking back into a humanoid form. This Rose School of Thought demigod floated diagonally downwards in an uncontrollable manner before turning into a wraith, no, an evil spirit's form. He allowed the intense winds to blow through his body without making any additional movements. He saw eddies in the air swirl up rapidly as an unrestrained hurricane suddenly appeared, sweeping up the rocks, gravel, trash, and parts of the harbor's roof into the air. Even the carriage which had been autonomously moving before flew up because of its proximity. It was torn into pieces amidst the strong winds. Seemingly lucky, but in fact an expected outcome, the shadows where the Rose School of Thought demigod was hiding didn't have any Lund soldiers and was far from the main path. The lady in the black evening gown and crown of thorns was obstructed by the hurricane as her body involuntarily wavered backward. She was unable to immediately rush to the golden sarcophagus that had been thrown up into the air, and she could only use her momentum to turn her body sideways, casting her gaze to a warehouse that stood far away outside the dock district. Immediately after that, she turned her head to look at the Rose School of Thought demigod because he wasn't affected by the hurricane. Confinement! The lady, who was also wearing a golden mask, raised her left hand and grabbed at her enemy's figure within her sights. The Rose School of Thought demigod had formidable spiritual intuition. As he sensed the danger with the help of his spiritual intuition, he did a mirror blink ahead of time, leaping onto a piece of glass about 80 meters away. At this moment, the hurricane seemed to stabilize itself and rapidly calm down. Pa! 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 The items that had been swept up fell to the ground, including the golden sarcophagus that contained Dantès' 2. Bang! It slammed open a crater as it completely broke apart after suffering the wrath of the hurricane. The lid at the top flew up, scattering the gold and gems that were sealed in the top 2 layers of the sarcophagus as burial items. Then, the lower level of the sarcophagus tumbled a few times, dropping golden boxes and jade containers that stored the desiccated organs. A corpse that was bound in yellowish-brown cloth tumbled out. Its surface was covered in a dark red, oily liquid. This was none other than the mummy created after Dantès' 2 passed away. It was extremely thin, and its face had a golden mask with patterns covering it just like the mask worn by the demigod from the Rose School of Thought. Embedded in its eye sockets were 2 abnormally pure onyx gems. The moment the mummy appeared, the surroundings seemed to dim. The sarcophagus's main body stopped as dark red liquid flowed out of it, soaking the nearby soil. When the Rose School of Thought demigod with the Marauder Pathway's sealed artifact saw this scene, he was first enraged before he thought of something. The look in his eyes turned into pleasant surprise. His figure vanished from the glass fragment, phasing into the 2 onyx eyeballs of Dantès' 2. Then, he possessed the mummy and attempted to pull it into the spirit world. Suddenly, he sensed that the mummy in his evil spirit vision had vanished. Simultaneously, the Dantès' 2 mummy with a slanted golden crown on its head suddenly bounced up, turning its onyx-embedded face towards the only lighthouse in Prit's harbor. This pharaoh, which had been dead for centuries, produced an inhuman cry from its throat. Bound with yellowish-brown bandages, it freed its shriveled leg, strode, and ran off. It seemed to be running towards freedom, but it had forgotten one thing. It was just a corpse. It should be lying down in silence. Tap! 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 The Dantès' 2 mummy finished accelerating just as it began. Upon seeing this, the lady with the crown of thorns raised her right palm and aimed at the mutated mummy. All the dead will receive their eternal peace, she said a few words in ancient Hermes. Bang! The Dantès' 2 mummy exerted strength in its legs as it leaped up, jumping into another direction, escaping the region that would make it enjoy its eternal rest, doing so in a way that didn't adhere to a zombie's agility. Further away, the black-haired, golden-eyed man, who was pursuing Mimosi, narrowed his eyes as his ring once again emitted a crystalline beam of light. His figure teleported in front of the mummy as he attempted to stop the deceased from moving away. However, Dantès too changed directions once again, charging out from a different angle. It kept changing its direction, as though its goal was to approach the lighthouse by following an irregular route. Mimosi's heart stirred as his body suddenly vanished, flashing onto a piece of glass not far from the mummy. He used this as a springboard and finally appeared in the two onyx in Dantès' two eye sockets. Although the Lun military's demigod had restricted possession, the Highlands Kingdom's pharaoh was no ordinary item. It had some spirituality remaining. Seeing his partner succeed, the demigod with the Marauder Pathway sealed artifact didn't hesitate to extend his black-gloved left hand, aimed it at the lady in the evening gown, and gripped his hand into a fist before turning it half a circle. The lady immediately felt her thoughts go adrift for a second. Following that, she was bound tightly by her own gown. Almost at the same time, the Lun soldier far away on the warehouse rooftops found it difficult to control their rifles as they aimed in her direction and pulled their triggers. Bam! 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 The steel monsters with thick cannons also unleashed their cannonballs at the lady. The golden-eyed demigod didn't attempt to save his partner. Instead, he looked at Dantès' mummy, which had come to a stop because of Mimosi's possession. He gripped his right hand into a fist and waved it abruptly. Execution! A look of joy flashed past his eyes because it didn't matter if the mummy died again, but Mimosi couldn't afford that. Elsewhere, just as the bullets and cannonballs were to hit the lady, they suddenly slowed down as though they had sunken into a quagmire formed of air. They were repelled by a power that stemmed from laws. On the lady's head, the crown of thorns lit up suddenly, using up more than half of the accumulated ocean of light. The hooded Rose School of Thought demigod immediately discovered this as he vanished from a location far away from it, as though he was fundamentally wiped away. This also meant that he had arrived in front of the lady and saw her raise her right hand. Gathered within her right hand was pure condensed light. They transformed into a blazing spear that had two pure white wings sweep out at its tip, enveloping the spearhead like an angel's embrace. The Rose School of Thought demigod's eyes widened immediately as he heard the footsteps of death. He attempted to use Mirror Blink to leap away, but he found that his surroundings were sealed by the pure white wings. An intense sense of fear surged within him and inundated his reason, making him abandon his resistance towards his roots to his being and strength. At this moment, a shrieking wail sounded as the lady's eyes temporarily turned turbid. The blazing spear in her right hand deviated to the side as she failed to maintain its stability. It collapsed into a gorgeous blast of light as it was swept up in the air like a hurricane. And in the vicinity of the Dantès' mummy, Mimosi had stopped his possession. Beside him, a dirty doll fell to the ground. The doll's chest had a tear that nearly penetrated it. It stood up and its eyeless face seemed to come to life, turning abnormally warped and gruesome. It continuously wailed with a shrieking tone, causing the nearby Lun golden-eyed demigod to feel an invisible hand grabbing at his neck as he kicked and struggled in midair. It was because of this doll's existence that Mimosi wasn't executed. Likewise, the other Rose School of Thought demigod wasn't struck by the blazing spear. When the latter saw this, he immediately used Mirror Blink to approach the Dantès' mummy that was still focused on moving in the direction of the lighthouse. He planned on using this opportunity to join forces with Mimosi to achieve the goal of their operation. At this moment, the lady in the evening gown erased the distance, appearing directly above them. The crown of thorns on her head emitted the purest of light. She pressed down with her right hand and said, "This place will have the mysterious weakened and the real strengthened." Just as she said that, the blood-stained doll immediately lost its expression and stopped shrieking. The golden-eyed demigod from the Lun military finally had a chance to catch a breather. He forcefully pulled away the hexed hand that was grappling his throat. From that moment, their demigod powers rapidly declined as attacks that stemmed from reality were rapidly boosted. This also meant that the Lun soldiers at the top of the warehouse and the steam chariot that was slowly approaching on its treads were the victors in this battle. To the Lun army, this was a situation where their advantage was extremely amplified. Mimosi and the other Rose School of Thought demigod immediately reacted. One of them tried to possess the mummy, while the other attempted to pick up the eyeless doll. They planned on escaping before their strength decreased to a certain threshold. Of course, the lady with the evening gown and the golden-eyed demigod couldn't allow the enemy to do as they wished, but just as they were about to take action, a light streaked into the sky and exploded into dreamy fireworks. Right on the heels of that, the two demigods felt their spiritual perception trigger simultaneously as they looked into opposite directions. A hand wearing a transparent glove reached out from the void beside Dantès' golden sarcophagus, grabbing a handful of soil that was soaked with dark red liquid. The liquid was a mixture of Dantès' brain matter and bodily fluids. It was a ritualistic material used to maintain its spirituality, and the latter contained its blood. Mimosi and the Rose School of Thought demigod, who wielded the sealed artifact, also looked over, and they happened to see a figure wearing a formal suit and top hat appear. This figure was bending his back to pick up the soil soaked with dark red liquid. During this process, he kept his right hand to his left breast, as though he was bowing towards the demigods. Then, maintaining this pose, he looked up to reveal his metal grey masked face before rapidly fading away into nothingness. Chapter 882. Core of Mischief. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Carrying the iron cigar case in hand while passing through walls to leave the warehouse that she was hiding in, Sharon strictly followed Sherlock Moriarty's arrangements, using her state as a wraith to fly to the tallest building in Pritz Harbor, the lighthouse. Right on the heels of that, she silently counted down. 3, 2, 1. Before she could gather her thoughts, Sharon's ear resonated with an intense boom. The harbor in the distance seemed to be swept by a terrifying hurricane. She held the iron cigar case in her left hand as her nails suddenly grew sharp before stabbing into the wall of spirituality, completely destroying the invisible isolation with an attack filled with a wraith spirituality. A sudden gust of wind gushed outwards in every direction as Sharon suddenly felt her spirit body become augmented. And this stemmed from the item stored inside the iron cigar case. She wasn't affected by her curiosity, accustomed to restraining her emotions as she continued approaching the lighthouse at high speeds. During this entire process, she kept maintaining an irregular trajectory, occasionally lunging forward to the left or drifting upwards to the right. At times, she would rely on mirror blink to leap onto a different trajectory before continuing her approach to the target. This made it seem like she was dodging an invisible and terrifying enemy, but Sharon knew very well that nothing was chasing her, nor was she locked on by a distant attack. She felt as though she was performing in a one-man show without any opponents. However, she didn't have any doubts, nor did she waste any time to observe or wait. She pretended that within the air in her surroundings was the silent one Mimosi and the Lun military's demigods, doing her best to dodge and slip past them. As her flight continued, Sharon's blue eyes, which were peeled towards the air, had a red stream of light reflected in them. It flew from above, suddenly blasting apart, turning into beautiful fireworks that was a mix of red, orange, and yellow. Sharon immediately retracted her gaze. As she used her wraith fingernails to spew spirituality and reform the wall of isolation, she leaped towards the path Marek had laid. There were shattered mirrors placed at fixed distances in a periodic manner. With her dainty bonnet and black dress, her figure kept flashing to them, and soon, she appeared inside Marek's brown eyes. She then lightly took a stride out, the iron cigar case in her hand already encased with a wall of spirituality. Marek and Sharon didn't converse, nor did they exchange looks with their eyes. As though they were being pursued by an invisible monster, they didn't dare stay put. Frankly speaking, they had a general idea about the role that each of their actions played. After all, Sherlock Moriarty had once attracted zombies and shadows with a copper whistle. As for Sharon's mirror blink, the two of them knew its traits well. However, they couldn't imagine how everything would develop. They had no idea how the detective with many secrets would be able to steal the Dantès' mummy under the watch of a few demigods. It wasn't a situation where the mummy could run if it wanted. The demigods were bound to stop it. At this moment, they saw a figure materialize. He wore a black formal suit and a half-top hat. His face was covered with an iron-grey mask, and in his hand was a handful of dark red soil and a dark brown book. It was none other than Sherlock Moriarty. Marek immediately slowed down his pace. As he allowed the detective to smear the soil onto the book before pocketing it and grabbing his shoulder, he surveyed his surroundings. However, he didn't discover the existence of the Tutansis II mummy. Did it ultimately fail? Having been mentally prepared for failure, he sighed as he watched himself, Sharon, and Sherlock Moriarty fade away and vanish from the spot. In the region where the demigods were fighting, the golden-eyed Lun military demigod had an ominous feeling when he saw the grey-masked man bow before teleporting away. He felt that things had taken a drastic turn for the worse, into a terrible, unpredictable outcome. He needs to be stopped. Although I don't know what he did, he needs to be stopped. Such a thought instantly surfaced in his mind as the golden-eyed demigod immediately activated his ring. He used traveling against traveling, teleporting to pursue teleporting. However, in this short span of time, he realized that he was unable to lock onto the mysterious person's aura. In other words, he had either created an interference at the demigod level, or he had teleported somewhere very, very far away. Regardless of which possibility it was, it meant that any pursuit attempt would easily face failure. And more importantly, if he were to leaving the lady to fend against Mimosi and the other Rose School of Thought demigod alone, that would be an extremely dangerous situation. After all, the mysterious power in the area had not weakened to the point where real firearms could pose a threat to their suppressed selves. Besides, there haven't been any losses yet. The mummy is still around, with the person only taking away some soil rich in spirituality. The golden-eyed demigod swept his gaze at the Tutansis II mummy who was standing blankly in its spot, before casting his gaze back on Mimosi. Suddenly, the mummy wrapped in yellowish-brown bandages that were soaked in dark red liquid had vanished from the four demigods' spiritual perception. The mummy had vanished without any warning. For a second, Mimosi and the other demigods felt as though they had watched an interesting magic show or a play with a mischievous element in it. But sadly, as demigods, they couldn't tell how it was done. Moments later, having lost their target, Mimosi and the other Rose School of Thought demigod didn't hesitate to make their figures fade away in a bid to escape via the spirit world. The golden-eyed demigod and lady tried hard to stop them. After 2 teleports, Klein returned to a 2-bedroom apartment in Backland which they had rented ahead of time with Sharon and Marek. "I will pay you based on what we agreed upon," Sharon said just as she found her footing. At the same time, she returned Sherlock Moriarty the iron cigar case. They had previously agreed that regardless of the outcome, Sharon would provide him with the information regarding spirit world plunderers. If they succeeded, she would pay another 3,500 Lun gold coins or £5,000. Klein received the iron cigar case which had corrosive signs on its surface. As he held it in his hand, he sensed Azek's copper whistle lightly jumping inside. He quickly put it away and gave Sharon and Marek a smile. "Might I trouble you to wait outside? Give me 5 minutes." His tone is very firm. It's as if he has succeeded. What can he do in 5 minutes? It's impossible for him to teleport again and bring back the Tutansis II mummy. This will be more dangerous and more difficult than before. Marek was filled with puzzlement as his footsteps moved at an obviously slow pace. As for Sharon, she had floated to the wooden door which separated the rooms and passed through it. Marek quickly reined in his thoughts and followed closely behind by walking out the door. Klein maintained a smile as he watched them. Then, he teleported to another cheap motel in East Borough. He had disguised himself to rent this room in the afternoon. Right on the heels of that, he took out the book with the dark brown cover which was stained with dark red mud stains. It was Grozel's Travels. As long as the blood still had remnant spirituality and hadn't coagulated, smearing it across the cover would allow the target to be pulled into the book world. And inside the Tutansis II mummy's golden sarcophagus contained such blood. It also meant that, at this moment in time, the mummy was already in Klein's hands, inside Grozel's Travels. After hearing Marek describe the procedure to making a pharaoh mummy, Klein had roughly come up with a plan. It was to use the corpse's attraction to Azek's copper whistle as spirit body threads. He then controlled the mummy and used this marionette to lead the demigods away from the vicinity of the sarcophagus. He did this so that he could teleport over to retrieve the blood and create the necessary conditions. He had never thought of directly taking the mummy away or getting it to run out of the harbor successfully. It wasn't pragmatic to think that, as it would involve directly facing the attacks from the demigods. And even if he, Marek, and Sharon were together, it was still beyond their capabilities. It might not even work even if he spent a large sum of money to summon Miss Messenger Rionette Tynka. Therefore, despite Azek's copper whistle and the mummy's reanimation appearing to be the goal and plan, it was in fact simply a method to manipulate and misdirect. This allowed the other actors to ignore the situation of the golden sarcophagus. This was a plot that even demigods couldn't fend off. This was because they were protecting the mummy and not the sarcophagus. They were targeting the high-sequence beyonders from the Rose school of thought, and not three people who were loitering around in the distance with unknown goals. Klein's plan wasn't a plan that was highly interdependent. It was amazingly light and lean while still allowing the plan to be carried out even if there was a tiny accident. He had very few parameters he needed to take into account. As long as the hurricane successfully toppled the sarcophagus, as long as Sharon followed his instructions and moved in an irregular trajectory, and as long as the military didn't have the manpower to easily finish off the Rose school of thought demigods, all he needed was to wait for an opportunity to appear. After the demigods left the vicinity of the sarcophagus and that the mummy wasn't possessed by the evil spirit, all he needed to do was teleport over and retrieve something that was soaked in the liquid before escaping. This didn't need him to worry about the exact developments of the demigod battle. He didn't care who gained the upper hand or was injured. He also didn't need the Tutansis 2 mummy to run a certain distance to consider it a victory. As long as it started moving and became difficult to be caught, there wasn't any problem. Towards the end, his bow was partly to make it easy to scoop up the soil as a curtain call, and also partly to press Grozel's travels to his chest. If any accidents happened, he could immediately pull it out and use it as a shield. It was precisely because of this that Klein could smear the blood-soaked soil across the cover just as he teleported. Everything ran as expected. The directing was quite a success. As Klein reflected over the matter, he felt his potion's digestion accelerate. He didn't delay as he quickly set up a ritual. He sacrificed Grozel's travels above the grey fog, and then in his spirit body state, he brought Creeping Hunger, Azek's copper whistle, the Soul Assurer's Beyond a characteristic, and Sharon's anti-hex golden bead into the book world. Chapter 883. Demigod's Appraisal. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. In the book world, just as Klein appeared in the city outskirts, he immediately took out remnant parts of the dark red soil and picked up a withered branch. Using rod divination, he found the Tutansis 2 mummy. He was worried that this manifestation of hexes would harm the residents here. Although the book world didn't have any lack of sequence 5 beyonders, and the Tutansis 2 mummy remained in a muddled state having lost the stimulus from Azek's copper whistle, it was still a demigod when it was alive. The hexes that its corpse produced after his death were bound to be extraordinary. Even Klein himself didn't dare approach it if not for the anti-hex golden bead that Sharon had given him. Of course, Klein had also weighed the consequences before deciding on using Grozel's travels to steal the mummy. His previous experiences and the encounters of others had proven one thing: outsiders would not directly appear before the natives when they entered the book world. It required exploration before any contact was made. This was especially so for the first time. Therefore, Klein believed that the mummy was likely left somewhere uninhabited. And with this zombie's condition, it was likely to be engaging in a random walk. It would be difficult for it to explore in different directions autonomously like humans, elves, or giants. This also meant that, as long as he didn't drag it out, it wasn't likely for there to be any losses. Furthermore, it had only been about 3 minutes since Klein smeared the blood-soaked soil across the book's cover. Following the direction led by rod divination, Klein flew towards a nearby mountain peak. Soon, he came to a valley. At this moment, the Tutansis 2 mummy wrapped in yellowish-brown bandages and was dyed red from liquids had appeared. It was still wearing the golden mask with patterns across it. Its throat was letting out an inhuman sound as it rushed over with wide strides. The surroundings turned gloomy. At the same time, many incomplete animal carcasses tore away the soil covering them in the valley as they staggered towards Klein. Having his spirit body augmented by Azek's copper whistle, Klein immediately chuckled. What a warm welcome. He unhurriedly threw away the branch and raised a blob of black matter. This was a soul assurance beyond a characteristic which he had released from the mutated version of Creeping Hunger. At its core was pure shimmering light that looked like a night sky embedded with stars. Invisible waves spread out in a turbulent manner as the surroundings suddenly darkened as though night had fallen at once. The serene and peaceful feeling was accompanied by the fall of starlight. The animal carcasses first turned sluggish before collapsing, returning to their eternal rest. The mummy also slowed down its pace, its motions growing slower and slower. But it didn't lie back down. Directly using a beyond a characteristic isn't very effective after all. Furthermore, the negative effects are nothing trivial. Klein couldn't help but cover his mouth with his left hand to yawn. He made Creeping Hunger turn pale and become dyed in a gloomy green. It used the power of a zombie to control the deceased in front of him. The two stacked beyonder effects finally calmed the mummy down. With embedded onyx gems for eyes, it slowly walked to Klein's side and stood there silently as though it was the most professional servant. Unfortunately, it has hexes. From inside his spirit body, Klein immediately took out a golden bead with the styles of the ancient Highlands kingdom. On its surface was deeply engraved bluish-green patterns. It came from Sharon and was specially prepared for the Tutansis II mummy. It could effectively suppress and put an end to the hexes. Otherwise, how could the wraith dare to cast her sights on the pharaoh mummy? After twiddling the golden bead, Klein made the Tutansis II mummy open its mouth before stuffing the bead into the mask's gap where the mouth was. In just a few seconds, the gloominess of the surroundings vanished. After doing all of this, he took a step forward and, with his spirit body state, possessed the mummy. Then, without any hesitation, he ended the summoning and returned above the grey fog. This mummy had already become his zombie, allowing him to release it just like he did with his former marionette, Senor. There was no need for him to store it in his body. After doing a bestowment, the mummy, which was rich in spirituality, returned to the real world and arrived inside the cheap motel. After Klein cleaned up the traces, he reached out his right hand, about to grab the mummy's shoulder and teleport back to the two-bedroom apartment where Marek and Sharon were. But after taking a look at the oil-stained yellowish-brown bandages and the dark red liquid on it, Klein silently retracted his right hand and switched to using his gloved left hand. After holding the mummy's shoulder with his left hand, he immediately began to fade, and this effect quickly spread across his body. In just a flash, Klein and the mummy had returned to the apartment from before. He wasn't in a rush to open the door to present it to Sharon and Marek. He took out his golden pocket watch and opened it. Another 36 seconds before it's 5 minutes. Klein made the mummy pull out a chair and sit down leisurely. After a while, he finally heard a knock on the door. "Come on in," Klein replied with a smile as he controlled the mummy to walk over. When the door creaked open, the thin figure with the golden, patterned mask and yellowish-brown bandages was reflected in the duo's eyes. This figure's onyx gems shimmered before it swiftly lay itself down on the ground. Momentarily, Sharon and Marek were at a loss for words. Having already used a wall of spirituality to isolate Azek's copper whistle, Klein dispelled his control over the zombie and pointed at it with a smile. "I'm leaving the rest to you. And that brings the curtain down for my directed play." Klein commented inwardly as he silently took in the sensation of his potion rapidly digesting. This made him believe that it didn't need to take him up until the end of the year to consider the problem of advancing to the level of a demigod. It might be expedited by 2 or even 3 months. Furthermore, with this digestion, the number of marionettes he could control finally rose to 2. The maximum limit reached 200 meters. Faced with enemies with the same level of spirit body as his, gaining initial control of the target and completely converting them into a marionette was respectively reduced to 10 seconds and 150 seconds. The range had also been expanded to 10 meters. "You really succeeded." Marek's eyes stared at the Tutansis II mummy as he couldn't help but mutter. He could never have imagined that they could succeed. Sherlock Moriarty had managed to successfully steal something for demigods, and 2 terrifying sealed artifacts were vying for. Furthermore, this gentleman had previously returned empty-handed. Could it be that the mummy had delivered itself? Deep inside Sharon's blue eyes, her emotions were concealed and they were completely calm. She scrutinized the Fey target. After confirming that it was the pharaoh mummy and that it was Dantès too, she cast her gaze to Sherlock Moriarty, who was seated with his legs crossed. She opened her mouth slightly before closing them. "Thank you. I'll mail you the corresponding payment." "I'll wish you, all the best in everything," Klein replied sincerely. He then silently had a poignant thought. If Miss Sharon can successfully advance to Sequence 4, it means I'll have an additional demigod-level helper. The saying from the Foodaholic Empire is apt: rely on your parents at home, depend on your friends when out. The more demigod-level friends, the merrier. Our tarot club needs to develop more friends and reduce our enemies. However, my enemies seem to be ever increasing. Having thought of that, Klein exhorted them. Be careful of being hunted down. The Dantès II mummy had too many of its items in the Lun military's possession. It was very simple for them to use beyonder methods to lock onto it. Klein's paper angel interference was only effective for a limited amount of time. Of course, he believed that Sharon and Marek were prepared, otherwise, they wouldn't have had thoughts on stealing the pharaoh's mummy. Likewise, he also believed that they could deal with the origins of the grey metal masks and special fireworks. If it's Dantès, he would most likely say, "It didn't cross my mind." Klein did a comparison with a particular hunter failure. Sharon nodded, indicating that she would take note. Then, she made the Dantès II mummy into her zombie and brought it into the spirit world. "Thank you for your help." Marek, who stayed behind in the room, exhaled. He composed his surging emotions and bowed at Sherlock Moriarty. Following that, he left the room, removed his disguise, and blended into the crowd in East Borough. During this process, Klein remained sitting in his chair as he silently watched them leave. At some point in time, his figure also vanished. In an apartment near Pritz Harbor, the Lun military's golden-eyed demigod entered and said to his partner, the lady in the evening gown, "Nothing for now." That's expected. If he wasn't certain of success, that mysterious person wouldn't have come to steal the Dantès II mummy, the lady said in a heavy voice. However, we can relax our investigation scope. Those fireworks, that mask, those clothes, and that taunting bow should lead us to something. She was certain that the Dantès II mummy's loss wasn't done by the two-row school of thought demigods. If it was part of their plan, there was no need for them to carry out that step only when they were in dire straits. They had almost failed to escape. The golden-eyed demigod nodded and said, "I had a premonition that something would happen, but unfortunately, we didn't work with the churches for this operation. We didn't have enough manpower." He paused and asked, "Have you figured out what method that mysterious person used?" The lady held up the crown of thorns and stabbed a thorn into her neck. As blood trickled down, she shook her head. Perhaps the removing of the soil with the Dantès II mummy's bodily fluid is a ritual. This is a very cunning fellow who's good at deceit. Chapter 884. Destined Encounter. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. The golden-eyed demigod from the Lun military nodded in agreement. Indeed. It's similar in style to certain fellows from the Inti's intelligence agencies. However, just seconds after he took away the soil, the Dantès II mummy vanished. It's unlikely that he could complete a ritual in time. The lady looked down at the crown of thorns that was embedded in her neck. Slightly slow to react, she said, perhaps he, or they, had already set up the other steps of the ritual. Once he teleported back, he immediately threw the soil onto the altar, completing the final step. Of course, it's not necessarily a ritual. It might also be a sealed artifact that achieves a certain effect with the help of bodily fluids. There are too many possibilities for this. Although sealed artifacts' main effects and negative effects mostly adhere to the sequence traits of the 22 pathways, allowing researchers to barely come up with a hypothesis, just like how everyone had different personalities, sealed artifacts were different. Perhaps due to fusing with an object, the environment when formed, the possible existence of a high-level sequence's aura, or a curse from the original owner, these resulted in all kinds of strange traits that made them not viable for testing. No one could imagine ahead of time the different permutations and list them all out. The golden-eyed demigod pulled out a chair and Saturday. This is very difficult to investigate, so we can temporarily not consider it. However, you missed out on a direction for the investigation. Do you still remember that hurricane? It swept up Dantès' 2 sarcophagus, causing the ritualistic items, which is also the bodily fluids, to leak out, and it also caused the mummy to tumble out. This enabled the condition for zombifying it. In short, this established the foundation for the subsequent development, so it can be confirmed that this was done by the mysterious man or his helper. The turbidness in the lady's eyes grew faint as she slowly removed the crown of thorns. Do you mean that, with the Church of Storms in control of the Sailor pathway and the high-sequence formulas and Beyonder characteristics, there won't be many Beyonders or mystical items that can use Hurricane? Thus, this is a clue that we can follow to find their trail. The golden-eyed demigod nodded. Also, I remember that not long ago, there was a case in East Borough. The Aurora orders Mr. X was assassinated at a gathering he convened himself. Lightning storm and hurricane had been used at the scene. This garnered a lot of attention from the Church of Storms, and they have been constantly looking for clues. To have 2 hurricanes happen in the same area in a short period of time and not belong to official organizations, this can't be a coincidence. I believe it can be preliminarily determined that there is a connection. The group of people who killed Mr. X and stole the mummy might be one and the same. We need to join forces with the Church of Storms to investigate. The lady lowered the crown of thorns and thought. That's a good angle. Also, from their goals and motives, we can figure out certain things. People who want to use a mummy as a zombie wouldn't take such a high risk by attempting a theft. I suspect that, to those people, the Dantès 2 mummy is something they attach additional importance to. Something that's key to a ritual. The golden-eyed demigod deliberated as he said, from the scene, the one who was carrying something special to attract the mummy was likely a wraith or had the corresponding mystical item. Combining the goals and motive, I have a theory. The lady's heart stirred as she blurted out, members of the temperance faction that escaped from the Rose School of Thought. Yes. The golden-eyed demigod nodded. Although the creation of mummies is influenced by aspects like the faith in death and sun worship, despite the Rose School of Thought occupying a ruling position in the Highlands, Valley, and other places, it hasn't forbidden such burial practices. This implies that mummies are of use to them. Perhaps it's the ritual requirement of one of the sequences. Upon saying this, he chuckled in a self-deprecating tone. There's another possibility. To show off an act. That bunch of people might not really want the mummy. It just happened to satisfy certain conditions, giving them the opportunity to steal. Hence, they did a grand act. To some sequences of particular pathways, this is key to digesting the potion. As a demigod, he was knowledgeable, so he naturally made many connections. The lady deliberated and said in a heavy voice, I suspect that it's not just one possibility but a potpourri of reasons. We shall use this as the foundation for our investigations. Backland, Sherwood Borough. In a building near the Tussock River. The silent one Mimosi sat in front of a square table that had a tablecloth spread across it with golden nails placed on it. It said in a deep voice, Zatwin, who do you think stole the Kardiev mummy? Not far behind him, a figure rapidly appeared on a piano bench. This figure wore a black clergyman's robe with a black glove on his left hand. His face was thin, and his skin color was brown. His eyes were recessed like a dried corpse. His mustache hair was black at the root and white outwards. They extended from his mouth all the way to his ear. However, it wasn't thick and was rather short. It appeared rather sparse. Zatwin's eyes were close to his skin color. Despite having the bearing of a priest, he gave off a cold and terrifying feeling. He appeared to be someone who would transform amidst silence. Thinking, he said, there are only a handful of people who yearn for a Kardiev mummy and would be willing to take the risk to battle demigods. And here in Backland, there's only Sharon. She has likely received Rionette Tinker's help, otherwise, it's impossible for her to succeed. Mimosi picked up a golden nail covered in dense patterns. After a few seconds of silence, he said, who was the one who teleported? It doesn't resemble German Sparrow. Another helper Sharon hired. Perhaps. Zatwin coughed as his pale face flushed blue. I believe we need to think of a way to pray to Mother Tree. We should be able to receive a revelation. Mimosi nodded gently and stabbed the golden nail through his bottom lip. Upon seeing this, Zatwin covered his mouth and slowly got up. He staggered down to the first floor in preparation to leave and return to his hideout. On the first floor, he saw a dark environment with shimmering candlelight. The fragrance of food wafted from different directions, filling the air. The residential buildings in the nearby area were terraces. Facing the street on the first floor were shops. The contact point of the Rose School of Thought was in a restaurant which mainly served Southern Continent cuisine. As he had suffered quite serious injuries in the operation, Zatwin didn't wish to maintain his state as an evil spirit. It was too great a burden on the injured him, therefore, he had changed into a black clergyman's robe as he hobbled to the entrance. At this moment, a customer walked into the restaurant. This customer wore a black formal suit with black pants and leather shoes. He had a pair of black eyes and a thin face. He had a slightly broad forehead as he wore a monocle and a very tall top hat. As he casually glanced around, his gaze landed on Zatwin. Upon seeing the black glove Zatwin was wearing on his left hand, the ends of the customer's mouth curled slightly. He shook his head with a smile, seemingly a little disappointed. Then, he entered the restaurant, brushing past Zatwin who had stared back with a maleficent look. Zatwin didn't pay too much attention as he walked out and reached the streets. Under the illumination of the street lamps, the night's cool breeze blew at him, causing the Rose School of Thought demigod to suddenly tremble. Zatwin knew that this was a result of his spiritual perception being triggered. With his heart tightening, he immediately looked down at his hands, surprised to realize that the black glove on his left hand was gone. Gone! As a demigod, Zatwin didn't know when the sealed artifact on his hand disappeared. He quickly turned around and looked into the restaurant as the image of the man from before suddenly surfaced in his mind. Soon, he locked onto the target's aura and found that he was still inside the restaurant. The man had even called out to the waiter to bring him a menu. Zatwin originally had thoughts of using Mirror Blink to possess the man. But for some unknown reason, his hand shook involuntarily. In an indescribable manner, he believed that a dangerous and terrifying enemy hid in his surroundings. Just as this thought flashed past his mind, Zatwin subconsciously took a step to the side, walking to the end of the street as though nothing had happened. In an apartment in Sherwood Borough. Force was reading the latest issue of Ladies' Aesthetic when she suddenly heard a key turn and the sound of the door opening. "Why are you so late today?" She looked towards the door where Zio stood. Zio ruffled her short blonde hair and said, "When I was almost home, I saw a meetup mark from MI9. It was urgent." "What happened this time?" With piqued interest, Force lowered the magazine in her hand. A continuation of Mr. X's assassination, Zio bent down to switch to her home slippers and said in passing. The look on Force's face froze as her eyes darted about slightly. "Any clues?" "Not really." Back then, a hurricane at the demigod level appeared. It's not common outside the Church of Storms, and just earlier tonight, there was a small-scale hurricane attack at the dock at Pritz Harbor. A pharaoh mummy was stolen away in the chaos, Zio explained simply. MI9 suspect that the two cases were done by the same group of people, so they are pressing informants like us to work harder at gathering intel and finding clues. My Limano's travel still has a hurricane. Mr. German Sparrow? Why is he stealing a pharaoh mummy? Force forced a smile. Perhaps it was done by the Church of Storms. Zio rolled her eyes at her and quickly walked into the kitchen in search of food. Early morning, 160 Beauclun Street. Moments after Klein finished washing up, and before he could open the door to let Richardson in, his spiritual perception was triggered. He saw Miss Messenger's headless body walk out of the void with their heads in hand. One of them was biting down on a rather thick envelope. Opening its mouth, a large pile of gold coins was spat out. "I can finally repay my debt." Klein glanced at Rionette Tinkers for necklace heads and said in relief, "I remember still owing you 3,413 gold coins." You can take the last installment away. Meanwhile, he had the baffling feeling that the pile of gold coins looked familiar. However, he didn't think too much about it because all the gold coins looked familiar to him. Chapter 885. 2 letters. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Upon hearing Klein's words, one of the 4 heads which Rionette Tinker held immediately said, "All right." It opened its mouth and immediately sucked back most of the gold coins. Where it was stored was an unknown. Taking a look at the dozens of shiny gold coins left, Klein reached out to receive the rather thick envelope. He quickly opened it and scanned its opening. Indeed, it was the detailed information regarding Spirit World plunderers. After Miss Messenger returned to the Spirit World, he put away the gold coins, drew the curtains, and sat down under the morning sun, seriously reading the neat and tidy handwriting. "Thank you once again for your help. The Tutensis 2 mummy is part of the advancement ritual for me. It holds deep meaning for me. Spirit World plunderers live in the depths of the Spirit World. They're extremely rare, rich in intelligence, and very aggressive. They can capture or kill creatures and make them soul avatars. Their souls can turn into their true soul's appearance, giving them similar performance and traits. They can also disguise themselves as other Spirit World creatures. When encountering them, perhaps all the Spirit World creatures around belong to them. They might be soul avatars that mustn't be neglected. This creature can effectively influence the thought processes of their prey, causing them to enter a desensitized state. Their true soul body has potent spirituality. In clashes of such nature, they are often at a noticeable advantage. They're very difficult to find. At present, there is only one place with signs of their activity. The Spirit World's Calderon City. This is a legendary city of mysterious and unknown origins. On this front, there are 3 theories about them. One is that it was once Death's residence, the entrance to the underworld. 2, it's the divine kingdom left behind by a dead ancient deity from the Second Epoch. Attracted by the Spirit World, it sank and slowly transformed into a real yet illusory city. 3, it's a real city that was devoured by the Spirit World during the Cataclysm. Regardless of the theory, it elucidates one point: this city is very dangerous. It has many special and strange aspects about it. I do not have the mysticism coordinates of Calderon City. Most high-level Spirit World creatures aren't aware either. I can provide 2 suggestions. First is to use a special secret deed ritual to pray to Red Light Aemoria to receive the corresponding answer. I won't describe in detail what Red Light is. If you aren't aware, you can write to ask me again. The second is to find someone from the Abraham family. They have the legacy of the Traveler's Pathway, and they have done a deep exploration of the Spirit World. Even when writing a letter, Miss Sharon exudes an extremely restrained feeling. Indeed, the Pharaoh mummy is meant for the puppet's ritual. Back then, the evil spirit in the ruin had said that it could be one of the components of the ritual. Therefore, the ritual's exact requirement is to use a high-sequence Beyondus corpse after death, one that still maintains a level of spirituality, or to use an evil spirit that results from the resentment of death. Can I pray to Orange Light to get him to help me ask Red Light? To others, finding Calderon City is a very difficult task, but to me, it's extremely simple. I can directly give this task to Miss Magician. She has just contributed greatly to the Abraham family. I hope the first theory about Calderon City is correct. That way, once I make contact with Mr. Azik, I can see the dangerous residents of this mysterious city line up in 2 rows as they welcome me. Klein shook his head, throwing such a beautiful fantasy to the back of his mind. He scrutinized the information regarding Spirit World plunderers and confirmed that they had partial characteristics of marionettist and bizarro sorcerer. They were rather dangerous high-level Spirit World creatures. To make soul avatars have the same appearance, performance, and traits of their true souls is identical to a bizarro sorcerer's ability to give their powers to a marionette. At Zaratel's level, perhaps at Sequence 3 Scholar of Yore, perhaps he can temporarily give certain Beyonder powers to other creatures that are marionettes. Klein began tearing the letter while in thought as he flicked his wrist and engulfed the letter in scarlet-red flames, burning them into ashes that fell into the trash bin. After reining in his thoughts, while dressed in pajamas, he walked to his bedroom's door to get Richardson to come in to help him change his clothes. Under St. Samuel Cathedral. As usual, Leonard Mitchell was leaning back into his chair with his legs raised on the desk. There was nothing abnormal about his expression, but he was thinking about Amorn deep down. Ever since he knew that the angel had arrived in Backland, Pallas Zoroast inside him had become abnormally silent. He wasn't as active as before to proactively speak or give suggestions. If not for the answers he received when he posed questions, Leonard would have even suspected that Old Man had secretly sneaked off to find another host to parasitize. Amidst his thoughts, his Red Gloves captain, Nighthawk's deacon, Soist, walked in. How was the interrogation? Any results? The Red Gloves in the room who were dealing with their own matters quickly cast their gaze to the door. Late last night, they had just finished a mission. They had captured 3 numinous episcopate members that they had been tracking for quite some time. Now, they were awaiting the results of the interrogation. Soist sternly surveyed the room and said, "We had contributed greatly in this, but the results aren't something good. Based on the testimony of the 3 numinous episcopate members, as well as the information the Church had previously gathered, we can come to a preliminary conclusion that the numinous episcopate has fractured between reviving death or creating artificial death. The latter has already achieved some progress and benefited significantly from it. They are filled with animosity towards Lun and to us. They plan to put parts of the experiments of artificial death in Backland. Yes, their thoughts are the same as your present concerns. Even if the experiment fails, there's a chance of severely damaging the capital of capitals." Leonard instantly snapped out of his daze as he exchanged looks with Cindy and Bob, seeing the surprise and rage in each other's eyes. At this moment, Soist rapped the side of the table to stop the members from further discussion. He cleared his throat and said, "Our new mission is to head to the southern continent to find the key members of the numinous episcopate's artificial death faction based on clues gleaned from the testimonies we received. We need to figure out how many remnant thorns are left in Backland before uprooting each and every one of them. We will receive help from Daly on this mission. And the Church will give her the potion as an advanced payment, helping her prepare the ritual so that she can become a gatekeeper before she heads off. In addition, the high-ranking deacon in charge of the southern continent, Her Excellency the Goddesses Idalia, and the local Nighthawks, will provide us with help, giving us the corresponding sealed artifacts and helping us with the preliminary investigations. Ladies and gentlemen, head back to rest for a day and prepare yourselves. We will set off tomorrow night." "Yes, Captain." Cindy, Bob, and company stood up and replied. Leonard stood up as well, but he didn't say a word. The first thought that flashed in his mind was, "I can use this opportunity to leave Backland to escape the threat of Amorn." After returning to 7 Pinster Street, he asked with a suppressed tone after closing the door and drawing the curtains, "Old man, problem solved. I believe a normal assignment for Red Gloves won't garner the suspicion of Amorn, right?" The slightly aged voice in his mind replied slowly, "No." Leonard could tell that Old Man's voice appeared much more relaxed. As his mind stirred, he considered for a moment and said, "Should I write to Klein Moretti and tell him that we will be leaving Backland for a very long period of time? After all, he was the one who warned us that Amorn is here." Pallas Zoroast replied in the same tone, "Write it if you wish." Leonard exhaled, pulled out a piece of paper, and picked up a fountain pen. He deliberated for a moment and lowered his wrist to write. "I have a mission that will require me to leave Backland." Looking at this short sentence, Leonard put down his pen and folded the letter. Soon, he finished preparing the ritual to summon the messenger. He lit a candle, took a step back, and said in ancient Hermes, I summon in my name. The spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger that belongs to German Sparrow. The howling of wind sounded in the room as it turned intense. The candlelight burgeoned as it was tainted with paleness. A beautiful blonde, red-eyed head appeared from within. Leonard pricked his brows, and just as he was about to speak, he saw that what followed the head wasn't a complete neck, but a hand grabbing the hair. Rionette Tynker, in her dark and complicated dress, quickly walked out. The four heads in her hand turned in unison to look at Leonard Mitchell as they spoke one after another. You want to send the letter. This spirit world creature looks powerful. This is a perk that Klein has for joining that secret organization? As Leonard thought, he nodded and said, yes. The four heads held by Rionette Tinker spoke one after another. You need to pay 1 gold coin. 1 gold coin? Messengers from the mysterious world also collect money. Leonard was somewhat astounded but was at a loss for a reaction. All he could do was reach into his pocket and take out a gold coin. Only then did Rionette Tinker raise 2 of her blonde, red-eyed heads to grab the letter and gold coin. Following that, she stepped into the void and vanished. After the candle was restored to normal, Leonard muttered with a laugh, "What a strange messenger." Just as he said that, the slightly aged voice of Palace Zoroast echoed in his mind. It's best you do not speak negatively behind her back. Old man actually addressed a messenger as a her? A messenger can be a her? Leonard's eyes widened immediately. Palace coughed slightly. Her state is very strange, not better than mine. In short, that organization that believes in the fool is more, when making contact or cooperating with Klein Moretti, it's best you be more careful. After saying that, the parasite fell silent without saying another word. Leonard actually wants to use a mission to leave Backland so as to avoid the threat from Amorn? This is an idea the grandpa came up with? That's way too cowardly, no? Klein scanned the letter he received and silently muttered. He began seriously considering the idea of using the arms deal as an excuse to quickly leave Backland for a period of time. Chapter 886. Preparations before leaving. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. After some consideration, Klein, who already had such a plan, smoothly cleared up his thoughts and decided on his plan of action. Pa! He flicked the piece of paper in his right hand, looking up from the soaring scarlet flames at Rionette Tinker. He planned on taking out a Lund gold coin to provide payment. However, Miss Messenger had already left. There was no one in front of him. Not collecting payment? Klein was first taken aback before he made the connection. He suspected that Rionette Tinker had proactively asked for payment after being used to collecting gold coins from non-contractees. Perhaps Miss Messenger didn't say anything, she just stared at Leonard with those 8 eyes on the foreheads of hers while waiting for him to pay the gold coin. Yet, this fellow didn't realize it at all, trying to forcefully end the summon only to have his neck snapped. Klein hissed in alarm as he used the gold coin he had just taken out to do the divination. He received the result that Leonard Miss Messenger was still alive and doing fine. He breathed a sigh of relief, put away the gold coin, and called out, "Richardson." The half-opened room's door opened without a sound as Richardson walked in and politely asked, "Sir, how may I be of service?" "Please bring the butler here." As Klein instructed, he sighed inwardly. He had really been spoiled by the luxurious life. Even when getting someone at home, he wouldn't take even half a step. He had to do it through his valet. Well, this is an acting requirement, he said silently to himself. Minutes later, the white-gloved Walter came to the 3rd floor and let his arms hang to his side. He stood in a standard posture to the side of Dwayne Dantès, awaiting his employer's instructions. Klein had already considered his words, so he unhurriedly said, "Go to Member of Parliament Mark's place to inform him that I've prepared the first installment. Also, prepare a carriage. I will be heading to the Bursary Foundation in the morning and will return in the afternoon. If Member of Parliament Mark doesn't have time for me in the afternoon, head over to Dr. Aaron's place, saying that I'll pay a visit in the afternoon." Klein had already taken out £10,000 from above the grey fog and had stored it in a tiny leather briefcase. He was waiting for the opportune time to complete the preparation work of the arms deal transaction. And to air the cache of the grey fog smell, he had deliberately teleported to the sea, feeding creeping hunger in passing. He was afraid that Amorn, who also knew of the grey fog's existence, would detect the special smell while being in the same city, thus seeking out the location of the treasure he was yearning for. "All right, sir." Walter didn't ask his employer how he had gathered the first installment. If memory served him right, Dwayne Dantès hadn't been to the bank recently. Of course, this wasn't something to be bothered with. Often, foreigners, especially tycoons from Dessie or Mid-Seashire, would prepare briefcases filled with large sums of money ahead of time. 22, Phelps Street, Lund Charity Bursary Foundation Headquarters. Klein walked through the main door and went straight to the second floor where he found the reception room for directors. As an honorary director who occasionally participated in certain work, he didn't have an office here, but he could use the reception room. He clenched his right hand into a fist and held it to his mouth, deliberately coughing before stepping into the reception room. In there, he sat on the sofa. After a short wait, he stood up again and said to Richardson, who was waiting beside him, "I'll first head to the washroom." After buttoning his coat, Klein stepped out of the room and happened to meet Justice Audrey walking out of her own office. This noble lady was wearing a rather simple dress today. It was white adorned with dark green. Her sleeves and collars had frills, and at her chest were layers of intercrossed lace that formed a bow tie-like flower. She didn't even wear any jewelry. She had a girdle which he couldn't tell, but near her left arm, her clothes clung to her skin when the wind blew, allowing a slight protrusion to appear. "Good morning, Miss Audrey." Klein wore a look of pleasant surprise as though it was a chance encounter. Audrey glanced at the good-looking Dwayne Dantès with grey sideburns and replied with a smile, "Good morning, Mr. Dantès." She had wanted to cheerfully say "long time no see" to snide at him for not being to the Bursary Foundation ever since the opening ceremony. But considering how their relationship was that of acquaintances, she held back from saying such words. Klein rubbed his temples and shook his head with a wry smile. "I'm very sorry that I'm only coming today. I've been very busy recently. I can foresee myself being even busier in time to come. I might make a trip to the southern continent to handle certain matters." The reason why he specially came was that he wanted to inform Miss Justice that he was leaving Backland for some time. It was to express his sincerity, hoping that this noble lady could help him watch the Bursary Foundation and allow it to be operated smoothly. To Klein, he wished from the bottom of his heart that the Bursary Foundation could help more of the poor that required assistance. Southern Continent. Audrey interpreted the sincerity in Dwayne Dantès' words as she asked in surprise. Klein laughed and replied, "For business." At that instant, the first thought that came to Audrey's mind was, which Sequence 5 is about to lose his life? Upon sensing Miss Justice making some unpleasant assumptions, Klein added, "It's a partnership with the military for the sale of some necessities." What's the meaning behind this? Dwayne Dantès' identity is used to probe intel from the military? Audrey was somewhat enlightened as she raised her right hand and gestured 4 times in a clockwise fashion. She said with a bright smile, "May the goddess bless you so that everything goes smoothly." After habitually saying that, she sensed that there was something discordant about that. She had wished that the goddess would bless a blessed of Mr. Fool. This is probably closer to a curse, right? Will Mr. German Sparrow be angry? No, he's actually a kind-hearted person deep down. And I did it without any malicious intent. The one who returns from the southern continent is probably another blessed who's playing Dwayne Dantès, right? Will it be a demigod? Audrey didn't notice it as her thoughts wandered. Klein gave an exasperated smile as he equally drew the crimson moon on his chest in a familiar manner. "May the goddess bless us all. And that she doesn't smite us with divine punishment," he added silently. Following that, he spoke as though it was a casual chat. "Have you been going to the schools to do some promotions lately?" "Yes." When this was mentioned, Audrey's expression seemed to radiate. She was proud and happy that she had finally done something substantial. Just as she nodded with some strength, her green eyes revealed a look of sadness. "After visiting a few public primary schools, I found many of the children there very pitiful. To save money, they bring their own rye bread for lunch, matching it with a cup of water." Upon saying that, she looked at Dwayne Dantès and said, somewhat embarrassed, "I know that they're temporarily not bringing me along to the night schools and Sunday schools to prevent me from seeing something worse. But I can imagine things just like those workers who can only live for a few years once they start working at the factories." This was something that the World German Sparrow had once told her. It was the first time she knew of the real situation of the lower class of Backland, but having not seen them with her own eyes, all she could do was rely on her imagination. Klein sighed and said, "Perhaps it's worse than you can imagine. There's no need to worry. Once you showcase your ability and win their trust, you will become one of them." "Okay." Audrey nodded, as though in thought about how she could showcase herself better. Klein didn't continue on the conversation. After all, this was only their third meeting. They had only exchanged a few words previously, so having too long a conversation easily garnered suspicion. He pointed at the washroom and apologized before opening up his gate to walk over. Audrey looked at Dwayne Dantès' back and fell silent as she muttered, "What will it be like if it's worse?" After receiving a reply from Marked, inviting him to the East Balam military veterans mess in the evening, Klein followed his plan. Hence, he visited Dr. Aaron at 4 in the afternoon. "Mr. Dantès, your butler didn't inform me of the reason for your visit." As his wife was about a month from being due, Dr. Aaron had declined most of his work, and most of the time he had stayed at home. Towards the sudden visit of Dwayne Dantès, who he wasn't too familiar with, he was rather perplexed. Furthermore, with him not being good at interpersonal relationships, he posed the question after exchanging some pleasantries. Klein smiled. "This is the thing. I might be heading to the southern continent soon. As you know, the weather there is humid and hot. There are all kinds of insects and diseases there. I wish to prepare some medicine ahead of time to prevent any accidents from happening. I wonder if you have any suggestions. I'm really sorry, but you are the only excellent doctor I know of." Dr. Aaron accepted his explanation and began seriously thinking before giving him the names of some medicine. Towards the end, Klein, who had written a note filled with words, used the excuse of a stomachache to use the washroom on the first floor. The washroom's mirror suddenly darkened as though it was covered by a thick shadow. And in the middle of the shadow, a black pram slowly steered near. In it was a blurry child wrapped in silver silk. "What is it this time?" Will Orceptin questioned using his bright voice. Klein coughed dryly and forced a smile. "You should have heard that I'll be heading to the southern continent. I don't wish to miss your birth, so I would like to know when you plan to have your birthday." Will Orceptin sucked at his thumb and said, "I don't know. Even an angel can't control when he will be born." Klein asked in surprise. Will Orceptin replied hesitantly, "You don't understand. I've already identified 3 dates. They have unique meaning when it comes to fate, but I haven't decided. I still find it blurry. Perhaps only when the time comes will I suddenly understand what I should do." "Is this decidophobia?" "It also gives the strong vibes of a charlatan." Klein crossed his hands and indiscernibly rubbed them. "Then how would I be able to receive notice in time so that I can return in time to complete the transaction with you?" "Oh, that paper crane can no longer be used." Chapter 887. Familiar figure. Upon hearing Klein's question, the infant wrapped in silver silk raised his fleshy arms and threw them up. "I can't do anything about it either. I'm still in my mother's womb. Although you can no longer write on that paper crane, it can still help me locate you. If there's anything, I will inform you." Klein had already expected such an answer from Will Orceptin. He maintained his smile and explained, "That paper crane is already damaged. I think it will have problems locating my position." Following that, he gave his suggestion. "Perhaps we can do this, you can summon my messenger when you're born to write to me." He wasn't too worried that Will Orceptin's birth would result in anything abnormal, causing the Snake of Fate to have to change locations while in a baby's body. That would prevent him from contacting him again. Inside the black pram, Will Orceptin gaped his mouth before closing it again, momentarily not giving an answer. After a few seconds, the infant's mouth curled and said, "Do you think that's realistic? Not only are you getting a newborn to write a letter to you, he still needs to hold a ritual and summon a messenger." Klein chuckled and said, "But you're a Snake of Fate. The laws of nature still need to be respected." Will Orceptin threw down his arms and smacked the cushion beside him. This infant thought for a moment and said, "Let's do this. Get someone to watch this area." Once they realize an infant is born, they can immediately inform you. Klein's eyes darted about for a while before saying, "That works." On this matter, he had many people he could get help from. He could hire a gangster through Sharon and inform him via his messenger, or he could get the usually free Emlyn White to do it. He could also hire bounty hunter, Miss Zio, letting Miss Magician be responsible for informing the world German Sparrow of the developments. He could also get Arrodes to take note of the surroundings and report to him through a one-way communication method. However, that fellow, Emlyn's nose is very sharp. I wonder if he will smell the placenta blood and be able to identify what it truly is. If that's the case, it might result in him suffering the impact of seeing a mythical creature. His intelligence will drop and he will turn mentally unsound to the point of his body mutating. Klein hurriedly asked before Will Osseptin's pram retreated into the shadows, "I have a teacher who I haven't been in contact for a while. Can you help me read his current fate? His name is Azek Eggers." As Mr. Azek hadn't replied yet, Klein couldn't help but feel worried. Back when he used the copper whistle to do a divination above the grey fog, all he saw was a silent and deep darkness. He heard a dragged-out and distant breathing, making it impossible for him to interpret what the dream meant. Will Osseptin sucked at his thumb and said, "He's in a state of metamorphosis. It might be good, but it might also be bad. That's all that can be seen because that teacher of yours has something special on him." Something special? Something directly derived from Death's Guardhood? Metamorphosis? This is referring to Mr. Azek's recovery of more memories, so he's in a slumber to recover his corresponding strength? Klein thought as he bowed. "Thank you for your answer." Will Osseptin turned his head and looked to the side. Klein thought and gave a warning. "Based on what I know, Blasphemer Amon is here in Backland. Of course, it's most likely an avatar." Will Osseptin was taken aback for a moment before chuckling. "It's a bane for you, but a boon for me. Amon and Ouroboros are absolute enemies. No, a more accurate description is that he hates the true creator. Amon is often thinking of means to pull him down from his throne as a god, while Ouroboros is loyal to that evil god." After saying that, the black pram retreated into the shadows as everything was restored to normal. Amon hates the true creator? I'm increasingly convinced that the true creator was one of the participants in the sharing of the ancient sun god. He is the black infant in the middle of the storm angel, white angel, and wisdom angel. Klein breathed a sigh of relief. He took 2 steps forward, turned on the tap, and washed his hands. In the evening at the East Balam military veterans mess, Klein didn't immediately meet the long-faced Colonel Calvin. After he placed the briefcase with £10,000 into a heavy safe deposit box, he followed Mark to have a buffet meal at this high-end club. The dishes here mainly served southern continent cuisine. There was cream bread made from tapioca flour, ice cream dripped in the berry juice of a lilac tree, assorted seafood broth with coconut milk and palm butter, cow innards that was cooked with pepper, tomatoes, and onions, Hargenti seared roasted meat, broth made from Paz Valley's delights, as well as steak and roasted squid. Compared to other places, the ingredients used here were rather high-end. The flavors were also in authentic southern continent styles, leaving Klein rather satisfied. If not for his need to maintain his image, he felt that eating a mouthful of seared roasted meat and having a mouthful of ice cream would be an excellent feeling. Indeed, I prefer food that has stronger flavors. The thing that satisfied me the most today was that aperitif. If Member of Parliament Mark hadn't mentioned it in passing, I would have thought that it was a lightly flavored fruit juice. The pale gold liquid with 2 lemons soaked in it and a few pieces of ice makes it sweet but a little sour. There's no alcoholic taste to it, and it's refreshing. It instantly just draws away the heat from the body. Klein placed his napkin on the plate as he recounted the feelings he just had. At this moment, Mark returned from the washroom. He smiled as he bent down and whispered into Dwayne Dantès' ear, "Same room as before." "All right." Klein got up, went to the room with the safe deposit box, and took out the small leather briefcase with £10,000 before heading over to the activity room where he had previously met Colonel Calvin twice. Calvin, with his long face, was already waiting inside. When he caught sight of the briefcase in Dwayne Dantès' hand, he got up with a smile. "You really are a gentleman of action. I like such attitudes when handling matters." As he spoke, he extended his right hand and shook Dwayne Dantès' hand. Klein then handed the briefcase to him and said with a humble smile, "As a merchant, if one isn't decisive and fast when facing an opportunity to make money, that means that they aren't suitable for this occupation." Calvin sat back down and opened the briefcase in front of Dwayne Dantès and marked. He roughly counted the neat stacks of cash. He quickly completed the confirmation check, closed the briefcase, and looked up at Dwayne Dantès. "What other thoughts do you have towards the exact details of the transaction?" Klein deliberately wore a look as though he was organizing his words. After a few seconds, he said, "I'm planning on heading to the southern continent soon, to West Balam." Seeing Calvin and Mark show signs of surprise, he added, "I have some matters that aren't convenient to do while bringing plenty of firearms. And to make the transaction go smoothly, some advanced preparations are required. I have to put enough importance on this matter. It's a business worth tens of thousands of pounds. I'm thinking of first heading to West Balam to contact clients who have such needs and to clear out any obvious obstacles. At an agreed-upon time, I'll contact you via telegraph and head to East Balam's border to retrieve the goods." Calvin pondered for a moment and said, "You can send me a telegram after the 20th of June. I'll give you the details later. In short, after I receive the telegram, I'll inform the officer there and get them to pass the countersign and password to the designated personnel for them to head to the warehouse." Will you need any auxiliary personnel for protection during this time? When do you plan on leaving? I only wish to find a place to hide in West Balam where there's no Rose School of Thought. The rest can be left to Dantès. When do I leave? I obviously wish to leave today and arrive there today, but that will incur suspicion. Klein considered for 2 seconds and said, "There's no need for any security for the time being. In certain places in the southern continent, having such auxiliary personnel is the main cause for causing conflict. Don't worry, I have plenty of friends in West Balam. Without bringing anything of value, my safety can be guaranteed. As for when I'm leaving, my answer is as soon as possible." Calvin thought for nearly a minute before slowly nodding. "I'll send someone to receive you after dinner tomorrow. The military will have an airship that needs to send goods and personnel to Desi Bay. And it's just a short distance to the southern continent via ship from there. If everything goes smoothly, it will just take 2 to 3 days. Even if there's a storm on the way, requiring a detour of the sea route, it will still take a maximum of a week." "Thank you." Klein sincerely stood up and bowed. From his point of view, leaving Backland with the military was safe enough. He wouldn't be made a target of suspicion. After discussing some details, Klein got up and bade farewell and returned to the foyer in preparation to leave. In the foyer, beside the dining table, there were nearly 10 military-clad or casual-dressed men holding a cup of wine gathered. They were chatting and laughing about the recent rumors. When Klein swept his gaze over, he suddenly found a figure somewhat familiar. The man was more than 1.85 meters tall but less than 1.9 meters. He had rather long arms, and his feet were faced outwards to a certain degree. His shoulders were abnormally broad, causing his black suit to appear rather tight. This? Klein's mind raced as his nerves tensed up. He had already recalled the source of the familiarity. It was the demigod that met crazy Captain Connors that night. He was the demigod suspected to be working for a particular faction of the royal family, one who was supervising the human trafficking. Although this high-sequence Beyonder was previously wearing a black hood that interfered with divination, preventing his appearance from being exposed, Klein remembered the traits of his body. That was what a faceless was good at. Chapter 888. A Shocking Glance. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. For a second, Klein's act of casually sweeping his gaze paused on that familiar person's figure. He immediately sensed the abnormality in his reaction since a demigod's spiritual perception wouldn't fail to notice it. His back muscles tensed up as his mind raced, producing figurative sparks. He didn't immediately move his gaze away as he continued looking at the demigod suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway. He smiled at Mark and said, "This place really isn't just for veteran officers." This sounded like a result of careful observation, but it was nothing but meaningless chatter. Mark chuckled. Any club will exceed its original restrictions when it further develops itself. His answer didn't seem to offer anything, but on careful consideration, it did seem to imply something, or perhaps something that was the complete opposite. At this moment, the broad-shouldered and long-armed gentleman in a black suit had also naturally turned his head. He looked at the two men, and he noticed that the tycoon who had donated £15,000 was looking at him and his companions while engaging Member of Parliament marked with a whisper. This made him feel that his look of surprise was more of a natural reaction towards learning of his occupation. Then, he retracted his gaze and continued his topic of conversation. And at this moment, Klein's back was covered in a layer of cold sweat, and his legs were going limp. Although he had, in a way, faced the demigod before and had even fought with him, to have such a close encounter in such a small place, with danger happening in a split second, this was a first. And more importantly, he was far from prepared to face a demigod. Not only did he lack a marionette, all he had on him was Death Knell, Azek's copper whistle, and the adventurer's harmonica. The sea god scepter was impossible to bring on his person. Furthermore, the usage of it had strict environmental limitations, otherwise, it would result in massive damage. If he kept Grozel's travels on him for too long, he might be pulled into the book world. When that happens, it would become troublesome trying to exit it. Creeping hunger was still lacking a seal, so it needed to feed every day. Unless necessary, it was impossible to take it out ahead of time. The Fate Siphon charm was made from a worm of time, so it was an unknown if it would attract a Morn. Unless he could use it very quickly, Klein obviously lacked the courage to bring it on him. If the demigod who was suspected to be from the Black Emperor pathway had discovered something wrong with him, there was only one optimal solution he could think of. It was to blow the harmonica and summon Miss Messenger to get her to help him escape Backland via the spirit world. He had never thought of letting Rionette Tinker engage in a direct battle while he held Death Knell from the side to find an opportunity to fire. This was Backland, the home ground of the official Beyondus. With Miss Messenger's unique appearance, that man could easily pin a crime on her, and what awaited Klein would be a joint attack on him. There was bound to be increasing numbers of demigods and powerful sealed artifacts. How harrowing. Klein moved his gaze away in a manner that adhered to logic. Using the clown's ability to control his legs, he walked to the door in a completely normal manner. He didn't ask Mark who those people were, to appear uninterested as a way to prove that it was all just a casual glance. However, that person turning to look at him had exposed his appearance to Klein. He had thick but unmessy black brows with a short and hard crew cut of the same color. He had dark blue eyes and a high nose bridge with a bushy mustache spreading out from his mouth. He had a long face with accentuated outlines as well as callous curves. He had strong masculine vibes and was probably in his 30s or 40s. It was difficult to determine. Just on his appearance alone, Klein felt that he looked more like an Arbiter Pathway's demigod rather than one of the Black Emperor pathway. Of course, this demigod's bearing was closer to that of a warrior's, but he was too short. Having had a clear look at him, Klein didn't need to inquire further. He could directly get Arrodes to answer him. Even if he was still wary of the magic mirror, he could always commission Miss Zio, Miss Sharon, and company to do a simple background check. He believed that no matter how well hidden this demigod was, it was unlikely for him to have a low-ranking position. It would be easy to figure out who he was. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Klein left the East Balam military veterans mess in a normal manner. When he boarded the carriage, he leaned on the wall, closed his eyes, and kept silent for a few seconds. Inwardly, he let out a long sigh. The disconnected trail of clues leading to the truth of the great smog of Backland has finally been connected again. He didn't open his eyes or say a word, as though he was recounting the business problems he had previously discussed. But in fact, it was to quell his emotions that had been left in an upheaval. During this process, Klein realized that Richardson had tried to speak a few times, only to shut his mouth again, doing so as though he was stumped. Ultimately, he didn't say a word, focused on preparing Marquis black tea for his employer. Due to his previous encounter, Klein momentarily didn't have the capacity to be bothered about him and had pretended to not notice it. Amidst the silent atmosphere and grinding wheels, they returned to 160 Beauclun Street. When he reached the third floor, Klein was just about to head for the bathtub that had been prepared by the lady's maid when Richardson, who was holding his hat and cane, took 2 steps forward and respectfully said, "Sir, are you heading to the southern continent soon?" "Yes," Klein replied frankly. He had even prepared £500 in cash to hand to housekeeper Tunager for daily expenses needed for the Dwayne Dantès residence during his time in the southern continent. Meanwhile, he had a deeper understanding of the importance of having a butler and valet in high society. There were many things that a master couldn't keep from them, therefore, any conflict in faith and political inclinations necessitated a change. Richardson hesitated and said, "Sir, I was born in the southern continent and am fluent in Deutonese. I'm also very familiar with the various local traditions. I should be of help to you." Deutonese was a common language of the ancient Balaam Empire. In present-day East and West Balaam, the citizens still used this language. Only people of the middle and upper class knew foreign languages like ancient Fasak, Lonese, and Intes. Klein felt lucky with regards to this because ancient Balaam was once a unified empire with a true god existing in it. Therefore, although the different states had different accents, they all used Deutonese. The written language was likewise the same. This saved him plenty of trouble. If I were to encounter dozens or more than 100 dialects and languages, that would be a headache. However, Deutonese and ancient Fasak doesn't belong to the same system. I'm unable to easily grasp the various branches by learning the latter. Finding an interpreter is necessary. Oh, Anderson seems to be fluent in Deutonese. He never seemed to mention having any problems with communication in West Balaam. Klein finished listening to Richardson when he suddenly realized what was stumping him. As a valet, he needed to follow whenever his employer headed out. There was no need for a butler to do so. This also meant that a valet was like a secretary for the master's daily life. In certain cases, they would also play a role as a business secretary. Clearly, Richardson enjoyed his life in Backland and everything it had to offer. He didn't wish to return to the southern continent to see scenery or matters that would make him recall his past, therefore, when he got into the carriage, he had tried to mention his traits but was unable to voice it out. He wished that Dwayne Dantès could find a better candidate. Klein thought for a moment before saying, "I can tell that you don't like the southern continent. Why are you telling me this?" Richardson slowly bowed his head and looked at his toes. "You gave me a chance to gain experience to mature. I believe I can help you. Very simple feelings of gratitude. If you hadn't said so, no one would know that you knew Deutonese. After all, you were born and raised in an East Balaam colony manor." Klein carefully sized up Richardson, chuckled inwardly, and made some silent poignant comments. However, he didn't plan on letting this valet of his follow him to the southern continent. Firstly, it would make it inconvenient for him to carry out certain operations. Secondly, if he was recognized by some nation re-establishment society member of the numinous episcopate, it might end up affecting the rest of his life. Klein laughed and replied, "I have plenty of friends there. They're all fluent in Deutonese and are aware of the traditions there. You have more important things to do. Stay in Backland. Help me deliver some gifts to my friends at fixed periods of time. I'll be giving you a name list when the time comes. Also, read more papers and take note of investment opportunities and also perform on-the-ground checks. Finally, give me a corresponding report. I will get Tunager to specially prepare some funds for this." Richardson was somewhat surprised before saying in pleasant surprise, "Yes, sir. I will work hard." At that instant, he felt that he was being put in an important position as his eyes blurred up. From the moment he was born, this was the first time he felt hope for his future. It was something to look forward to. After dismissing Richardson, Klein took a comfortable bath to soothe his tense nerves. Then, he wore his pajamas and returned to the bedroom. Taking a pen and paper, he drew a symbol that was a mixture of concealment and mystery prying. The full-body mirror's surface ripples with aqueous light as silver light formed Loney's text. Exalted Great Master, your puny, loyal and humble servant, Arrodes, is here to answer your summoning. Are you about to leave Backland again? Klein nodded and said, yes. Without waiting for Arrodes to mention that he could question it, he asked, can I still contact you in the southern continent? Of course. As long as you take out that magical radio transceiver. On the surface of the mirror, silver words quickly formed. However, you cannot leave it out in the real world for too long or use it too frequently. There are plenty of beneficiaries of the Mother Tree of Desire. She can use it to detect you. Klein nodded gently and asked, what do you know about the Mother Tree of Desire? Arrodes suddenly fell into silence. It was only after a very long time that its silver luster formed a complete sentence. I don't dare to mention it, nor do I dare to show it. Chapter 889. Warning to everyone. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Don't dare to mention it or show it. At least for Arrodes, the Mother Tree of Desire is definitely stronger than Sequence 1 Zaratal. No, it's even stronger than the Monster Pathway's uniqueness, Die of Probability. There should be a way to circumvent the restriction to get Arrodes to display the corresponding information, such as bringing it above the grey fog. How is that possible? That won't happen unless I'm already an angel and in complete control of that mysterious space. Klein's eyes moved slightly without pressing the question. He asked, it's your turn to ask. The full-body mirror's silver light turned brisk, forming a new sentence. Great Master, what other instructions do you have for me? Nice question. Klein thought for a moment and said, after I leave Backland, take note of Dr. Aaron Sirius's family. Once his wife gives birth, remember to mention it to me when I summon you. After careful consideration, Klein believed that leaving this matter to Arrodes was for the best. After all, no one could monitor Dr. Aaron's residence 24 hours a day. And what Klein needed to do was to switch residences at the end of the month to turn on the radio transceiver once. All right, Master Tilda. The words on the mirror reflected Arrodes's mood. I have a question. Speak. Klein nodded, giving permission. This time, the sentence Arrodes presented were filled with pauses as though it was very hesitant. Great Master, what relationship does that child have with you? It seemed to be puzzled why a supreme ruler above the spirit world would pay so much attention to a yet-to-be-born infant. I've already said that it's the yet-to-be-born child of Dr. Aaron Series, yet Arrodes fails to notice anything special about Will or Septin. When it comes to hiding his fate and special traits, a snake of fate is far better than the angels of the other sequences. However, the magic mirror is able to accurately give me the time when Tail Devourer Ouroboros would leave Backland. It's likely that Will or Septin's reboot makes it difficult for high-leveled existences to notice anything. This might also be why he can avoid the Angel of Fate. Klein answered in enlightenment, friends. About being Will or Septin's godfather, it was just a casual thought. He didn't have much confidence about that or dare to force it, afraid that he would annoy the Snake of Fate. Only friends. Arrodes revealed an inexplicable sense of disappointment in its words. Great Master, you can ask a question. Klein thought for a moment before saying, do you know who the person I met at the East Balam Military Veterans Mess is? If you aren't sure who I'm referring to, I can draw him for you. In the dark and deep mirror, aqueous light surfaced, producing a cold and bearded man with dark blue eyes. It was none other than the demigod Klein suspected to be of the Black Emperor pathway. Meanwhile, the corresponding text appeared beneath the picture. His Brigadier General Konas Kilga. He's from MI9 and is a deputy director. He's known to be a Sequence 5 from the lawyer pathway, but he wields a powerful sealed artifact. MI9. Brigadier General. Deputy Director? From the looks of it, he's the representative of the spy network for the faction of the royal family. Klein memorized the information given to him by the magic mirror. But for a moment, he was at a loss as to the direction for the investigation. After all, Konas was a demigod, and be it spying or sounding him out, it would easily put him in an alert state regardless of whether he did it himself or commissioned someone else. It was bound to provoke revenge. The only reliable idea he had was to rely on Miss Justice to do some gathering of information. Not only was her standing high, she also had the social connections to obtain the relevant information. Furthermore, she was a sequence 6 of the Spectator pathway. She could steer topics of conversation without garnering any suspicion, allowing her to complete her observation stealthily. I have to say that, although Spectators have lacking combat abilities, they are a force to be reckoned with in other aspects. Besides, with the powers of psychiatrist and hypnotist, Spectators can control and guide the direction of a battle to a certain extent. Klein reflected over it as he wondered what else he could ask Arrodes about. At this moment, the light from the mirror's surface faded and formed a new sentence. Great Master, do you wish to know the mastermind behind Coron's suicide? You are even providing me intelligence on your own accord? Although I've already extricated myself from this matter, I haven't been too actively involved in it and am just awaiting the Nighthawk's investigations. I didn't even find it necessary to ask about it. Klein chuckled inwardly and nodded. Yes. The full-body mirror produced a silver line of text. Royal Family's consultant, Avin Rambais, one of the counselors of the Psychology Alchemists. Psychology Alchemists? Royal Family's consultant? Klein immediately frowned. He found it difficult to determine what the Psychology Alchemists were plotting, or if a particular faction of the royal family was dissatisfied with the current political climate and was attempting to nudge it. The Psychology Alchemists isn't like I imagined, being focused on academics and the exploration of ancient ruins. Do all secret organizations attempt to grasp power at a certain point to influence the world? An anchor's requirement? I wonder if Avin Rambais's ploy is a personal act or decided by the organization. If it's the former, that's still all right, but if it's the latter, it will be easier for Miss Justice to encounter difficult choices as her standing in the Psychology Alchemists rises. Klein's thoughts whirred as he returned to the question and answer game. He deliberated and asked, "What else do you wish to say?" If anyone else had asked such a question, Klein believed that Arrodes would smite them with lightning or use another malicious method to tease them. However, he believed that, as a supreme ruler above the spirit world, he had the right to ask such a question. It was also an opportunity to test Arrodes's bottom line. The silver light on the full-body mirror's surface transformed into another new line without any hesitation. Great Master, Amorn is already in Backland as you expected. As it's his avatar that came, I can see it. What do you mean as I expected? When did I expect it? Klein pricked up his brows and said, I'm aware. All right. That's it for today. I'll summon you again using the radio transceiver if I come across any more questions. Yes, Master, your loyal and humble servant, Arrodes, is constantly awaiting your orders. Goodbye Tilda. The mirror's surface depicted an emoticon of waving a handkerchief. Klein watched in silence until everything was restored to normal. On the second day, which was a Monday, he had already made preparations to head to the southern continent. Apart from the luggage that contained 2 sets of clothes, £500, and some miscellaneous clothing that was meant for show, he threw the remaining £12,125 and 87 gold coins above the grey fog. The reason why he was so careful was because Klein had a deep impression on his last death and resurrection. If he hadn't had an anonymous account with a few £100 from Miss Justice, he had no idea how long he had to wander the streets. Perhaps he had to really get a job at the circus to be a clown, or he'd have to head to a certain gangster leader's place to borrow some money. Seeing that it was almost 3, Klein headed up above the grey fog, prepared to have this week's tarot gathering. He had previously done a divination here, and he received the conclusion that, unless they were in the same building, Blasphemer Amon was unable to detect a tarot club member being pulled up into the mysterious space above the grey fog. Before long, dark red beams shot up in the Grand Palace, materializing into blurry figures. Having confirmed that she was restarting her psychology lessons this week and having re-established contact with the Psychology Alchemists, Audrey looked towards the end of the long bronze table in a relatively good mood. She stood up, raised the corners of her skirt, and bowed. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool Tilda? Opposite her, the hanged man also got up and bowed, but he had another question on his mind. He had originally promised the world German sparrow that he would give him the mystical item made from the ocean songster beyond a characteristic last week. But to his dismay, something happened to the artisan, preventing him from handing it over in time. With regards to this, Alger planned on explaining the reason to the world at the tarot gathering before personally taking action to resolve the problems of the artisan. After the bow and exchanging greetings, Katlia was just about to say something when she saw Mr. Fool wrap the edges of the mottled table. This dull knock made all the tarot club members tense up. They had no idea what Mr. Fool was about to say. It must be something serious. Something that's emphasized by Mr. Fool at the beginning must be something serious. Audrey determined inwardly. The Fool Klein surveyed the area and said with a smile, Amorn recently came to Backland. An avatar. Amorn? Blasphemer Amorn? Derek instantly felt his unpleasant memories become invoked. Be it parasitizing the former team captain, asking "Are you looking for me?" or coiling around his spirit body like a snake, Amorn with his pointed hat was a nightmare he couldn't shirk away from. One had to know that, as a resident of the City of Silver, Derek had seen plenty of terrifying monsters. Only a few could make him feel uneasy and fearful just from a mere recollection. Amorn has headed to Backland where Miss Justice and Miss Magician are living? What does he want? What should they do? Derek suddenly felt nervous for his companions. Amorn. This ancient king of angels has returned to the real world? Indeed, when a revolution is about to happen or is descending, the waves of the times will come flooding in. Alger's eyes narrowed as he recalled what Vice Admiral Hurricane Chilangos had once said to him. Katlia's thoughts were similar to his. As the king of angels had reappeared in the northern continent, she could catch a whiff of the unease. A phrase surfaced in her mind. The changing of an epoch. Amorn. Angel of time Amorn. An ancient king of angels? Audrey trembled in concern. She glanced at the magician force and Mr. Moon, who wore blank and horrified looks and couldn't help but look towards the end of the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, can I think of a way to inform the church of this matter? Chapter 890. Ignore him. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Regarding Miss Justice's question, Klein had already considered it some time ago. After all, leaving troublesome problems to the official organizations who could resolve them was his modus operandi. However, Leonard's and Pallas Zoroast's reaction made him realize something different. Leonard was a red glove of the Nighthawks. He could easily create an informant to pass the news of Amorn being in Backland to the Church of Evernight, and then let the Archbishop and high-ranking deacons decide on a strategy before carrying out an operation. It wouldn't expose his problem, and it could also quash any latent troubles. Yet, he had chosen to leave using the excuse of omission. It was obvious to Klein that Amorn's appearance was tied to the reason for Leonard's choice of action. He had the suspicion that informing the Church of Evernight might result in unpredictable negative outcomes. Therefore, the angel of the marauder pathway in Leonard's body had denied this choice of action. And he was one of the existences who knew the various beyonder powers that Amorn possessed. When I have no idea what to do, the choice is undoubtedly to emulate those with experience. Although there's the grey fog separating us, and any problem will cease at Miss Justice's side, there's no need to take such risks. There aren't many members of the Tarot Club to begin with. Every one of them needs to be cherished. Thoughts flashed through the Fool Klein's mind as he shook his head and said with a calm, humid tone, "Ignore him. Ignore him." Mr. Fool's attitude is as if Amorn is a stray dog. In his eyes, only sequence 0 true deities are worthy of attention. That's right. The last time the sun was possessed by Amorn's avatar, Mr. Fool had easily cleansed it away. As long as Amorn doesn't appear in person, it's not too big a problem for him. The reason Mr. Fool emphasized this matter at the beginning is to warn us to be careful. Alger thought in fearful respect and enlightenment. Audrey similarly interpreted the meaning that it was a trivial matter. She suddenly made the connection. Is Mr. World German Sparrow's temporary departure of Backland to avoid Angel of Time Amorn? To Mr. Fool, although he is still slowly recovering his standing, level, and powers, it's not difficult for him to deal with Amorn's avatar. The son's encounter is evidence. He'd got his blessed to avoid Amorn to not attract the Angel of Time's real body, as this can spoil his plans of awakening? Yes, he emphasized it to us as a warning, worried that we wouldn't react properly when chancing upon Amorn. Mr. Fool really shows his concern for us. At this moment, Emlyn had just digested the matter of King of Angels blasphemer Amorn's appearance in Backland. Although he was arrogant, repeated tarot gatherings had allowed him to understand what a King of Angels was. It was an existence second to sanguine ancestor Lilith, second to the true deities that sat at the pinnacle sequence. They were the strongest ones who walked the real world. What's going to happen this time in Backland? When the time comes, there will be dead people, the wounded, or the sick everywhere outside. I'll become busy again because of Father. Emlyn recalled his life after the great smog of Backland as he showed signs of fear that such matters would happen again. Force also felt that the problem was significant. This was because if Angel of Time Amorn really wanted to do something, it was very likely that he would inflict damage on a large scale. It was something that she could avoid by hiding at home and not heading out. She silently drew a breath and looked to the end of the long bronze table, worriedly asking, "Honorable Mr. Fool, why is Amorn sending his avatar to Backland?" Klein deliberated over his choice of words and looked around the table with a smile. "To look for all of you." "To look for us?" The sentence seemed to be like bolts of lightning that struck Force and company awake. It left their spines numb. Right on the heels of that, Audrey made the connection of the reply to ignore him from before. She found Mr. Fool like the boundless ocean, and a mere avatar of blasphemer Amorn was just a rock. It could only cause a tiny stir and nothing more. Although Amorn's avatar came to find us Tarot Club members, Mr. Fool has said to ignore him, so there's no need to bother about him. Praise Mr. Fool. Audrey's nerves that had just tensed up instantly relaxed. Emlyn, Force, and Derek also figured out something similar. They either leaned back into their seats, exhaled openly, or praised Mr. Fool from the bottom of their hearts. Katlia hadn't joined when Amorn possessed the son Derek, and she had only learned of it during a few of the subsequent discussions. Therefore, she knew little and didn't have deep thoughts about it. She just felt worried over the situation where Amorn, a King of Angels, was seeking out the Tarot Club members. Why would a King of Angels like Amorn target the Tarot Club? He'd likely discovered our organization from the sun. What goal does he have, and why is he so confident? He is targeting Mr. Fool? He'd consent the abnormalities of the grey fog. But Mr. Fool said to ignore him. This means that, under normal circumstances, Amorn is unable to tell who is a Tarot Club member? With Kings of Angels appearing, is the fifth epoch coming to an end? After Alger relaxed from his tense state, he began thinking about something else. Back when he informed the Church of Storms about Banzi Harbor's problem, his excuse was that he had heard someone at a bar mentioning it. And he had described this person using blasphemer Amorn's image. Thankfully, even if the Church were to encounter Amorn, with the way they handle things, they wouldn't verify and question this matter. And regardless of Amorn's performance or because of his identity, they will definitely find him extremely suspicious and place weight on this suspicion. Alger wasn't worried that he would expose himself for this trivial problem, he only believed that it was best that he should be careful and not randomly use high-ranking Beyonders, especially angels, and above, as scapegoats. Hence, he warned himself. Although not every high-ranking Beyonder is at the level of any mention of it will be known, or have similar powers, mentioning it excessively might result in me encountering that existence due to the machinations of fate. After all, the higher one goes, the deeper the connections of fate will be. Seeing that the Tarot Club members, especially the three who were in Backland, had already shown signs of wariness about Amorn's avatar and had written off the thoughts of being rash and not plan on targeting the blasphemer, he calmed down and leaned back, leisurely looking at everyone as an indication that the floor was theirs. Katlia reined in her worries over the northern and southern continent and the 5 seas before looking to the seat of honor at the long bronze table. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have 3 new diary pages again this time. She remembered vividly that, at the end of last Monday's tarot gathering, she had informed the meaning of the 2 Roselian characters to Queen Mystic. However, she only received a reply on Sunday. In it were 3 new diary pages and a question of medium length. The place his mind and spirit calls home, is it on that island, or the depths of the cosmos? When Katlear ruminated over this question, she seemed to sense the emotional upheavals that were happening when Queen Mystic wrote it, unlike her usual calm self. With regards to this, she sighed silently based on her understanding of Queen Mystic Bernadette. In Her Majesty's heart, Emperor Razel is an unresolved knot. This is the reason why she ultimately doesn't dare to advance to Sequence 2. Klein had no idea what Hermit was thinking. All he did was nod and indicated that she could conjure the new Roselle diary pages. Soon, the 3 yellowish-brown goatskin pages appeared in his palm. The 10th of March. I participated in that ancient and most secret organization's gathering. After many observations, I'm increasingly puzzled over a problem. What does it mean to be the trend of the times? Who defines the trend of the times? If it's really as they claim, when everything ends and the original creator is resurrected from the dead, awakening from his slumber, he would gather everything back into his body to create a new world and new history. Then, there's no need for them to let the times develop according to what they expect of the times. They can quickly come up with all kinds of schemes, such as triggering a world war, a war between angels, or even a war between deities. Wouldn't that accelerate their goals? Or could it be the case that the times is part of the original creator? Only when the times develop according to a certain expectation can he draw energy from it and revive. This isn't scientific. Of course, whatever I see and participate in now isn't scientific at all. Actually, if I had any say, why revive the creator who rides above all? Everyone can just go through the motions and enjoy themselves without any restrictions. Isn't that better? Based on my observations, there are many members who share similar viewpoints as mine. However, there are a number of members who are stubborn and inflexible, strictly abiding to their beliefs. I wonder if they should be called idealists or crazy cultists. What I can't see through the most is that mysterious leader. Old Mr. Hermes told me that this organization began with him. It was organized with people who shared his beliefs and goals. However, he seldom expresses his thoughts, never stopping many of the members who use the organization for their own purposes. At times, I will even forget his existence. He seems to enjoy sitting there, silently watching everyone converse. But on one matter, I witnessed his might. A high-sequence beyonder who had gone against their so-called trend of the times was put forth by him. In 30 seconds, the person became a target of elimination. And I believe that the poor fellow wouldn't survive past summer. Who is he? Some ancient god that survived the second epoch. Roselle had used 2 question marks at the end of the sentence to express his strong doubts. This was something he seldom did, hence, Klein suspected that this was the reason why Bernadette had chosen this diary entry. Chapter 891. Strange Chapel. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. The mysterious leader of the Twilight Hermit Order enjoys sitting there, silently watching everyone converse. Once he wishes for something to be done, the matter can very quickly reach a consensus. This really matches the characteristics of the Spectator pathway. I'm increasingly convinced that he is Amon's brother, the other son of the creator, Adam. In his later years, the Emperor learned plenty of secrets from Mr. Daw and was probably able to come up with similar conclusions. As Klein compared the descriptions in the diary with what he already knew to come up with theories and verify them, he cast his gaze down to read the rest of the content of the page. The 11th of March. The more I recall what happened yesterday, the more afraid I am. A demigod existence had his fate decided with just a few words. He didn't even have the chance to express his disapproval. And the makeup of the ancient secret organization convinces me that, apart from dealing with the 7 Orthodox churches, there is nothing that they can't do. Even the toppling of a nation isn't impossible. How lucky I am to be pulled into this organization, otherwise, who knows if I might one day suffer an unexpected assassination I cannot resist. I'll die with my eyes wide open. This kind of organization that hides behind the scenes, secretly passing judgment on others, while determining the life and death of the target is really unacceptable. Even if I'm one of their members, I'm still appalled and feel fear deep down. This world is so much more dangerous than Earth. Perhaps just being born with relatively high spirituality, randomly flipping through an ancient tome, sitting normally on a ship doing business, taking in the beauty of some lady, entering some castle because of one's love of traveling, being woken up by fighting next door in the middle of the night, or creating something that's of meaning, these would be enough to cause one to die a baffling, tragic death. And this is one of the reasons that drive me to improve myself, to advance myself, to gain the ability to determine my own fate. I can definitely succeed. I'm the protagonist of this era, The 12th of March. I feel there's a need to seek out some material regarding the 4th epoch, 3rd epoch, and even the 2nd epoch. The experience that came from joining that ancient secret organization tells me that there might be countless secrets hidden here, the kind that will influence the direction of an epoch. Unfortunately, such information is astonishingly rare. They're either kept by the church, or they have been destroyed. I believe that I'm unlikely to gain much simply by relying on my subordinates. The best method is still to raise my sequence. It will allow me to gain a higher status and greater power in the church. From this diary page, it's obvious that the Emperor's act of establishing contact with Mr. Daw had happened very long after he joined the Twilight Hermit Order. Perhaps he was already a high sequence beyonder, otherwise, there was no way he could withstand Mr. Daw's ravings. Compared to the Emperor, it's so much easier for me to investigate history. I have his diary for the 4th epoch. There's the City of Silver for the 2nd epoch. From time to time, I can even encounter the evil spirit that was formed by a king of angels. In the middle of his life, the Emperor seems to tone down on his illusions of grandeur. Klein flipped to the 2nd diary page with a relaxed attitude. The 18th of May. I've been having nightmares recently. I dream of myself wearing ancient silver-grey armor and sitting beside a cliff. In front of me is silence, and there's a bottomless black fog beneath me. It was filled with corruption and evil. Merely looking at it was enough to influence me. Towards the end, my face grew complicated, jet-black patterns as I monitored the abyss. My skin turned hard and I had the feeling that sticky liquid was flowing across the surface of my body. My eyes completely lost their reason. It was a reflection of the abyss. It was the reflection of the abyss which I saw and attempted to enter last month. As this nightmare becomes more frequent, I realize that extreme thoughts are becoming a common occurrence for me. Occasionally, the anger from being beaten up might lead me to hoping to rip apart the limbs of my target. Also, dark red lumps are growing on my back. My body temperature is also gradually decreasing. Is this a form of corruption from the abyss? I have to think of a way to confirm and resolve it. For the time being, I cannot get the church's help, otherwise, I'll have to divulge the existence of the primitive island and the abyss. Yes, I can find the priests and bishops of the Eternal Blazing Sunday. They're more skilled at purification. The 19th of May. Through some connections, I received some secret treatment. My entire being felt a lot more relaxed. All the anomalies that happened to me have turned for the better. Amidst my joy, I also thought of a problem. I had only explored the periphery of the abyss, without making contact with any high-level devils. I even had an object on the Black King that could resist corruption, yet, I was affected without realizing it and even had signs of being corrupted. Those criminal pathway beyond us would make sacrifices to high-level devils from time to time, the corruption they suffer must be even worse. Over time, it's probably untreatable, and they can only be cleansed, both body and aura. Likewise, high sequence beyond us, especially angels, should be able to exert influence on low and mid-sequence beyond us of the same pathway. And due to the difference in level, there are corresponding limitations on distance. When one becomes a true god, there's a high probability that they can communicate across the whole world and spirit world without any obstructions. This begs the question. Am I being influenced to a certain extent by the god of craftsmanship? No, should I say the god of steam and machinery? This is quite scary. It appears that only by becoming a demigod that I will be able to escape this influence. Thankfully, since the 5th epoch, there hasn't been any examples of true gods leaving the astral world to descend upon the land. Likewise, pathways without true gods do not have such severe problems. The 20th of May. After a period of being dispirited, I've returned to the social scene. F***ck, those bastards have been secretly mocking me, saying that the reason for me not coming out recently has to do with me having too much fun and turning weak. Just because my dark eye circles are more obvious because of my nightmare-induced poor sleep quality. I want to let them know what it means by the difference in one's talent. I wonder what an angel's influence is like on a loge or mid-sequence beyonder. The transmission of ravings over great distances? Automatic characteristic attraction? Regardless of where it is, as long as one's honorific name is chanted, one will have the godhood to reply? When meeting each other, is it the direct acquisition and erosion of one's beyonder characteristic? If all of this is possible, it's equivalent to a mini-deity. It's no wonder that angels in the 2nd epoch are called subsidiary gods. Klein's thoughts raced as he flipped the page in his hand to read the last diary page. The 12th of October. Edwards ran to me, telling me that one of his knights discovered a strange chapel. It might have to do with the faith before the 4th epoch. This piqued my interest as I immediately rushed to the tiny city by the name of Bayman. The 13th of October. Bayman is a tiny town built on a mountain. The buildings all have protruded domes, just like a white straw hat. It's very special. Following the street, and covering several flights of stairs, I finally found the strange chapel. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary residence with nothing special about it. Only by entering would one discover the difference. There was only one priest here. He was a genial middle-aged man who wore a simple white robe. He had a pale gold beard that covered half his face. His light-colored eyes were clear like a child's. He claimed the place to be a temple of the Creator. Any creature from any species, any believer of any deity could enter. When I heard him mention this, it reminded me of a question I had. Apart from the 7 orthodox deities, the other faiths are deemed as heretics. They are unable to openly build a cathedral other than that of the original Creator. However, there has never been any such church coming into existence. Even cathedrals are extremely rare. In front of the chapel was a simple baldachin. In it was a man carrying a cross. This was likely the divine image of the so-called Creator. I sat in the front pew and idly chatted with the priest. He told me of many different stories. He said that when humans were first born, the ones that ruled the skies, land, and sea were all sorts of crazy, bloodthirsty monsters. They were said to be the origins of the later species, dragons, giants, and elves. These monsters freely indulged in their desires, occupying all kinds of places. It appeared that it wouldn't take long before they destroyed the entire world. At this moment, it was the Creator who had awoken. He'd retrieved the special traits and powers that they had been blessed with, and he had bestowed it to the humans. After that, he returned to his slumber, leaving behind a prophecy. When madness, cruelty, greed, indulgence, coldness, and bloodthirstiness drowns the land once again, he would awaken and retrieve everything. As we spoke, the priest held the hanging cross by his chest and silently prayed. Such a myth is completely different from the church's canon. There are many interesting parts that are worth thinking about. The 15th of October. I've been back in Trier for a day. Only then did I forget to ask the priest for his name. Forget it. There will still be a chance in the future. My sixth sense as a man tells me that I'll definitely head to that chapel again. Isn't this the condensed version of the City of Silver's myth? The period around the end of the 2nd epoch and the beginning of the 3rd epoch. That priest seems to know a lot. Perhaps, an organization that passes down such a myth over the generations know a lot. Klein's mind stirred as the diary pages in his hand vanished. Then, he looked up at Mhermit. Go ahead. Katlir immediately bowed her head. Honorable Mr. Fool, what I wish to know is if the place that Emperor Razel's mind and spirit calls home on that island or the depths of the cosmos. That island? That primitive island that caused Grimm to die and had left the Emperor shocked. From the looks of it, the Emperor treated the island with great importance towards the end of his life. Even Queen Mystic Bernadette noticed it. What does deep in the cosmos mean? The astral world? Or some other planet? There are many things about the Emperor that transcends his era, so he's suspected by his daughter to be an alien? Although it's a little ridiculous, it adheres to logic. After all, research has proven that this is a planet. The Sun is a star, and apart from that is the endless universe, a galaxy with countless stars. How should I answer? I can't just tell her about transmigration. But it's not like I can't say anything. Klein pondered for a while before shaking his head with a smile. Neither of them. Chapter 892. Individual Comprehension. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Neither of them. Katlia ruminated over Mr. Fool's reply, suddenly feeling at a loss as to the true meaning of the question. She originally imagined that the place that Emperor Razel's mind and spirit called home had to involve something philosophical or mystical. For example, the island might refer to the divine kingdom of the deity of his faith, the depths of the cosmos refer to the astral world, indicating Emperor Razel's belief in surpassing himself in his quest for a deity's throne. In the end, Mr. Fool answered that it was neither. This denied nearly every possibility, making it difficult for her to think of any other answer. Perhaps what Her Majesty wishes to ask is not something I understand. What Mr. Fool is saying is pointing at another explanation. It doesn't matter if I understand it. I'm only a communication tool between them. Katlia sighed inwardly as she sincerely bowed. Thank you for your answer. The other Tarot Club members were lost in regards to the question and answer. Although they could understand the reason for the question and could understand what the actual meaning of the mental and spiritual home was, they couldn't make any connection to the island or the depths of the cosmos. Hence, all of them had their own interpretations and guesses, but all of them felt that their theories were distant from the truth. Subconsciously, Force believed that the island referred to the woman Roselle loved the most. The depths of the cosmos referred to the Emperor's late years when he cast his gaze to what he deemed the sea of stars. Audrey believed that the island referred to one's island of self-consciousness in psychology. The sea was the conscious, and below the sea surface was the subconscious. And the cosmos referred to the spirituality sky that represented the astral world. Hence, the corresponding question became: did Emperor Razel believe in himself, deities, or purely nature? From this angle, Mr. Fool's answer appeared rather strange. It was as though he was saying that Emperor Razel didn't believe in anything, including himself. I might be misinterpreting it. But if that's really the case, Emperor Razel might seem conflicted based on what Mr. Fool says, but in fact, it might conceal a deeper secret. Or it could be that, in his later years, he had seen through life. He began thinking about the universe, the world, deities, and the basic qualities of humanity. He became a pessimist and a nihilist? Audrey seemed to be training her abilities as she thought with piqued interest. Alger had similar thoughts as Katlia. As for Emlyn, he considered it for a moment before decisively giving up upon realizing that he had no clue. Derek had no interest in Emperor Razel, but he didn't break the silence. He kept considering the conversations he was to have later. Finally, the Fool, who was cloaked by the grey fog, chuckled and said, "You may begin." Alger immediately looked at the world and deliberated over his words. "Sorry, your mystical item will require a little more time." Without waiting for him to speak, he quickly gave an explanation. That artisan had strangely gotten infected by a sickness, and there are suspicious snoopers appearing in the vicinity. This resulted in a delay. I will personally make a trip to see if I can resolve his problems so that he can quickly recover. We'll try to make the mystical item you need within 2 weeks. He spoke extremely sincerely as a way to express his apologies and importance on the matter. But in his actual description, he had secretly pushed all the blame to the artisan. It was as though he was saying to the world that if he were displeased, I will teach him a lesson for you. If that's not enough, I will even give you his exact location for you to personally pay him a visit. That artisan sure is troublesome. Mr. Hanged Man treats this quite seriously. Non-official, or should I say artisans who are willing to accept orders from unknown origins, are extremely rare. If they can be secured, it's best that they are secured. Klein pondered for a moment and got the world to hoarsely reply, I will allow this delay, but there shouldn't be a next time. He spoke very calmly, but it alarmed Alger. He could almost feel the hidden murderous intent in the world German Sparrow. Thank you for your understanding, he said with a staid expression. Upon hearing their conversation, Katlia looked at the Hanged Man, curled her lips, and nudged her glasses. She said, if you are unable to resolve the problems, I can provide some help. From her point of view, as long as the problem wasn't serious, she could even do it for free. After all, this meant that she could skip the Hanged Man and directly establish connections with the artisan. Alger obviously sensed the true intent of this pirate admiral. He felt that she was beginning to severely encroach into his territory, giving him a certain level of pressure. He paused for a moment and replied in an unperturbed manner, then, I will thank you on his behalf for your kindness. On the one hand, he expressed his close ties with the artisan, and on the other hand, didn't directly object to her help, thus, giving him sufficient leeway. Compared to having German Sparrow find fault with him, sacrificing some benefits wasn't something unacceptable. Katlia didn't harp on the matter as she turned to look at the world. Are you pleased with the information on West Balam? She had already gathered all the information on West Balam that German Sparrow needed last Thursday. She had handed it to him via the strange messenger. She was filled with fear when it came to Mr. Fool, so given any other methods, she was unwilling to disturb that existence. It cost me a total of £300. If it wasn't good enough, I would have asked for a refund there and then. Klein mumbled and made the world answer tersely as an affirmation. Then, the fake person cast its gaze on Miss Magician. Force immediately felt uncomfortable, akin to the feeling of a rat being targeted by a cat. She couldn't help but consider if she had done something wrong. Could it be that during my conversation with Zio, my description, no, defamation of Dwayne Dantès, was heard by him? Or is he displeased that I didn't refund him the money? Force stopped thinking about the bodyguard mission that had happened days ago as she asked, quaking with consternation, Mr. World, is there something? The world nodded and said, a commission. Get information on Calderon City from the Abraham family. Most important of all is its location. Calderon City. Why is the world suddenly searching for this mysterious spirit world city? An instruction from Mr. Fool? It's a new part of his reawakening plans? Katlia had some idea about Calderon City, so she was quite perplexed. The other Tarot Club members, including Force, didn't know what city the world was looking for. All they could do was maintain their silence. Among them, Emlyn felt that he had heard of it before, but he couldn't recall the exact details. About 4 seconds later, Force forced a smile. No problem. I can help you ask. How much would it cost? The world asked in an unperturbed tone. £1,000. No, £500. No, I still need to deduct the bodyguard fee. Force mind raced and finally gave her price. £350. That's cheap. Other than the spirit world 7 lights, perhaps only the Abraham family has detailed information on Calderon City. Yes, to Miss Magician, it's just about asking her teacher. It's indeed simple and convenient. It's no wonder it's not expensive. Klein was first surprised before coming to a realization. He made the world nod and say, deal. After watching this transaction close, Audrey noticed something amusing. Miss Magician seems to be very afraid of Mr. World. It was to the point of being a reflex. She had previously met Dwayne Dantès, but didn't know that he was German Sparrow. During this period, she discovered something terrifying. I'll arrange to meet her and Zio at Glaine's place. Let's see if I can figure out something. Audrey thought as she indiscernibly nodded. At this moment, seeing that the world had nothing else, Emlyn hurriedly looked at the sun. Do you have the sequence 5 beyond a characteristic of the artificial vampire? I haven't accrued enough merit points. Derek didn't feel ashamed this time. On the contrary, he felt that Mr. Moon was being overly anxious. How could the points needed for a sequence 5 beyond a characteristic be so easily amassed? Emlyn turned his head disgruntledly when he suddenly recalled something. He hurriedly said to Miss Magician, "I have clues to the cursed item and remnant spirituality from an ancient wraith. I'm waiting for more detailed information. This might not be an item to give to you directly, but one to provide you with some information about where you can find an ancient wraith in the vicinity of Backland." Upon saying that, Emlyn thought and said, £300. This means that I have to hunt the ancient wraith myself? Based on various mysticism rumors, this is quite a powerful monster. After hearing what Mr. Moon had to say, Force's first reaction was that it was a dilemma. Her second reaction was to commission the hunting mission to Mr. World. She was certain that he could quickly and successfully complete it. But upon the thought that hiring Mr. World might cost far more than what the ancient wraith was worth, she felt that it was better to attempt it herself. I'll wait until Zio becomes an interrogator. Together, we should have a higher chance. Besides, I still have Leymano's travels with me. On it is a demigod-level high sequence beyond a power and angel's embrace. There are plenty of unique beyond a powers in it, and below that of high sequence beyond us, it's practically a divine artifact. I have little actual combat experience since I'm fleeing most of the time. This is an opportunity. Force quickly made a decision and said to the Moon Emlyn, "Deal." After confirming some other matters, the transaction segment came to an end. Klein got the World German Sparrow to beat Mr. Hanged Man to the punch by looking around and saying, "My preliminary investigations regarding Backland's Kuaron suicide has borne fruit." Chapter 893. Hair-Resembling Plants. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. The one that was most interested Kuaron suicide was none other than Justice Audrey. However, she had long noticed that Force had some slight interest in the case. Hence, she didn't ask and had maintained her posture, patiently waiting for a particular best-selling author to pose the question. In just a second or two, Force looked at the borders of the table in front of the World and asked after some deliberation, "What's the truth?" Klein had already rehearsed how he was to describe it, so without any hesitation, he got the World to say, "The mastermind behind it is the royal family's consultant, Vin Rambais. He probably has another identity, a counselor of the psychology alchemists." When she heard the first sentence, Audrey's mind had already naturally produced the image of a genial elder. This man came from an aristocratic background. He had graduated from Birth University and possessed profound knowledge and outstanding insight. He had been a consultant to the royal family for more than a decade and was publicly recognized as a scholar, a good man, a gentleman. Audrey had previously suspected that Kuaron suicide might have been instigated by the royal family, but she never expected the mastermind to be the genial, amiable, kind, and humorous Vin Rambais. When the World announced the other identity of the man, she found herself unable to hide her alarm and puzzlement. Vin Rambais is a Beyonder? He's a counselor of the psychology alchemists? This also means that he might be a demigod. I've seen him so many times, but I've never connected him to the mysterious world. I always found him to be solely a scholar, a knowledgeable scholar. If Mr. World wasn't misled in his investigations, I'd really find it unbelievable. That Vin Rambais, who's known to be helpful to others, would treat a life with such coldness. He coldly made a child lose his father, a wife to lose her husband, parents to lose their son. He usually presents himself to be cultured and loving. Politics is dirtier than I imagined. Same for the royal family. Speaking of which, I have yet to meet a counselor of the psychology alchemists. I've never made contact with their upper echelons. I never expected that this secret organization is almost no different from the cults like the Aurora Order and Numinous Episcopate. Our Tarot Club is better. Mr. Fool is always stopping or disrupting the plans of the evil gods and devils. While Audrey's mind was in chaos, Alger acutely sensed the brewing problems in Backland's political climate. He felt that various factions were interlinked and that there were many secrets. They formed a massive bucket of explosives that could explode at any time. The nobles, royal family, Church of Storms, Church of Evernight, Church of Steam, the burgeoning rich, the commoners who live on a precipice, and the lowest class who live abject lives. The revolution of the times is so obvious. To think I didn't recognize this at all. I just simply believed Chilangos's words and the evidence he showed. An epoch where the old gods fade and new gods arise is about to descend. The tides of history are roaring in an unstoppable manner. Alger silently sighed, seemingly seeing the tall Gothic bell tower and the bell of order that hung in it. And surrounding this famous landmark, swirls of air was materializing and the light was darkening. It appeared that eddies were gearing up to form hurricanes. Suddenly, Alger had a theory. What arises might not be a new god, but an ancient god from an even more remote age. He instinctively glanced at the seat of honor at the end of the long bronze table before quickly retracting his gaze. He could hardly quell the upheavals in his heart. At that moment, he had a baffling feeling that his ambition and goals were too puny. He had only wanted to become an archbishop of the Church of Storms, a saint. In this position, he would have authority in the world and he could direct many things in secret. Since the old gods are fading away and new gods are rising, Mr. Fool will be returning to his throne in the astral world. Then why shouldn't I consider being an angel? Only at this level can I complete a qualitative change in my existence. I'll be able to live a long lifespan. Only then can I lord over people and lead a large-scale organization. I'll wield authority over the world. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Alger trembled in an almost indiscernible manner. His heart was spewing with agitated emotions. When Catlear connected Queen Mystic's whereabouts for the past 2 months, she felt that the latter had been spending a large portion of her time in Backland. Is something about to happen in Backland? I can try asking when I write this time. I wonder what response Her Majesty will give. Catlear nudged her heavy glasses on her nose and swept her gaze across Miss Justice and the other members from Backland. Force knew some of the details of Cuaron's suicide case. She knew that the victim had acted on his own the entire time and that he wasn't controlled. She also knew that the witnesses believed without a doubt that everything was a result of Dwayne Dantès. Comparing this with the actual situation had induced a deep sense of fear towards the counselor of the psychology alchemists. She didn't wish that she would one day find out that her thoughts and hobbies were all a result of someone else's doing. How is this different from being a puppet? A high-sequence beyonder of the Spectator pathway is terrifying. However, this is really good writing material. Currently, the science of psychology already has hypnosis. In my next book, I want to write about a sick girl liking a gentleman. She uses hypnosis to make him fall in love with her. The ending climax is when she discovers that the gentleman is actually a master hypnotist. Force gaped her mouth before closing it again. She didn't ask further about Avin Rambai since she didn't know him at all. Klein's sharing of Avin Rambais was mainly to warn Miss Justice. He wanted her to be careful and wary of this psychology alchemist's counselor. Now, seeing that his goal had been achieved, he said, "There's another matter. Help me take note of Brigadier General Konas Kilga. He's the Deputy Director of MI9. On the surface, he's only a Sequence 5, but in actual fact, he's a Black Emperor pathway demigod. He possesses rather potent spiritual perception and can sharply detect that others are observing him." Konas Kilga. Audrey repeated this name inwardly and realized that she had no impression of this gentleman. Either we have little overlap in our social circles, to the point of just nodding at each other when bumping into one another without asking who the other is, or he keeps an extremely low profile. He doesn't attend such gatherings often. If I have a chance, I should ask Kantz. He's from MI9. He definitely knows this superior of his. Audrey was no longer surprised that Konas was a demigod despite being a Sequence 5 in name. From her point of view, it was common for members of an intelligence agency to be in such situations. Alger and Catlear had more or less heard of the high-ranking member of MI9, Konas Kilga. However, they lacked a deeper understanding of the matter, so all they could do was refresh whatever they knew and remind themselves to be especially careful when encountering anything to do with the person in question. Seeing that Mr. World had nothing else to share, Derek didn't wait for Mr. Hangman to ask. He said, "I've made a new friend again." He paused for a moment before getting to the crux of the matter. The area he patrols includes the former chief's mausoleum. He told me that the 6-member council has yet to open the door that leads underground. However, through the cracks on the outer rocks of the mausoleum, there are luxuriant and strange plants growing out from them. They look like human hair. The 6-member council has 3 demigods. Even if there are some out on expeditions and aren't in the City of Silver, the other 3 likely control a certain powerful sealed artifact or have grazed an evil spirit, giving them nearly demigod strength. Despite joining forces for so many days, they haven't managed to open the entrance to the former chief's mausoleum. This means that it's quite a serious problem. Also, what's the reason for plants that resemble human hair to suddenly grow? One question after another arose in Klein's mind as he waited for the hanged man to ask Little Son. He knew that the former would definitely have questions. Alger, who finished listening quietly, frowned slightly before relaxing his brows. After some deliberation, he said, "Apart from that, are there any anomalies? Is the one in charge of opening the mausoleum that Shepherd Elder Lovia? It's not her. The chief is present too." Likewise for 2 other elders, Derek answered seriously. "There aren't any other anomalies for the time being." Alger nodded and said, "Very good. Maintain your present state. Establish communications with more people. Keep a note of any changes with that mausoleum." After being praised, Derek hurriedly nodded as he answered eagerly. After a few more exchanges of words, the gathering naturally began the learning segment. Force had planned on asking what the pharaoh mummy was for, but after seeing the world, she shut her mouth. When the gathering ended, Klein, who had returned to the real world, turned on the tap and washed his face and hands before patiently waiting for night to come. When the time came, he would be riding on a military airship to Desi Bay. Southern continent, Baron's Harbor. As the Golden Dream was cruising south in the fog sea, Dantès only took a few days to arrive at the harbor northmost of West Balam. He draped himself with a dark-colored cloak and carried a suitcase. Wearing the sun brooch inside his clothes, he carried an iron-black boxing glove close to his chest. He was walking down the harbor's roads and was out while sweating profusely. He felt that he was already armed to the teeth, far stronger than he was before. Once out the harbor, Dantès glanced to his sides and extended his hand to stop a carriage. When the carriage driver saw him, he said out a string of words. "Percent Hashert and. What is he saying?" Dantès looked blankly at him. It took him a few seconds to recall one thing. He didn't know the local language, Jutanese, at all. And back when he came to West Balam, he had his captain, a polyglot, leading the crew. He didn't need to worry that he didn't understand anything. Chapter 894. Meeting. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Dantès turned agape as he subconsciously said in Inti's hotel. The air seemed to instantly freeze as Dantès looked at the carriage driver's dark brown skin, coarse and messy black hair, rather soft facial contours, and blank expression. He exhaled silently and blamed it on his bad luck before silently carrying his luggage to walk down the street. Dogsh *T. I actually encountered a carriage driver who doesn't know Intis. Shouldn't someone who picks up passengers near the harbor know a few northern continent languages? There are so many people from Intis, Lun, and Faysac around here. As Dantès grumbled, he looked ahead to look for pedestrians who looked to be from the northern continent or had similar heritage in a bid to smoothen his process of checking into a hotel and filling his stomach. According to what he knew, Baron's Harbor had quite a number of people from Intis, Lun, Fainapotter, and Faysac who had migrated here. As long as he met one, communication wouldn't be a problem. However, Dantès felt that all of this was built on a premise: he had to ensure that he didn't collapse from heat stroke. This dogsh *T weather. He looked up at the azure blue sky, white clouds, and the sun which wasn't too glaring. Cursing with a warped expression, he raised his hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Despite his cursing, Dantès actually knew that the temperature in the southern continent was considered mild to the point that even calling it slightly cool wasn't an exaggeration. The reason why he was feeling so hot was because he was wearing the sun brooch. However, having just arrived and having not figured out the situation in his surroundings, he didn't dare remove the brooch to stuff it into his luggage bag. If he were to lose the item, he could imagine the cold and crazy look German Sparrow would give him. Come on, give me a few people from the northern continent. Any country would do. I'm a famous pirate who knows several languages after all. Dantès kept muttering under his breath as all he could think of was iced beer and icebergs that floated in the ocean. As he muttered, he suddenly rubbed his eyes. He had finally seen someone who was clearly of northern continent descent. Furthermore, it seemed to be someone familiar. Diagonally ahead of Dantès, at a street illuminated by bright sunlight, a young man with blonde short hair that was split 70-30 was leaning against a wall, blowing into a silver harmonica. He had emerald green eyes, and he wore a white shirt that didn't have the top 2 buttons buttoned up. He wore a completely unbuttoned black vest, dark-colored trousers, and a single black glove. He was none other than the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea, Anderson Hood. What a coincidence! This fellow actually came to West Balam. Dantès felt delighted deep down, feeling that he had finally grabbed a floating plank in the sea of people. Ignoring Anderson's actions on the Golden Dream, he approached him and greeted in standard hunter speech. What happened? Treasure hunting hasn't been working out for you, so you've begun busking on the streets. He noticed that Anderson had an overturned hat in front of him. In it were about 20 to 30 brass coins. A few of them were Inti's kopecks, with the majority being local Delexi. In Inti's, Delexi meant copper coins. Anderson stopped playing the harmonica as he shot Dantès a glance. That's not my hat. I happened to walk past and saw a hat on the ground. Seeing how no one discovered it, I felt a little wistful and took out my harmonica to play it. To my surprise, quite a number of people gathered around to listen and threw money in it. A boorish pirate like you probably doesn't understand the beauty of music and how it has no borders. I'm telling you, your captain especially likes. Stop! Dantès' forehead throbbed as he stopped Anderson from diverting the topic of conversation. He asked, "Why are you here?" Anderson held the harmonica and thought about it seriously. That's a good question. I have no idea why I'm here in West Balam either. I don't remember a thing that has happened over the past 2 months. Dantès originally wanted him to cut it out, but Anderson's serious expression convinced him. He deliberated and asked, "You don't remember a thing?" Anderson put away the silver harmonica, bent down, picked up the hat with quite a number of coins, and dusted it. My last memory was of me in Bayam with German Sparrow. After going our separate ways, I had apparently gone somewhere to meet someone. When I woke up, I was already here in West Bayam. Ha ha, don't be concerned over such matters. As long as I'm still alive. Ah, it's almost noon. Let's go have a meal. I heard that Berens is famous for its pork knuckles. While saying that, Anderson placed the hat along with the coins beside a tramp to his side. Already hot, hungry, and exhausted, Dantès was invigorated upon hearing that. You know Dantès? Anderson chuckled. Haven't you heard of my numerous adventures as a treasure hunter in West Balam? That's right. I had thought of seeking you out to get information on West Balam. The situation here is chaotic, and it's rather dangerous. I'll definitely be safer with Anderson around. Also, I'll have an interpreter. I can't say I'm hiring him, as I can't afford him. Dantès slowly revealed a smile. That puts me at ease. Let's go. Holding his luggage, he and Anderson circled to a nearby main street and found a restaurant. Upon hearing the waiter speak in his native tongue, and seeing the menu filled with indecipherable text, Dantès felt a headache as he hurriedly said to Anderson, "I'll leave it to you." As he spoke, he handed the menu to the strongest hunter of the Fog Sea. Anderson didn't reach out his hand as he replied with a composed expression, "I can't read it either." "Didn't you say you know Dantès?" Dantès blurted out in surprise. Anderson threw up his hands. "I didn't say that. What has my repeated visits to West Balam in search of treasure have to do with knowing Dantès? Without knowing Dantès, how are you able to understand those texts in the ancient temples and castle ruins? How do you seek out treasure? Dantès' expression contorted bit by bit as his tone sped up without him realizing it. Anderson picked up the cup served by the waiter and gulped it down. Problems that can be solved with a dictionary aren't problems. Besides, does not knowing Deutonese mean that you can't communicate with the people from the southern continent? With that said, he turned to look at the waiter. Speaking in the Inti's language, he said, 2 specialty pork knuckles. The waiter obviously gave him a blank look as he kept pointing at the menu. Anderson didn't fluster at all as he unhurriedly pressed his right hand to his nose and mimicked the grunting of a pig. The waiter was first taken aback before revealing a look of enlightenment. Then, Anderson pointed at his knuckles and pointed at the Baron's label on the menu before using his fingers to show $2. As the waiter spoke in an accented Deutonese, he repeatedly nodded to show his comprehension. By the side, Dantès was dumbfounded by what he saw. After a series of gestures, mixed with a few basic Deutonese words, he finally finished ordering the meal. Turning his head to Dantès, he smiled. Get it? In this world, there's a common language, body language. Dantès watched with a frozen expression as he curled the corners of his lips as a response. A carriage drove out of West Borough and it headed south at an intersection. Soon, it arrived at a military base. With Colonel Calvin's letter and a junior officer escorting him, Klein successfully entered the base and arrived at a square paved with rammed earth. Berthed on it was a dark blue and white behemoth. This airship was dozens of meters long, and its truss had solid and light composite metal frames extended from it. They were intercrossed with one another as they held up an impermeable cloth used as cushions. Beneath it were openings mounted with machine guns, projectile launchers, and cannons. At this moment, the ignition steam engine had yet to hum, and the corresponding propellers were still static. Everything appeared extremely silent. Klein handed his documents and proof of identity to the officer on guard by the gangway. After receiving permission, he walked up onto the airship with his suitcase in hand. It was like a ship with 3 sections. The uppermost section had complicated machinery and a cargo hall. The middle section had a hall for buffet and balls. Surrounding the hall were hallways that led to the upper and lower sections. These hallways included lounges. As for the lowest section, they were the rooms for the machine guns, projectile launchers, and cannons, as well as the soldiers' cabins. Walking by the guards equipped with rifles, Klein followed the instructions he received from the officer and found the lounge reserved for him. He placed his luggage beside a sofa-like chair. Then, he picked up a cup of water on the table, walked to the window, and took in the scenery outside. To be frank, although he knew a little of everything, it was really only a little. Therefore, he didn't understand the design principles used for this new airship model. He didn't know how high it could go or how stable it was in midair. This left him a little uneasy. Before setting off, he had even done a divination above the grey fog. He received a revelation that he would arrive at his destination rather smoothly. There seems to be a safety belt. This world's airship industry has plenty of years of history. They have quite a bit of experience accumulated in all aspects. Klein was just about to retract his gaze and admire the decorations inside the room and the candlelight when he noticed a group of people approaching airship 1345. They were men and women, all of them wearing thin, black trench coats and red gloves. They were carrying leather suitcases of varying sizes. Only one of them wore a mysterious medium's robe. She had blue eyeshadow and blush, and she was none other than Daly Simone. And behind the lady was the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. While no one noticed it, Leonard's footsteps suddenly slowed down. Then, he looked up at the midsection of the airship. His eyes reflected the grey-sideburned and blue-eyed Dwayne Dantès, who was wearing a suit and bow tie. This gentleman was standing behind a window, revealing a genial smile as he raised the cup in his hand. Chapter 895. Finally at ease. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. Leonard's expression froze for a moment before he composed himself. He had already remembered that Dwayne Dantès was working with the military and was preparing to sell a batch of firearms and cannons to West Balaam. Therefore, even though it was surprising to see this gentleman appear on a military airship, it wasn't jarring in any way. The only issue is why he's heading to West Balam so quickly? Amorn's arrival has also exerted some pressure on him? Leonard's mind raced as he leveled his gaze and walked up the gangway with his teammates to the midsection and entered a huge lounge reserved for them. Not long after the red gloves took their seats, a deep hum sounded. The rotating of the propeller and all kinds of frictional sounds were heard. It caused the floorboards and walls to gently shake. As the tremors increased in intensity, it turned into a wobbling motion as the airship rose up and slowly regained its stability. Klein had already sat down and buckled his seatbelt. He was looking at his surroundings out of curiosity as he experienced a different form of flight. The takeoff isn't too stable. The altitude is also rather low, but without encountering any hurricanes, the tremors are still all right. I wonder how it was done. Klein looked diagonally at the windows ahead without any intention of unbuckling his seatbelt or walking around. This wasn't acrophobia even if he had a mild fear of heights. This was because he was briefly wearing creeping hunger and had the ability of short-distance flight and teleport. He was only seriously acting like a desi tycoon who was riding on an airship for the first time. At this moment, Klein's spiritual perception was triggered. He hurriedly clicked his teeth and activated spirit vision. He saw the colors around him saturate as they clearly stacked upon one another. He saw bone spew out from the floor, gushing out like a fountain in midair, forming a giant skeleton that was nearly 4 meters tall. This skeleton's eye sockets were burning with dark flames. Its arms were hanging down, holding a folded letter. Mr. Azek's messenger. He has finally recovered from his state of metamorphosis? Klein was pleasantly surprised as he tried to stand up to receive the letter. But when he felt a force pulling him back at his abdomen, he recalled that had his seatbelt buckled. When he reached out to unbuckle it, the skeleton messenger crouched down and stuffed the letter into his hands. Klein was taken aback as he looked up into the eye sockets which were burning with pitch-black flames. He nodded gently as form of gratitude. He could understand why the messenger didn't appear from the section below, allowing half his body to tear through the floorboard, as this was a military airship. Apart from the red gloves, there were probably other Beyonders. They also had spiritual perceptions and different levels of spirit vision. They could also barely sense the messenger's existence. But I don't think that delivering a letter in such a crouched manner is being polite. I'd rather it did what it used to. Klein mumbled and saw the skeleton messenger crumble into illusory bones, gushing down like a waterfall. In the huge lounge, Daly Simone, who still enjoyed being called a spirit medium, suddenly turned her head and looked at the room across the hall. Her brows furrowed slightly as her eyes narrowed. Daly immediately retracted her gaze and said to the low-ranking officer in the corner of the lounge who was acting as a waiter, "Make me a cocktail. Black Rand and champagne. Half each. That's a very strange mixture." As the officer unbuckled his seatbelt, he walked to the bar that was welded to the ground as he attempted to offer a suggestion. Daly with her blue eyeshadow and blush said with a smile, "I enjoy unique tastes." Upon saying that, she casually asked, "Is there anyone else on this airship besides the military officers and us?" The officer answered while opening the bar's cabinet, "Yes. A merchant. Apparently, his name is Dwayne Dantès. He is working with the Ministry of Defense." Dwayne Dantès. Daly was taken aback as she turned her eyes slightly away and asked, "What kind of work?" To her right, Leonard Mitchell had subconsciously changed his seating posture. He switched from crossing his right leg over his left to his left over his right. "I'm not sure," the officer answered with a shake of the head. Apparently it has something to do with using the gentleman's experience in the southern continent. Southern continent, Daly repeated the word in thought and stopped asking. In the small lounge opposite, Klein had already unfolded the letter to read it seriously. It was indeed from Azek. He indicated that his previous experiences had allowed him to retrieve more of his memories. He had no choice but to sleep to digest and recover, thus, the late reply. Klein truly relaxed as he cast his gaze towards the end in a good mood. In regards to the spirit world plunderers, Azek's description was, "It's a rather scheming and rare creature. They are very good at disguises, making it very difficult to find them. One thing to make use of is their strong aggressiveness. However, they're also very dangerous. Even with a strength that is close to sequence 4, one needs to be sufficiently careful, otherwise, one can accidentally end up as its sole avatar. Its exact characteristic is? I'm not sure, nor am I able to recall where spirit world plunderers are most active. I suggest you pray to Aomoria. He is very friendly to humans and will be willing to answer similar questions while wielding authority in such matters. The ritual's key is the correct honorific name and symbol. Once you have the clues to a spirit world plunderer, you can wait a while. I might be able to provide you some help. How can I bother you? Klein raised his right hand and pinched the two ends of his mouth. He then flipped the page and read the final page. Likewise, I will help you seal that glove once again. It's not that I do not wish to teach you the way to seal it, but it's unlikely that you can do it. This requires the power of the underworld, requiring, at the very least, an undying to do it. All right. I should quickly have some free time. I recall you mentioning about Death's Ring. Mr. Azek's changes don't seem too significant. At least I can't tell from the letter. Klein slowly exhaled as he flicked his wrist and ignited the paper in his hand, turning it to ashes before it floated into the trash can that was welded to the floor. Although he didn't receive the whereabouts of spirit world plunderers from Azek, he could also determine that this descendant of Death similarly didn't remember Calderon City. He also guessed that this mysterious spirit world city likely had nothing to do with the underworld, otherwise, Mr. Azek, who had already restored connections with the underworld, should have recalled something about it. Even so, Klein still planned on replying to ask more about Calderon City. Regardless, one should always have hope. Also, I should inform Mr. Azek that I'm in the southern continent. Klein seriously considered the contents of his reply. However, he didn't immediately write it, afraid that the act of summoning the messenger would be noticed via the spiritual perception of the other beyond us on board the airship. As he turned his gaze, Klein looked out the window once again. It was dark and silent. Looking at the dark sky with the concealed crimson moon, Admiral of Stars Catleigh retracted her gaze, picked up her pen, and deliberated over her words. The answer is neither. She was originally somewhat perplexed as to why Queen Mystic hadn't directly asked what home was. Instead, she had attached two guesses. This made it easy for the question to receive an ineffective answer. But on second thought, she believed that Queen Mystic had thought it through in a way far better than she could have. This was because this question was posed to a secret existence that was suspected to be an ancient god. As the number of diary pages she could provide had numbered about 20, with each attempt giving her an answer, therefore, just 3 pages, even if they were of high value, made it difficult to be equivalent in value to a key question of where Emperor Razel's mental and spiritual home was. The secrets concealed within might even be more important than a single card of blasphemy. And Her Majesty's question seems stubborn. She doesn't seem willing to switch to something else, therefore, she specially added 2 choices, hoping that she could obtain an answer via elimination or directly obtain confirmation. In contrast, this lowers the value of the question. It then abides by the principle of equivalent exchange. As Catleigh thought, she recalled something. Back then, she was still young and was being educated on all kinds of information. Queen Mystic would test her and tell her that in regards to answering a question, there were 3 opportunities for reducing the difficulty. First, was to eliminate a wrong option. Second, was to request the help of some specific person on the ship. 3, was to pray to one of the 7 lights to receive the answer. Of course, the prerequisite to doing that was to complete the ritual herself. Clearly, Queen Mystic had chosen to use the first method to reduce the difficulty. Did Her Majesty have such an experience when she was little? After eliminating the 2 wrong options, I wonder how close she is to the real answer. Catleigh's expression unnaturally softened as she wrote. According to the intelligence I've gathered, there's a storm brewing in Backland. I wish you well. She didn't directly mention the deputy director of MI9 or the royal family's consultant. After all, they were news shared between the Tarot Club. It wasn't something she had asked herself and tacitly acquiesced by Mr. Fool to inform Queen Mystic directly. Folding the letter, Catleigh summoned Queen Mystic Bernadette's messenger. Baron's Harbour. It was twilight. Dantès and Anderson found a hotel opened by an Intis immigrant, finally experiencing the convenience of not having any language barriers. After putting down their luggage, Dantès immediately headed towards the staircase wearing a cloak and his boxing glove. Anderson leaned against the opposite door and asked in amusement, "Is there anything else?" Dantès immediately gave a sarcastic chortle. "I'm heading out to buy a dictionary. This is way more reliable than your body language. In a few days, I might even be fluent in a few common words." Anderson stroked his chin with his left black-gloved hand. "Your boxing glove was created from that giant's remains, right? What are its negative effects?" Dantès blurted out, being rash, often acting before thinking. As he spoke, he fell silent. Chapter 896. Daly's Probe. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. To buy a dictionary late at night, in a city that's somewhat chaotic. Furthermore, I obviously look like someone from Intis. That really is rather dangerous. No, I can't keep wearing this glove. Dantès was stunned for a few seconds before he raised his hand and attempted to take off his boxing glove. When he was halfway done, he suddenly paused and sized up Anderson. When he saw him wearing a black glove on his left hand, he did a hollow chuckle and wore his glove again. "I believe that in the southern continent, a place like this requires strength," Dantès added with a faint smile. Anderson's expression remained the same as he continued stroking his chin. "Then, what do you plan on doing?" Dantès pointed at the staircase and said, "I plan on finding the hotel's boss and borrow his dictionary. I believe he will be teaching his children Dantanese. That's an idea worth pursuing. But even with a dictionary, you won't be able to master it anytime soon. Even if you grasp a few terms, it will still be rather difficult. After all, the language here is a completely different system from the northern continent," Anderson said with a TSK. "Why don't I suggest a solution for you? Your captain has likely taught you some ritualistic magic in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom domain, right?" "Yes," Dantès replied with a nod without a second thought. Anderson clapped his hands and said. Dantès shook his head without hesitation. "I believe in the Lord of Storms, and not the God of Knowledge and Wisdom." The reason why some of the ritualistic magic cast in the past had received a reply was because of Captain. Upon saying that, he shot Anderson a glance. "Weren't you born in Siga, growing up in Lemberg, being classmates with Captain? Then you should also be a believer of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Wouldn't it be more effective if you held the ritual?" Anderson shook his head and laughed. Despite being believers all the same, those who can actually receive a reply are in the extreme minority. Seemingly in thought, he said, "The best method is to find a priest or bishop from the Church of Knowledge. Get them to make some charms. I recall that there are a few pilgrims from Lemberg here in Baron's Harbor. Why don't we visit them tomorrow?" Dantès was just about to say yes when he suddenly revealed a look of suspicion. "I have this nagging feeling that you are up to something." Anderson's expression immediately froze. On the airship, Klein had his seatbelt buckled and had a blanket over him as he leaned against his seat, already in deep sleep. At this moment, it was dark outside. There was little light from the lands, and the scenery swept across slowly despite moving at a high speed. Everything appeared peaceful and silent. After an unknown period of time, Klein suddenly jolted awake as he stretched his neck. As he kept death knell on him, he had drank plenty of water. His bladder had woken him up. Pulling away his blanket and unbuckling his seatbelt, Klein covered his mouth and yawned. He walked out of the lounge and headed for the washroom at the corner of the hall. After relieving himself, he washed his hand and left the washroom. When he entered the hall, he suddenly saw a figure. The figure was standing amidst the shadows. It was wearing a black robe, and by its eyes were eyeshadow and blush. At a glance, it looked like a shadow or ghost that had floated out of a corpse. Daly. Klein obviously recognized her as he immediately reacted as though he jumped in fright. Daly walked a few steps forward and looked up at Dwayne Dantès' face. She paused her gaze in between his eyes as she curled her mouth into a smile. "Your eyes and bearing resembles a friend of mine, especially the eyes." Klein immediately feigned enlightenment as he said with a smile, "If our genders were swapped, that would be a standard way of hitting on someone." Daly's eyes didn't move away as she chortled. "There's no need for any swapping. A difference in genders doesn't change the definition of such actions. If this were any other time, I really would be trying to trick you into a bed if I had said something like that, even tricking you all the way down the aisle. However, I have no such thoughts at the moment. I came over because your eyes really remind me of him. It's really quite overwhelming speaking with Daly. I can't let her lead the conversation, otherwise, she might realize that Dwayne Dantès isn't the Casanova that has a wide preference or a romance expert. Instead, he's nothing but an inexperienced man in front of charming women. I have to take the lead in this conversation." Klein's mind stirred as he directly asked in a half-joking manner, "Do you like that friend of yours?" Daly was taken aback for a second before she pricked her brows, lowered her head, and smiled. "That's not something that needs hiding. If only he could be like you, being willing to take the initiative when facing a woman, proficient at creating a suggestive atmosphere. Perhaps if that were the case, we might already have children. Unfortunately, he's a conservative man. When he chats with me, all he spoke of was matters regarding work or his experiences. Any hint given to him or any joke that went overboard just made him appear uncomfortable. He often found excuses to leave. He looked old, and he didn't look after his hair. He also had a bad memory. He even forgot my birthday. Whenever I thought of him, I got mad, having the urge to push him down into bed, tying his arms to the bed's railing." Klein looked at Daly's head with a gloomy gaze as he sighed to interrupt her. You've said too much." Daly looked up, speaking with a smile in no way different than before. "I thought you would enjoy talking about matters about this at a deeper level." Klein let out a soft chuckle. "Then why didn't you turn those thoughts into action? I can tell that you aren't just a woman who can only talk." Daly scoffed. "Guess." Following that, she nodded. "Thank you for not saying that I've been harassing you." As she spoke, she turned around and headed for the extensive lounge where the red gloves were. The corners of Klein's mouth curled up slightly as he returned to his room, shaking his head. When she came to the entrance of the extensive lounge, Daly, whose eyes landed on the floorboards, suddenly saw an untied shoelace. She shifted her gaze up as her eyes reflected the black-haired, green-eyed Leonard Mitchell. Leonard glanced at Dwayne Dantès as he entered his lounge and said with a suppressed voice, "He has plenty of secrets. He's not a simple person." Daly chuckled and nodded. "I know." Having said that, she briskly walked past Leonard Mitchell and walked into the extensive lounge. When she covered a few meters, she slowed down her pace and once again lowered her head. Leonard remained standing at the door, watching the long dragged-out shadows that were cast from the lights outside. Slowly and silently, he exhaled. Inside the small lounge, Klein stood by the door, raising his right hand and rubbing his temples. He stood there like a statue. In the Berg household in the City of Silver. Derek sat on a stool, munching on bread that was made from black-faced grass powder as he seriously listed down the matters that he had yet to complete in recent times. "I haven't obtained the information of the Bizarro Bane that Mr. World needs. I still lack the points required for the Sequence 5 Vampire Beyonder characteristic. I only have 3 friends. That's not enough. All the clues I have regarding the former chief's mausoleum aren't much." As the thoughts flashed through his mind, Derek filled his stomach and took off his shirt. Holding an open container that had been ground from stone, he used the sticky black liquid inside to smear on the obvious bruises on his body. Although the City of Silver only had edible black-faced grass in its vicinity, it didn't only have one type of plant. There were many kinds of plants, all of them being strange. By using different powers, they could grow and proliferate in the dark, sun-lacking environment that only had lightning. One of the traditions of the City of Silver was to select different plants and mix them with organs of monsters to create various kinds of ointments. They were especially effective when treating most injuries and illnesses. It prevented the residents from dying just because of a trivial problem. They were simplified versions of the magical medicine, holy ointment, and essential oil formulas that generations of demon hunters obtained from their potions. These low-level products thus became a tradition. Just after Derek applied the ointment and took a whiff of the pungent smell before putting on his clothes, he suddenly heard knocking at the door. His mind tensed up instinctively as he held up Thunder God's roar, the dark blue hammer that had electric sparks swirling around it. He carefully approached the door, prepared to kill any monsters that suddenly emerged from the darkness. "Who is it?" Derek asked in a deep voice. A gruff voice sounded from the outside. "Vela." At the same time, bright light beamed its way through the door cracks and windows. That was the power of a Dawn Paladin. Derek relaxed as he opened the door and greeted, "Vela, aren't you leading a patrol team today?" Vela stood 2.2 meters tall and was recently befriended by Derek. Derek was also most impressed with him because Vela was able to rein in his powers to a great extent and was a person who took very good care of his companions. In addition, his patrol team's recent patrol area included the former chief's mausoleum. Vela had brownish-yellow hair that resembled Derek's and a thick beard. His favorite pastime was fighting with others. Upon hearing that, he said with a smile, "The 6-member council has just ordered our team to skip the area of the former chief's mausoleum. And this area is the last spot for our patrol mission. Let's go to the training field. Let's get some exercise." The 6-member council has specially ordered the patrolling teams to skip that area. They plan to open the former chief's entrance today. I wonder what will happen. I hope there's no sinister plot on Elder Lovia's side. Derek was alarmed as he hurriedly built connections, but he was at a loss. Just as he hesitantly wore his clothes in preparation to join Vela at the training field, a shadow grew out from the dark ends of the street and said, "Derek Berg, the chief has requested you visit him at the spire." Chapter 897. The Chief's Hint. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. At the top of the spire, in the room that belonged to the chief, Colin Iliad had the tall body that was standard of the City of Silver. His hair was grizzled, unkempt, and rather disheveled. He had deep wrinkles around his cheeks, but there were no wrinkles elsewhere. Some old scars, that were either deep or twisted, remained on his cheeks. He wore a linen shirt on the inside with a brown coat draped over his body. By his waist was a belt filled with tiny compartments. His light blue eyes were deep, filled with the experiences and stories they had seen. After Derek bowed, the demon hunter nodded gently and pointed diagonally to the items placed on the table. "Do you still remember them?" Derek took a glance as his gaze suddenly froze. His eyes reflected 2 translucent worms that had the thickness of a child's finger. Worm of Time. They were translucent worms of time with rings. They were worms of time that came from Blasphemer Amorn's avatar. Yes. Derek fell silent for a second before instinctively answering, "They were left behind by Amorn." Colin Iliad nodded indiscernibly and said, "One of them was even coughed out by you." Without waiting for Derek to say a word, he continued in a thorough manner, "You once said that while being possessed by Amorn, you were in a daze most of the time, as though you were in a dream. You were occasionally lucid." Faced with the chief's gaze, Derek nodded, indicating that he had given such a description before. Colin Iliad moved his gaze away and cast it out the window, looking down at the nearby buildings. "I believe I haven't told you the things you did during those times. You did a total of 2 rituals. One of them had elements of a secret deed, and the other one was like a sacrifice. You obtained a certain reply. Do you have any recollection of such things?" "Indeed, I was being monitored when I sought Mr. Fool's help and used the secret deed ritual to cleanse Amorn's avatar." Derek wasn't surprised by what the chief was mentioning. He had long been advised by the Hanged Man that, based on the rich experience the City of Silver Elders, it was impossible that they would dismiss someone acting abnormally. Thus, the conclusion that he had been constantly monitored after he left the dungeon was obtained. This was corroborated by the fact that someone had emerged from the shadows when doing the sacrificial ritual. "I don't have any recollections." Derek pretended to be in thought before he shook his head. Colin, who was observing him through the corner of his eye, turned his head over and said with a sigh, "Try recalling it carefully. These 2 worms left behind by Amorn are materials of great value. I've been trying to find ways of using them. If I can secretly make them into items, this might be a trump card that no one else knows. It can play a crucial role at critical moments. During the 2 rituals you experienced, you might have symbols, ancient incantations, or mysterious elements that can be used for reference. Think about it carefully. If this were in the past, Derek would have only understood the chief superficially, but at this moment, he was able to interpret the hidden and indirect meaning behind the sentence, albeit being a few seconds slow. I know there's still a certain connection between you and Amon. We will be opening the mausoleum to the former city of Silver Chief. I need to prepare additional trump cards against any unexpected accidents or cause that Lovia and company to use to inflict any harm to the city of Silver. Try attempting communication. Mr. Hanged Man was right. The higher one's level is, the more experienced they are at handling danger, and the more accustomed they will be at expressing themselves by speaking in riddles. It's a way to leave options open for both parties. Derek suddenly felt he had grasped a particular technique. Upon realizing that the chief's goal was to limit Elder Lovia and how she represented the fallen creator, he felt that he needed to do something. However, he had zero clue on how to use a Worm of Time. All he could do was consider praying to Mr. Fool and see if he could provide any help. I'll try my best to recall. I need a silent room. As Derek spoke, he paused, deliberating over his words. Colin Iliad was apparently prepared as he pointed towards the corridor. Many of the rooms across the corridor do not have people in them. Choose one yourself. Yes, Your Excellency. Derek bowed and exited the room before entering an unused room. He locked the wooden door, sat down, and in the dark corner, prayed softly as his eyes emitted a soft glow. Desi Bay, Eskelson Harbor. Klein left the airship from the gangway with his suitcase in hand, prepared to head into the city on a carriage prepared by the military base. As for Daly Simone, Leonard Mitchell, and the other Red Gloves, they were the first batch to leave the airship. Klein had been arranged to be one of the last, hence, they didn't meet each other. After entering the city and finding a hotel to stay in, he prepared to have some rest to remedy the poor sleep he had last night. Suddenly, he heard a series of illusory, "Stack please." Sounds like Little Son? Klein yawned while covering his mouth and entered a cramped washroom. With great difficulty, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and arrived above the grey fog. As he expected, the crimson star that was blinking and burgeoning was none other than the one that represented the sun. He emanated his spirituality to make contact with it, and he quickly learned what the sun's prayer was pertaining to. The city of Silver Chief is asking Little Sun, asking what he thinks to be Amon on how to use a Worm of Time charm. Thankfully, I had such a question previously and have already gotten an answer. However, using the Worm of Time to create a potent charm that can temporarily exchange fates will require him to pray to the Fool. Wouldn't this directly expose the fact that the one backing Little Sun is not Amon, but some unknown hidden existence? Klein tapped the edge of the mottle table as he seriously considered how he was to answer. In less than a minute, he quickly reframed his line of thought and discovered that his worries were meaningless. Firstly, apart from Shepherd Elder Lovia, who can receive certain revelations from the true Creator, no one in the city of Silver knows Amon. All they might guess is that he is likely the Angel of Time, one of the 8 kings of angels that were by the Creator's side. Therefore, even if they learn of an existence called the Fool, they will probably believe that it's Amon's true body, or a deity that Amon now believes in. Secondly, the honorific name of the Fool is no longer a secret to the true Creator, Blasphemer Amon, and Shepherd Elder Lovia. It doesn't matter if more people from the City of Silver learns of it. Thirdly, the chief named Colin Iliad is only a demon hunter. Even if he knows the honorific name of the Fool and has a Grade 0 sealed artifact, there's nothing he can do. After all, Blasphemer Amon and the true Creator haven't been knocking at my door in the middle of the night. Finally, the 6-member council's chief is long aware of a problem with Little Sunday. He just hasn't made it obvious. As his thoughts raced, he felt that he needed to be bolder. Perhaps I can use this opportunity to develop another 1 or 2 down lines. No, I mean believers. Little Sun won't have to fight alone anymore in the future. Besides, I've already improved since the time when I wiped away Amon's avatar. I've also accumulated even deeper knowledge in mysticism. I wield the sea god scepter and can stir even more of the powers of the mysterious space above the grey fog. I don't have to worry about missing anything when facing a sequence for Demigod during the ritual, as long as I don't rashly pull him above the grey fog. Klein quickly made up his mind and cast the method to creating a fate siphon charm into the crimson star representing the sun. Knock! 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 The sound of knocking resonated within the chief's room at the top of the spire. And before the knocking even sounded, Colin Iliad had already known that Derek Berg had opened the door and was walking over to his room. "Come on in." He turned his body and faced the door. Derek pushed open the door and entered. Bowing, he said, "Your Excellency, I've recalled some vague details." Colin Iliad nodded with a calm expression. "What are they?" "Use pure silver and mercury as materials," Derek succinctly described the beginning of the ritual and paused. "I think I muttered an honorific name back then, the fool that doesn't belong to this era." Colin narrowed his eyes and immediately cut him off. "The corresponding symbols are the ones left on the candle." "Yes," Derek frankly replied. "The second line is, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog." At this moment, Colin cut him off once again. "Is there no need for other ritual materials?" "No," Derek nodded, feeling slightly puzzled. Only then did he realize that the chief was apparently deliberately stopping him from reciting Mr. Fool's honorific name. "Yes, our common language is Jotun. It's a language that can stir the powers of nature. If I were to directly say out the honorific name, it would result in all kinds of unknown effects. I know that Mr. Fool is a true deity and trustworthy, so I was reciting it all out habitually. However, the chief doesn't know that." Derek continued, feeling somewhat enlightened. "Third line, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck." Colin silently listened in silence before nodding. "Very good. Although I cannot be sure that the content you recall is of any use, it's still a sizable contribution. I'll get someone to add to your contribution. Return, or go to the library to read some books for a while." "Yes, Your Excellency." Derek wore a deadpan look as he silently heaved a sigh of relief and rapidly retreated to the room at the top of the spire. Colin Iliad watched him leave before heading behind his desk and sitting down. He cast his gaze on the two translucent ringed worms in front of him. Beside the worms was a notebook. Drawn on it was a secret symbol comprised of half a pupilless eye and half contorted lines. Colin's gaze remained fixed for a while, as though he had been petrified. After a while, he slowly stood up and took out 3 candles. Chapter 898. Response. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. After setting up the candles, Colin Iliad found a piece of pure silver and picked up a carving knife beside it. With steady strokes, he carved out a palm-sized charm vessel. Then, he followed Derek Berg's description, drawing the secret symbol of the Fool on both sides of the silver piece. The entire process was completed quickly. If an observer was watching, they wouldn't have been able to discern his actions. Yet, the final product didn't show any flaws. It looked like a piece of art that had been slowly carved out. Right on the heels of that, Colin Iliad found another bottle of mercury. Directly using his powerful spirituality, he guided the liquid inside to trickle into the charm and fill all the patterns. He prevented the mercury on the side facing down from dripping due to gravity. Repeating the process, he made a second charm. Colin Iliad placed them in front of the candles and placed a translucent ringed worm on each of them. Compared to him standing up silently, the present Colin's every move was stable, calm, and firm. He didn't show any signs of hesitation, just like how he faced powerful monsters that came out of the darkness. After finishing the ritual, he took 2 steps back and removed the crossed swords that were hanging from the wall. He stabbed them into the crevices of the floor tiles at the door. He then closed his eyes and muttered. Pure and thick beams of light emerged out of the void as they enveloped the 2 swords with a holy and glorious feeling. The light beams increased in quantity, slowly transforming into liquid water that flowed across the cracks in the floor tiles and the walls, forming a cage that isolated him from the outside. As a senior demon hunter, Colin Iliad didn't wish to take such precautionary measures when holding a ritual. This was because there was a tiny chance of angering the target, bringing about dangerous developments. However, he had no choice but to do so because he needed to be certain that even if the ritual failed, even if the fool was an existence filled with malice, and even if he were to die at the altar, he would not bring too much harm to the City of Silver. In regards to the defensive power of the cage, Colin was rather confident because this directly stemmed from a godlike sealed artifact, a crown which the giant King Ormir wore, proof of glory. This was one of the main reasons why the City of Silver could survive wave after wave of monster assaults in the Dark Ages. With all his preparations completed, solely using his spirituality, Colin Iliad used his desk as an altar and created a sacred and clean environment that no one could disturb. He then lit the 3 candles. The pale yellow light flickered as they reflected in his eyes. He bowed his head and scattered the plant powder, monster hide, and fur into the candle flame or lit them and threw them into a cauldron so as to please the secret existence he was about to pray to. Such acts weren't rare in the City of Silver. Known to all, there were rituals held that targeted the creator, but from time to time, certain residents would be enticed by unknown existences during their patrols or exploration, tempted to hold all kinds of rituals. Most of the latter was a passive act, but there were a few that were done proactively. On the one hand, the cumulative despair of not receiving any response from the creator had made them eager to grab onto any other existence to rely on, and on the other hand, many generations of the 6-member council had come to a common consensus that the creator who had abandoned the land might very well not return again. Seeking out other alternatives was something that had to be expedited, but unfortunately, such attempts only led to nothing or death, nothing else. And it was because of this reason that regardless of the difficulties faced or how many times they discovered cities that were destroyed because of evil gods, the City of Silver continued their exploration of regions that were further away. As for Colin Iliad himself, the discovery of the outsider, Jack, brought him an indescribable sense of surprise and hope. The encounters when they explored Afternoon Town and the prophecies of the Kings of Angels' ploy and the ecclesiastic had made him feel a more pressing sense of urgency. He no longer held hope for the creator's return. With the 2 reasons combined, along with Lovia's and Derek's abnormality, as well as the prophecy of the apocalypse, as chief of the 6-member council, senior demigod, and powerful demon hunter, Colin Iliad had no choice but to attempt to dance on the edge of a knife. He had no choice but to consider making a transaction with a hidden existence. Silently exhaling, Colin took a step back and chanted with a weather-worn tone, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era." The mysterious ruler above the grey fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I pray to you, praying for the strength that stems from mystery, and praying for the bestowment that stems from good luck. I implore you to make these items on this altar turn into charms. Just as Colin spoke with a cadence of mystery, he saw the altar in front of him immediately turn dark. It was as though an indescribable godhood was emanating from the candle in the middle. The candle's flame instantly burgeoned, but it failed to light the surroundings. Instead, it made everything turn illusory, making countless shapes produce seemingly non-existent transparent shadows as they covered every inch. High above this illusory world and countless figures, there were 7 lustrous brilliances of different colors spiraling. They seemed to possess immense knowledge. And above these 7 lustrous brilliances, there was an endless greyish-white fog, and sitting above was an ancient palace that looked down upon everything. Demon hunter Colin temporarily forgot everything else as he stared intently at the scene above the altar. It was as though something that only existed in books or ancient tomes had taken a step through the illusory and entered reality, appearing before him. If he recalled correctly, this was likely the projection of the spirit world. Before the disaster, before the time the creator abandoned this land, it was easy to observe and enter the spirit world. The spirit world now only existed in the City of Silver's textbooks and various records, but no one could touch it. At this moment, a creaking, illusory sound sounded. The ancient palace that overlooked the grey fog and spirit world seemed to open its doors. Right on the heels of that, Colin saw the unformed charms in front of the candle produce a greyish luster. Their patterns were then lit up, as they intercrossed with each other, suddenly bursting into a blinding radiance, enveloping the pure silver foils and the ringed worms. The dark world above the entire altar also instantly warped. Everything was quickly restored to normal as two strange black crystalline charms appeared on the altar. They were like a pair of eyes of some existence that silently observed the world. Demon Hunter Colin was taken aback as he retracted his gaze and bowed his head. With a deep voice, he said, "Thank you for your blessings. Praise you." He didn't delay as he immediately ended the ritual and removed the seal. After doing all of this City of Silver chief of the 6-member council returned to the desk and picked up the 2 charms made from the 2 Amorn avatar remnants. At this moment, his mind was still fixated on the scene he had previously seen. Based on his knowledge in mysticism, those that were situated high in the spirit world were mentioned to be the 7 lights in ancient tomes. They were believed to be close to that of deities, but none of the records indicated what was above the 7 lights or what the grey fog represented. They didn't indicate what the ancient palace which was enveloped by the grey fog while overlooking the entire spirit world represented. And during the entire ritual, Colin Iliad only felt that the fool he was praying to was staid, mysterious, and almighty, nothing like the evil beings who often like to express their powers as though eager to showcase something. Such a performance had a close parallel in the records of the City of Silver, the creator. As he looked at the charms in hand and his condition, the grizzled demon hunter Colin suddenly closed his eyes as figures flashed past his mind for some reason. They were his father, mother, elder brother, younger sister, oldest son, youngest son, daughter, and oldest grandson whose lives he had personally ended. This already old chief remained silent for a very long time before he suddenly sighed softly. It's been 2,583 years. After 2,583 years, the City of Silver had finally received a normal response. In the library in the steeple. Derek was in the ancient myth section. He often browsed when he saw a notebook he had never seen before. This notebook's cover was made from a particular monster's hide. There were clear patterns on it, and the pages inside were old and yellowed. The records included the experiences of the original author when he encountered different monsters. These monsters were mostly accessible among the City of Silver's textbooks. Even their special traits were the same. However, the thoughts and experiences from the numerous battles left Derek reading in relish as he read seriously. As he flipped through it, he suddenly noticed a monster named Shapeshifter. Such monsters didn't come equipped with the intelligence to communicate, but they were adept at setting up traps to deal with targets. Furthermore, they could disguise as others, using what seemed like fascinating methods to complete a hunt. The notebook's owner had commented on them as being bizarre and dangerous. This is very similar to Mr. World's guess of the Bizarro Bane's traits. Could Shapeshifter be the Bizarro Bane? Derek felt delighted as he quickly read the rest of the entry. He discovered that this type of monster lived towards the north, in a faraway city's ruins. And the monsters in that area's darkness were powerful and terrifying. Even the 6-member council wasn't able to deal with some of them, therefore, after 2 attempts, the City of Silver paused any exploration of the area. To date, exploration of the area hadn't been resumed. Due to such reasons, the City of Silver's textbooks didn't make mention of the unique monsters there. After reading the record, Derek subconsciously flipped the notebook to the last page, wishing to know who had experienced the 2 harrowing explorations. As he flipped through it, he saw a name, Colin Iliad. Dessie County, Eskelson Harbor. Klein returned to the real world, rubbed his temples, and collapsed into bed. To give the City of Silver's chief a better impression of the fool and generate more trust, he had proactively added some special effects when responding, expressing the might of the mysterious space above the grey fog during the secret deed ritual and sacrificial and bestowment ritual. This expended quite a sizable amount of his spirituality, exhausting him. I'll find food for creeping hunger when I wake up. I'll let it have a good nap above the grey fog. Klein thought in his stupor and soon fell asleep. He was woken up by his rumbling tummy after sleeping from morning to the afternoon. Chapter 899. Berserk Sea Spirit World. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. The ingredients used for Dess's pies are much more generous than in Backland. However, they prefer adding some local spices. It felt a little odd when taking the first few bites, but after getting used to it, it's quite a different style. Klein sat inside his hotel and swapped between taking a mouthful of the oily pie and drinking a mouthful of cool, refreshing sweet iced tea. He was living quite an idyllic life. After he had his fill, he didn't immediately pack up. He picked up the top hat on the chair beside him and wore it. Meanwhile, his left palm suddenly turned transparent as his entire body faded away. Klein had entered the spirit world and was planning on traveling to the Poto harbor in the Berserk Sea. He was there to seek out food for creeping hunger. Eskelson, where he was, did belong to Desi Bay, but it was nowhere along the coast since it was an island. This was the southernmost island of Desi Bay, and going past it meant one's entry into the Berserk Sea. Therefore, the second Klein headed for the predetermined coordinates, an abnormal sight appeared before his eyes. The spirit world's air flow seemed to be materialized as they spun into a wind. They howled as they enveloped a huge region that seemed boundless. It was dim inside, with layers of dark clouds. Bolts of lightning tainted with the deep gloom kept flashing, illuminating the surrounding area like it was the apocalypse. At that moment, Klein felt as though he had arrived in a sea that was eternally ravaged by storms. However, he knew with certainty that this was the spirit world. Indeed, it's just like what many books on mysticism mention. The power involved with the perishing of death has not only changed the atmospheric weather of the sea between the northern continent and southern continent, but it also filled it with disaster and danger. It's how its name was derived. Furthermore, it also broke the barrier between reality and the illusory, tainting and damaging the corresponding spirit world and causing them to affect one another. In the Berserk Sea, if one holds a ritual that involves the spirit world, using powers related to the spirit world, there will be a high probability of an accident occurring, causing unimaginable developments. Klein reflected poignantly as he used his eyes to verify what the books wrote. From his point of view, if it weren't because of this, the various countries in the northern continent wouldn't have waited for Emperor Razel to find the safe sea route before they had a chance of invading the southern continent. After all, to most high-sequence beyond us, they could easily traverse normal kinds of natural barriers. Rozel's safe sea route wasn't simply geological in nature, but also mysticism in nature. This also meant that since the Berserk Sea and spirit world were influencing each other and overlapped, Klein could directly use the local sea maps to traverse the spirit world's calamities. Recalling the content he had read before, Klein found the correct location and entered the dark spirit world. The howling of the gales sounded from every direction. Even the secondary gusts of wind left a chill running deep down from Klein's soul or spine. This made him believe that if he had traveled in a spirit body state without the use of the Black Emperor card, Tyrant card, and Azek's copper whistle to augment himself, there was quite a good chance of him suffering a serious injury. And if this wasn't the safe sea route, he believed that there was a chance his physical body couldn't withstand the black storms that were filled with death. Compared to the gales, the dark lightning bolts were far more dangerous. Klein suspected that he couldn't even withstand being smote by one of them. As for the hidden maelstrom and the wandering creatures, they were another form of danger. This is a place without any material seawater. I wonder what's at the end of the maelstrom. Klein followed the safe sea route and traversed the land at an adequate speed. From time to time, he would survey his surroundings to broaden his horizons. Suddenly, he saw a strange creature. It was dragging a huge sickle and was situated inside a black hurricane. As it was formed by individual skulls, it was swollen and massive. The skulls were either grayish-white or grayish-black of varying sizes. They were also from different species, and all of them were stacked into one, forming its torso, limbs, and head. Almost at the same moment that Klein saw this strange creature, it also discovered Klein. All the skulls turned their heads in unison, producing a grinding sound that couldn't be concealed. The dark eye sockets were countless in number as they followed and overlapped one another. Klein's forehead throbbed as he used traveling to pass through the area, entering the next safe sea route. And on the nearby illusory sea, bloody arms and illusory greenish-black tentacles extended out from the sea surface. Outside the city of Silver, a black mausoleum stood inverted over the ground like an inverted pyramid. At that moment, there were all kinds of dense black plants that grew out from the cracks in the mausoleum's bricks. Even the heavy door by the entrance was covered with them. Colin Iliad had 2 swords slung across his back as he stood with 2 other elders of the 6-member council. They were observing the passage that diagonally led them deep underground. Lovia, with her silver, curly hair, watched silently for a moment before saying, "It should be possible already." Unlike how she usually switched randomly between 2 mental states, this shepherd elder was now staid and calm. She didn't show any signs of abnormalities as her pale grey eyes were deep and placid. Colin gently nodded and took out a bottle of medicine from 2 different compartments on his belt. Unscrewing the lids, he downed them. His light blue eyes rapidly brightened. His unwrinkled skin had blood vessels protrude as they got tinted with silver. Right on the heels of that, the chief drew a sword and smeared a silver-grey ointment across its surface. As he took steps to prepare, another 6-member council elder, Waite Chermont, did something similar. This bald man who had a tattooed symbol on his head stood nearly 2.5 meters tall. He didn't look a day over 45. But in fact, he was nearly 80. He was also a sequence for Demon Hunter, a demigod that was one of the main pillars of support for the City of Silver. In the City of Silver, due to the lack of main ingredients, and with the citizens being aware of the acting method and having sufficient combat experience, they advanced from low to mid-sequences rather easily. Sequence 6 Beyonders were the majority, but from Sequence 5 onwards, due to the rituals required and other reasons, the number of Beyonders drastically fell. At Sequence 4, where there was a qualitative change, an entire generation might not even produce one. Waite Chermont didn't dual-wield like an orthodox demon hunter. This allowed him to use different ointments to produce different effects so as to handle more complicated situations. He wielded an iron-grey hammer, and on his back was a huge bow that was equally as massive as his body. He was like a miniaturized giant that walked out of an oil painting. The bow was a mystical item, one that didn't have overly severe side effects. In the historical records of the City of Silver, it received its name from killing a dragon at the demigod level. Its name was Dragon-Slaying Bow. After finishing their preparations, Waite slammed his hammer in front of him loudly, drew his bow, and slowly pulled it back. Sizzling bolts of lightning suddenly emerged as they condensed into one, and as it grew longer from the pull, it formed a blinding and radiant arrow between the bowstring and the back of the bow. Just as Waite's fingers released the bowstring, the lightning arrow shot straight to the mausoleum's door, which was overrun with human hair-like weeds. Silently, the heavy door appeared to have long rotten. It exploded into pieces along with the electric bolt's explosion, revealing a deep passageway. This passageway shimmered with pale white lights. It extended far beyond what one's eyes could see, giving off a creepy and cold feeling. Colin's eyes suddenly flashed with 2 complex, dark green symbols, and he reflected the mausoleum's entrance in them. A few seconds later, he held his sword diagonally and walked into the mausoleum. Waite slung his dragon-slaying bow, picked up his hammer, and followed closely behind. The purple-robed Lovia's expression remained the same as she followed through the shattered door at a decent pace with her hands empty. As they descended via sections of passageways and staircases, the 3 members of the 6-member council didn't show any unrest or anxiety in the completely silent environment. They allowed their footsteps to echo in their surroundings. After descending 1 level, they suddenly saw a river before them. It was an illusory and jet-black river. Under the river's surface were blood-colored arms that had been skinned. Green baby-faced veins and slippery tentacles with eyes were densely entwined together. They kept flailing upwards in a bid to grab whatever passed them. The river was close to the side of the entrance. There were figures of different heights wearing old clothes with their backs facing the 3 elders. They kept walking back and forth as though they were vexed over the crossing of the river. Suddenly, one of them sensed the trio approaching them. He slowly turned his body to look at Colin, Waite, and Lovia. It was an elder with his hair being completely white. His forehead and the corners of his mouth were deeply wrinkled. His eyes were light blue and hollow. His expression was numb and blank. Colin Iliad's pupils shrank as he recognized the man. It was his brother, the brother that had been possessed by Amorn. He had personally ended his life. At this moment, the other figures turned around, revealing faces that Colin, Waite, and Lovia found extremely familiar. But they were all abnormally numbed faces. Lovia's expression remained unperturbed, but behind her, an illusory knight more than 5 meters tall had appeared at some point in time. This knight wore ancient silver full-body armor. Its eyes were red like blood as they burned akin to flames. After traversing that safe sea route for about 10 seconds, Klein arrived at the Berserk Sea's Poto harbor. This place deviated from the main sea route and didn't belong to any country. It was a free city for pirates. When his feet hit solid rock, he randomly produced a face, but he wasn't in a rush to enter the port city which had buildings randomly laid out. He reached into his pocket and pulled out an iron cigar case. While passing through the Berserk Sea spirit world, he had sensed Azek's copper whistle trembling slightly. Removing the wall of spirituality, Klein opened the cigar case and took out the ancient and exquisite copper whistle. This copper whistle had lost its usual coldness and mildness, and it was now burning hot. However, this anomaly was rapidly dissipating. Chapter 900. Self-Recommendation. Atlas Studios. Atlas Studios. The abnormality associated with the Berserk Sea is suspected to be a result of the perishing of death. Legend has it that this deity's corpse and items are hidden somewhere in these waters, awaiting someone with a special key to open it. This copper whistle came from Mr. Azek, and Mr. Azek is indeed a direct descendant of death, as well as being from the first or second generation. Therefore, this copper whistle had sensed something or had been influenced. Thoughts flashed across Klein's mind as they coalesced today to form a theory. He planned on finding an inn in Poto harbor, head above the grey fog, and use dream divination to attempt to obtain a revelation. Then, he would consider the time and method for returning to Eskelson harbor. It was to prevent himself from encountering any avoidable accidents. And before that, he needed to seek out food for creeping hunger. After walking down the seaside cliff, Klein entered Poto harbor. The buildings here were pretty much built anywhere one desired. There was almost zero planning, causing the roads to be very wide or narrow to the point that it only allowed a single-person passage. In certain areas, one couldn't see the sky when looking up, only to see a swath of clothes that were hung up to dry. Wearing a new face, Klein strolled through such an environment with many pedestrians dressed in pirates' attire. He then habitually headed for the bar to seek out prey. At this moment, he saw several people gathered at a notice board on a square up ahead. What's happening? With his curiosity piqued, Klein approached the area. Using his balance and agility as a clown, he passed through the gaps of the crowd before he barely arrived at a spot where he could see the notice board. On the notice board, there was a piece of paper that was overbearing, covering all the other pieces of paper. It was obvious at a glance. Its title was, The Black Emperor's Crew Recruitment. The Black Emperor? Isn't that the ship of King of the Five Seas, Nast? The one that can traverse the spirit world? Considering how he can be considered the king of pirates, he's actually openly recruiting crew members? Klein was rather surprised as he deliberately spoke out with a suppressed voice. How is that possible? Why not? A stout man beside him with his arm exposed from his rolled-up sleeves laughed out loud. It might be impossible in the past, but it's possible now. Why? Klein was hoping that someone would respond. Immediately, he turned his head and asked. The stout man had tattoos all over his arms and cheeks, making him look fierce. Upon hearing that, he pointed at the main sea route's direction and said, a week ago, the Black Emperor and Lund's highly promoted steam ironclad warship, the Pritz, met and clashed in a sea battle. The Black Emperor had many casualties and are in dire need of more manpower. Ah? Klein's first reaction was that it didn't make mystical sense. Based on the published content in the papers and the rumors he had heard out at sea, he knew that the Pritz was a warship in the normal sense. It lacked any beyonder elements. Perhaps in terms of physical damage, it was stronger than the Black Emperor, but the latter could use the spirit world to leap, just like a large-sized version of a traveler. There was no ordinary armament that could damage it. Furthermore, King of the Five Seas Nast was likely a sequence 3 demigod of the Black Emperor Paths of the Divine. He was the most infamous powerhouse at sea. He could directly distort the trajectories of cannonballs, making him nearly invincible when facing a fleet that wasn't in any sense mystical. From Klein's point of view, they were enemies at two completely different levels. Yet, the final outcome was not something he could imagine. He didn't hide his astonishment as he blurted, "What about the Pritz?" The fierce-looking man shook his head and replied, "I'm not too sure, but I heard that it wasn't damaged. Only 2 corvettes were sunk." This? Klein was first taken aback before he came to a slight understanding of what happened. He recalled the situation of him robbing the Teutonsis II mummy. The military's demigod had used the law that had the power of mysteriousness weakened and the real strengthened. Once this came into effect, the Black Emperor was just a sailboat that was a little special with some extraordinariness. It definitely couldn't beat an ironclad warship. Neither could it flee. This also meant that the Pritz had a demigod existence on the military side, or else such a law wouldn't have come into effect. To be able to get the Black Emperor to flee under such a situation, King of the Five Seas Nast must be very, very strong. Below angels, he's definitely one of the strongest. From the looks of it, due to the existence of the Arbiter pathway, the trajectory of this world's military development remains close to that of Earth's. It wouldn't reach a point of not being able to defeat a slightly higher-level mysticism opponent. Klein nodded in enlightenment as he didn't inquire further. As for Beyond Us Below Sequence 4, in a large-scale battle, apart from the few jobs that could take on the role of outputting offensive firepower or carry out effective defenses, the rest could only avoid a direct clash. They would then be the clean-up crew or simply provide support. For example, a marionettist with all his marionettes feared no one in a mid-sequence beyond a battle if fighting one-on-one. But once he was on a battlefield with shells hurtling everywhere and machine gunfire sweeping the area, the problem of being physically weak became a problem. Even with paper figurine substitutes, one was unable to escape the range of gunfire, thus suffering a second round of damage. Under such situations, it might be too late to use paper figurine substitutes again. In such intense battles, the most effective mid-sequence Beyond Us are wraiths. They aren't afraid of cannonballs or bullets, nor are they afraid of being discovered by enemies. Furthermore, they have shriek which can affect a huge area. Klein allowed his thoughts to wander when the man from before continued speaking, "You're also thinking of joining the Black Emperor?" "I'm still not sure," Klein casually replied. The stout man who was covered in tattoos said in excitement, "I have plans on giving it a try anyway. There aren't more than 10 people here who are better at fighting than me here. I have rich experience as a pirate. They'll definitely pick me. However, I won't stay on the Black Emperor for too long. There are too many meaningless rules, such as not being able to plunder or kill defenseless people. Or something as silly as not being able to drag a woman you like unless it's mutual." Did you hear that? Is that anything like a pirate? Although the King of the Five Seas is one of the 4 kings and is publicly acknowledged as the Pirate King, those rules are just like dogsh *t. I'm already used to leading a real pirate's life. I like it that way and will not change. I'm only tempted to join because I heard that it's possible for the Black Emperor crew to obtain supernatural powers. When the time comes, I'll leave and form my own pirate crew. As this man spoke excessively, he suddenly realized the stranger's expression turn a little odd. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" The silver-grey glistening sword slashed down suddenly, pinning down a blank-faced figure to the ground. The figure warped and squirmed and gradually dissipated into illusory blobs of light amid swirling silver light. Colin Iliad retracted his sword and stood straight up. Observing his surroundings, he saw that Waite and Lovia had separately finished their corresponding targets. A region had been cleanly cleared out by the riverside. At this point, above the illusory, eerie black river, a dark boat cruised over. It silently docked by the bank. Upon seeing this scene, Colin slowly exhaled as he muttered with a solemn expression, "Ferryman." He had spent quite a long amount of time with the former chief, and they knew each other rather well. They both knew that the other was troubled by the City of Silver's absence of the Sequence 3 of the Giant Pathway, Silver Night Potion formula. This prevented people from advancing once they reached the level of a demigod. They had thoughts of switching to a neighboring sequence, and this plan had seen the light of hope during a particular expedition. This was because they found the Sequence 3 potion formula of the Phoenix Pathway, Ferryman. From that moment forth, the former chief began building the mausoleum and eventually took up residence inside before sealing the entrance. Observing silently with dark green symbols in his eyes, Colin Iliad said heavily, "Let's cross the river on the boat." Waite and Lovia didn't express any objections, fully trusting the chief's judgment. They followed closely behind him and boarded the dark and strange boat. During this process, the three didn't show any hesitation or observe their surroundings, nor did they pause. It was as though this wasn't an exploration but a visit with a destination in mind. The boat slowly began moving across the ink-black water surface, leaving a long trail in its wake. The bloody arms and the slimy tentacles wildly reached upwards and slammed into the boat, but they failed to leave any marks. They failed to leave any influence. In just over 10 seconds, the three elders of the 6-member council arrived on the other bank of the illusory river. There was an altar there with a heavy, iron-black coffin placed on it. Colin Iliad immediately jumped off the boat and reached out for his other sword. Like before, he appeared cautious, not underestimating anything. Following that, Waite held his iron-grey hammer and landed heavily on the bank. He left the surrounding soil quaking in an obvious manner. He looked at the monster skull that embraced the gigantic coffin, took 2 steps, and placed the hammer in front of him. He then removed the dragon-slaying bow behind him. At this point, Waite suddenly felt the back of his palm itching. He subconsciously looked down and saw that his hair follicles had fine white hair stained with yellowish oil growing from within as they grew in size. Poto Harbor. After Klein fed creeping hunger and found a rowdy inn, he got a room that could barely be considered clean. Then he took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the grey fog. Sitting in the fool's chair, Klein first picked up the projection of Azek's copper whistle and conjured a pen and paper before writing a corresponding divination statement, the reason for this copper whistle's abnormality today.